It is the third year, twice at VIR, and we're back here at the National Park of Speed, Road America.
Yeah, we're having a good time. It's already been, it feels like we've been here for like a month, but it's
only been 4 days already.
It's only been 4 days. Qualifying is underway. Qualifying's done, actually, and we're getting ready now to go racing on Friday morning. 4 races this morning. We've got B-Spec, Formula F, GT Lite, and T1 this morning. So we're going to talk about those 4 races this morning, and then this afternoon we'll have another show during the lunch break. It'll be a 45-minute show, and during that show we're going to talk about all the afternoon races. That's coming up next. We should get right to it. B-Spec is our first race of the day, Greg, and it is going to be a good-sized field. They put on a great show here at the June Sprints.
Yes, they did, with one of the most exciting race finishes I saw over the course of that entire weekend, and really for the entire year in the Super Tour.
Absolutely, absolutely. And this has become one of those classes, we have a handful of them, where you have to have a partner if you want to go fast in qualifying. Indeed. And probably in the race too.
Well, we've seen that now for, well, I was going to say 2 of the last 3 years. In 2022 at VIR, we saw Rich Roman and Steve Introne. Introne taking the national championship with his wingman, Rich Roman. Last year, that was the plan again. We saw Steve Introne, unfortunately, fell back in the pack due to an incident. Yeah, he got punted on the very first lap. Rich Roman had to defend for 38 minutes, in which he did and was able to come home with the national championship. And now Rich Roman, he's found another partner this year. His partner right out of the Washington, D.C. region, somebody that he's driven with for years in a class called SSM for 1.6-liter Miatas. That's Dan Conway, and they have worked together all season long on the Super Tour and multiple majors races as well.
And it worked for them on qualifying, didn't it?
It certainly did, as they went right to the top of the pack. Not on the first day. After 1 day of qualifying, Rob Pekarchik out of Brunswick, Ohio, was your provisional pole sitter. But as soon as that day was done, we saw where Conway and Roman, who were trying different combinations, because Rich Roman, for the second year in a row, has a mini coupe with that really slanted roof line, where Dan Conway is in the standard Mini Cooper, and they were testing things out: which car should push, which car should follow behind, which car should lead. And Dan Conway, your pole sitter for the 2024 National Championship Runoffs in B-Spec.
He was, and I had a chance to talk with him at the end of qualifying on Thursday. So it is Thursday, right?
Thursday.
I've lost track of all my days. I had a chance to talk with Dan Conway at the end of qualifying today, so or actually yesterday, and we will take care of listening to him right now. All right, I'm here with the B-Spec provisional pole sitter, Dan Conway. This is pretty exciting for you.
Yeah, really excited here. It's my 3rd runoffs appearance, my first one in B-Spec, and my first pole at the runoff. So really excited with that, and really happy with the outcome so far.
So you put down the lap yesterday. Tell me about that lap.
Yeah, it was actually really good. Conditions yesterday morning were really, really good. They were actually a little bit better than they were today. It was a little bit cooler, a little less windy and stuff. So we were able to really just string the lap together. Me and my teammate Rich Roman, who's starting right next to me on the outside, the front row. So we were able to really just string that lap together yesterday. Got really good drafting, and we were able to put the time together.
All right, so this is a partner class in qualifying. When you decide that you want to ask the national champion to be your partner, how'd that go?
Well, actually, it's kind of a funny story. He actually came to me and asked me. So it's kind of a funny story. His teammate last year, Steve Introne, was unfortunately unable to make it to the runoffs this year. I was running in Spec Miata the last couple years, and I'd wanted to make a class switch. So it all kind of just came together at the beginning of this year, and we decided to go for it from there at the end of the year. And we've been working on it and planning on it since then.
All right, race day. What's the plan?
I don't know. It's gonna be really tough. Some of the cars behind us, the Hondas and the Sonics, are really fast in a straight line. I think we got a little better mid-corner speed, but they got the top end for sure. So it's gonna be a little bit of a battle for sure. I don't think we're gonna walk away with it at all. I think it's gonna be a battle. It's gonna come down to the last corner for sure.
All right, that's Dan Conway, your provisional pole sitter in B-Spec. So very interesting to find out that Dan didn't go to Rich looking for a partner. Rich actually went to Dan.
Him, yeah.
So that worked out really well for them. A deep field, though. There are a lot of guys and a gal who could win this race.
Absolutely. We've got Riley Salyer, who is starting 5th He was our 2020 national champion. The last time we were here, he was in a Honda Fit. Now he is in a Mazda 2. And we had Eric Yeagle, who is in a Honda Fit, who won one of the 2 races during the June sprints this year. Joe McClugan starting in the top 10 as well. Joe won the feature race. When I said we had one of the most exciting finishes of the year, we had Eric Yeagle and Stuart Black leading the feature race at the sprints. They got together on the final corner, and Joe McClugan able to work his way past up the hill and take the checkered flag. We also saw Stephanie Anderson, as you mentioned, lots of men and lots of women here who stand a great chance. She's in that X Factor racing machine. She finished on the podium. She's actually Sports Car Magazine's pick to win B-Spec. I think she's starting a little bit further back than she would like. She's starting in 10th. But as we've seen in B-Spec, much like a lot of these other momentum classes that rely on the draft, if you're there in the conversation in the top 10 to start a 13, and it may not sound like a long race, but it's 13 laps or 40 minutes at a 4-mile track, National Park of Speed, that's plenty of time for her to work her way to the front of the pack.
Absolutely. And another difference we have this year is we have a new spec tire in B-Spec.
That is true.
Goodyear tire, and there were 16 track records, qualifying records that fell over the last 3 days.
Yes.
One of them in
B-Spec.
And people have been asking over time, is the new tire as fast as the old tire? Well, the answer in this particular case at this particular track
yes, it is.
Yes. So that will also be a bit of a wild card, going 40 minutes here. They didn't go that long during the June sprints, I don't believe. I believe this is a
35-minute races.
Yep. So we're a little longer race here. So, and that'll be the case for all
of our championship races.
All of our championship races. But it'll be interesting to see how that tire management happens throughout this race, and whether or not drivers are going off on a sticker tire or if they're going to put a scrub tire
on.
in. Lots of strategy that's going to play into that. And Goodyear is here on pit lane supporting these drivers with this new spec tire.
Yeah, exactly.
So we've got a lot of cars left here that still have a good chance. 28 cars, is that what's the number?
We had 25 cars set qualifying times over the weekend. And yes, we've got national champions in the field. John Phillips, who was our 2019 national champion in his 4-door Toyota Yaris. Again, starting maybe a little bit further back in the pack than he would like, starting 14th on the field. We've got, and this is a great story, Josh Schmidt out of Kannapolis, North Carolina. He's built many of the safety cages in the B-Spec field. He owns Babyface Fabrications and was a fabricator for a number of championship-winning NASCAR teams before going out on his own. Before getting behind the wheel, he had his very first race win earlier this year. I believe it was at Road Atlanta, if I remember correctly. And he's qualified 4th. He's on the 2nd row right next to Rob Pekarczyk. I mean, he is in a great place to be here when the green flag flies.
And an interesting, unrelated story that really nobody cares about but me. But his wife and I went to college together.
That's right.
And didn't reconnect until a couple years ago at
Actually,
VIR.
last year at the runoffs.
Yeah. So very cool to see her and be part of the whole SCCA family here.
Right.
It's a lot of fun to see them come aboard and be out here and have some good success this year as well. So this is one of those classes, Greg, where I think if depending on how the first couple laps play out, anybody in the top 15 has a chance in a race like this.
Indeed, and if you look at the mix of cars in not only in the top 5 but in the top 10, we've got the Minis, we've got Hondas, we've got the Chevy Sonic that Schmidt is racing. We have a Honda Fit. We've got Eric Yeagle in that Honda Fit. And all the way back to the Toyota Yaris. I think a lot of it is going to come down, as it does in B-Spec, to gearing and which car is the right horse for the course.
Right.
What we've seen is that the Mazda 2s, which are traditionally a much more nimble car and maybe don't have the power, can't dig out of corners, because of the gearing that they have here, some of the corners like turn 5 and turn 14, they actually have the advantage, whereas at VIR, they didn't have the advantage.
Right. And gearing on B-Spec cars is interesting because it's not like you can put the right gear in the car for a particular track. You're stuck with the gears that come with your car.
And the differential, the final drive ratio that comes from the factory.
Right. So this is one of those, when you say the horse for the course, it's really the case in this particular case, that some are better at some tracks, some are better at other tracks. And when you look at that top 10 and the fact that I believe every manufacturer is represented in the top 10, you can't really. The sports car picked Stephanie Anderson, absolutely a good pick, but I don't know who I would pick.
No, I don't. I mean, from an experience standpoint, given where he has been the last 2 years, I would look at Rich Roman. But to be perfectly honest, Conway has had, at a couple of races this year, has had the measure of Rich Roman.
Right.
And that's actually one of the reasons why he's on the pole today and not Rich Roman.
And the whole partner thing when it comes to race day is fascinating to me, because these are not teammates in the traditional sense like you look at a pro team like NASCAR or Formula One where you're actually teammates.
Right.
These are drivers in many cases who are just picking friends to work together, and they practice throughout the season that way. That's all great until there's 5 laps left in the runoffs. And as we found out with Rich Roman and Steve Introne 2 years ago, Steve won, and he had the intention to repay the favor until he couldn't because he got knocked out of last year's race early, although he did get to come back and finish in the top 10.
Right.
Rich had all that work to work with a partner, only to find that he had to defend
all by himself.
All by him lonesome. So I wonder when it comes to push to shove here with both Dan and Rich, how well that friendship and those partners work.
They are, when we talk about teammates, they are out of the same shop.
Right.
Their cars were put together by the same people.
Okay.
It's more than just Rich Roman and Steve Introne meeting at a race and figuring that they kind of work well together. These two have raced as a team for many, many years.
Yeah. Do we have other teammates working together? Are there other pairings that we should look out for?
Yeah, we've got some of the folks from MSR Houston.
Okay.
We talked about Riley Salyer. Technically, Eric Yeagle, although he's been living in Indiana for the past number of years, still a Houston region and representing MSR Houston, Motorsports Ranch Houston as well. You've got, I think, out of the same shop, frankly, Joe McClugan. Obviously, you've got the multiple X Factor Racing teammates. We saw Stephanie Anderson working with Gail Corley earlier actually not just earlier this week, but through the entire 3 days of qualifying. I think we found that Stephanie, though, given the amount of experience and seat time that she has here at Road America, she grew up in Wisconsin. This is her home track, although she spent the past number of years down in Texas. Corley was having a little trouble, I think, keeping up with her and being able to keep that draft up. But we also have John Phillips and Joe Gersh in the 2 4-door Toyota Yaris's out of Phillips Race Prep shop as well. So, again, number of folks that have worked together, and I think you'll find that when, as you said, when push comes to shove, you have to become very opportunistic. And if you lose your partner, you're going to have to pick up someone else. And what we did see during the week in qualifying in B-Spec is that as partners were getting separated, drivers were finding seemingly incompatible cars to draft with. You saw Mazda 2s with Fitz. You saw Minis with Mazda 2s. You saw the Yarises with anybody that they could find to go with. And, in the end, you're going to have to find a way to make it work in order to get up to the front of the field.
Right. We've got about a minute left. Let's go through the top 10 starting order here.
All right. On the pole, as we mentioned, Dan Conway with his teammate Rich Roman. They're going to make up row number 1. Rob Bakarczyk in the Goodyear Crider Racing Carbotech Fit. He's going to start third. Interesting story on his car very quickly is that car has a bit of provenance. That was the car that Brian Price took to a Pirelli World Challenge TCB Championship
very cool.
About 8 years ago. Josh Schmidt's going to start right beside him in his Chevy Sonic with Riley Salyer and Eric Yeagle. As I mentioned, the 2 MSR Houston drivers. They're going to make up row number 3. Row number 4, they're going to split Yeagle starting 6th on the outside of row number 3, and then Stuart Black, and then Yeagle on the inside of the next row. Stuart Black in the Bill Black Chevrolet Sonic, starting 7th with Joe McClugan 8th. So again, interesting to see as those two have a little bit of history together. Then Chris Taylor and Stephanie Anderson, they're going to make up the top 10.
All right, so we got a lot of racing to talk about left in this
We
show.
do.
Three more races ahead. We'll talk about Formula F next, then GTL, and then we'll wrap it up at the end with T1. Now we change our focus to Formula F, which is hard for me because I still want to say Formula Ford.
Yeah, and I've had to correct you now for the last 3 years, practically every weekend.
Well, and this year it looks like there's more Hondas than Fords, so it's a legit Formula F class.
It is.
So and interesting pole sitter in this class.
Indeed.
Calvin Kautz. He is. There's some provenance there in the family.
Exactly. There is a generational thing there going. Is his father Tim Kautz took 3 national championships, interestingly, first in a Ford, and then switched over, was one of the early Honda racers, moved it into his DF3D chassis. And so Tim Kautz, your national champion in 2010 at the runoffs here at Road America, also 2012 and 2013 as well. But Calvin's gonna have a pretty tough row to hoe.
Yeah,
he's got somebody starting beside him on the front row that certainly knows something about winning national championships, just a little bit.
Yeah.
He's going to be starting right next to Jonathan Kotek, who has 4 national championships to his name. Interestingly enough, and it's 4 out of the last 6 years.
Wow.
Of course, our reigning national champion, Nolan Aller, not racing this year. And the 1 year, other than last year, that Kotek hasn't won since 2018 was in 2020 here at Road America when Simon Sykes and his Magali took the national championship.
Exactly. One of the things I've found interesting with qualifying on Thursday is that it seemed as though in the morning qualifying sessions, most of the pole sitters were coming from sessions earlier in the week.
Correct.
Conditions were not as prime this morning. Now, in the afternoon, we had some pole sitters set times. But this morning was interesting.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that, and we saw with the morning sessions, and the way we conduct qualifying for the runoffs is we have classes run their qualifying sessions commensurate with about the same time of day as when they'll have their national championship race.
Sure.
And so Formula F was always one of our first classes out. They also, I believe, were on track 2 of the 3 days with Formula 600.
Got it.
Now, yesterday was the day that they were separated, and Formula F had their own session. It was also considerably colder yesterday morning. Much better weather to make power. Maybe not such great weather to get heat in your tires, but we saw every single racer, bar one, set their best qualifying laps during Wednesday's session.
Exactly. So it was always, and that was one of the things when I was trying to figure out who to talk to for pole sitter interviews. I kept on getting information from timing and scoring that it looks like yesterday's going to stand. This was talking on Thursday. It looks like the older times are going to stand, and then as the day wore on and the temperatures warmed up a little bit, it kind of switched over. So and there's a number of cars in this field in the top 10 here who have a real chance of vying for the national championship. When you get deeper beyond Kautz and Kotek, you've got Theodore Burns out of Fitchburg, Wisconsin. He's a local driver.
And Burns, by the way, was your provisional pole sitter after the first day.
Exactly. So he's got a bucket full of laps here. Then you've got Antonio Constantino coming to us out of Ontario, Canada, and Tazio Stefanelli in 5th place. All these are good race car drivers.
Absolutely. Matteo Naranjo, who finds himself starting in 7th position, a little bit further back than I would have expected. We've seen him have some absolutely barn burner races. One comes to mind at Sebring, and I believe it was against Nolan Aller, as a matter of fact, where they swapped positions somewhere around 16 or 17 times.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it was absolutely one of the most bizarre races I've seen, primarily because they were able to separate themselves out from the rest of the Formula F field, battle so hard that they kept swapping positions, and they still had 15 seconds on the rest of the field. They were that good.
Yeah.
And so I think this may be one of the first times that Naranjo has been here to Road America.
Okay.
And maybe, as simple as this track layout looks, it looks like just some long straightaways tied together by right-hand turns. There is so much nuance to this track that it's not something that you can pick up like that.
Absolutely, absolutely. And even go deeper into the field, our 12th place starter, Eric Polson, he's out of Clovis, California. I see him all the time at our West Coast races. He is a fantastic race car driver. 12th fastest here this weekend.
There are a lot of fantastic race car drivers in this field.
So it'll be very interesting to see how this plays out. What do you think the keys are for these Formula F cars as they get deep into this race? Because obviously you got to get through turn one first lap.
Yep.
And that's always a little scary.
Always.
And this is going to be an early race. So you've got slick tires. It's still going to be fairly cold tomorrow.
Morning. I would suspect that it's probably, we've seen the ambient air temperature for a good portion of the week, with the exception of the Wednesday qualifying, somewhere around the mid-50s. And it has taken about, for Formula F, maybe 2.5 to 3 laps in order to get sufficient heat in the tires and in the equipment for drivers to start setting fast laps. Now that's a little different, and qualifying is a much different beast than racing, and everybody's going to be in that same boat. I think, yes, you're going to have to worry about keeping the car on track and staying in the race, basically, for the first number of laps. And I think if you're there, then it becomes your typical Formula F dogfight. And you just have to make sure, that you don't necessarily take every last opportunity that presents itself, but you be a little bit more methodical in the race, and I think you'll have a very good chance to win.
Do you see this as a race where you're going to be having people flipping positions all the time? Or are they going to try to settle in and run the first 30, 35 minutes and figuring out where everybody is, and then the last 10 minutes we're going to have to put on our seatbelts and hold on? I
suspect that Kotz and Kotek probably would like to see a more sedate race and maybe try to separate themselves out from the rest of the field before they start going at it. Knowing how Formula F racers typically race, I'd take the former and expect just a barn burner from the very beginning.
All right, we've got a whole bunch of folks here. 13 cars in the field. I'm looking through the field. You've got a bunch of folks here, also local, who we might be seeing try to get themselves to the front. You've got Demetrius Konstantinidis, who's out of the Chicago region. He is, I'm sure, has a lot of time here, and it's just a tough field to try to look to who might be, other than your top 2 or 3 cars you'd expect to be running up front, who could come from the back.
Yeah, it's going to be rough. Now, a sports car, they picked Jonathan Kotick to win.
Sure.
They looked at Matteo Naranjo, who again is starting in 7th, and again, that's going to be a tough fight to work his way to the front, and also Ted Burns, but I think, as we take a look and look at the qualifying and how closely matched so many of these racers are, if we go, once you get past Kotick and you get past Kotz on the front row, who are both in the mid 2-minute 22 range,
right?
We've got the next 6 drivers or so, all within a second to a 1.2 seconds separated in qualifying, and the majority of them, they weren't going out, they weren't drafting cars, they weren't getting in people's mirrors and trying to make people uncomfortable, things that you typically only see during a race, and somebody may end up racing very differently than they qualify.
Absolutely. The atmosphere here, switching gears just slightly before we go through the top, the rundown of the grid. The atmosphere at the runoffs is always very interesting. It's fun. There's stuff going on at night. You've got it's a long week here.
It is.
We talked. I talked with Dave Ogburn in our Inside the SCCA show that came out this morning about how other than and he was like, I don't know that we should be comparing ourselves to the Indianapolis 500, but there aren't very many races out there where it's 6 days of racing to get from the start, and if you add the test sessions in, it's 8-9 days here at any runoffs. Yeah. It's kind of a grind, and you have to have. Not very many people come here on their first runoffs and run to win.
When I came for the very first time, and here at Road America. Right. I was just hoping to survive, and I was in the very first race on the very first day, the first of Hagerty race days, and I was already a wreck.
Yeah.
By the time the car wasn't a wreck, I was a wreck by the time we ever took to the course. And I know that's the case for a lot of racers. I said I've been here for 4 days. That's not true. I've been here for 7. I worked grid for the first 2 days of testing, last Saturday, last Sunday. And to see the wide-eyed drivers, the very first times that they have ever been to Road America, as they are trying to pick up a very difficult 4-mile race course, they are overwhelmed.
Yeah.
And I think, any of us know that when you're in that kind of shape, the need for additional sleep is so necessary. And a lot of these drivers, they just don't get it because they need to fiddle with their cars. They need to optimize everything to be ready to go. And some of them may not have had the best of qualifying weeks, may have car issues. And if you go into a championship race and you're not well rested and your team's not well rested, in many cases, it doesn't turn out to plan.
All right, let's run through our top 10 here. Actually, let's run through all 13 because we got the time.
We got an extra 3. Let's take a look here. All right, so we've already talked about Calvin Kotz and Jonathan Kotek on the front row, and they, like I said, they were separated by just a couple of tenths. Kotz put in a fast lap of 2:22.52, whereas. Kotz with that time with Kotek at a 2:22.73. So 0.2 of a second separating our drivers over the course of 3 miles. Ted Burns, who again came in after day 1 as your provisional pole sitter, he turned in a 2:23 flat. So only another 0.3 of a second off of our front row. Antonio Constantino with a 2:23.5. So again, not very far back. Again, very closely matched racers. Tazio Stefanelli starting 5th, William Ferguson 6th, Matteo Naranjo 7th, Nathan Down 8th, Demetrius Constantinitis 9th with Michael Dowden 10th. Jay Messenger will start in 11th with Eric Paulson 12th, and then 13th will be Robert Gross. And interesting as we look at the field here, you mentioned how many Hondas that we have in the field, and Calvin Kotz, who I'm fairly certain is running in the same chassis that Tim Kotz won his national championships in. He's got the Honda power.
Right.
Jonathan Kotek in his Swift, Ford power. And then as you start to run through the field, everything is a Honda, but across many different chassis. We've got multiple types of Piper chassis. We've got Spectrums, we've got Megalis, we've got Van Diemens. But Kotek is as far as I know, the sole Ford racer in the field. Not very much unlike what we saw with Nolan Aller last year, who also had Ford power and I think was one of the sole Fords in the field.
Absolutely. Let's take a quick moment. We're up here having fun and racing cars and doing what we love to do. And we just want to recognize that there are some parts of the country that are hurting right now.
Indeed.
With Hurricane Helene as it came up through from Florida up through Georgia, North Carolina, up into Virginia, all this kind of stuff. Several of our racers weren't able to make it here this weekend because they had to take care of business at home and family at home, and we miss them. But
and I've had talked to multiple racers and racing family SCCA members that I know, as I come from Charlotte, North Carolina, not quite the western part of the state, but I know of many folks that have really had their lives turned upside down by what this storm has done. We have 2 members of the SCCA staff that came here against all odds, came here a little bit late, but managed to get their lives righted enough to be able to come to assist here at the runoffs. But I've got so many folks that have not. I want to, if I can, I want to mention one organization in the North Carolina area that I know was out today delivering supplies that is called Racing for ALS.
Ryan Cheek, who's been on our show several times, she's in a bad spot with her house.
She is. She lives out in Black Mountain. They are. And Racing for ALS has been bringing out supplies just today out to Western North Carolina. They typically, as you would imagine, are looking to find cures for ALS, for Lou Gehrig's disease, but they are stepping up and doing what we racers do, and that's helping the community.
So we just want to let everyone know that while we're here doing our thing, we're thinking about you all wherever you are. Hopefully, if you get a chance to tune in a little bit to get a little bit of a diversion from everything that's going on, we could give you a couple minutes of that. So we're all with you here. Your SCCA family is thinking about you, and our thoughts, our prayers, and everything are going out to all of you. So coming up next, we're going to talk a little bit about GT Lights.
GT Lights
is our next race up. So we'll talk about that coming up next. Next up, GT Lights.
GT Light.
This is always a fun class. Lots of really cool and interesting cars in this class. Many of them stuff that you would see on the street if they weren't
silhouette cars on tube-frame bodies. Yes,
exactly. But yeah, Hondas, a Mazda, Toyota, Nissans, lots of Mazdas actually, and it's a really, really cool mix of cars.
Yeah, and when I watch this class, oh, sorry,
it's okay.
Let's start again.
Yeah, we just need to keep moving. Forget about anything else.
Okay.
All right. GT Lights is next. I love this class. These are lots of cars that you would see on the street if they
weren't tube frame bodies or tube frames with silhouette bodies. Yes, absolutely.
Exactly. We've got Hondas, we've got Toyotas, Mazdas, Toyota Paseo, a Volkswagen, and one little lonely MG midget.
MG midgets, exactly.
So tons of fun. This is always a fun class, always a great competitive class.
It is.
Very, very close. If you look or at least the first two drivers are not too far off from each other's times here. It's going to be fun to watch this.
Yes, it definitely is. It's going to be the battle of the CRXs up at the front of the field, and it is also going to be, I believe, the battle of former champions.
Yep.
Of course, we've got our defending national champion in the field. Used to race a Honda CRX.
Right.
Took the championship in a Toyota Tercel, and he's back with that same car this year. But we've got two CRXs at the front of the field. We've got Peter Shadowin, who is your pole sitter.
Yep.
Peter has 5 national championships to his name. He's won in 2016. He's won in 2019. 2020, also in 2022. So he won just 2 years ago at Virginia International Raceway. He won here at Road America in 2020, and he knows this track incredibly well. And then, of course, we've got Chris Bovis. Bovis is a 3-time national champion, also in a Honda CRX. Interesting, and we were talking, these are like the cars you'd find on the showroom floor or out in the street. Interesting to note that Peter Shadowin's Honda CRX.
Yep.
How many rear-wheel drive Honda CRXs do you know?
A dozen.
A dozen?
Maybe not even that many.
Maybe not even any rear-wheel drive Honda CRXs.
Well, not coming out of the factory, but I know there were a few made for racing.
That is true. And so Peter Shadowin's car, it is a rear-wheel drive car, whereas the Bovis car, front-wheel drive, one of the many cars, I think one of the 8 that Jim Dentisi, who was our 2006, our 2006 GT Lite champion, that was his 4th national championship, built with King Motorsports.
Right.
And I think Jim Dentisi is actually Chris Bovis's crew chief.
Nice.
Here this weekend. But 2 very different cars that look very much the same.
Absolutely.
Sitting on the front row. And they were going at it all week in qualifying. Just Bovis didn't have the pace for the little yellow 72 machine. But as we've seen with Shadowin with all these championships, not many people do.
Well, and Dentisi and King Motorsports just down the street here, Wisconsin-based team.
Right.
And over the years, they've had a lot of success here at this racetrack. So not surprising to me at all that they figured out how to put a Honda in the front row here.
Yeah, indeed. And a great story. I think I mentioned I was working grid earlier in the week. I went up to Chris Bovis, so we've been trading emails back and forth. Of course, I race a Honda CRX, and introduced myself. And Jim Dentisi was standing right beside him. He goes, "You probably don't remember who I am, do you?" And I go, "Oh, I absolutely remember, because when I came here for the runoffs in 2010, they teamed up rookie Road America racers with experts on the track.
Nice.
And I had about an hour's worth of driving around Road America in a streetcar with Jim Dentices. He told me all of his secrets, of which I absorbed none of it.
You mean you didn't win that year with all of his tutelage?
No, I did not.
Okay.
Of course, I was competing against 300 horsepower World Challenge touring cars in my 130 horsepower CRX. I was a little overmatched.
What exactly is the problem with that?
For the 300 horsepower World Challenge touring cars, no problem at all.
No problem at all.
I certainly wasn't the problem for them.
You look, though, as we go into this field, it is absolutely stacked. You've got Michael Lewis. He's won a few national championships. I think Brian Lynn's got a couple national championships.
Brian Lynn has multiples in GT Lite, also in H production as well. We talked about Graham Fuller, our defending national champion in the field here. I think Jonathan Goodale, if I remember correctly, I'd have to double check, but I think Goodale has a prior championship to his name, not necessarily in GT Lite. There's so many folks
Peter
here.
Zeckert, he has been a part of this class for a long time.
Indeed.
And so he knows how to get around here as well. And I had to bring up Lewis and Lynn, my West Coast guys.
Sure.
Got to represent if you're going to tow all the way out here from California.
Oh, of course.
It's good that you're going to run in the top 5. And Michael Lewis, he's in several races here this weekend, as he normally is.
Yeah.
But he'll be out here with that Mazda RX-7, and he is always a contender if he gets to the finish line.
Well, indeed. And, we talked about Shadowin with his 5 national championships. We talked about Bovis with his 3. Michael Lewis behind the wheel of that number 32 Mazda RX-7, which will be racing both in GT Lite as well, that same chassis in GT3 as well. Michael Lewis has 10 national championships. So he's got a few.
Just a couple. How does this race play out? How do these guys typically like to go out? And start their race and work their way through that race? Yeah,
well, obviously, as opposed to some of the classes that rely on the DOT tires and cars that are in tube frames, you're not going to see drafting a lot in this class. You're going to see cars keeping a little bit of a distance to one another. But what we typically see in GT Lite, one is very respectful racing. Sure. But given the pace that Shadowin has had so far this week, and it only comes out to about a second in qualifying, multiply that second over 13 laps.
Right.
And that's a pretty substantial distance, and it's going to be imperative that Chris Bovis, that Michael Lewis do something to hold that little yellow number 72 up, so that they are in a position to fight for the lead at the very end. We saw a very close race. And you'll have to excuse me, but I think it was Shadowin and it was Scott Toomey at Indianapolis a couple of years ago, back in 2021, one of the greatest races in GT Lite I've ever seen, where they battled it out for, I think, the last 7 laps or so at Indy. And if you can get alongside, and this track, it's not the widest. It hasn't gotten much wider in the 70 years since it was first opened. But if you can go side by side and you can slow him down and bring more people into the fight, I think the better it's going to be for anybody that isn't Peter Shadowin.
Right. How have you seen, now these cars are all on some version of a slick tire.
For the most part, yes.
We have a brand new track surface here. We're coming to the end of, I guess, its second year of usefulness.
Right.
And, or being used with this new surface. A lot of drivers have said that this surface has changed even since they were here in June.
Yes.
And I think what's happening is the sheen is coming off at this point.
It took a year and a half for it to happen.
Yeah.
But this race course went from being a single lane race course last year when we came for the June sprints to the line maybe widening out a little bit. There are still some places on the race course here where I think drivers are still a bit challenged and are still trying to figure out the nuance of the track, primarily because of the additional crown in the pavement to aid a water dissipation when it rains.
Right.
And it's really made some places in the track very difficult. I was talking with Eric Mueller, the voice of Road America, during yesterday's pole day qualifying, and there are some little bumps and different landmarks that drivers would use that are no longer there since the repave, which has made things much more difficult. But yes, certainly the track now, as it has been rubbering in, and since last Saturday when the testing began, there has been no precipitation here.
Right.
There has been nothing but dry air in the mid-60s, sometimes down into the 50s, where drivers have been able to put down rubber, and lots of rubber. That rubber is still there, and regardless of where they are on the track, that is going to open things up, I think, a bit more for these drivers.
And a shocking moment for those who are from Wisconsin. There's no precipitation for the next 3 days in the forecast either, which means there could be 8 straight days with no rain.
Yeah.
I hope I haven't jinxed it.
You probably have.
But this is really uncommon for the fall of Wisconsin.
I mean, usually you get this time of year, you get 3 seasons in a day.
Exactly. So, all right, let's run through our starting lineups here, and then we've got some people to thank.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. All right. So on the front row, as we mentioned, Peter Shadowin out of West Palm Beach, Florida, in his Honda CRX. He had put in a qualifying time of 2:30.858. Chris Bovis out of Overland Park, Kansas, and still representing the Chicago region of the SCCA, a 2:31.111, his fastest qualifying time, and so he will start on the outside of the front row. Michael Lewis, again, 10-time national champion, in his second-generation Mazda RX-7 with Graham Fuller and his Toyota Tercel. Graham Fuller, the defending national champion. Then we've got Brian Lynn starting 5th. He's out of Hermosa Beach, representing Cal Club, your home region.
Absolutely.
And he is driving a Nissan Sentra sedan and had a very good run last year. Was not quite there for the national championship. Then we've got James Gregorius. James is in a first-generation Mazda RX-7, and I don't believe that this is a tube frame car. I believe this is a unibody car. He's scheduled to start 6th. Jonathan Goodale driving his NC Miata MX-5. That is a car that he has been racing for a number of years and has been very strong. He was in the fight back here in 2020. He was in the fight for the bronze medal in the GT Lite race. I look back, and it was Michael Lewis, Jonathan Goodale, and then Graham Fuller, all battling it out for that last position. All of them ended up in the abutment of the Speedville Bridge on the final lap, and none of them.
That happen again.
Yeah, exactly. We don't want to see that happen again. Eric Vickerman out of the Detroit region had been campaigning in MG Midget, I believe, in H production for a couple of years. He is in a Mazda 3. I think probably one, I don't know if it's the only one, but probably the only GT Lite Mazda 3 hatchback in the field. He starts 8th with Peter Zeckert, as you said, probably one of the biggest advocates for GT Lite over the past number of years. Has rehomed cars and had a foster program, I guess you'd say, for GT Lite machines. He is starting 9th with Chris Dudson out of the best sounding hometown ever, Chilliwack, British Columbia.
I love it.
And he is racing a Honda CRX. He's going to start 10th with Chris Copley. Copley has been racing a British Leyland Mini in GT Lite for so many years.
Right.
He brought out this week a brand new chassis. It's a little black Toyota Paseo, and has been running. It's still got some teething pains, I think, but has been running rather well. He starts 11th with Scott McAllister starting 12th, Noel Hayward starting lucky 13th, and unfortunately Jonathan Stalzer in one of the most beautiful cars in the field. It's a 1971 Toyota Corolla. Word I got is that the motor let go.
Oh, no.
during pole day qualifying yesterday. He was qualified 14th. There are some folks that are trying to source an engine for him to get in the car so that he can have it on the grid for today's championship race. I'd love to see it out there because it is absolutely a gorgeous machine.
Yeah, that would be very cool. Of course, this is Inside the SCCA, brought to you this week by Goodyear Racing Tires. Big thank you goes out to them for being part of our runoffs coverage for the past 3 years. Jay Chapman and all of the folks over there really supportive of our program here, and we very much appreciate that. Of course, the new presenting sponsor for Inside the SCCA for the full season is raceschool.com. They're based out of California. A lot of people come to California to go to raceschool.com. Why? Okay. Because they're pretty certain to have good weather.
Oh, yes.
So they've got racing out at...
We've got beautiful weather here. Why would they go there?
Sure you do. Sure you do. But so yeah, great folks there. We really appreciate them coming on board for this whole season with Inside the SCCA. Then Solo Performance Specialties. If you're an autocrosser, go to them and check them out for all of your autocross needs. Ray Esports, the official sim racing league of Inside the SCCA, and of course, Racekeeper is the official in-car camera of Inside the SCCA. And Racekeeper cameras are in a lot of cars.
Racekeeper and Roadkeeper units,
yep.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. So, all right, so that's going to do it for our coverage of GT Lights. Up next is Touring 1, and that could be a very interesting race as well. That's up next. Touring 1 is up next.
Or you mean the Andrew Aquilante show?
Well, it seems to have been that way for a while. Should we start at the bottom and work our way up?
That might be a good way to go about it today.
Let's do it that way. 8 cars in today's race, and it is a small but stout field of cars. Several cars with this whole Phoenix Motorsports thing going on.
Phoenix Performance,
Phoenix Performance. But let's start with Ronald Lombardo out of Tuxedo Park, New York.
That's almost as great as Chilliwack,
exactly.
British Columbia. Exactly.
He'll be bringing up the back of the field in a Ford Mustang,
2013 Mustang.
Yep. And so he's there. Then we're going to get to David Marshall from Glen Beulah, Wisconsin. I've been around here a long time, and I've never heard Glen Beulah, but he's a Milwaukee region guy in another Ford Mustang. And then we've got Paolo Salvatore in, gosh darn it, another Mustang.
Ford Mustang, exactly.
Now, we've seen Paulo on the Super Tour several times.
We have, and I believe in a couple different classes, and he's also put in some time in the new IMSA Mustang series as well.
Yep, that Mustang Challenge. So, and then you've got Hugh Stewart from out of Milford, Connecticut.
Yeah, and Hugh finished on the podium at the runoffs back in 2019 at VIR on what was a bit of a damp track. And I think
which year?
2019.
Okay, that was before I went down there.
That is correct.
Not as damp as the track.
No, not as later, exactly. I think we'll talk about this a little later. I think Hugh, his BMW M3, I think it's a little outgunned in the dry, but if the track gets wet, he is definitely somebody to look for here.
Well, that's probably not going to happen
Not going to happen today, exactly.
So that'll be a tough one for him.
Start doing your rain dance, Hugh.
Exactly. Now we get into some of the big muscle here in this class. A couple Mercedes, a Corvette, and then, of course, the Mustang of Andrew Aquilani. So,
yeah, indeed. Next up, after, we talked about Paolo Salvatore, Hugh Stewart, Mark Bowden starting on the outside of row number 2. Bowden with 3 national championships to his name. The last time he won in Touring 1 was back in 2020, right here at Road America. I also won the previous year in that Fall Line Motorsports Mercedes AMG GT4. And he's not the only one in a GT4 this week, or an AMG GT4 this weekend. We've got the Iron Man of this year's runoffs also qualified in one of the Mercedes. That is Tony Ave out of Maiden, North Carolina. Tony is racing in GT1, GT2, GT3, not GT Lite, but Touring 1, and then the outlier, Formula Atlantic.
Yeah.
So, And he's a very big man. I did not think he'd fit in an Atlantic chassis. And when I say big, I don't mean big like me. I mean tall, very much unlike me.
Absolutely, yeah, tall, and he's got some shoulders too.
He does.
So but he gets himself in that Toyota Atlantic car. I think it's an actual Toyota Atlantic car.
It is.
So
yes, it is. It's a Swift 016 Toyota powered machine.
Yep. So and then you've got what has to be the feel-good story of this whole runoffs, or at least one of them, and that's James Candelaria.
Yeah, James Candelaria in his Phoenix Performance Chevy Corvette. Had a chance to interview him back in June at the New Jersey Motorsports Park Majors, the Jersey Devil Majors. Also had a chance to talk to him during qualifying this week on air. Had a heart transplant in December of 2023.
Yep.
So we're talking
not even 12 months ago.
Not even 12 months ago. Has been going through very rigorous rehab and physical therapy in order to prepare. As I said, he was back in a race car in June, no more than 6 months after he had this surgery. He called me last week because he had a small infection, an airborne infection, and because his immune system is somewhat depleted because of the heart transplant, there were some questions as to whether he'd be behind the wheel of a race car this week. But he has absolutely shown that he is, not only that he belongs here, but he is very, very quick, as he is now scheduled to start on the outside of the front row. He managed to run faster than those two AMG GT4s, and he's going to be right alongside defending champion Andrew Aquilante.
His story is interesting because he had a care team who understood what his goal was.
Yes.
And that his sole goal, other than surviving a heart transplant,
was to get behind the wheel of a race car.
Behind the wheel of a race car, and to do it in time to be able to qualify for the runoffs.
Correct.
And the team was on board. It also didn't hurt that James was really fit outside of the fact that he needed a new heart.
Sure. Although, we talked to him, and he had lost somewhere along the lines of 35 pounds. He'd lost somewhere along the lines of 35 pounds after having the surgery. Was down to somewhere along the lines of 135, 140 pounds.
Right.
And had to be able to gain all that back. And, a lot of that was lost muscle.
Sure.
Again, very rigorous physical therapy. I should mention that he has, sitting on the hood of his race car, is the organization that helps facilitate heart transplants, and not just heart transplants, but other organ transplants for those in need. It's unos.org. If you please go ahead and look them up. It's unos.org. Read up on them, please, if you can make a donation. Without them, James may not be here racing this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Now let's get to our pole sitter.
Yes.
He's got a couple national championships under his belt.
Just a few. He's looking for his fourth in a row in Touring 1, and he is looking for his 15th overall.
Wow.
And that is Andrew Aquilante out of Chester Springs, Pennsylvania, for Phoenix Performance in the Hoosier Hawk Ford Mustang, same machine that he's been racing for a number of years. And to say that he was the class of the field just does not begin to explain it. Whereas James Candelaria, incredibly happy to get into the low 18s. He was hoping to get into the 17s. Aquilante qualified with a 2-minute 16.578. That was over a second and a half clear of the rest of the field. That is how dominant it was.
Yeah, that's a good car with a pretty good driver behind the wheel.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
I had a chance to catch up with Andrew after his Thursday qualifying session. Let's take a listen to that interview. All right, I'm here with the T1 pole sitter, Andrew Aquilante, for the 2024 runoffs. Tell me about the fast lap.
Like a drive in a national park? Of speed, I guess. It was pretty good. Nothing too out of the normal other than the paving has changed here. Turns are trickier, so you got to adapt pretty quick and then temper your enthusiasm in other places that could bite you.
Yeah.
And basically, no frills kind of lap. There's no heroics in that regard, and we see what happens.
Has the track been changing since the test days to now?
Honestly, I can't really say. I've only been on track 3 times.
Okay.
So maybe a little bit. I think that really the biggest change is the wind direction.
Right.
First day we had a tailwind up the front straightaway, which was worth quite a bit, and it wasn't amazingly a detriment down the back. Yesterday the wind flipped, although I think conditions were really good. I didn't go out yesterday. Then today the wind is pretty dead or very light, but it feels warmer than it did. So, and that's just horsepower, track grip changing. It's, who knows? I mean, this will be about the same time as our race tomorrow, but I think the day is supposed to be a touch cooler than it was today, but we'll see.
Tomorrow's race day, how do you think that's going to play out?
Regretfully, with the small field, it's not. How would I say this? It's the runoffs. You've got to finish the race first. We all know that. Everybody's been there, done that. This is a tricky track. Tires, after a couple laps, do go off. So staying on the pavement is always important. Hitting your marks over and over and over again. And minding the trouble zones and being careful in that regard is the biggest thing. For us now, with a dynamic, this takes us back to 2013 when I first ran GT2. We have DOTs versus slicks. And so the DOTs were ready to rock and roll on the pace lap. The slicks maybe aren't. Now, will the slicks come back at the end of the race? We don't know. We'll find out.
That's Andrew Aquilani. He's your T1 pole sitter here at the 2024 runoffs. All right, so Andrew Aquilani there was very choosy in his words.
Very diplomatic.
If you know Andrew, he is very passionate about what we do here.
He is.
And he's not afraid to share his ideas, which is always interesting to hear. But he was very measured in his responses. A little disappointed at the small number of cars here this weekend.
And I think understandably so. With an 8-car field, I would be too.
But obviously he's got a good piece. And it's going to be hard for anybody to keep up with him.
It is.
Yeah. So, all right, let's go through the grid the right way this time.
Okay.
And we'll start with Andrew Aquilani and James Candelaria on your front row.
Right, exactly. And as we mentioned, Aquilante with about a second and a half on the rest of the field. It's gonna be tough going for everybody, I think. With Candelaria second, and then we've got the two Mercedes on row number 2, Tony Ave and Mark Bowden, both multi-time national champions. Sports Car Magazine, interestingly enough, picked Andrew Aquilante to win, and also Tony Ave and Mark Bowden to be in the mix. It's a shame they didn't think of James Candelaria, because I think he's proven a lot of people wrong here this weekend. Hugh Stewart starting in.
I don't think anybody would be upset, including Andrew Aquilani, if James Candelaria won a national championship today.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. So Hugh Stewart starting 5th with Paolo Salvatore on the outside of row number 3, and then row number 4, it is David Marshall. The two Mustangs, David Marshall out of Wisconsin in the Milwaukee region, Ron Lombardo out of the New England region, rounding out that 8-car field.
All right, so, Greg, we've got a whole bunch of racing coming up here right now, starting at 8 o'clock, or I think it's 8:15, because we've got the national anthem and some festivities this morning. So 8:15 is going to be the start of our racing this morning. 4 races before lunch, and then after lunch, we've got 5 more races on the docket for this afternoon. Spec Miata, always one of the fan favorites.
And one of the fan favorites, and one that has not been as those behind the scenes might expect, the one without a little bit of controversy throughout the week.
We'll talk about that in our noon show coming up during the lunch break.
Yes.
We'll talk about all of these afternoon races. So Spec Miata Touring 2, H Production. There's some fun stuff to talk about in H Production. Yes. Always, of course. STU is this afternoon, and then the racing action wraps up at 5 o'clock this afternoon, approximately, with Formula Continental. So all of that is coming up yet today. What are your thoughts now, 4 days in to this 57-day event.
Yes.
We've got about a minute and a half left here.
Remember when I said that racers that come here for the first time, they're so shell-shocked, and the one thing that they need is rest? Rest needed.
Rest. Who needs rest?
Yeah, exactly.
That is going to do it. We're going to have a little bit of fun here this morning with the national anthem, some festivities, and we're about 15 minutes away or so, approximately, from our racing action.
Can't wait to kick off Hagerty Race Days here at the Runoffs.
Hagerty Race Days. He's Greg Ginsburg. I'm Brian Belansky. This is Inside the SCCA from the Runoffs. We'll see you at noon.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to America's national part of speed. What an amazing event this is going to be. The 60th anniversary celebration, if you will, of SCCA's, the Sports Car Club of America's National Championship Runoffs. Our coverage throughout this weekend will be presented by Mazda. And we are getting ready for a brief opening ceremonies, and then we are going to have a very busy day of racing. In fact, a very busy weekend. All told, I think 26 classes, and 9 are going to be determined in terms of national champions and gold medal winners today alone. And we rinse and repeat, really, for the next couple of days. Should be spectacular. We are at, I can't think of a better venue to hold a celebration of this stature here than America's National Park of Speed, as I like to call it, America's Nürburgring. Tomo Gorman, you're going to be joining me for the first race this morning. This place is just special.
It's been exceptionally special, I will say. This week's just been absolutely beautiful. You see some clouds in the sky right now. Those are the first clouds we've seen in days as the spectators starting to roll in for 26 races over the next 3 days. And the last time we were here was in 2020. It goes without saying that it's a very different feel here this year, and everyone's enjoying it so much to get a true full runoffs experience after the last time being here being a little more isolated, let's say.
Yeah, and the people that raced here in 2020, they're greeted by a brand new track surface for them too. If they haven't been back, that's why a lot of people came and ran the June Sprint. You normally see that, one of the big majors during the season on a track that's going to be hosting the runoffs is pretty well subscribed, but I think all the serious players had to come here to get a handle on this new surface, which all it did was make this place faster.
Made it faster, but it was a bit bizarre for a little while. It's come in really nicely, and you can see the surface is nice and black and clean, but the thing that's gone unchanged is everything off the surface. So the curbs are still razor sharp. The runoff is definitely still rough. There's lots of grass. The walls are still exactly where we left them the last time. So Road America is absolutely unchanged, even though it's a little quicker and a little bit smoother.
One of the 3 oldest permanent road racing facilities in the country, and I think the one, it was created in that era when people were still racing on public roads, and the cars were getting too fast. It was dangerous, and so that got outlawed. And so a number of areas, Watkins Glen, certainly out in California, Willow, and this kind of thing, they said, well, we need to build tracks that emulate the roads. I don't think anybody ever did it better than they did here. I mean, you just take a drive in the backcountry up here in the Kettle Moraine Forest. This is what you're driving on. They did a beautiful job of it. There are people who will say, well, it's a relatively simple track. I don't agree with that. One of the reasons is it's so fast that you've got to cinch them up to get around here fast, just for starters.
Yeah, and it's actually, everyone thinks of it as a high-speed track as well in terms of top speed. Mm-hmm. And you're right, it's very, very, very fast. But the top speeds aren't everything. The handling section from turn 5, where we're looking at on camera just now, down into that speed zone all the way through, is absolutely handling.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And as I said, we are just about set for our brief opening ceremonies. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, please rise and remove your cover as it is time for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Big thank you to Doug Johnson, who is one of the great corner workers. Flaggers and communications is his specialty. Now spends a lot of time up in race control on the radios and kicking things off for us absolutely beautifully this morning. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are just going to pause very briefly. 8:15 is the scheduled start of our first race. And Tom O'Gorman and I will take you through that. We'll set things up for you for the run for the gold for Race 1 here at the 60th running of SCCA's National Championship Runoffs in just a minute. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to America's National Park of Speed. Couldn't be a better venue to celebrate the 60th anniversary running of the Sports Car Club of America's National Championship Runoffs. I'm Greg Creamer. I'll be joined by Tom O'Gorman for today's coverage of the Run for the Gold in B-Spec. And Hayward Wagner will be down in pit lane giving us lots of great updates. And speaking of that, I think he's ready. Hayward, we got a class coming up that is huge fun.
The 5-minute warning just went hot here on grid for the B-Spec race. The story on grid this morning is that it is colder than it's been all week when these guys have been on track, and there was rain last night, so the track is going to be a different condition than they've had all week. Your front two cars, the front row, their goal is to make this race boring. They want to get out in front, get ahead, drive away from everybody. They have not gotten approval of that plan from the rest of this grid, so it's going to be very interesting to see how these guys play forward. Interestingly, we do have two minis on the front of this grid, but they are two different minis. The first being the traditional Cooper, and then behind it, the lower roofed car that the two-seater. That car is going to draft a little bit differently, so let's watch how these two work together.
All right, thanks very much, Hayward. And I guess, Tom O'Gorman, you've won a championship in pro racing in B-Spec cars. On this long track, it should be a drafting battle extraordinaire.
It absolutely is, and very happy to be here with you guys at the 2024
Likewise.
championships. But yeah, we start off with one of the most interesting classes. It's the least spec of our spec classes, and what that means is the details start to really, really matter. Looking at the defending champion, Richard Roman, in that Mini Coupe, you'll see him actually working with the car that's on pole. You're going to see that across the entire field, actually. Cars pairing up. As we're learning, it takes two to win one championship in B-Spec.
Yeah, and this is it's the best bang for the buck, really, in racing for outright fun. Let's take a look here. We mentioned the track. It is a long one, especially for a car by design, Tomo, that doesn't have a lot of power and so much time spent climbing hills from 14 to the start-finish line, but it's quick.
It's really quick, and we're starting with the fastest of the three sectors. This is where the top speed, but also acceleration out of turn 3 is really, really important. Lots of drafting there through turns 1 and down towards turn 5. Then we enter the handling section in sector 2, and this is where the sneaky momentum is actually king here at Road America. If you're quick from turn 5 back to turn 12, you're probably faster than the guy with the fastest trap speeds, but lots of technical down through turn 7 and a steep decline down into turn 8, flat out through the carousel. Believe it or not, the fastest and longest section of the track flat out in a B-Spec car is from turn 8 down into this braking zone starting sector 3 at Canada Corner, turn 12, where races are won and lost because of that big dig from turn 14 up a massive hill and to the start-finish line at the checkered flag.
Yeah, first time I ever raced her was in an ITC Toyota Starlet with a whopping 70 horsepower. I remember coming out of 14, grabbing my gear, and then slowing down all the way up the hill. So that's what the elevation change is here. When you look at the map, you don't see that. And I'm going to hammer this all weekend long. But turn 6 to me, I think is one of the trickiest corners in North America.
It is a challenging track, and it's also 4 miles long. I think a lot of people know that Road America is one of the longest in the U.S., but what that means is just being consistent over a 4-mile track, lap after lap after lap. It's a lot of distance to make mistakes, and especially in B-Spec, these cars don't recover from mistakes very well at all. So you have to minimize mistakes, pick your moments, and be very, very smart, not only with when you're going to make your moves, but when do I choose to work with and not with, maybe, somebody that you've already been around.
Yeah, loss of momentum here for these cars is massive. We are closing in on the start of the Run for the Gold in B-Spec. We will be right back, so hang tight.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Oof, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Thanks, brother. We are back, and the field is starting to move for a long pace lap here. And, one of the things we heard Hayward talking about, obviously we got the rain overnight, and it's clearing up. It's going to be gorgeous. Chilly this morning, too. These are front drive cars, but it still takes a little time when it's this cool to get them really ready to hustle it through some of these fast corners.
It sure does. And these cars, very, very mildly modified. You're seeing it's basically the most modern version of subcompacts available for B-Spec here. Every car prepared to a spec line so that every Chevy Sonic you see is the same as every other Mazda 2 is the same for the most part. But they're very different cars fundamentally, and that means also being mildly modified, they are not that they're not that good at anything, and that is a good thing for the most part, but it also means it's hard to get some rear heat in the tires, and they're a handful and a half until you do.
Yeah, and this track, too, really hard on fuel consumption. Not that it's a big deal for these cars, but brakes, because you're coming from such high speed into these long downhill braking zones. So lots to be paying attention to, but we're going to take you through the starting lineup here as we get ready to go. And it is a big field here. We've got 25 of these cars. You can see the crawl heading across the bottom. Daniel Conway in that number 98, the original Mini Cooper style, by my reckoning, broke David Daugherty's qualifying track record here in B-Spec by 6 1/1000ths of a second. It's that close. Starting second, the number 11 of Richard Roman, the defending champion. Starting third, the 99 of Rob Pikarczyk. Starting in the fourth spot, the 19 of Josh Schmidt. Starting in the fifth spot, the 22 gold medalist. Last time this class ran in the runoffs here at Road America in 2020, Riley Salyer. Starting in the sixth spot, the number 46 of Eric Yeagle. Starting seventh, the number 40. Salyer, by the way, was picked by Sports Car Magazine to finish third. The gentleman who was picked by Sports Car to finish second, Stuart Black, out of Greensboro, North Carolina, in a Chevy Sonic, will start seventh. In the eighth spot, the number 36 of Joe McLuhan, who won gold in 2008 back at Heartland Park, Topeka, in the SSC class, Showroom Stock C. Starting 10th, the 138. She was picked by Sports Car to win this. Stephanie Anderson out of Racine, Wisconsin, Milwaukee. This is her home track in her Mazda 2. At the sprints, folks, she came from 21st to finish third in Podium. So she is a racer. Starting in the 11th spot, the 91 of Kent Carter. Starting 12th, the 59 of Gail Corley. 13th, the number 6 of Matt Downing. 43, that is John Phillips, gold medalist in this class in 2019 back at VIR, will start 14th. 15th will be the 38 of Joseph Gersh, who is very quick as well. 16th is the number 2 of Kevin Stuckey. 17th will be the number 5 of Ricky Holmstrom. Starting in the 18th spot, the 105 of Austin Boynton. Starting 19th, the 29 of Jared Lundrum. And starting 20th, the 42 of Tom Tuttle. Starting 21st, the 3 of J.B. Swan. Starting 22nd, the 133 of Thomas Bartz. Starting 23rd, the 89 of Tom Hobson. 24th to 25, James Hugger, and starting in the 25th spot, the number 64 of Tim Ripley. So this is a really crucial pace lap for these guys in terms of you can see how hard they're trying to get tires warmed up.
It is. I'm trying to keep an eye out for those little white flicks you see on the front tires. Those are the stickers that a brand new tire has on them. I'm not seeing a lot of those flicks on the rears, which means a lot of the drivers are likely choosing to run scrubbed rears and sticker fronts, but that's what I was looking for mainly. Look at the wetness at turn in for the kink. And we're coming into that section of the track that's just obscured by trees all the time. The rain overnight is going to be hidden in the curbs, but it's very clearly also just straight up on the track. That first time green flag to the kink, these guys are going to have to be, guys and gals, going to have to be really very careful.
Yeah, and Road America has been very diligent in trying to eliminate that spot there, and whatever it is, it just will not happen. Here's where they get into that area that you're talking about. Looks okay at this point. Interesting thing, one is going to be the braking and turn-in points for Canada Corner, turn 12, and as you said, these curbs are rough, which means in the bottom of all those little crevices, that water's lurking, and a car hits it, pulls it up, it can make that next turn a little sketchy.
Following somebody into the track today, I was kind of just moved off the highway just a little bit, and you can see the spray just come out of those ridges against the highlight. That's exactly what these drivers are dealing with on the racetrack, but it's a complete mystery, and they have to go 10/10ths to try to win the gold.
One of the nice things is these are small cars in terms of width, and this is a relatively wide track and spot. So, turn one with a big field like this can always be a little bit sketchy, and it's nice to have a lot of room to work with. And turn one is deceptively fast, too. So, all right, pace car starting to ease away. The regulation is that our pole sitter here, which is Dan Conway, has to maintain the pace that the pace car had set before it accelerates away. Look at that hill. That is a significant climb, and it's a long way to the start line, and that means usually the fields get really nicely bunched and packed up. When it goes green, track is green, you can go racing, but you cannot move out of line until it does so, and there's lots of eagle eyes here in terms of national officials that are keeping an eye on things. Here we go, run for the golden B-Spec coming to the line, and we are green. We're racing at Road America, and Conway, nice job with a little bit of help from Rob Pikarczyk right behind him there in that white car with the red graphics on the door, giving him a little push, but here comes Roman, and Roman, too, getting some help from the 19, the silver car, Josh Schmidt. And, yep, he held on to it. Nice start by Dan Conway. Job one in the books. Now, rest of the field, as you can see, plenty of room for them to negotiate. And Pikarczyk had to, in fact, drop back into his third spot where he qualified, as Roman, having none of that, covered that beautifully.
No, that's exactly what he needed to do, because it would have been a little bit of a nightmare to have the two cars intending to work together be split up right at the very start. Also want to shout out a great start for the last driver to win a national championship here at Road America, Riley Salyer, in the white Mazda 2, you see, moving up from 6th to 4th.
Yeah, great start by Riley. He gets it done here. Pretty cool when you take a look at the top 5 on the grid. You've got 2 minis, but different types, then a Honda, then a Chevy, then a Mazda. So pretty good parity here on a track that is a real sort of test of speed, if you will. Through turn 5, you can run wide over there, but those curbs really send a vibration through the car. Now up into turn 6, really tricky braking zone. On the brakes, right as it rises, then flattens out. Everybody looks good through here. Little bit of an attack for that 5th spot here between Hamilton, between our 5th place competitors.
Yeah, looking, I think that is Josh Schmidt, who slipped back just a little bit. That's the Chevy Sonic in 5th position. The silver one has fell just behind Riley Salyer. But on those curbs, these cars are actually slow enough under acceleration rate. If you're on the curbs, you're in the air too long and you don't accelerate as fast as you want. You're going to notice the driver's not really using those track out curbs too much, which is probably an advantage if they have some water hidden in them. Things spreading out just a little bit. Look at Salyer pushing Pikarczyk forward, but to the top 2, exactly going to plan. Dan Conway in the green Mini, defending champion Rich Roman in the Mini Coupe. You know he will just drive in underneath. Now we have to deal with all that water. How are we going to get through here?
Yeah, because you saw the water to turn into the kink. That was the first time we saw the little water at the exit of the kink, and that is a hugely fast gut check corner. But the plan working at the front, partly because we've got battling here for that 2nd spot. Schmidt going through, I think, or was that Salyer on Pikarczyk?
Yeah, Salyer just made a nice move up in front, and he's trying to get back to those top 2 leaders. He doesn't want them to break away. The entire field was worried this would happen, and it's starting to happen already. I think Pikarczyk saw that pass attempt and started to lift just a little bit to tuck in for that apex. That's what I mean by picking your times.
Yeah, you've got to do that. And there's that water coming off of those curbs. And again, nice thing these are front drive, because you just sort of straighten the wheels and you can accelerate out. But you can see these 2 guys up front, and that bobbing and weaving, they're trying to make sure that there's not even a whiff of a draft. Getting back to Salyer and the rest of the field here. But, Salyer making that pass, that's that momentum thing, right, Tomo? When you're side by side through a corner or coming into one, neither of you is driving the fastest line. These 2 guys up front looking in the mirrors grinning.
Yeah, they're in lockstep. The choreography's going perfect. A little bit of the defense in the background, though, absolutely shuffling. And you can still see the back end of that number 22, Riley Salyer's car in 3rd place, still nice and free as he had a big slide through the apex and through the exit on that 2nd lap.
In these cars, when you've got, with a front drive car, you do like to have a little bit of rotation at the back, but it can be a little excessive as well. And now, what we need to see happen right now, Salyer, Pikarczyk, and Schmidt, that's that next group of 3, they've just got to put their heads down, don't race, and just work with each other, because the theory is 2 cars are quicker than 1, 3 can be quicker than 2. only if you execute.
Well, and that's where the teams come in, and you see these two drivers at the front have planned to work together. Actually, the drivers in third and fourth have not, and I know for a fact Rob Pekarczyk came into this week in that white Honda Fit, just saying, I'm going to see what happens. I don't need to plan this thing out. These other guys have thought this out since June. I'm just going to see what happens in this race and let it come back to me. And come back to them, it has. Look at this. Riley Salyer is absolutely just back on the tail. This is a race.
Well, he just put in the best first sector by a ton. He went a 50.36 in that first sector, Tomo. He is absolutely flying. And as you said, he's already run them down. That's impressive. Salyer is absolutely on it.
It just looks, I mean, that car, you can almost see it accelerate out of the corners. Now that we do know the Mazda 2 has one of the best gearing ratios for a second gear dig. And all these corners like turn 5, turn 6, turn 8, those slow corners where you have to slow the car down, get it turned, and get it pointed. The Mazda 2 tends to be really, really well inside of its gear ratios in those types of corners. That might have been the perfect time for Salyer to catch up. We're still wet through the kinks, though. Conway had a big slide last lap. He's a little safer this time through.
Yeah, I think everybody now recognizes don't go to the track out curb through the kink right now until that dries off just a little bit. But Salyer has made this a 3-car scrap for the lead. He's got to run. He's going to take a look at Roman and then decides, nope, because he does that, they might just watch. Once again, Conway just squirt away there. So that was a classic example of that pick your moment thing you were talking about.
Exactly. That's what I'm going to be interested to see is now that Salyer's caught up, how patient does he get? And are they able to make the 3-car breakaway from Pekarczyk and the rest? Pekarczyk continues to lead Josh Schmidt. Stuart Black is then in there, as well as Eric Yeagle and Joe McClugan. That's kind of a top 8 breakaway a little bit coming into frame there. Actually, they made a liar out of me. Stephanie Anderson's caught him up too.
Yeah, she's made one spot up, but now we might see her start to work through. As I said, she had a stunning charge through a field that it's difficult to make that kind of a run at in the sprints. Salyer is going to get a little bit of a draft here. Let's see if he does something with it. The interesting thing is the way qualifying went for those minis, it couldn't have been much better. And Salyer looking, and he got his nose in there.
Oh, they touched.
There was a touch, wasn't there? That disrupted Roman just a little bit. You could see just that quick Conway gets away. And that little touch, Salyer had to really back out of it. And suddenly Pekarczyk, Schmidt, Black, the rest of that group closes up on him very, very quickly here.
Hard to tell if that was exactly a touch or if that was maybe water in the curb. But either way, a little bit of spray on the left rear as maybe Rob Pekarczyk with a mechanical issue.
Looks like it.
The white fit dropping back.
Suddenly, the whole field just moved out of the way. But I was going to say, and Hayward alluded to this with those minis, I mean, it's a perfect setup right now to have the old Mini with the square back, which punches a big hole in the air for these little cars, and then the one behind him being the coupe, where it's a lot less of a hole and drag, which is going to make it a lot tougher for Salyer.
It's kind of become the perfect pairing. We've seen a Mini Cooper and a Mini Coupe take themselves to victory over the last couple of years, actually doing this exact formation. But what I'm noticing is Salyer drops off on the longer straights and then comes right back in this infield section. So we're seeing the parity of the cars ebb and flow. Stuart Black now is promoted. Josh Schmidt is now promoted up to the 4th position with a little bit of a gap. Then the number 40 of Stuart Black in another one of those Chevy Sonics. But the mechanical for Rob Pekarczyk is a little bit of a heartbreak. He was in this race.
Yeah, he was. And looked like he had a really strong opportunity, perhaps, for a podium here. And to see him plummeting down through the field, really, really tough in that 99. His best finish in the runoffs was 5th in 2017 in this class at Indy. So he was looking to better that here, and that's really unfortunate. But as you said now, we've got the number 19 is Schmidt in that silver machine. And that is the number 19, and he, too, has had some success. He had a win in the Super Tour this year. This is only his 2nd runoffs appearance, though, for Schmidt, and he had a DNF in the first one at VIR, so opportunity for him to really make up a move here. He's got a little bit of a break there on the rest of the field at this point. Black, Yeagle, McLuhan, and Anderson.
Yeah, you see Eric Yeagle in the Coke liveried car. That's the red Honda Fit all over the back of Stuart Black in the Chevy Sonic. The Chevy Sonics have the biggest engine in this class, but that doesn't necessarily make them the fastest all the time. They do dig out of the corners pretty nicely, and it looks like a bit of a cork in the bottle situation for Stuart Black, as he's holding up Yeagle, but now has McLugan, Anderson, Gail Corley, Chris Taylor, and I think Matt Downing all back there. And that also means these top 3 can't race too hard yet. They're not that far away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, exactly. trying to work together. Was going to ask here, with these cars now, with this new pavement, do they have to really still be careful a little bit with overusing those fronts?
I'm hearing the new spec Goodyear that is running this category is actually very durable. It's quick out of the gate. It falls off just a little bit, and then it mostly stays there. So every driver had a little bit of an opinion on how to scrub them in. Some use the qualifying sessions to do so. Some use some scrubs. Some use stickers. But that being the first year for these Goodyear tires, spec here in B-Spec, there was a lot of a learning curve to do for all these drivers, and also a bit of a comfort level to gain with having it to be quick right out of the gate.
It's all part of that exploration. That's why they have a ton of testing here, don't they? And I'll tell you what, right now, the guy that looks like he is hungry is the 46 of Jägel you talked about in that Coke livery car, and that black was sort of the ooh, but look at this, a huge lunge here from way back. What a move. As I said, that was black on Schmidt. And so I guess he got tired of the pressure from Jägel and said, I'm going to do something about that. And now a lunge by Sawyer. That is a tricky spot to make a pass. He got a great run out of 5, Tom.
And that, I think, was just too opportune for him not to take. He just looked like he popped and drove right on by. Now, maybe, can he push Dan Conway away? Dan Conway in the green mini continuing to lead this race on lap 4 of 13. And we're going to use most of that 40 minutes allotted for this B-Spec race.
Another big pass right there as Jägel gets, I think that's McLuhan who just went around on Jägel too. So back in that pack, people are starting to get a little bit racy here, of course. And that battle at the front's getting compelling. But look at this. Around the outside goes Stephanie Anderson. Outside in the carousel. Oh, yeah.
Outside of the carousel, but into the water traps. How are they going to navigate this side by side into the kink? It looks like Stephanie Anderson is going to do the smart thing, lift off just enough to get Jägel back in front and not lose the pack. But that is a good advantage for Joe McClugan. Wow, we puckered there for him. That's scary.
Yeah, Jägel, that was a big wiggle right through the water. And here we go now. A lunge by Roman right back on Sawyer. He wants to get back to his partner up there. And Riley at this point does the right thing, doesn't over-defend, and lets it go here. But, getting back to Stephanie's move, that I think it did what she wanted. Even if she couldn't get the pass made, it got Jägel to push a little bit harder and got him nervous and got him wiggly in the kink. That's all part of the game, is trying to force the person you're racing to make a little mistake.
Yes, but also know when it's not going to pan out, just fall back in line. Because look, we have a top 10 battle, and Rob Pekarczyk in the white Honda Fit is actually back in this race. He just maybe had a missed shift or something just on that back straight for a moment. I think it's probably unlikely he catches back to the very, very front, but he's still in that top 10 battle.
That's a great recovery, and it might have been something just as simple as that. And we talked about these cars, just by design, they're not powerful, and it means Sawyer sticks the nose in again under Roman into 1. So if you have that loss of momentum, it just takes a long time here to be able to build that back up and a wild ride over the curbs. A little bit farther back in the pack. Was that the 34 of Taylor?
I think it was the 59 of Gail Corley, the silver Mazda 2. You see, as soon as the car goes airborne, you're bouncing and those slicks are grabbing and you have to hang on for dear life. A little bit of a settling down this time, maybe a 4-4 and 2 pack as things are a little bit calmer this lap than last.
Yeah, and Conway's, right now he's at the line. He had a 3/4 of a second lead. But, of course, now you get on that long run down the Moraine Straight, and that's going to evaporate a little bit as Roman coming in. But Black right now, after making that big move, he has quickly reeled in. Sawyer running way wide out there, and if you can keep the car from bouncing and spinning, that can actually be fairly quick, but it's not a fun way to get around this track.
It's uncomfortable. You probably put a new dent in the roof with the hood or with his helmet on that one. But I will say this was pretty reminiscent of the 2020 championship race, where Salyer was the only one willing to really truly sling the car around. Most drivers in B-Spec have settled on a pretty calm, composed, and tight driving style where the cars are not sliding, they're not using extra distance. Salyer won a championship not doing that 4 years ago, and he's kind of doing the same thing now. And also, to your point, Stuart Black in that Chevy Sonic, the black bumper and white and blue, fastest lap last time through at a 252.4. He's gotten himself in this battle.
He really has. Really wide line there by the 19 of Schmidt, that silver machine. And look at the exit of the carousel. You get that curb, your tires dampen up. Then you run through this little spot, they dampen up. So there's a lot. You've got to be truly threading the needle back here. Everybody being fairly aware of that. Now let's see. Roman got a great toe on Conway here. Is he going to think about it? Nope. He is going to continue to play the perfect drafting partner and wingman, stay right in spot, then Salyer, and then Black, who is really cruising right now. And McLuhan, who's been racing in SCCA runoffs competition for a long time, hugely experienced for Joe.
Yeah, in B-Spec for a very long time, one of the early investors, I would say, in putting his effort towards this class. I, in fact, raced against that car almost 10 years ago when I was in this category. So a lot of these cars have changed hands. There's been a lot of new builds, but there's a lot of history at this point in the B-Spec field as well. As it looks like Eric Yeagle, the red Honda Fit in sixth position, has done a pretty good job of pushing the Mazda of Joe McLuhan towards the front just a little bit to keep them in touch.
Well, interesting here, too, is that you saw Roman tuck right back in as Salyer's got a great run. And now, with Conway easing away, might Salyer force this issue a little bit here? And no, and I think partly because he realized he maybe had to defend on Black a little bit there, too, on the exit of one. But it was amazing to me. We saw Roman all over the back of Conway into Canada Corner, and by the time they got to turn 13, Billy Mitchell, Conway had gapped him by 5 car lengths. And I didn't see that Roman had any kind of a mistake. Just different gear if you there?
I agree. I'm putting maybe my little B-Spec tinfoil hat is that that Roman did not want to give a double draft to Salyer. He tried backing it up, and he knows his own car is not particularly draftable, and it looks like it kind of worked. Salyer was not able to get that big run into turn 1. He wasn't able to make that move, and they're now back together, but in a much more comfortable way.
The B-Spec tinfoil hat. That might be the line of the runoff so far. I love it. As they head up the hill. And you know what? Behind Black, let's not forget, still, McLuhan got through on that Coke livery number 46 in Yeagle, but they are still absolutely dueling here. And Pikarczyk has charge for her. We'll see if she's able to redouble that. But here we go again into the carousel. And, this corner, it doesn't feel like it's in excess of a 180-degree corner because it goes on forever. But it actually folds back on itself a lot.
It does, and it goes very downhill. You can kind of see it at the end here in this shot just now, but it goes on camber, which means you get some banking, and you also get to go downhill, which means the car is just gaining grip through the entire carousel. It makes it just feel like the biggest hero corner of all time. It's so much fun.
Until it goes wrong.
If it can go wrong. That's very true. Looks like Roman and Conway able to push each other away just a little bit clearer. We'll see if he tries that backing Salyer up again, or if that was just a coincidence.
I'll tell you what, I mean, if they get away, it's going to be a truly entertaining battle for the podium, that third spot in the podium with those 4 cars and a couple more joining it here. And that's where you can see Conway. I don't know what he's doing, but out of Canada through Billy Mitchell, he is just flying and just gets 2-3 car lengths in a big hurry. Oh, Roman might hurt him here because he went so wide, he had to make a big correction. And you crank in a little bit more input into that wheel when you're fully loaded. That can scrub and push a little bit. And look at that. This is huge up. Salyer getting a massive push from Black here. And here we go. And that little error from Roman could be very costly here. He could go from 2nd to 4th in a heartbeat. And it looks like he may have done just that. So suddenly, this race has changed complexion a bit.
Yeah, the defending champion in that orange Mini Coupe has definitely changed jobs from defense to offense at this point. He's got to get back to the teammate. He's going to do it pretty quickly on Stuart Black down to the inside of turn 3. That typically works out very well. The corner will grab you just there. He gets the job done. But now he's got to deal with Salyer, and we do know, though, that orange Mini Coupe will draft the best and give the least draft. That's the best place to be for Roman.
Yeah, that's a good point. And even with that exchange, pretty impressive here that they've still got now that little bit of a margin to that group behind. Not a lot, but enough. As you can see, McLuhan has dropped off just a smidge here. And now Roman looking to the inside. I think there it is. Got down on Salyer. So it looks like he's got, that was definitely just a little bit of the chrome horn. But Salyer, look at that. He's going to try the outside, and he might be coming up on the outside of our leader, Conway, side by side through 6. That depends on if Conway gives him room. He does sort of. But Sawyer inside into 7. Is it going to happen? We have a new leader and an outside pass in turn 6. But look at this, just that quick. Conway, he wants it back. Sawyer eases over to dissuade a little bit, and Sawyer into the lead. That was beautiful.
That is exactly the driver that won the championship here in 2020. He was ready to go. He had the second gear dig to do it, and he made it work around the outside of turn 6. So he had the inside of turn 7, and look what that's done. It's packed up the entire top 11.
Oh my goodness, this is just getting interesting, isn't it? And hey, we said earlier that a fast lap around this place. Oh, and look at this now. Your pole sitter, Conway, into the inside in the kink, and Riley Sawyer, not only fast but smart, said, yeah, go.
Yeah, that's a commanding move for Conway. Wow. Even if they're doing, some of the lower speeds flat out into the kink. Flat out into the kink is flat out into the kink. And now we have the back to the new lead, back to the lead. Now maybe Joe McClugan looking on the back of Stuart Black just a little there in 4th and 5th. They're starting to grab that outside line where the water is still sitting and getting loosened up on entry. Everybody going off the track at this lap.
Oh, McLuhan now going for the outside and attempt here. And again, I watched Roman. He missed the apex by a good 3-4 feet down in Canada corner, and that's going to have Black working him over right now. But with that pass by Sawyer on the outside of 6, we said early going that if you're going to have a good race to be fast around here, you got to cinch things up.
Yeah, I'm noticing that that Roman in the Mini Coupe, that defending champion, is struggling a little bit with corner exits. Maybe a little bit of push in that car. You see him tracking all the way to the exit, but he's getting out there really early and kind of fighting the car back on the track. I don't think that orange Mini is nearly as happy as the green one in the lead as we now go side by side by side, 2 by 2 by 2 down into turn 1 on lap number 8.
All right, Sawyer I don't think is going to go outside here into 1. He saw how that was shaping up. But watch McLuhan now. He got a really good run through 1. Is he going to dive to the inside of Black down into 3? You can see your pole sitter, though, Conway, defending a little bit on Sawyer. And that, when you turn in a little shallow like that, that can just slow your exit just a smidge. And it looks like he got away with it unless Sawyer gets a monster draft here, which is possible.
Very, very possible. In fact, likely. Back towards the little back end of this group. Back towards the back of this little group. I'm noticing Chris Taylor has picked up a couple positions, but also Rob Pikarczyk has worked his way back from 11th to 7th. Keep an eye out for that red and white number fit. You see it just flashing out to the left, now peeking right on Eric Yeagle. Oh, side by side into turn 5 again. Sawyer loses the position to Roman and flies off the track, keeps it going.
Oh, look at this. He's in the dirt. Oh, and now a big lunge on the inside of, what a battle we have. Oh, way, way off. That's not going to work.
No, it's not going to work because that grass is wet. But Joe McClugan had the run on Sawyer. Sawyer tried to dissuade him, but McClugan wanted to go and loosened up Sawyer, I think rightly so, as Sawyer was trying to fight for that position and then just was not able to keep the car on track. There he is now, more contact behind with the number 19 of Josh Schmidt, who started 4th. This thing is shaken up big time. And the big movers, Joe McClugan in the blue Mazda 2.
Yeah, he's had an absolutely fabulous race here. And you think about where Joe started in 8th. He has done a beautiful job. And that's that, the experience that provides you with patience.
It sure does.
To be able to do the job.
That's the flip side of that aggression we've mentioned for Sawyer. Wow, that's sketchy. Turning in through the water into the kink, but Conway looks confident.
He does.
And I have to say now that Sawyer's not in that top 2 fight, kind of screwing him up every once in a while. They are at high risk of running away.
Yeah, he's sitting Sawyer back in 6th right now. And so he's got lots of work to do here, and that's the thing. One mistake like that can change the entire dynamic. So he's really going to have to put his head down here. And McLuhan, I think what he's maybe doing right now is this is a 13-lap race. McLuhan has that experience. He's going to have to deal with the guys behind him right now. Yeagle giving him a little bit of a run. But I think he just wants to be close enough that when these two guys in the last couple laps throw the gloves off, if it goes wrong up front, he wants to be in position. But Yeagle's not going to make it easy on him. That Coke livery car finding some pace here mid-race.
He is. He's going to make it easy for now. Look at this pushing and shoving, getting him back up to that front row. Roman continuing to struggle in that 3rd sector just a little bit. Look at how far apart the top 2 are. They intend to be tucked in really, really tight, and they just aren't.
Yeah, it looks like Conway's just got a little bit more top end for whatever reason here. Ooh, big wide run there by McLuhan, and was able to gather it up fairly quickly. And the only problem there is, like you said, you get off on those exit curbs and the car starts bouncing, and if it just gives you one bounce you're not expecting, bad things can happen, and he was able to hang on to it there. But I think Jägel, you might even take a look down into turn 5 here. He got a great run out of turn 3, and when you're good out of 3 down the Moraine sweep, 5 beckons.
Yeah, certainly does. As McClugan looking out, trying to get a sight line there on turn 5. As actually Roman's going to go for the lead, and that Dan Conway made it easy. It's actually too easy. Conway gets an attack from McClugan and gets shoved off the track just a bit. McClugan's going to have this big dig.
And look at now Roman. Oh, and there's a touch. They had tire rub as they came up, but McLuhan, not to be denied, goes to the front. Watch Roman to try and cut through, but McLuhan will have the inside line into turn 7. This is one tricky corner. Falls away, no camber. Car wants to push badly, and now McLuhan going on defense for Roman, and up into that third spot is Black, and then Jägel attacking on your pole sitter Conway, who's just plummeting down the order. More smoke coming from one of the cars as they touch side by side through the carousel. Oh boy, the race is on here in B-Spec, and Black looking to pick up the pieces. McLuhan, he's staying with him, Tomo.
He's hanging the outside. He's absolutely up on it, but now we're coming into the water traps again. Are they going to go 3 wide? Stuart Black trying to think about it, but not going to do it. McClugan, does he hold the outside? No, he's going to shuffle back in single file, but donuts everywhere this lap on all the doors of all these cars, and it's not done yet.
Oh no, we got plenty of race yet to go. 4 laps remaining here, but you can see the gloves are starting to come off right now, and it's going to be interesting to see, because we've seen that the 11 of Roman really good in the handling sections, but seems to not quite have outright speed. Oh, and a big wiggle, didn't catch that car number coming out of Canada. Here we go, through Billy Mitchell. Even though the bridge isn't there anymore, it's still a really entertaining blind turn in, and easy to try and drive it like a corner, and you need to drive it like a sweeper.
It's very true. What a nightmare lap from Dan Conway in that green mini. He fell all the way back to 7th, I think, at one point, but they were 4 wide when it happened.
Yeah.
So he's back up to 4th position, but it's absolutely gloves off, but game plan off too. We're just racing straight up. Look at this dig from Stuart Black, 2 in the grass, trying to get to the lead. They're 3 wide across the line. If that was the checkered, Stuart Black would be your champion, but they've got 3 laps to go.
3rd to 1st, and most of the car in the grass. That Stuart Black wants this bad, and giving it a go, and McLuhan way to the inside, and he's probably going to get squeezed. He is. Oh, Conway, McLuhan touch, and they're hooked, and Conway is going to get into the barriers, and I think those front wheels just locked together for a minute, because neither one would release, and boy, I'll tell you, this may, if we get a full course caution, if he can't continue, which looks very unlikely, Black moving to the lead may have been very timely.
Yeah, it's hard to see if any suspension components broke on the green mini, but it did look like the wheels were pointing different directions by the time he came to a stop. We're waving off. It seems like a full course yellow has definitely come out at this point. Yes.
Yep. And you can see Jägel pointing to the back. Watch it here, Tomo. What happens?
So they're going to get locked together just a little bit right there. I don't think McClugan fully lifts. There's no brake lights until they're already headed off the track. And right there, I think the left front suspension fell off the car. Yep. You saw it kind of wiggling as they came to a stop. And unfortunately for your pole sitter and leader for a majority of this race, the bruising, he's the odd one out, gets stuck in the wall.
Yeah, it's a real shame too. I mean, obviously the competitors were not allowing those 2 front row minis to play it out the way they were hoping it would play out, which is, for us and for everybody watching and the spectators here at America's National Park and Speed, makes it a very entertaining race, but that's really unfortunate. And the problem is what kind of damage did it do to McClugan? He's back now in the 8th spot as they come out of turn 7 here. So obviously that car may not be exactly healthy either.
No, it looks like most of the contact on McClugan was on the bodywork, where the damage on Conway's car, of course, came from the tire wall. But this race is going to change the players quite a bit. We've got Riley Salyer and Rob Pekarczyk, who had both been, quote-unquote, out at some point back in this race, as is this guy, Matt Downing, from way back on the grid. Just never found anybody in qualifying to work with. Kind of left every day of qualifying like, man, it didn't work out. Man, it didn't work out.
Here's another look at it, Tomo.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at that green mini. When it contacts the wall, you see no brake lights on the Mazda, so they're still full in it, and then watch that left front suspension wiggling. Yep, there's nowhere for Dan Conway to go.
Yep. And with it broke like that, obviously that adds a little bit to the amount of time needed to get that car safely retrieved. Probably have to get record off or put up on a flatbed. And so there is a time limit on these races too. It's 13 laps or 40 minutes, I believe. And so we'll see just if we can get back to racing. The one thing that's nice here is if we're pretty good on the time, the pace car can slow down a little bit, give them that little bit extra time to get the car pulled out of the way. We're at 29 minutes, so we've got 11 minutes left. And I'll tell you, there is no track EV crew that's better than Road America's. So they usually get stuff cleaned up fast. All right. Well, things might be changing. Now, what will happen is obviously race control will talk to the EV crew, and if the amount of time they anticipate for a cleanup is longer than that remaining in the race, they can checker it early, and it makes sense, instead of just trundling around. So let's see what happens here. But obviously, everybody feeling a little bit of rejuvenation, in particular, as you said, perhaps Sawyer and Picardchek would love another stab at this, knowing the speed that they had. But let's see what happens as the pace car. Look at that hill. That gives you a real indication of how steep that hill is here. And coming to the start stand, haven't heard anything official from race control, so we're just under double caution. So they might think we could make this one work still.
Well, just as a race fan, I absolutely hope we can get there. But I would think logistically that car's sitting at turn 1, and we can get the car off back into the infield at turn 3.
Yep.
So there's not a whole lot of space to cover, although this track's just huge in all settings. I would like to think that we may be able to slow that Mazda pace car down just enough to get maybe a green and a white at the restart, because no one wants to see this checkered come out under yellow.
Yeah, look at that. They are on site getting after it. So hopefully this will be done fairly quickly here. Obviously Road America, their slogan is America's National Park of Speed, which is exactly what this feels like. It feels like a national park with a track running through it. But Kyle Heyer, who of course is the announcer for Grid Life and SRO and some other stuff, he calls this Jurassic Park of Speed because it's a monster.
I like that.
And that's a great line, I think. I was always kind of proud of my America's Nürburgring until I heard him say Jurassic Park of Speed. Way to go.
The kid got me.
The young guys.
So we're seeing Conway's actually still in the vehicle. I'm sure that's not any medical issue or anything. It's just maybe they're going to leave him in there to try to get it up on the wrecker or something.
I see him chatting with the EV crew there, so it's just unfortunate, obviously, that one, he had that contact and it was hard enough to break that front corner. And these cars are generally pretty tough and resilient, and you can get away with a little bit of contact, but it's just the exit of one is fast.
Yeah, and likely counter steering into the wall as he was trying to catch the car. So if the tire had some angle and it hit the wall first, that's the first thing it's going to give. As we've seen plenty of scuffs and rubs, we don't love to see it, but we saw it, and they were completely fine until obviously a wall was involved. So we'll see if anything formulates on this lap for a green flag. But what I'm very curious about is how we see those first 4 cars come back to life at a green flag if we do get it. We have a Mini Coupe, we have a Chevy Sonic, a Honda Fit, and a Mazda 2. We've seen the strengths and weaknesses. I think the Chevy has the dig up the front straight towards that start-finish line. The 2 has the gearing in the slowest corners on the rest of the track. But clearly the Fit and the Coupe, the Mini, have the best handling. So we've got a bunch of different dynamics going on, and all teams are out the window. No teams are left in this race. It's all every man for themselves, and they're all split up.
Well, and just so everybody understands, SCCA has a hard and fast rule that they do not do a green and white at the same time. So we will not have a 1-lap shootout. And it's actually, I know that can be frustrating when it's, well, the track's, why don't we? Because they generally lead to carnage. And this is, after all, technically amateur racing. There's some amazingly talented drivers and competitors here, but a lot of them don't have the big bucks, and we don't want just massive carnage here in a 1-lap shootout. So it's either 2 laps or we'll get a checker. So just want to explain that up front for everybody here. I, too, hope it would have to be this time, and I don't know how quick. from where we just saw the shot of Conway sitting in that car. Excuse me, not Conway. Yeah, Daniel Conway. He's still in the car. The car hasn't moved, so I'm not sure we're going to get an opportunity here.
Yeah, we'll hope and keep our expectations high and our hopes high, expectations low. As this car is still now just getting on the wrecker. We got a couple shots of the cars towards the back. I wanted to give that nice shout out to the Ford Fiesta sedan.
Yeah.
We've seen a couple of those sedans coming into the class. That was James Hugger, and just outside the top 10 battle. We haven't gotten to talk about a lot of these drivers, but I will say, if you're interested in road racing, I think this is the perfect place to start. I started here as well, and it's just a perfect, manageable car, a car that does not break a lot, need a lot of things to do to it, and someone like me can run a car like this. Anybody can do it. So if you're watching this race, you think it looks fun, especially if you may not be ready to get a bunch of donuts on your door like these guys are doing at the front, but there is an absolutely accessible entry point to SCCA Club Racing. A number of ways, this is one of the best.
Yeah, I mean, racing is pricey, there's no question, but this, as I said, it's best bang for the buck. The fun in it is amazing, and obviously something like this is a little costly to fix, but nonetheless, you can get into racing here relatively inexpensively. They got the car off the track, but it was just not enough time. And with that pace car still out there, I don't see. Well, I'm not going to speculate, but let's see what we've got here.
They're giving themselves the opportunity. We do not have a checkered flag at the start-finish line. We have 5 minutes left on the clock. You can get a 5-minute lap done under full course yellow. It's got to be a little bit of a brisk one. But if they are willing to go to a white flag, checkered flag restart, we may get it. We're clear now.
Yeah. My experience here at the runoffs is that SCCA is a bit loath to do that on occasion.
I agree.
But this is such a big track that maybe we'll get to see it. Because I thought that they just say let's go, because that car, by the time they got down into 3, was going to be well clear of things. There's not any debris on the track per se. This is it'd be so fun to see this settled for real here, but we'll see how this plays out. If it does finish this way, Roman would have back-to-back championships, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, sure would. And we'd also have 2 first-time medalists, Stuart Black and Eric Yeagle, who have never podiumed at the runoffs before.
Yeah.
So while it may be a fizz instead of a bang, we do have going to have some excited drivers down on pit lane with Hayward Wagner.
Absolutely. Love to hear those interviews when they really let go. Salyer is going to be, I think, if it ends here, a frustrated 4th, knowing the speed that he had. And Pekarchek, he'll be in 5th. But that's where he finished when he raised, his best previous finish, so we'll have tied that. And, it's nice to be in the top 5, but when you've been there before, you'd sure like to better that by 1. And they just may not get the opportunity. And, of course, really unfortunate because Conway, new track record in qualifying in the class here, and then not able to bring that one home. That's always tough.
Good race for Chris Taylor. He came up from outside the top 10 or just around 10th to come up to 6th position in that blue and orange Mazda 2. And this is a team owner, essentially a shop owner, that really breathes life into B-Spec, brings a lot of new drivers through rental programs at different majors races, regional races, maintains a fleet of these cars himself out of Texas. Had a pretty good race in front of Josh Schmidt in that Chevy Sonic. Stephanie Anderson also up a couple positions, I think, into that 8th position in her Mazda 2 in front of Joe McClugan, who's going to be another one of those kind of frustrated drivers you have to imagine, as he was racy, absolutely got himself towards the front, being very racy, but then ended up kind of involved in that racing, let's call it, and shuffled back at the worst time.
Well, just got an update that you called it spot on. If there is time on the clock, they would go. Problem is, by the time they get around here, I'm not sure there will be enough time on the clock. So this is we're now down. It's a battle of the ticks at this stage.
Yeah, it'll be. I don't see any urgency out of the pace car. So we have 1 minute and 50 left on the clock. This will be a weird little race of who gets back first, the pace car or the clock.
Exactly.
Last time through, we crossed the start-finish line right at 5 minutes, and their full pace lap speed was a 5 minute and 5. So we're going to be right up against.
Okay. Yeah.
I hope they tack her up.
Yeah, that would be really fun to have this go.
Interesting. The top 4 cars, 5, 6 cars, not weaving tires, not getting temp back in them. And that's usually a sign that they're happier when they're cooled off. Either that or they don't think they're going to be going racing again. One of the two.
One of the two. And of course, even in this class, a lot of these teams are going to have radios to their crew that, getting information and the like.
Or to each other, in fact.
Yeah, that's a good point. Those two up front, I bet you did. For sure. Yeah, it's really too bad. Now they're starting to bob and weave a little bit. And, but normally you'd think if we were going to go, the pace car would be picking things up just a little bit to try and get in under the clock and make it happen here. But we just haven't had, I'm sorry, folks, we haven't had anything absolutely official from race control. And so we're not going to speculate on it. We're just going to have to wait and see what the call is here. But in looking at the time here, it's 39:30, and I don't think they're not going to get to the start-finish line in 30 seconds, I don't think. So the one thing we'll know that will tell us is if the pace car doesn't pit and leads them across the line.
Well, the lights are still on, so it's not looking good. This is a very bizarre sequence of events operationally, I will say. But the question is, do we get a green flag? It's looking not good.
Yeah, no, we're not going to get it. So,
well,
we'll focus on the positive here, and back-to-back wins for Ronan. And for our second and third place finishers, Black and Yeagle, first ever podiums at the runoff. So,
yeah, they're
as you said, that's going to be pumped. And there it is, Checker coming out at the start stand. And you hate to see him finish under caution, but that's the name of the game.
A little bit of gaming there at the end. Stuart Black said, maybe I can make my transponder cross first.
Yeah, I'm going to pull up there and have some fun with it. So, and again, for Riley Salyer, I mean, he sure showed some speed. And would have been great to have him have a couple of laps, see what he could do, and Pekarczyk and the rest of the field. And I'll tell you what, a driver who really had a strong race, Gail Corley, started in 12th, Tomo, 7th.
Yeah, he did a fantastic job. Was trying to work with Stephanie Anderson there in qualifying, and unfortunately they weren't able to stay fully linked up in the race.
Yep.
But yeah, Gail Corley, a fantastic run for that driver. We're showing cross the line all the way up to 7th, but I think it's actually a 10th in front of Matt Downing as the driver's doing a little bit of goofy stuff there at the end.
Yeah.
They had plenty of time,
Exactly.
so why not? There's Rich Roman celebrating in the car, 2 championships back-to-back. Fantastic run for him, and it was not that easy. That was a feisty race for the driver to defend early on, race later on, put himself in the right spot at the right time. Maybe a bit of luck there too to take a championship.
Yep. Well, and the interesting thing was, Tomo, we were speculating that he was struggling and this and that, and he would drop back, and then very quickly he would come right back to the front. So, but my guess is that maybe that car was drafting incredibly well, and that's where he could make the moves. Once he get to the lead, it was a little tough for him to stay there on occasion. But wow, it is difficult enough, and I'm sure you'll attest to this. It's difficult enough to win one runoff.
Yeah.
And go back to back is really, really stout stuff.
Yeah, that first one almost feels like there's a little bit of a fluke feeling by the end of it. It's like, wow, that actually happened.
Yeah.
However long you've been working, 1 year, 10 years, 20 years, there's a little bit of that to back it up, to be able to say, no, that wasn't a fluke. I earned multiples.
Yes.
Now, especially if there's yellow flags and other things involved, then you feel even more proud to have ended up where you end up.
You bet. Yep, it's great. I mean, and no matter where you finish, if you're on the podium and you end up in pit lane and you get a medal hung around your neck at the runoffs, and believe me, folks, there's a reason this is referred to as, some people call it the Olympics of amateur racing. It's certainly the national championship for the largest amateur racing organization, and used to be a massive feeder as well, still is in some levels, to people on their way up into pro careers, but it's truly a destination, SCCA Club Racing, and the runoffs is its pinnacle. And you get massive numbers of entries that come to the national championships, and boy, you get a gold medal or even a podium, a bronze or a silver around your neck. It's an incredibly special achievement, and You hate to have it finish like this under caution, but it doesn't distract really at all because it was an incredible race.
Just taking a look back at the instant replay of when the yellow flag may have come out, there's not a great time for us to see on camera, but the cars were actually completely side by side. When the yellow came out, Stuart Black was being actively passed by Rich Roman, and I'm trying to look up in the rules where the line goes from, you know, if the yellow comes out, do you have to have the pass completed? Can you just be a nose ahead, etc.?
Yeah.
The details may actually matter for when yellow flags came out in determining the top 10 of this race, or honestly any position. So I'm not saying that Roman didn't make the pass in time, but it would be curious to go back and look and see how did that actually unfold with that yellow flag coming out sometime in the run straight down between turns 3 and 5.
Tomo finding the drama. All right. Curiouser and curiouser here is how this might be playing out here, but wow. I mean, up until the incident and the caution, which just kind of neutralizes everything, this was a fabulous start to the 60th running of SCCA's National Championship Runoffs. This battle was intense. And, I think we both kind of looked at this at the start, Tomo, and said, if those minis get away, this could be a battle for third. And it didn't matter whether it was Sawyer or whoever, Black coming up into it, Yeagle, everybody. It was a true battle. They did not get away. It was awesome.
No, that's what talking to all the drivers that were not the top two, Conway or Roman, they're like, if they are the fastest, they're going to get away. They are the fastest, they're going to get away. And that's just not what happened. And I think the whole field probably owes a thank you to Riley Salyer for being not only fast enough and brave enough and experienced enough and confident enough to race them back up to the front and then continue to interrupt them to keep the race going. Look at Roman, just thumbs up out the window for all three of these guys. A double championship and first-time medalists, first, second, and third.
You're going to stay in the car.
All right, here you can see Hayward not only going to be doing the interviews, but also self-producing down there. And there goes the medal around the neck, bottle of water. And we are going to get ready to head down there and trying to find a safe spot for that helmet. Hayward, take it away.
Rich, the guys in the booth were talking about what it feels like to win a second one. Maybe the first one feels like imposter syndrome. How did I get here? How does it feel to come back?
It's awesome. I'm a little speechless right now. I mean, it's overwhelming. It's really overwhelming. I'm fucking crying. I'm crying, and I really feel bad my teammate got taken out. But the emotions are just flowing right now. It's awesome.
Talk about the emotions of a race like this. You're running door to door. You know that's bringing everybody back up to you. What is it like trying to balance strategy and aggression?
Well, that was the whole problem. We were faster if I was in front. Unfortunately, it didn't work out that way, and that kind of screwed us. The guys were gaining up. I knew if we went back to green, I was dead. So it was just a fight. It was a harder fight than last time because every time it was somebody else that was trying to get past us. So it was huge.
Well, at one point, we counted 10 cars in the lead pack. You came back first. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Folks, you can understand the energy, the emotion. We, of course, apologize for that little bit of language there, but totally understandable, the emotion flowing mighty heavily here. And obviously, you got to feel it for him here. So let's kind of confirm the top 10 here. Roman getting that second medal, and then we'll be talking to our first-time medalist, Stuart Black in second, Eric Yeagle in third. Fourth will be Riley Sawyer, Rob Pikarczyk in a solid fifth, Chris Taylor in sixth, Gail Corley, the charge of the race, really, I think, up into that seventh spot, Josh Schmidt in eighth, Stephanie Anderson in ninth. She just couldn't replicate her charge to the field that she had at the sprints here. Started 10th, only up in a ninth, and of course Joe McClugan, who had an opportunity for a great finish, got tied up, of course, with our pole sitter. Let's get back down to Hayward with our first-time medalist, Hayward.
Bill, Tom O'Gorman talks about the Sonic as being the big block with the 1.9-liter engine. I think you might change the name to a tractor. Tell me about the pass on the front straight.
Oh, man, we had a great run going. We split 3 wide, I think, and Rich moved over on me a little bit, and I said, I'm not lifting, man. I am going, and we'll see what happens. Just I held my breath, closed one eye, squeezed it through, and we just, man, this car was absolutely awesome today. What a race. That was so much fun, so much fun.
How does the first podium feel?
Oh, man, God, it feels so good. We've worked so hard this year. We were grinding early down in Sebring and Homestead, and I told Scott, my crew chief, I owe him a big thanks. He set me up all week. I said, man, this is our time. Let's roll. I am so excited.
Well, congratulations on the silver. Here's our bronze medalist. You had your buddy Riley on your bumper.
Yeah.
If you got in the restart, do you think you guys could have done it?
I think we could have at least pushed forward a little bit, maybe a spot or two. Overall, it was a battle the whole race. We kind of had an understanding we were all going to kind of hang back and chill and wait till the last couple laps for a shootout, and that's pretty much what happened. I mean, we were a very patient group back there, and 3 or 4 laps to go, we just hammered it.
Well, congratulations to you on the bronze. It did not look like a lot of patience from us. It looked pretty frantic, but congratulations.
Thanks, Hayward. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, all the workers, too.
You have a crew guy to drive this.
Yeah, that's absolutely great that he said that. Obviously, obviously the unsung heroes of the sport are the crews. They often do the most, an awful lot of work here, and of course all the volunteers that are part of Sports Car Club of America. It's their national championship too. Let's go back, take a look at some highlights here, Tomo, and the start at least played out exactly like our front row was hoping.
Yeah, it's filed in single file pretty quickly, but this race took different shapes at different times. See bump drafting already pushing each other down into the corner, but this is when Stuart Black took the lead. Contact between Joe McClugan just behind and took out our pole sitter, Dan Conway. Unfortunately, left front suspension failure, and that will also bring the race to an end.
Yeah, it was enough that it created the caution and that it kind of fixed things. It looked like they maybe had him in a position where we could have gone back to racing a lap earlier, just the timing did not work, and it's unfortunate. You can see the damage there, but great run, a new track record qualifying, and he certainly let everybody know that he was going to be a factor here. But Roman going back to back, he now has 2 gold medals in B-Spec, and tell you, when he could say, I won gold medals at VIR, which is a magnificent place, and Road America. That's a couple of pretty amazing tracks to put it together. And you can see Roman out celebrating on his victory lap. And that is going to wrap up our coverage of the Run to the Gold in B-Spec here at the 60th running of SCCA's National Championship Runoffs at the America's National Park of Speed, Road America. Thanks so much on behalf of course, our entire Apex production crew. Hayward down in the pits, Tomo alongside. I'm Greg Creamer. Thanks for joining us here. Our broadcast, once again, presented by Mazda. Roman, your champion in B-Spec.
Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. Way out there. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Choose joy. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
we are ready for the run to the gold in Formula F. I'm Greg Creamer. Hayward Wagner will be covering the activities down in the pit lane, and joining me for this is Larry Lefty McLeod, another recent win at the Solo Nationals. You've got a room full of medals and trophies from that, but we are ready for Formula F here at the Runoffs, and this is, Lefty, one of my favorite classes. I cannot wait for this one to unfold, and we've obviously got not the size of the field that we'd like, but the quality at the front is off the hook.
It's a very deep field this year, and at the racing among these cars is always fantastic. I would expect nothing less today, especially at a track like Road America. This is going to be a good one.
Yeah, this is a drafting class and one of the greats to be sure, and this is a drafting momentum track as they are heading out here. And, we got a problem here. I think he was just trying to get his tires warmed up, and the car just scooted on him. That's the number Robert 62 of Robert Gross. Yeah. But real quickly here, let's talk about these cars, then I will get through the field here. One of the interesting developments is we've got a couple of people have sort of gone back to the future, if you will, and have gotten rid of the more modern cars and gone back to the old Swift DB6 with Ford power.
Yeah, and we're going to see one of those we saw the win last year. Nolan Aller was the winner at VIR last year in a Kent Ford powered car. Well, this year we've got one of the ones in the field. In fact, he'll be starting on the front row here, Jonathan Kotick, and I think that could be a bit of a story here today. But as we have these cars, otherwise they're generally spec, and I think that really what makes for such great racing.
Oh, it does, no question. Let's take a look at the track map here, Lefty. And again, this is 4 miles and 14 counted corners here. That first sector, which is from turn, the start finish down to the exit of 5, it's all high speed.
Yeah, this place has the nickname of the National Park of Speed for a reason. Everything is fast. The corners, even the slow corners, are fast. That first turn in really comes up on you. Turn 3, there's a little bit of camber down at the apex. Important to be down there. But the run from 3, that's where we'll get our trap speed all the way down through 4 and into 5. And then it could get interesting in this class, and these cars in particular. 5, 6, 7, and 8 are going to be a lot of moving around these guys, maybe trying moves to try and position themselves, because that's the twisty bits, as we call them. And then you get into the high speed carousel down through the kink and all the way down to Canada. And I put it that way because these cars are going to be nearly flat the entire way through there. Could be a lot of passing setup into Canada corner at the bottom of the hill. And then they'll come out of that digging for turn 13, the Bill Mitchell bend, and into 14 and wait for that last lap. It's going to be a doozy because these cars from 14 to the start line, they can make passes.
Yeah, 14 is critical twice a lap. So it's that important. Let's take you through the starting lineup. On the pole is Calvin Couch, and of course he comes from a family that has had a lot of success in Formula F over the years, driving the number 88. That is one of the Piper super slippery cars. On the outside of the front row, 4-time gold medalist and still a youngster, sports cars picked to win a 5th, the number 5 of Jonathan Kotick, and he's the one who has made that switch back to a Swift chassis with a Ford power plant. Starting inside of row 2, the 81 of Theodore Burns. He was picked by Sports Car to finish, that Sports Car magazine, I should say, folks, to finish 3rd here, and he's driving a Kelly Moss prep Piper. Starting in the 4th spot, one of the rookies in our field here, Antonio Costantino. He is also driving a Piper in the number 3. Then starting 5th, another rookie, the 23 of Tazio Stefanelli from Rockford, Illinois, in a Spectrum. Then starting in the 6th spot, the number 4, William Ferguson. He is driving another one of the Pipers, powered by Honda. Starting in the 7th spot, another rookie, but this is a guy who's picked by Sports Car Magazine to finish in 2nd because of just the outright speed he's been showing this year. We'll talk more about that. The number 80 of Sebastian Mateo Naranjo out of Edwards, Illinois, driving a Megale Honda. Starting in the 8th spot, the 96, Nathan Down in a Swift Honda. Starting in the 9th spot, a rookie, the 33, Dimitrios Konstantinidis out of Chicago, Illinois. This is a home track for him in his Van Diemen Honda. Starting in the 10th spot, another rookie, the number 8 of Michael Dowden in a Piper Honda. Starting 11th to 75 of Jay Messenger in a Van Diemen Honda. 12th to 48 of Eric Bolson in a Piper Honda. And then we saw the number 62 of Robert Gross out of Washington Township, Michigan, in Detroit region in his Piper Honda. That's the field. And interesting, that Swift DB, it was the Swift DB1 that was the first car that came out with the inboard suspension, and understanding these cars needed to be slippery. The DB6 improved on that, obviously. Originally came out as a Continental, and then people started to use it as, one of the cars. Now all the cars carrying onboard. But this track, slipperier, the better.
Slipperier is the better. Any kind of horsepower that you can pull out. What's going to be interesting is our pole sitter, Calvin Couts, is running that Halo, which is the only time you see that. It's very new. In fact, I just a little bit ago talked to Calvin's father, Tim, who owns the car and used to be driving this car, was very competitive in this car for a long time. They went through a lot of engineering developed to create that Halo. They've worked a little bit they're going to be working with the rules makers eventually to figure out how we're going to make this thing into club racing. This is it's a lot of iterations to get here. From an aero perspective, it's pretty good. It's a high weight. It's 20 some odd pounds up at the top where you don't want it, but from a safety standpoint, it's really what Father Tim wanted for son Calvin. But we'll see if that has any part. Not sure it will. What will be interesting is the Honda power of the field, except for that Ford Kent that Jonathan Kotek is out there in that Swift DB6.
I think it's a great development, and hopefully that will be just implemented here. But here we go, 13 laps, and the run for the gold in Formula F. Called that now because along with the Fords, you can run the Honda Fit engine. And so that is why it is now called Formula F here as we are getting ready for the start. And again, you see just how steep this climb is. And these cars are really quick, but again, very much momentum cars. They don't have massive horsepower in the back. And we talk about turn 14 being critical twice a lap on this track, primarily because of this climb. Here we go, coming up to the start. We're green. Runoffs, run to the gold underway in Formula F, going 3 wide for a minute there, realizing with those outboard wheels. And now a big dive to the inside. And they weren't going to wait very long. And what a move by Teddy Burns. Goes from third to the lead, sneaks through, and changing the lead right from the off. Now watch him fan out down into 3, and Burns has enough of a lead there, Larry. He's going to be able to lead Couch through 3 and get a fabulous run on to the parade sweep.
Well, I was told that down on the grid, everybody was sitting there with their tires exposed, except one car had tire blankets on this morning, and it's our low 60s, still a little bit of a chill in the air. Guess which car? Teddy Burns now into the lead, and I'm thinking that confidence, if nothing else, the confidence to go into turn 1 that aggressively, but it's coming back at him right now.
Yeah, look at that move by Couch, just swept through, then comes across and dissuades in the outside move here. This could be pretty impressive by Kotek. He makes it work around the outside, gonna lead up into turn 6, and just that quickly, Theodore Burns, third, lead to third. That fast. And what a move by Jonathan Kotek around the outside of turn 5.
Yeah, Kotek, the veteran in this field, obviously he's all of his runoffs gold medals, all of his starts, his podiums. He knows how these races are raced and won. And right now he knew that turn 1 move was just a temporary thing. He was going to be able to get that back.
Ooh,
now let's see if they work.
There.
Yeah.
Outside of 8, getting together, and looked like they may have got away with it, but he's going to lose an awful lot of ground here. But, that's exposed. That's open wheel racing.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe if that was Ferguson.
Yeah, it looked like it. Possibly.
Could have been, yeah. It's one of those orange Pipers back there.
Meanwhile, through the kink the first time, the damp spot on the entry to the kink has gone away, not so much the exit. You can still see there's moisture in that curb. You want to stay away from that for a while here. Just takes this part of the track from that overnight rain so long to dry because it's so protected. Big move in the back, down the inside, in too hot, running way wide, gathers it up. That Piper got in really, really quickly there. Great job of saving it as Kotek continues to lead from Couts and then, again, Theodore Burns.
Yeah, still wondering if it's still a bit of cold tires and cold brakes out there at this time. Coming down the first time, cold track because it's all shadowed by the trees down there in the Kettle Bottoms into Canada, and that plays a part for these guys the first time on the brakes in there.
Well, and this track really hard on brakes, and if they're not warmed up properly. And right in the mix now is Sebastian Mateo Naranjo, I think, is up into 4th. And what an opening lap for him, having started in 7th. And we got 2 pairs of 2. Kotek leads in. Burns goes right around the outside of Couts. And Naranjo getting a great exit out of turn 1. Dives down to the inside. I don't think he's going to make it all the way up into 2nd, but he's going to be in 3rd. And look at Burns there trying to open up that exit a little bit. It looks like he may have got a pretty good run. We've got a 4-car draft. This should be crazy down into turn 5.
And that 4 cars turning into 2x2 here as they come underneath the cheese bridge there, coming down towards 5. It does look like Kotek still has a nose ahead, but it may not last long as his buddy Mateo is coming on the outside.
Big wiggle there by Kotek on the brakes, and I think Naranjo there in the yellow car saw it and opted to give him a little bit of room. He's tucked right in behind. And you said Buddy here. That's an interesting story, isn't it? Because Kotek actually coaches the young man Naranjo, and now Naranjo is using some of that experience and coming right up to challenge the professor.
Yeah, and that's great because they're obviously they're working together. They've got the same crews prepping those two cars, and now we'll see if they actually work together a little bit, or does Mateo go up there and try and push Kotek and his mentor a little bit. But this train, we thought maybe was going to be a 3-car pulling away. That's not the case.
No, not at all. And that was one of the things that, Kotek obviously looking at opportunity here, making that switch to that slipperier chassis and going back to that Ford engine. Actually went after the runoffs last year, went and ran a Kent Ford-powered car in the huge Walter Hayes Trophy for Formula Fords in England, and came back having been sold on it. But now Naranjo pinching him just a little bit as Kotek needed to defend just a tad on the black number 81 of Burns. And we've got ourselves, this is just a fabulous pack here. 6 cars covered by the proverbial blanket here as we come through Billy Mitchell. You can see Burns just defending a little bit, knowing that Couch might be willing to take a little run in that absolutely chrome silver entry as they head up the hill here. And this is where that exit of 14, Larry, in the draft is so crucial. Look at Burns.
It is. And now that the 6-car train, with the way these guys in the front are sort of fighting a little bit, they're not playing friendly leapfrog. In fact, it's going to go at least 3 wide here into 1.
Couch with that multiple car draft just pops outside, has so much speed. Now he's got to do the rim shot. It's a little crossed up as he exits 1, but hangs on to it. Goes to the lead. Burns, meanwhile, going to take a dive down to the inside of Kotek, and he's going to go underneath Couch. Couch saw him at the last second, gave him just enough room, but that pinched the exit for Burns, and I think now Kotek and Naranjo are going to be able to maybe go through. What might help Burns is he tucked right in behind here. Oh, and here we go. There's Naranjo popping to the outside. Didn't have enough of a head of steam built up, but look at this. Couch, he came across the line in 4th, leads into 5.
Yeah, well, keep your eye on Tazio Stefanelli. He's also, I think, joined this group. It was 6 when they came out of 14. We're now up to 7 in this pack, as Stefanelli actually turned the quickest lap of the race so far, 2 laps into this thing. And so now it's a 7-car field. It's just going to be a bit of this dicing here for quite a while, I think.
You know what? It has always astounded me why this class doesn't have bigger numbers, because I think it's always been one of my favorite classes because it is all about mechanical grip and driver skill. There's no arrow here other than being slippery. And if you're fast in this, you can wheel it. And it is a great development category. And I wish the numbers would come back to where they were back in the day, as they say, because this class used to be massive, and it is some of the best racing going on this track. With the drafting, it's spectacular.
Yeah, I like to call this pure racing. Yes. Pure, the fact that it's just you and 4 wheels. Everyone's running generally the same sort of equipment here, and you just get what is pure racing. What comes out in this is the personalities of the drivers. This is showing it. Teddy Burns is known as a bit of an aggressive driver. There he is, making the pass into Canada.
Down to the inside, into Canada corner. Ooh, the wiggle, got onto that curb. It's a little damp. The back end snapped out. Couch going to go outside at Billy Mitchell. And again, as you said, these guys know Teddy is an aggressive racer, and Couch said that might not be really the time for me to do that, and tucked back in, which might give now Kotek and Naranjo a really nice run out of 14, because there's no question there that Couch breathed it for just a second, and these momentum cars, that can really park you a little bit here. And let's see what happens. Here we go. Kotek taking the look, 3 wide. And Couch coming across the cover, and he knows he can make that outside line work here, and does it again. Turns in, wide entry through 1. That curb at the exit there looks like it's a little bit in better shape. And so Couch making that work. Kotek coming down the inside, straight to the apex, and Teddy Burns giving him just enough room to let it roll around the outside just a little bit here with a little bit more speed. But here comes Naranjo, and he has got Stefanelli and Ferguson right there as well. This pack is fabulous.
Yeah, this pack has definitely grown with Stefanelli up into that group. Demetrios also now in the 7th spot in that big group up front. Nathan Down has sort of joined, so I think we're up to about 8 cars. Every time I look, there's another car following in this pack. And I think the whole field now is in one shot.
I think so. Look at that wiggle there. This is great. Well, they qualified extremely closely, and they are racing that way as well. Qualifying in this class was kind of fascinating to watch. Just seeing people try and pair up and draft and work. You have to do that here.
Well, so qualifying for these guys, they qualified with the F6s on Tuesday and Thursday. They got their own session on Wednesday. So what you found was Tuesday, Thursday was a bit of broken up. There were some full course yellows thrown in there. Wednesday was their day, and that's where you saw like everyone basically got a lap in, were able to get a couple in, but nobody was able to kind of refine that with a second or third day of good qualifying session. So that's why I think part of this tight field. But now it's showing up in the racing, as tight as this is, with your pole sitter Couts there still kind of leading the way. But again, we just saw this a lap ago where we saw Burns go down the inside. Let's see if he does it again.
Absolutely, and I'll tell you, that exit curb at the kink has a lot of water still tucked in the crevices. Here we go. Burns, this is what he did last time. You called it. Dives to the inside of Couts. Watch on the exit. He stays off of that very rough and sodden curbing out there, if you will. So he continues to lead Couts. And then, of course, Naranjo doing an absolutely incredible job here as he continues to run right up at the sharp end of things. Just to give you a little, even though this is essentially Naranjo's first ever start in the runoffs, listen to what he did in Super Tour competition this year. 13 starts, won 11 of them, was never out of the top 5, and had 11 poles. So the kid is for real. And here he comes, looking up the inside, but look at that huge move by Tazio Stefanelli. Came across the line in 4th, settles into 2nd by the time they turn into 1. Stefanelli is on a charge.
Yeah, absolutely. Huge move there. I believe it was his father, Tony, that helped develop the halo that's on the car in front of him in Calvin Couts. So I'm sure these guys know each other pretty well. And they're about to meet a little bit side by side, maybe shake hands here going into 5. A little high five, probably not, as they're going down into the back straight.
This is just extraordinary racing, and getting some notes from some people that are watching our coverage that absolutely loving the battles. And here we go. Here, big lunge here again. Down into that turn, number 5 by the number 80 of Naranjo. And I think this is the first time in this race he's actually gone to the outright lead, as he now controls it over Teddy Burns. Calvin Couch sitting back there from the pole in that 4th spot right now. That move by Tazio Stefanelli broke things up a little bit, and he's looking for more.
Yeah, what I'm impressed here is the patience of the 4-time gold medalist, Jonathan Kotick, right now. He's not fighting. He's not pushing around anybody. He's just settling in, and I think that's that experience, maturity that he has to just say, you know what, I don't need to be leading every lap. I'll let the kids do it.
Did you see Naranjo there? Big wiggle under massive load through the carousel. That's going to scrub a little speed. I don't think Burns had enough of an opportunity to do anything with it. He just stayed in. But again, Naranjo running way over that wet exit curb. That's a big risk here. And he is just staying with that preferred line down in here. And here we go. It is going to be Burns moving to the lead. And Stefanelli thinking about it, as Naranjo giving everybody a fair amount of room. But look at the scrap behind. Couts now under attack by our pole sitter, Kotick.
And I suspect Couts will probably slip in as he does. Doesn't need. He's a little bit more the conservative type, but I tell you what, they're still going 2 by 2 here around through 14. Now let's see if Kotick makes a bit of a move. He sees a couple of car length gap. He's got behind him. I think that's Stefanelli there right behind him. So see if those two stay in line to each other and try to make a bit of a move up towards the front pair here on this long straightaway.
And they do not. You can see Stefanelli pops out, which is going to give this leading duo even a little bit more mojo there. And to make that pass, Kotick had to take a tighter line, so it's just going to cost him a little bit of exit speed. Again, these cars so momentum driven, and now Kotick, I'm sure, gave a hand signal to Stefanelli that said, no, get back in line here. Let's catch these guys, then let's race. And Calvin Couts in that, I just love the livery on that car. That chrome silver with the orange is spectacular. And he's, as you said, like Kotick was, playing a pretty cagey, calm game here. Kotick not waiting for it now. diving down to the inside and going from third to first underneath Burns. And the black Piper with that blue and red striping. Naranjo sits third, Stefanelli fourth, and Couch just laying in wait.
Yep, and exactly. He's just being patient back there. He's seeing all the movement in front of him. You can be sitting 3, 4, 5, 10 car lengths maybe and be just fine. Wait till we get to about lap 10, and then it's going to get even more interesting. If you think this is exciting, just wait until we get down to the last 3 laps. It's going to be crazy. But Kotick now maybe wanted to make sure stay up in the fight. In my opinion, these kind of races, halfway through the race, you want to be in the top 5. 3 laps to go, you'd like to be in the top 3. And then on last lap, anywhere in the top 3, maybe even in third. These guys might all be thinking that chess match, those multiple moves ahead to see what position do they need to be in when we get down to the 5, 4, and 3 laps to go.
Did you notice Kotick running a little wider line into the carousel and then just diamonds it a little bit more as he exits to try and get a drive out. But here we go. Burns, once again, he loves this move, just tucks in all the way through the carousel and the kink. Pops as they get midway through the run down Kettle Bottoms and into Canada Corner. Ran a little wide there. Kotick getting an opportunity and also a big wide run there. I didn't catch that number. Was that Jay Messenger?
Might have been Ferguson. He's in that black and orange Piper. He and Constantino are both running those, so it may have been one of those guys.
Meanwhile, here is your scrap for the lead. Burns, a little bit more of a lead than he's had here. Kotick hoping at this point that Naranjo just gets right up there and gives him that little bit of a shove. And Kotick says, actually, I don't think I need it. Got an absolutely great run that time down to the inside of Burns. Way tight to the wall there, trying to break the toe.
Interesting.
Now comes across. Look at this. Thought for a second we might see a big move there by the number 80 of Naranjo, but he decided to ease out of it. But did you see Naranjo's head there?
Yeah.
He was looking everywhere.
Yep.
Where is everybody? I don't want to cause an incident here.
Well, that was interesting for Kotick.
That is credible.
Kotick went to the inside down the straightaway, and as soon as he was clear, rather than continue to give the draft to the guys behind him, he went all track left before he got to the brakes. A, gives him a better run through 1, and B, he stops giving the draft to the 2 that were following up down the inside. So it gets fascinating for Kotick. He's thinking about all those things at the same time. As you said, all of them looking.
Look at this move to the outside, the attempt by Naranjo, and he's going to maybe get Kotick around the outside. What a move by Naranjo as he went from deep into that second spot. And then we got this crazy pack heading up into turn 6. You almost have to let things settle here. And for just an instant here, things calming down just a smidge. We're going to step away, but we will be right back.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Ugh, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Welcome back, everybody, to our live coverage of the Run for the Gold in Formula F here at America's National Park of Speed, Road America. Our coverage presented by Mazda, and this duel continues. Ferguson, now Kotick ducks to the inside in that red Swift. Piper and Swift, two of the slipperiest cars out there. And here comes Naranjo taking a peek as well, not able to get it done, and will settle right back into third in that bright yellow Magali as they head down into turn 3. A lot of people don't think a lot about turn 3 here, but it's a pretty important corner because if you get a good run out of 3, it sets you up beautifully down into 5.
Yeah, it sets you up into where we measure the trap speed on these cars here as they go past the Sargento Bridge there. Very critical critical, and 3 is one of those where the pavement's a little bit different camber inside to outside, so very important to be down the inside and get that strong run. But at this point, the draft matters, and you're watching everybody jostling for speed, and here they go again.
Boy, did you see that little edge over by Tazio Stefanelli there to dissuade Kotek, and Kotek reacted to it just enough that Naranjo was able to dive through underneath. So Kotek back into third, and we talk about normally, we're seeing great moves in passing on certain sections of this track. In this class, it's everywhere.
Yeah, it is everywhere. You can't even blink or you're going to miss some sort of change of position, probably for the lead. What's interesting is, I mentioned a bit ago, Kotek was showing patience, and then he went to the front. I'm going to say it now. Couts is showing patience right now, a lot of it. He's sitting in sixth. He is not trying to make moves on anybody. I think that's strategic. He may be kind of leaving his tires as they are, letting the car just sort of settle in. Now we're into that last 4.5 laps here. Let's see what happens here with someone like Couts, our pole sitter.
And keep in mind, Stefanelli started in the 5th spot in this one. So he has had a very well-judged race thus far. And that's a Spectrum, the lone Spectrum chassis in the field, and doing a nice job right now. Kotek defending and moving over a little bit as Naranjo was going to make a move. And Kotek, he's going to have that tighter entrance in. Burns, who's been such a factor here, sitting back in 4th at this stage. And then it is Couts sitting, as you said, in that 5th spot right now. And look what Stefanelli's doing. Man, did he get a run through Canada and through Billy Mitchell? That's as big a lead as we've seen.
Yeah, I don't know, something perhaps there with Kotek. He maybe chucked up just a little bit to allow that gap, but I think that gap will be gone by the time we get into 1, and I think Kotek's bringing friends. I think he's got Naranjo, he's got Burns right behind him, Ferguson's right there, and then it's going to be Couts. So we're going to see all 6 nose to tail here in just about another 200 feet.
Well, I wonder if that was that early turn-in Kotek made into Canada, and it just nulls your momentum. Exiting, Couts diving down to the inside into 1, but there was nobody home, and that's going to cost him in terms of his exit speed just a little bit. That may have been something he was just trying for later in the race. You are going to do the exploring, but the one thing we've seen here, that move by Tazio, that's the first time we haven't had turn 1 under contest for the lead. Yeah. You get a gap like that, that can help, but as you said, now by the time we get down into turn 5, very easily Stefanelli could be back in 3rd.
Yeah, not only was turn 1 not in contention, there was nobody even close when he caused start-finish. That's got to be playing into his mind to say, I need to lead coming out of Canada.
Did you see Burns? He actually had to brake, or he was going to get right into the back of Naranjo there, and that's going to allow Couts up the outside. Couts drops his rights right at about turn-in. You can see them drop into the grass, and a little bit of schmutz flew up, and he recognized that immediately. Don't go around the outside now with wet, maybe dirty tires, and just got back onto the pavement, checked up a little bit. That is, he's a young guy, obviously, but he's learned a lot from Dad.
Yeah,
no question about that.
And 6 is a slippery corner anyway. That is definitely a dangerous move to be picking up any kind of dirt in the right side tires going into it. But now let's see how they do as they come around the carousel here, working lap 9. Let's see if this time Couts decides to try to pick up a position or two before they get to Canada, start working his way up. As I said, I'd like to be, with 4 laps to go, in the top 3, certainly by 3 laps to go in the top 3. Right now, Couts is sitting in 5th.
And again, you can see that little different line Kotek takes entering the carousel, and at the end of it, because he gets it straightened out, he gets a great run. But I'll tell you what, Stefanelli is absolutely flying, carried a huge amount of speed through the kink and got down to the inside easily down here. And this is where he seems to be absolute. Look at the ground he makes up. Exit of Canada through Billy Mitchell, and then gets this solid run through 14, and everybody behind him is scrapping, and he's got a comfortable 5-car length lead.
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder if that Honda's feeling really good this morning. A good grunt coming out of Canada, and that's helping him versus the Ford behind him of Kotek. But I also wonder if Kotek's just sort of playing it easy right now, certainly with his good buddy Mateo there right behind him. Maybe they were working a little bit together on this one, but Teddy Burns was so aggressive early. He's also seemed to have toned that back a little bit. I gotta figure he's gonna amp this up here. He's not working lap 10.
Now look at Naranjo as there we go, watching this unfold. You can see Kotek made that move, was able to get through on Stefanelli, and Naranjo taking advantage of it, jumps up into 2nd. Stefanelli now 3rd, Burns in 4th, and here comes Couts. Got a great run through the exit of 3. and he's going to maybe be able to do something here. One thing I wanted to ask you about Stefanelli, he'd been laying back for a little bit here. Possible that he had a setup on his tires in terms of pressures that's made them come good a little bit later in the race.
Oh, no, we got contact.
Big, almost going over was the 88 of Couts. I didn't catch who the tire that he got into was.
Not sure if that was possibly Constantino that was back there, but big contact. He's still sitting, I think, there at turn 5, but pack moves on. That's your pole sitter now, kind of deep in this pack.
Yeah, it changes up the dynamic here, and that little bit of contact, it created that gap here.
Yeah.
And we get a report that Couts is indeed back underway. Don't know, may have knocked the alignment out a little bit. That was a pretty hard slap, but good to know he's able to continue. But now these two, Stefanelli and Kotek, have a little bit of a gap that they can work with here possibly.
Just a little bit, but I think right behind him is Teddy Burns. I think is one of those cars there, and I think he's got some pretty good straight line speed as well. We'll see if he's able to catch these two by the time they get to Canada. If not, I think by the time we get around start-finish, we're going to have ourselves about a 4-car pack, maybe 5.
Oh, here comes Kotek.
There you go.
Takes the look, exactly what you were talking about. He got the run, got that draft to work, and knifes down. But he has that tight entry and then pinches it on the exit a little bit, and that's where Stefanelli absolutely seems to make some hay here, but didn't work this time. Let's go back and take a quick look at what happened down in 5, Larry.
Yeah, let's watch him. He's going to be just a side-by-side there, actually, with Naranjo.
Oh, with his apprentice.
Yeah, so Naranjo there, actually, they just went, it's just, not much room to break down there.
Yeah.
It's tough going on that downhill braking.
Actually, Naranjo is the apprentice of Kotek, not Couch. But nonetheless, now you can see Kotek trying to go over and break the draft, and just that quick Stefanelli. Is that Ferguson who's fought his way up? What a run!
Yeah, Ferguson, a heck of a run there and got the run around Teddy Burns. Burns still in that 4th spot. As now we're down to these last 3 laps. This is where the true chess match really develops.
Yeah, you can see there. Look at that. Burns take a look. Stefanelli eased over to defend a little bit. And that's a great tactic here, because we talked about how important it is to get a run through 3.
Yep.
You move over and get that guy to defend just for an instant, slows down his exit a bit.
Yeah, watch these next 2 laps where we get the final lap, though. Everyone's positioning coming out of Canada, especially watching Kotek. Can he defend coming out of Canada all the way to start finish or not?
You see there, Kotek, that was really a brilliant job, as Burns was thinking about doing a 3-wide dive to the inside, and Kotek moved over just enough to not give him enough room to do that. That was really savvy racecraft.
Yeah, Stefanelli as well kind of shut the door there to make sure that he stayed in behind Kotek on that.
All right, we got a 5-car train right now, and the guy that's really lost in this a little bit, that car back in 6th, just outside of it at this stage. But let's see how this plays out. That's the Swift and Nathan Down, I think. But meanwhile, Kotek leading through. That's the 80 of Naranjo.
It is, yeah.
All right, here's Couch backing after it. But way, way down the order. That's a tough day, a break and day for the pole sitter here. So you can see that halo. That might be the future of this class. But right now, the battle is at the front with Kotek, Stefanelli, Ferguson going for the medals here. Here we go. And Kotek, what a run, obviously, through the carousel and king for Stefanelli back in front. And did he bring Burns or Ferguson with him? Or is that Burns?
That should be Burns with him right there. So, yeah, Stefanelli and I believe Burns now. I believe that puts Ferguson back, I think, in the 4th spot. And
Naranjo taking a run down the inside of 14. That tightened it up a little bit. He's going to be under attack once again. But look at this duo up front, Stefanelli and Ferguson. And they're drafting together, and Kotek's trying to do this on his own. Is he? Yeah, he is. He's close enough. He's going to get the double toe. And Burns pops. Kotek moved to the inside as well. Kotek is going to get a great run at the exit of 1 potentially here. Wow, this is great. This is high-speed chess.
Yeah,
I love this.
With 2 to go, that's exactly. These guys want to stay in that front 3. They've got to be real careful not to let the next 3 catch them. I don't know if they're thinking about that deep right now. They're just thinking about each other. It's that next two, which I think at this point is Ferguson and Naranjo are sitting back there trying to do what they can, maybe even work together a little bit to try and catch the front three and make something out of this. There's only 3 podium spots, but there's 5 cars in the running.
And here we go. Burns down to the inside. And Stefanelli waits as long as he can to come over. Burns runs wide. That's going to give Stefanelli the run up the hill into 6. And you can see Stefanelli was worried there about Kotek, but then when Burns ran wide, that changed the dynamic. Burns thinks about it into 7. Wasn't quite enough in position. Does anybody try a big lunge here down into 8, this downhill braking zone? Not yet.
So I'll be interested to see here, watching Kotek. I think he wants to be leading out of Canada on the last lap. I wonder if he'll try that here and see if it works, and then give the lead back up and try to do it again on the last lap. Obviously, that's multiple chest moves down the line here, but keep your eye on Kotek here. What does he do from the kink down to Canada on this lap?
Yeah, sometimes you explore, okay, where do I want to be and when at this stage?
We've seen his pace coming out of Canada. It seems to be down on what Stefanelli and Burns can do. So Kotek may think he has to lead coming out of Canada or he'll lose it.
And Naranjo right now is fast lap of the race, so we're still in it. Here we go. This is the move Burns absolutely loves. Executes it perfectly. Watch for Stefanelli to try and cut back, and Kotek gets the great cutback underneath move. Is it enough? He's through, and Naranjo might be making the move as well, and just that quick, Stefanelli drops to 4th. Here we go. Out of 14, and look at the margin Burns has. Talk about timing it perfectly here as he runs up the hill, and now the draft-breaking bob and weave is underway.
Yeah, so really amazing there to watch Kotek do that move after Canada as they got toward Bill Mitchell to be able to take the second spot, but it wasn't giving him an opportunity to take the lead. So he's got to be real careful about the last lap, his position, and everybody else now saw how that played out. If you're Burns, you're Naranjo, you're probably thinking, I think I can lead and take the finish if I can lead out of Canada. Everyone else, I don't know.
Yeah, and look at that move by Kotek right around the outside into the lead at turn 1. Burns in second. Here comes Naranjo on Stefanelli. They were pretty much dead even, and Naranjo was able to slide through and pick that spot up. And here we go. Last time down the moraine sweep into one of the best overtaking areas. Who has positioned and who has the bravado to make this one work? Look at the bob and weave by Kotek. And you can argue I'm trying to break the draft. Others will say, well, yeah, you're just blocking. And look at this, side by side. Burns tried it around the outside, Kotek having none of that. And look at this, Stefanelli now on a big defensive move on Naranjo as well.
Yeah, nobody wants to give this up here. I think everyone's positioning for how they are coming out of Carousel. I think we're going to possibly see a 4 or even we may see 4 wide with one deciding, let me watch how the front 4 do this going into Canada. But look at these guys. They're all just trying to set up. Very interesting that they've let Kotek be the front car.
Yeah.
And I suspect he may be about to get steamrolled right now going into Canada in just a couple of seconds.
Well, this is where look at the line he runs. A little wider into the carousel and then just pins it down to the inside. And look at the gap it gives him.
Yeah.
He just straightens the wheel out earlier and is able to really fly. And this is where he needs a massive run through here, because this is the area that Teddy Burns absolutely loves. And hit right there. That was Couts. Up. No,
that was
Burns. Up and over the back. Sorry about that. That was really frightening. That was on the back of Kotek. You can see damage there. Oh boy, this is all up for grabs here. Stefanelli in the best position right now, having inherited that second spot. But Naranjo, look at that, diving to the inside. And I don't know, that's literally like having an anchor out a little bit for Kotek. But he gets through 14 with enough of a head of steam. He might pull this off.
Yeah, the move by Naranjo may have slowed down a little bit, but it's not going to slow down Kotek.
And look at this, down to the inside. This is a 3-way scrap for second. Wow, it goes. That was unbelievable what happened on that last lap here. Stefanelli second, Naranjo third. That's going to be your podium. Then Nathan down up 4 spots. And there is Burns heading into the pits. Huge damage on the right side of that car.
The speeds are so high. They're all trying to fight for that position to be able to make that move into Canada, and sometimes not quite enough there for a 3 wide there. That's an unfortunate way to end the day for Teddy Burns.
Yeah, what a absolutely scrappy drive he put in here. As we're watching Eric Poulsen working his way around on the final lap here. But that's the thing. Open wheel cars, and these, the car itself is so narrow, and those wheels really are out there a bit. And sometimes just that little bit of misjudgment. You think you're clear, the guy in front of you has a little moment. It just happens fast. Is the other part of it. And looking at these guys coming through, Michael Dowden and Robert Gross. And then
get Jay Messenger up in there in that shot as well. In a bit of a fight here. That might be Whit Polson coming up to the finish.
Coming to the line here. It's a drag race. Back in the pack, and it's still, look at how close coming across the line here. Wow. Polson and Dowden.
Dowden and Messenger, I believe is who those
Messenger,
two were.
yeah, that was incredible. Yeah, Polson had already eased through. So Dowden getting it by almost nothing.
Look at the exhaust actually on that Kent motor. Bent. So the Hondas don't have the long pipe. That is a Ford unique thing. The exhaust pipe comes straight out, and it looks like perhaps that Teddy Burns got even all the way into that pipe.
It sure does.
Amazing that this car didn't seem to show any issues. Then getting to the finish line helped a little bit with the move that Naranjo and Stefanelli were doing on each other in 14. But Kotick.
Damage at the back that was a pretty good wallop, obviously, if you're up on top bending that exhaust pipe. And the good news is out of this is that Burns didn't go over because oftentimes you catch enough air back there.
And drove the car up pit lane to get the car back on 3 wheels. So that's a great sign.
Yeah. Wow. Well, I'll tell you, now you see why I love Formula F. And today, at least for the win, it's Formula Ford.
Yep, it is a Formula Ford.
He
2
did
years
it
ago with Fords.
With an old Swift chassis.
Yep, and he went to this year thinking that they're maybe here at an advantage, and he drove it. Honestly, at the end of the day, it really wasn't even the Ford that did it. It was Kotick. It was the patience. It was the maturity. It was I'm going to sit back in 5th and 6th, and then I'm going to work the racecraft as we go, learning with every corner. Where can he do it? Where can't he? He had that lead coming out of Carousel down through the stretch here, and he just was able to hold that lead to the finish.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to me about you can see the results here on the bottom as they come by. Kotick, Stefanelli, and Naranjo on the podium. And again, Naranjo, a rookie in the category, and Stefanelli, a rookie in the category. It's amazing here. There are 1, 2, 3. There is 5 rookies out of the 105 rookies here at the runoffs in its 60th running across all classes. 5 of them are here alone. And you know what? That lower tray, Larry, that comes off the back of the Swift, that got damaged as well. So, yeah, lots wrong with that car, but apparently none of it affecting the performance at all. And Kotick, that was just a fabulous drive. Lots of experience, and a 5th gold medal here. That's pretty darn impressive.
He has had that target on his back for a while, and he wears it well for sure, and he's going to have a couple of runoffs rookies there on the podium with him. Very, very cool podium for what was a spectacular race.
Oh, it was absolutely phenomenal. Formula F. I really hope more people get back into this class and grow it because, the racing is spectacular when you've got super talented drivers in cars that are this equal in performance with narrow tires, so it's all driver feel. It's spectacular
it's the
racing.
nut behind the wheel, as they say.
Yeah, it truly is. And man, did they put on a show. Absolutely fantastic. And again, for Kotick, a 5th gold medal. This one took a while, as you said, for him to get it.
Yep, a couple of years there. He's been chasing to try to get this 5th one. He worked extremely hard to go back into the Swift and to work on developing the Kent motor to work this year. And great work. It all pays off. But it was the racecraft again that really shines in what led to this for him.
Yeah, and just look at the back of this car, all the stuff that's dinged and scuffed and dropped.
The battery charging cable kind of dangling down there as well.
Thank you.
All right, but here he is out of the car, and for the 5th time, as that helmet comes off, he is going to be getting a beautiful gold medal draped around that neck. Oh, look at that. Family, this is nothing about the runoffs. It's family. It's all family here. There it is, a 5th gold medal presented to Jonathan Kotick. And, of course, when you run on Hoosiers, you get the Hoosier tie. Let's get it right down, so I think he's ready, to Hayward.
Jonathan, it looked like that last lap you were not where you wanted to be going into turn 1, and it went super defensive. What was the strategy?
I knew I just needed to keep the car out front. I studied 2020's video multiple times and just re-ran it through my head. Okay, what can I do better this year? And made sure that I kept the car out front as best as possible. Took it easy the first half. Everyone was pretty antsy, so let them go have fun for the first half and then let my Hoosier tires come in and got the win.
Talk about the run into Canada, the contact. What did you see? What did you feel?
I was just driving my racing line, and next thing I know, I feel a thump, and then I look behind me, and Teddy ran in the back of me. So I know multiple times he had contact with me on track. I gave him plenty of room, and he would crash into me. So that seemed like what happened. But, I mean, hard racing. I mean, we're here for the national championship, but good job to everybody, and can't thank my second family, which is Jeff and Jessica Busher, thank you. Also Jim Little with Driver Services, massive thank you to them. Can't thank everyone else that's been on board. Carbotech Brakes, Hoosier Tires, those guys have been really great to me. Also want to thank Ivy Engines, Swift as well. Really great being on board with those guys this year. Switching things up from last year, and really proud of how everything went. And thank you to Jeremy Shaw as well. Team USA, that was really great to be part of, and happy to carry the name in Formula Ford. I'll be going back over to Silverstone and Brands Hatch this year as well, so really excited about all that. And Jeremy Grenier, thank you too. You've been a part of this massively. Johnny Baker, and also Anders Crown. So we have become the all-time winning Formula Ford driver, so that's pretty cool. 5 national championships, 1 in FRP, so it's pretty exciting stuff.
Well, congratulations to you. A very calm and composed winner interview here, but take a look at this hand. Let's see, how still is that hand? A little bit of a shake still going. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, that's that energy, that's that adrenaline flow in there. And, you know, all those people he was thanking, a number of them were with Team Pelfrey, who he runs with in FRP, and just an absolutely fabulous story. And, of course, he got to go, we're running the Walter Hayes Trophy with Team USA last year. This year it sounds like he gets to do it again, and the festival. So what a run here for Jonathan Kotek. And let's take a quick look here. Kotek with the gold. Stefanelli and Naranjo are second and third. We'll be hearing from them shortly. Nathan Down up a bunch of spots up into the fourth spot. Antonio Costantino up into fifth. That's your top 5. Demetrios Constantinidis in the sixth spot. Calvin Couts, who had that big moment down in turn 5, in seventh. Teddy Burns, bigger moment heading into Canada corner in 8th. Eric Polson in 9th. And Michael Dowden in that great battle to the line, just pipping Jay Messenger for 10th. Robert Gross in the 12th spot, and Ferguson, who had a problem early, is back in 13th. Let's go right back down for our second and third place medal winners with Hayward.
Taz, that looked like an absolute dogfight. Y'all ran green to checker, no full course cautions. How satisfying was this race for you?
It was amazing. First time ever here at the runoffs, and had best race of my life. Just clean racing, hard racing, but everyone was very fair. Still coming down from the adrenaline, because I led a lot more than I thought I ever would. So,
where did you want to be at the start of the last lap?
Second. Right up on the front, because way too many times I've won by 3 feet in various races here. This draft, especially in this weather, it's the key.
Well, congratulations on the silver. We got Sebastian here with the bronze. Sebastian, how was your race?
The race was chaotic, and I really had so much fun for it. I just want to thank Pelt for giving me a great car and my parents for making this possible. But from my point of view, we just had action-packed from start to finish like we do have in the Pro Series. And to me, it was hard racing but fair racing, and that's what I love most about it. And this is my first runoff, so third place is I'll take it. And I enjoyed this so much. It's probably the best race of my life so far. So,
did you have any chance to think about strategy, or was it just reacting the whole race?
Just don't be in first on the last lap. So, unfortunately, due to other circumstances before that made sure that wasn't possible. So, all I did was just send it and hope I can deny Taz the win for Jonathan.
Well, congratulations. 3 happy podium finishers down here on pit lane.
And what a race they put on, Larry. It was spectacular start to finish, and this class certainly delivered. There you see Couts and Kotek in the front row, and we got the green, and it was phenomenal from that point on.
It
really was corner to corner, every straightaway it passed. You can see it's 2x2, and there's that contact to win it at 5 that took Couts out of the running for the top spot. Interesting comment there for Mateo to talk about that last lap. Of course, we have the contact here just before the last corner on the last lap, but that move that Mateo made to inside of Stefanelli allowed Kotek to get away. That's his buddy, that's his coach that he works with, and it leads to a 5th gold medal for Charlie Kotek.
Yeah, look how close this was for second and third and fourth of the line by absolutely nothing. It was great racing. Big event for Kotek as well. He also was the Hawk Breakthrough winner, making the biggest gain from day 1 to day 2 and getting a set of pads. And I want to mention Robert Gross was our Sunoco 260 award winner. So big day of racing and absolutely battle-scarred champion here in Formula F with that Ford. Pretty special stuff. For Larry and for Hayward Wagner, just a big thank you to all of you for tuning in the Run to the Gold at the SCCA Runoffs 60th running. Our coverage presented by Mazda. We'll see you next time, folks.
Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. Way out there. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose joy. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
It's a bittersweet moment at the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco, as this is the last time we're going to see GT Lite as a national class, as it's going to be absorbed into F production for next season. My name's John Phippen. Welcome to the America's National Park of Speed, Road America, as we're just about ready to roll the cars off for this last race for GT Lite. Alongside me, Tom O'Gorman. Tomo, congratulations on your 6th championship in F Street, if memory serves, at the Solo Nationals.
Yeah, thank you very much, and very much looking forward to this GT Lite race. These are very cool little race cars. We're going to take a look down with Hayward Wagner in a moment. But what you see isn't always the truth. Those two CRXs at the front, there's some hidden tricks underneath both.
Exactly right, and they definitely the class of the field, as Hayward Wagner is down on the grid, and he's got some information for us. Hey, Hayward.
Good morning, gentlemen. It's a little brisk here in Wisconsin this morning for the GT Lights race. I want to talk a little bit about tires before we get those in started. Imagine that, talking about tires of the runoffs. Your pole sitter car, the yellow CRX here, everybody up front's running the Goodyears, but you'll notice that those are the 13-inch Goodyear slicks that he's running on that car, front and rear. That's going to be a tire that warms up a little faster. It's a little bit of a counter strategy as we move down the line. The Bovis car behind it is running 15s, and if you take a look here, look at how much fuller this fender is of wheel and tire here with the 15-inch tire. Now, why does that matter? The 13's going to have more RPMs, obviously, because it's shorter, which means it's going to be spinning more times per lap, which actually means it will wear faster because each bit of the tire has more frequent contact with the track itself. The cars in second, third are both running 15s on the strategy that they're going to have tire left at the end, where your pole sitter hopes to run away and hide on the smaller 13s.
Thanks, Hayward. Great information, and that's something we'll keep an eye on, is the 15-inch tires on the second and third place cars, and not coincidentally, those are the two other drivers who are picked to finish on the podium by Sports Car Magazine. But we've got a track map coming up, and for those of you who have not been here to Road America, it's one of the longest road courses in North America, 4 miles long, 14 turns, and it is a fantastic racetrack. And take us around, Tomo.
Yeah, and these cars are not all that powerful. They are very quick, but they're not that powerful, very lightweight and low displacement machines. So this first sector, they're at full throttle for a very long period of time. We're going to see who's got the motor, who's got the momentum as we go around this lap. But this is that motor section where a lot of people think of Road America, top speeds. That's what we're looking at in Sector 1. Then the run down into the heavy braking zone and a fantastic passing opportunity into Turn 5 to bring us into that handling section in the middle of the track. Head uphill to Turn 6. One of the most challenging corners in U.S. motorsports, Turn 6 there, and then a flick through Turn 7, easily flat through these cars. Another heavy braking zone, big passing opportunity into 8, then likely a flat-out run all the way from Turn 8 down to Turn 12. A very long, wide-open throttle opportunity for these cars into the passing zone at Turn 12, Canada Corner, uphill to Turn 14, and it's not uncommon to see races won between Turn 14 and that checkered flag.
This is a racetrack. This is the 7th time the runoffs have appeared here at Road America, second only to Road Atlanta and Mid-Ohio, or third only, I guess, to those two tracks. And it is a track that generates fantastic finishes because this long run out of Turn 14 and up the hill, you'll see cars 2 and 3 wide in that run up the hill. And one of the things the race director just came in to talk to us about is you see in some of these classes guys weaving around on that run up the hill to try to break the draft, and there's a specific regulation that's been added this year to make that penalizable. So that's something we need to watch. But before we get going, we're just a couple minutes away from rolling away the cars. Let's take a moment to thank some of the folks that make this broadcast possible. Cars are rolling away from the grid. Let's introduce the starters to you for this final race for the GT Lite class here at the National Championship Runoffs. Starting on the pole, his 5th pole in his runoffs career after 19 starts is Peter Shadowin out of the Florida region in his Honda CRX. Sports Car picks him to finish on the podium. Starting second alongside him, Chris Bovis in the number 178 out of the Chicago region, another Honda CRX. He is Sports Car's pick to finish at the top step of the podium. Right behind him in third, Sports Car's pick to finish on the podium as well. Michael Lewis, the veteran, 45 starts, and he's going to have 47 before the weekend is over. He's also racing in GT1 and GT3. He is a 10-time champion, most recently right here at Road America in 2020 in GT3. Graham Fuller, last year's champion, the defending champion, will start in 4th position out of the Washington, D.C. region in his Toyota Tercel. That was a new car to Graham last season, and he brought it home at VIR. Let's see if he can repeat here this year. He is the defending champion, as we mentioned. He is also the only driver in the field eligible for the Super Sweep if he can find his way to the top step. Right behind him, the California native Brian Lynn, a 2-time champion, most recently in H production in 2016. He's in a Nissan Sentra. Next to him in that third row, the 09 of James Gregorius out of the Finger Lakes region in a Mazda RX-7. In row 4 on the inside is the 04 of Jonathan Goodale out of the Colorado region in a Mazda MX-5. Alongside him, the veteran Eric Vickerman in the number 77 out of the Detroit region in a Mazda MX-3. In row 5 on the inside, the 98 of Peter Zeckert out of the Southern Illinois region. He is the 2008 champion of this class in his Toyota Tercel. Alongside him, Chris Dudson. We'll talk a little bit about Chris in the number 73 out of Chilliwack, British Columbia from the Northwest region in a Honda CRX. In row 6 on the inside, car number 10 is Chris Copley out of Easton, Connecticut in the New England region. He's in a Toyota Paseo. And Scott McAllister in the number 19 out of the Finger Lakes region in a Volkswagen Scirocco. And finally, in row 7, number 2 is Noel Hayward from the San Francisco region in his MG Midget. And on the outside, the 71 of Jonathan Stalzer from the Blackhawk Valley region in his Toyota Corolla. Looking at qualifying times, the 2 CRXs really with the jump, almost a second and a half quicker than the third place Mazda RX-7 of Michael Lewis. You can see that blue number 32 just coming down the hill right now as Bovis is weaving back and forth, getting some temperature into those 15-inch tires. So a real mix of cars. And Tombo, let's make the fact, these are silhouette cars. Underneath the skin, they are all two-frame race cars from the ground up for the most part. There are a few full-bodied cars here, but for the most part, these are skinned over production car looking cars, but they are full-blown race cars underneath the skin.
Exactly. That's what I mean by you don't always, what you see isn't what you always get, I should say. When we're reading down the list and, there's a Mazda MX-3, there's a Toyota Tercel in this race. What that actually means is the body matches the make and model of the car more or less under the hood, if you're going to call it a hood, and then a silhouette body put over a tube frame, the same as, the guys in NASCAR and the NASCAR Truck Series and the NASCAR Xfinity Series. It's a tube frame car with a body over top of it. That's what we're doing here, but with little motors and much littler cars. It is also not always going to match the driveline. That front CRX with Peter Shadowin is actually a rear-wheel drive car. Then the front-wheel drive CRX alongside maintains the front drive layout of that car. So again, there's a little bit of parity and there's a lot of parity, but a lot of diversity in GT Lite. And the last part about that really means that they're also finicky race cars. They take a lot of work, they take a lot of fine tuning, and the qualifying laps, while you count in also disjointed sessions, maybe the car wasn't running right, drivers like Michael Lewis there in the 32 RX-7 swapping motors to run that car in multiple classes. Yes, the top two have run away by about a second over the next car in the qualifying grid, but that may not show the whole story too. Wouldn't be surprised to see some cars coming from the back having found speed since qualifying yesterday.
Want to give a shout out to my colleague and good friend Rusty Bell, who's facing some challenges. And Rusty, our thoughts are with you, my friend. Rusty was instrumental in he was on the ad hoc committee when GT4, which is the class he ran in, and GT5 were combined to create GT Lite. So it's, like I say, kind of a bittersweet weekend as these GT Lite cars will be absorbed into F production coming up in next year. So Rusty, hey buddy. as these cars side by side making their way up this long hill toward the green flag. And we've got 13 laps or 40 minutes here at America's National Park of Speed. Once again, thanks to Mazda for making this broadcast possible. As we wait, the starter is just outside our vantage point here, overlooking the start-finish line. And the green is out, and we are underway. And it's a drag race between the two CRXs on the way down to turn 1. Christopher Bovis slots in right behind our pole sitter Shadowin as they head down into turn number 1. Michael Lewis going side by side with Graham Fuller. Lewis tries to go inside Bovis, but Lewis is going to go for second on the first turn.
And that front-wheel drive CRX is probably a little bit nervous as it is still barely 60 degrees this morning. A cool day at Road America. Michael Lewis defensive on the way down to turn 3, deep on the brakes, trying to pull up underneath Peter Shadowin. We have seen that yellow CRX of Shadowin typically be very strong in straight lines, very small profile. You'll notice it's not very wide and not very tall, but he's got a lot of pressure from Lewis so far, as a little bit of a weaker start from both Bovis and Fuller.
The 04 car of Jonathan Goodale looking strong in that Mazda MX-5, working his way around the outside, then falls back in single file. Lewis down to the inside, down into turn 5 already. Going for the lead is Michael Lewis, and he takes it over as Shadowin has to fall into second spot. Here comes Bovis, and he's got Graham Fuller right behind him as they climb the hill into turn 6. Lewis right out to the edge. Lots of experience. Like we said, his 45th start at the runoffs here, and a 10-time champion in his own right. During the June sprints, Michael Lewis and Christopher Bovis split the 2 wins here, so they certainly know how to run at the front. Down to the inside, go ahead.
Yeah, big move from Lynn as well. He had a weak start to the qualifying week, but ended up starting 5th after finding some pace in that 121 car. That is a Nissan Sentra bodied car. Wasn't able to make the lunge at turn 8 quite work. We have a bit of a 5-car breakaway with James Gregorius there in the RX-7, keeping just in touch with that top 5, but Lewis is looking very, very confident, very strong. To Hayward's point, on the grid, maybe this is not going to plan for Peter Shadowin. He was hoping to, leap out quick and get going.
Yeah, exactly right. And, thinking that he might have, a disadvantage with the tire wear with those smaller 13-inch wheels.
Tight moments between Brian Lynn and Graham Fuller as the track naturally bends to the left. You want to straighten it out, and it looks like he got pinched just a little by accident. Did Graham Fuller pinch Brian Lynn off just slightly on the way down from the kink to Canada corner. Streaming out single file now. Shadowin is in second spot with a pretty big gap up to Lewis, and then a bit of pressure on the back of the CRX. Bovis has the mirrors full of Graham Fuller's Tercel.
Up the hill they come. Lewis trying to get away at the front. Bovis goes just a little bit wide as he is tucked right in behind Peter Shadowin in the battle for second spot. And then a little bit of a gap back to Graham Fuller with Lynn behind him. And they've already begun to put some distance on James Gregorius in the RX-7, running in that 6th spot. Across the line they come. Shadowin, though, getting a good run. He's got some horsepower in that car. Down to the inside, thinks about it. A little bit of a wiggle on Shadowin's part as he was late on the brakes. But Michael Lewis able to maintain the advantage over the Aaron's Tunnel down the hill toward turns 3.
Yeah, Shadowin pinched the exit or the entry to that corner just a little bit, but he was actually really had a head of steam down the straightaway. We'll see if he's able to pull away from Chris Bovis again. But it's looking like the RX-7 is the handling car and the CRX is the straight line car. Settling into lap 2 here with that 5-car breakaway. And remember, these are finicky cars. They go through different phases throughout the race. You may see different tire temperatures, different engine temperatures, et cetera, start to pan out over this 13 laps or 40 minutes.
Down into turn number 5 once again as the battle behind continues to be as Brian Lynn, late on the brakes, tries to take the 4th position away from Graham Fuller, but Graham is coming back at him as they climb the hill under the Corvette bridge. Fuller to the inside and retakes that spot. So Brian Lynn in the Nissan, Fuller in the Tercel, heading for turn number 7. Fuller hanging on to that spot. And, just as I was counting out Gregorius, he is beginning to close back in on this lead battle. So don't count out that 0-9.
Yeah, a couple more exchanges like that, and they'll absolutely have a 3-car battle for that 4th position. But unfortunately, that's also lost touch a little bit of the first 3 cars breaking away. Great moves from both drivers. You saw Brian Lynn trying to pinch the extra entry of turn 6, but Graham Fuller wasn't having any of it, laid on the brakes and kept the point.
Making their way down the hill toward the kink. We've had some overnight rain here at Road America. You can see a puddle still off to the inside there at the kink, but this portion of the racetrack very late to dry, but that battle for fourth is a dandy as the top three pretty much line astern, but Graham Fuller, Brian Lynn all over his rear bumper as they go through Canada Corner. Status quo right now as Shadowin tucking right up on the back of that RX-7 as he seemed to have the advantage on the straightaway on the last lap. Let's see if he's able to take advantage of a good exit here at turn 14 and make a run on the RX-7 as they make the run down the hill toward turn 1. They got to go up the hill first. That's the big challenge.
Listen to the scream of that rotary on the downshift, just whacking 10,000 RPM probably. And you don't get to hear race motors all that often with newer cars coming in. It's so cool to hear these cars really strung out as this time, actually. Look at this, Peter Shadowin choosing to, is that a bump draft in GT Lite, pushing Michael Lewis towards the towards turn 1 braking zone. He boxed him just a little bit, misses the entry of turn 1 himself. That's going to give Bovis a run. He goes to the inside.
Indeed, Bovis down to the inside, trying to make the move into 3. Thinks better of it. As you can see the flames coming out of that RX-7 of Michael Lewis, very characteristic of the rotary power plant in that car.
Yeah.
Bovis gets a great run out of turn 3, right on the back of Shadowin now, as they go under the Sargento Bridge and make the run down the hill toward the best passing opportunity on the racetrack. The battle between Fuller and Lynn continues for fourth as we watch this single file battle down the hill.
We did see a couple of cars report to pit lane. I saw Peter Zeckert, unfortunately, one of the cheerleaders of this class, had a mechanical issue about halfway through that first lap. We saw him already report to pit lane. I'm also surprised to see Jonathan Goodale is not keeping up with this battle. That's the number 04 car. It's a past medalist, and he's just fallen already 14 seconds back of this lead pack. So not the race he was looking for here in GT Lite, continuing to run 7th there in the top 10. But this is your battle for the lead in the top 5. Pretty much all by themselves on the racetrack this time through, as Brian Lynn is actually starting to lose touch a bit from the 4th place car of Graham Fuller.
The 3 cars that Sports Car picked to finish on the podium are the 3 cars battling for those top 3 positions right now as they make their way through the carousel turn. So you can see some interested spectators there on the outside of the carousel.
This is cool. Peter Shadowin looking very racy. I have to wonder, the first strategy was going to be get out front, get away, use the smaller tire diameter to his advantage, but it also may require quite a bit of temperature management. Smaller tires get hot faster, as Hayward mentioned. And yes, they may be similar overall diameter, but he's going to go for the lead. He pushes it down into the braking zone of Canada Corner, hits the apex perfectly, and is able to place the car exactly in the way of Michael Lewis. I don't think he's going to be able to get alongside for 13.
Yeah, Lewis thinking about trying to take that position right back again. And let's see how Shadowin plays this one, making his way up the hill in the lead for the first time. And we'll see if he's able to stretch that advantage, as that little CRX seems to have plenty of grunt under the hood. One of the things you'll notice when this field is merged with F Production next season, those rear wings will be going away. That's one of the changes that they're required to make as they get integrated into F Production. But look at Shadowin all by himself and able to stretch the lead. Bovis down to the inside of Lewis, and he's going to take second. Lewis going to go from the lead to third here in about half a lap as Bovis takes over second spot.
Oh, I wondered if Lewis was going to give it to Bovis, so they just didn't go side by side through the corner. You saw a little bit of straight line advantage just at the end of the straight for the CRX, but then Lewis challenged him. He tried to go for the corner and didn't quite make it, so he was going to fall into third either way there, but Bovis now is able to have a little bit of breathing room. I'm noticing that front-wheel drive white and orange CRX seems to have weak top speeds, but strong handling for the front-wheel drive in that car. We'll see if he can use it to his advantage now to get to the front.
Shadowin down the hill with the lead for the first time as he makes his way down into turn number 5. As the top 5 spreading out just a little bit, you can see Gregorius there in the background. There he is, just coming into the Sargento Bridge, making his way down toward turn number 5 in that final spot in the top 6. Shadowin, a 5-time champion of the class, most recently in 2022 at VIR. And as we mentioned, 5 times on the pole as well. Shadowin, the 2010 winner of the Mark Donohue Award. This is a very decorated field. We've got 4 drivers who have won one of the major awards here. Shadowin with the Mark Donohue. Brian Lynn has won the Donohue and the President's Cup. And then we've got a couple of Kimberly Cup Most Improved drivers in the field as well, in the personages of Jonathan Goodale and Chris Dudson.
So last lap through, the fastest lap of the race actually goes to Graham Fuller. He ran a 2:33.4, and that was the quickest time across the entire field. It pretty much matched with Peter Shadowin, but he is actually getting some good pace out of that number 44 car. Last car in shot right now, that blue Tercel in the background. And remember, we mentioned this race will probably take multiple shapes as the cars go through their strengths and weaknesses along the 40 minutes or 13 laps. We're starting to see Bovis getting a little bit racier through those handling sections, was able to close up to the back of Peter Shadowin, but Shadowin has such a small little car, it's going to be tough to even draft for the much bigger and standard profile CRX. He's got to run though, look at this.
Bovis out to the outside, using up all the racetrack and a little bit more, but now he's tucked right on the back of Shadowin. Let's see if Peter's car can pull away, and he does. He begins to stretch his legs as he comes onto the front straightaway here. This long straightaway down toward turn number 1. I'll tell you what, Michael Lewis has got company, as Graham Fuller, as you mentioned, just turning the fast lap of the race, is right on the back door of the 10-time champion, as Shadowin showing the horsepower of that lead CRX. Able to stretch his advantage, but Bovis right there. But Lewis coming under pressure as Brian Lynn dropping off the back of that battle, no longer in the shot here, as the two CRXs exiting turn 3 under the Sargento Bridge down toward turn number 5. Let's see if Bovis is going to pop here. He's as close as he's been in this run. Shadowin just doing a little fade there to guard that inside line, trying to maintain his best racing line down into the heavy braking zone at the bottom of the hill here at turn 5.
Last time through, fast lap of the race, Chris Bovis actually took it by a couple of tenths of a second. So the pace of that number 178 car, a former champion, of course, is very, very strong. He's just got an uphill battle here. I think he needs to get by in this section of track. If he can handle somehow getting by in a way that allows him to get away just long enough for that front straight not to be an issue, Peter Shadowin's going to have the easier job, of course, just going straight with your foot to the floor being his advantage. Look at the rolling speed of the front-wheel drive car versus the rear-wheel drive CRX. The yellow one, of course, for rear-wheel drive, we mentioned that. Just so much more apex speed and momentum for Chris Bovis, but the question is, can he do something with it? That's always the biggest challenge, being a slower in a straight line, faster in a corners car.
Coming out of the carousel turn under the Mission Foods Bridge, Michael Lewis looks to have kind of solidified his hold on third spot as Graham Fuller challenging him, but the battle is very much at the front between Shadowin and Boas as we are working race lap number 5, excuse me, having completed 4. Chris Bovis setting the fast lap of the race last time by at a 2:31.4. You know, you mentioned Graham Fuller setting the fast lap. He was almost a second faster than he qualified the car. So he's definitely found some speed here, maybe getting a little help from the draft. Through the Billy Mitchell bend and down into turn 14. Once again, Bovis all the way out to the edge of the track. Shadowin with a little tidier line as they begin to run up the hill, but the horsepower of that front-wheel drive car looking a little, or rear-wheel drive car, excuse me, looking a little more in Shadowin's advantage.
The way he's driving, I can tell that there's definitely a bit of management happening for Shadowin. He's not quite as up on the wheel, not quite as big of radius corners and using all the curbs as you see Bovis is just pushing the absolute limit of the track and also the car where it makes sense. Now, you may not see them always track out because of reasons similar to maybe something like B-Spec, where the cars are not powerful enough to continue accelerating over these big, giant curbs at Road America. So it's actually a little better to not use them and maintain more efficient acceleration. As you see, the acceleration is not quite good enough for Bovis to pull alongside there with Shadowin. Shadowin's going to continue to manage this race nicely.
Bovis, a 3-time champion as well, but he has not won this class since 2017 at Indianapolis. So he is looking for an opportunity to get to the top step of the podium here at Road America as they exit turn 5 and begin to climb up the hill. Shadowin stretching his advantage to maybe a couple car lengths as they head through that very tricky turn 6. But you're right, Shadowin, a very neat race, keeping it between the white lines, not using up any more track than he absolutely has to. And you're right, I think there's some tire management going on here as he's going to try to make sure he's got some car underneath him for the second half of this race, because we're not even halfway yet. I mean, we're just working race lap number 6 right now of the 13-lap or 40-minute race.
Yeah, this race may not change shape very much until one of the tires start to do something different, one of the drivers start to do something different. You can tell at this point in the race, Bovis is certainly just trying every lap, waiting for either a mistake or the opportunity to pop up. We'll take a look back a little further in the field at some of the most unique race cars you'll see anywhere. A Mazda MX-3 battling a Toyota Paseo, both silhouette cars up into turn 6.
Eric Vickerman in the 77, Chris Copley right behind him in the 10, as this is the battle for 7th position. Vickerman out of the Detroit region in that Mazda MX-3. And then right behind him is Chris Copley, and that's Chris Dudson just behind him. Dudson, kind of an interesting story. They had a piece about him as we head back to the front. Dudson from British Columbia finished on the podium at VIR last year, and a month later had a heart transplant. And, as part of the incentive for him to recover and do what he needed to do, Dudson set the goal to be at the runoffs this year, and here he is. So good on him. This first time he's raced in the runoffs east of the Rockies. He's raced at both Sonoma and Laguna Seca, and had a couple podium finishes at both of those places. But good on Dudson, and he's here showing what amateur racing is all about here at the runoffs. Looks like Michael Lewis has kind of solidified his hold on 3rd spot, just as it looked like Graham Fuller was going to be able to run him down. They're now separated by 2 seconds, I would call it, as the 10-time champion all by himself now, but doesn't seem to have anything for the 2 CRXs at the front at the moment.
Sure.
But again, we still got half this race to go. We're just now coming to half distance.
Bovis is a little closer this time through in the braking zone for turn 5. I call it a car width closer. It's very mild, but that's what's going to happen with this race. It's going to be a very slow march forward unless something dramatic happens, of course. That battle we took a look back at with Vickerman, Copley, and Dudson also used to include Jonathan Goodale. We haven't seen that car trip the line for a lap or so, so unfortunately a past medalist is out, I think, in that number 04 car. Just a tough day for Jonathan Goodale.
Yeah, we got word that he had pulled off track, so I don't know if he's in the pit lane or just had to pull off with a mechanical, but he is no longer in the hunt, shall we say. So 10 cars still running.
Be curious to see if there's Michael Lewis is able to kind of light the wick towards the end of this race. It's not unheard of. We've seen him do it before where he's got this late charge, and it's always hard to tell if it's because he's found extra pace or if the other cars are falling back, but it's unlikely they're going to be falling back anytime soon, as both Peter Shadowin and Chris Bovis start this lap with personal best Sector 1s, and Bovis, in fact, sets the session fastest Sector 1 starting this lap, so the CRXs appear to be getting quicker, not slower so far.
Got a good shot of Graham Fuller, the 4th place runner, the defending champion of this class, taking his first runoffs win after 7 tries. On his 7th try, I should say. As this 2-car battle at the front is the one we're watching. Peter Shadowin in the yellow number 72, Chris Bovis in the number 78. Both CRXs, but again, you can see the difference in width. Much bigger fender flares on Bovis's car to accommodate those 15-inch wheels. Shadowin's car, part of the reason he's got better straight line speed, obviously, is he doesn't punch as big a hole through the air. So that's a big advantage for him.
There's the gap back to Michael Lewis. Just barely on the front straight is also Graham Fuller. I think they've officially shaken Brian Lynn for now anyway, and James Gregorius is running a pretty lonely 6th position there, but still poised to take over the top 5 if any of these drivers have any issues. Remember, we talked about them being finicky. I'm going to knock on the wood of our desk here that nothing changes other than some good racing. Bovis is continuously getting a little quicker and a little quicker through that first sector. If he can get by in turn 5, this is a very different race.
There's Brian Lynn in the Nissan as he comes down into turn 1. That car's looking a little squirrely under the brakes.
Yeah, look at that turn in. That was like instant.
Yep. Bovis maybe getting a little extra air on that front spoiler as he comes down the hill toward turn 5. But again, Shadowin just neat as a pin, not wasting any motions. Taking a nice smooth line through all these turns, trying to preserve those tires. Bovis a little more of a wild child as he is using up all the track and then some right out to the edge of the Gator's Teeth on some of these exit curbings.
Yeah, it's cool to see the front and rear wheel drive side by side in the same shot. Look at the rear of Shadowin's car. You can kind of see that little bit of rotation. It's pushing itself through the corner, where Bovis, you can really tell that car's pulling itself along. This is a cool little demonstration, at least if nothing else, is while we're waiting for it to turn into a closer race. You can really tell the handling dynamics are quite different in these two cars. You normally wouldn't see that with two CRXs, but here we are.
Yeah, there you have it. Coming to the kink. With just a little more breathing room. At the line, he had about a 0.4 of a second advantage, but Bovis just set the fast lap of the race on lap number 7, as we are working lap 8 into the second half now. Down the hill into Canada Corner.
So late on the brakes for these light little GT cars. And actually, look how close those lap times were last time by. It was the faster lap for Chris Bovis, but Peter Shadowin was less than a 100th slower. It's very, very, very close. These guys are basically doing, that Michael Schumacher session where he had to run qualifying laps the entire time. Yeah, exactly. That's this right now.
Exactly right.
Wow, actually, Shadowin held up Bovis just a little bit at the apex of turn 14. That was the closest Bovis had been, but he kind of ran out of ran out of space for the first time, as you saw him kind of really pull up to the back bumper of the 72 car. If I'm Shadowin, I noticed that. Look how much I just won that race by if it was the last lap.
Yeah, exactly right. And I was going to say that might not have been that might have been intentional. Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. As Michael Lewis across the line in third. There's Graham Fuller at the back of the shot in the 4th spot. Michael Lewis, like you said, in his 45th runoff start. 2 more classes to contend this weekend in GT1 and GT3. GT1, where he really made his bones. Michael Lewis, a multiple champion in that class alone, but then has expanded his horizons into some other classes as well. As they've got a little bit of lap traffic to contend with, as that MG is coming under some pressure. That's Noel Hayward in the number 2.
We've seen Brian Lynn at the wheel of that car in a number of different categories you may recognize from past runoffs, that little yellow MG. We've seen it in production and also in GT categories. Working his own race there in the 10th position. See how heads up he may be. A little bit of typical, beautifully done, well done. A little round of applause for Noel Hayward. Very, very aware, not even interrupting the race, and continues his own.
I think he gave him a nice point. So good on Noel Hayward. Started in 13th position, currently running in 10th. There's been a little attrition that's helped him along, but interesting to see through the carousel how the different lines that these guys take. Again, it's the rear wheel drive versus front wheel drive.
Oh, this is interesting. Look how close they are. I wonder if Shadowin, even though they both got through quickly and easily on that lap traffic, maybe just had his rhythm interrupted just slightly. Yep. When you're the lead car, that's a bad thing. When you're the back car chasing, that can be a good thing. You now have an opportunity. Bovis is so close. Does he have the run, though?
He's going to try to go to the inside. Let's see if Shadowin tries to block it off. He's right in the middle of the racetrack. Bovis stays in there. I really think Bovis is going to need to be in front of Shadowin on the last lap if he's got any hope of winning this, because Shadowin demonstrated on the last handful of laps that he could just pull away in the run to the line. And without any traffic to hold him up, I think Bovis is going to have to find a way to get in front of that yellow number 72 if he's got a prayer of taking the top step on the podium.
Couldn't agree more. I think his best shots are down into turns 5 and 8. If he can build any sort of gap through the carousel, I think that's his last opportunity to build that buffer. Now we're closing in on 3 laps to go. Working lap now 10 of 13 with 16 and a half minutes left on the clock. We should go full race distance on this one. And we're both kind of just leaned forward, waiting for it to happen. It's going to happen. I feel it, but we're just waiting for these cars to get a little bit closer. As now on heartbreak for Michael Lewis.
Michael Lewis got a problem. He has pulled off. I wondered, he was right in the thick of the battle for the top 3, and then, can't remember what lap it was, but early on he began to kind of drop back, and I wondered if he was developing a problem, and it looks like that is the case, as he is there where the old bridge used to be there at the Bill Mitchell Bend. So Michael Lewis in the number 32 is off. Graham Fuller now up into the bronze medal position. Brian Lynn up into 4th. As Lewis with a mechanical gremlin of some kind. As we stay with this first place battle, working race lap number 10.
Fortunately, Lewis in a very safe spot, but that does mean that turn 12 will be under local yellow for likely, if not more, at least 2 laps. The standard will see the incident twice and then drop the yellow, which is going to remove a passing opportunity in Canada Corner for at least the next 2 laps, if not the remainder of the race.
Exactly.
While we wait for this thing to wind down. Bovis is certainly very tempted to make some moves. You can see he's filling the mirrors for Shadowin. He does not want Shadowin to forget that he's there. Just hasn't quite had the opportunity to do anything with it yet. So you can see a much tighter line for Bovis, cutting distance instead of carrying momentum like Shadowin.
Into the kink they come. Working race lap number 10. And now your 3rd place runner, Graham Fuller, in the number 22 Tercel. Taking advantage of the problems for Michael Lewis. He is well back, 14, almost 15 seconds behind the lead battle, but has disappeared from Brian Lynn by almost 23 seconds. As you can see, Lewis's car, that'll be their first pass by. As once again, Bovis gets a good run through what they call Thunder Valley here, and he's right on the back bumper of Shadowin every time here at the exit of 14, but just cannot find a way to get around him. And that's what he needs to do, because every time Shadowin's able to pull him on the run to the line. Shadowin building up a nice lead before they get down into turn 1. There's good momentum through that turn as well. As they head down the hill toward turn number 3. This is an area where Bovis has been really strong, as he's able to make up most of the ground he's lost by the time they exit turn 3. And he's usually right back on the bumper of Peter Shadowin, as he is showing once again. Under the Sargento Bridge, down the hill they come. As these two are going to settle the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, presented by Sunoco.
Bovis a little further back, but goes for the apex speed instead of the move. And he's got a little bit better run, actually a way better run. Look at this run he's got up into turn 6. That's the closest he's been up that hill. He typically Shadowin pulls a car length or so more, and this time it didn't quite happen. Still not quite as close as it should be for a move, but now he's going to get a little bit more confidence coming down through the carousel, I think, this lap, although it seems to have stabilized back out. Here's that braking performance, mid-corner speed. Man, it's going to be so close. This is the toughest position for your driver to be in, when you just don't quite have the right kind of speed for the race you're trying to complete. I'm still calling this is the closest they've been, though. Unfortunately, probably coming up to a local yellow. In fact, actually, we can see now on our Flagtronic screen that it is back to green. So we got 1 lap of local yellow and back to green at Canada Corner. Cool virtual flagging that we're trying for the first year at Runoffs. What's Bovis got?
Got a good run on him through the kink. But Shadowin again with a little more straight line speed. Bovis a little lock up there as he tried to go as late on the brakes as he dared, coming down into Canada, but I think he's got a green flag condition now that they've seen Michael Lewis, and Michael's out of the car. So that indicates they're going to leave it there until the end of this race.
These cars, of course, GT tube-frame cars, which means manual brakes. Oop, we got to move. No. Bovis is starting to get impatient. He knows there's 2 left to go. He kind of gave the corner entry up just a little bit, but he's very, very close on exit, as I think I saw Shadowin respond just a little bit to that. But to finish the thought, manual brakes on these cars, of course, means as much leg force as you can add. It's not like your street car where it's just helping you brake.
Right.
So it's very easy to push the pedal with all your leg and get a little bit of that brake lock up coming down into heavy braking zones.
Yeah, no ABS on these cars for
exactly.
sure. But once again, Shadowin stretching the advantage down into turn number 1. Makes me wonder if, lap times now, Shadowin's last lap was a 31.5, Bovis a 31.5 as well. Almost identical lap times, but they are maybe half a second off their fastest laps of this race. So again, tires may be going away just a little bit. We talked about the difference. Hayward talked about the difference between the 13-inch wheels on Shadowin's car, the 15-inch wheels on Bovis's car. Is Shadowin going to run out of tire when we get to the end of this race? Well, he's got a lap and a half to demonstrate that he's got enough to get it done. Bovis thinks about it down to turn 5. Not quite close enough. Again, I think he's kind of feeling him out, seeing where he might have an advantage and where he's going to pull the trigger on that last lap.
Yeah, when you're in this position, you start to run out of options, and the last resort is basically just be annoying. I'm gonna fill your mirrors. I'm gonna be as close as possible. I'm gonna make you think that I'm gonna try to pass you, even if I'm not. And that you kind of have to resort to that in this move, and that's kind of what you're seeing Bovis do. Although a mild version is, just fill the mirrors, just pull up all the way to the bumper. Just make sure that I'm aware, that he's aware that I'm still going to try to win this race. We mentioned last time through, they're much, much closer. This time by, this is about the furthest they've been. You can see a 2 or 3 car length difference. And I don't know that Bovis or Shadowin is particularly different in the carousel, in the kink, as both are likely just flat out.
Yeah. Down into Kettle Bottoms as they make the run down toward Canada Corner. As we will be coming to the end of lap 12 this time by.
Rear end of that front-wheel drive CRX Bovis's car really dancing under the brakes that time through. We're starting to see signs that the drivers are really challenging what the car has left in it every little bit, which means that they may have been conserving up to this point. Coming up to the white flag, this is going to be 1 lap to go. Does Chris Bovis have any opportunity, anything left in the tank? Can Peter Shadowin hold on to this thing?
This is where that button on the steering wheel that gives him push to pass would
Yeah.
be really handy if he had it, but obviously he does not. As Shadowin stretches the advantage, the white flag is in the air. 1 lap to go. Chris Bovis just set the fastest lap of the race. So if he's been conserving, he's got a little left in the tank. Let's see if he's got anything for the 5-time champion, Peter Shadowin. Through turn 1, Shadowin with as comfortable a lead as he's had, but this is the area of the track where Bovis really is able to make up ground. Down into turn number 3, closes about half the distance. And then at the exit of 3, that car is really strong. It digs off that corner. It really gets him close. Under the Sargento Bridge, down the hill. The Moraine sweep leading down into turn number 5. I think this will be Bovis's last and best chance if he's got any hope of taking over the top spot. But Shadowin, I think, has got this one in his pocket if he can just keep it clean and get to the end. That's as wide as he's gone at the exit of 5, indicating Shadowin is pushing as well.
I was going to say, I think he's actually pushing this lap to try to bring it home. He's personal best and session fastest in Sector 1. He came through the traps at 130 screaming miles an hour, and now he's just continuing to pull away, maybe teasing Bovis for a majority of this race, and as a byproduct, us. Well, now he's just starting to pull away in that number 72 car.
Down into turn 8 for the final time, under the Speedville Bridge and into the carousel. And again, Shadowin a little wider line. Bovis trying to hug the inside. You can see busy hands on Bovis's car as he is really having to finesse it through that long turn at the carousel. Into the kink they come. Shadowin appears to be in command, looking for win number 6. It'll be his second win in as many years, again, having taken the win in 2022. Again, a little lockup for Bovis as he's as late as he dares into Canada, realizing this may be his final chance. He is right there. Shadowin can't relax just yet as they come through Thunder Valley for the final time, heading to turn 14. Let's see if Bovis is going to make a bonsai move. He goes wide, going to try to duck down to the inside, try to get a run. Maybe a little tap, a little bump and run perhaps as they climb the hill. Shadowin gradually inching away. Bovis right there, as close as he's been at the run to the line. But Peter Shadowin's going to hold him off and take the win from the pole. What a great race between these two. And let's take nothing away from Graham Fuller. He was a ways back, but coming out of Thunder Valley in that number 32 Toyota Tercel, new to him a season ago. He took his first national championship at VIR last year, and he's going to come home on the podium once again, as this will be his first third place finish, but his third podium finish in the runoffs, as he will take it up the hill and take the bronze medal. So tip of the hat to Graham Fuller. Fuller across the line. There's our 4th place runner, Brian Lynn, fading a bit at the second half of this race. Not able to match the pace of the 3 in front as the only Nissan in the field, that Nissan Sentra.
I'll tell you, look at James Gregorius was on a very, very, very mild charge. He was taking about a second per lap out. It was just a little too little at the very end, but almost got that RX-7 back to the back bumper of Brian Lynn. That's 4th and 5th the runoffs this year.
Gregorius across the line sets his best lap of the race on the last lap of the race. So Gregorius saved a little bit in that RX-7. And then the battle we were watching a little later on, here's Eric Vickerman in the 77. That Mazda MX-3. Vickerman comfortably in front of Chris Copley by about 8 seconds as he makes his way through Thunder Valley and heading for the final sequence of turns and up the hill for a 6th place finish.
And that was just a fantastically run race for both of our top two, Shadowin and Bovis. I think Bovis gave it max effort, 10 out of 10. That's what he and that car had today.
Yep.
And it just wasn't quite enough for Peter Shadowin, who had everything kind of in his pocket, showed exactly what he needed when he had it, managed the race beautifully, well done. 6 championships and his 10th podium. Now we're hearing Bovis on 7 podiums. 3 of those are silvers, so he's going to have a little collection of those silver medals. And Graham Fuller, of course, also 3 podiums. He has a win, a gold, a silver, and now a bronze.
You saw the lapped car of Noel Hayward just in front of Chris Copley in the 10, and Chris Doodson with his new heart in the McDonald's liveried machine. So good on you, Chris. Comes home with an 8th place finish here at the 2024 edition of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. As these two guys saluting the crowd and the corner workers on their way around on their cool down lap, and with good reason, as they put on a dandy battle at the front of this one. And again, kind of bittersweet. The final run of GT Lite as a separate class. GT Lite, again, a merger of GT4 and GT5 back in the day, as it is now gone by the wayside. And Peter Shadowin will have the honor of taking the final championship of the class before it's merged with F Production for next season. Michael Lewis giving a little wave to those two as he salutes the winners. Sorry that he could not be a part of that, but he's got 2 more chances this weekend in GT1 and GT3.
You know what'll be cool? The merger with F Production, as if F Production needs more contenders. We're going to have the likes of Shadowin, Fuller, Bovis, Lynn, Lewis. You know, these are some big names into the F Production field. I mean, that's going to be
exactly.
wild.
Yeah, exactly right. Climbing the hill toward our friend Hayward Wagner, who will have a chance to talk to our top 3 finishers. As Peter Shadowin from West Palm Beach, Florida, in the Florida region, the Road and Race and Goodyear-sponsored Honda CRX. Coming to a stop down in Parc Fermé.
How you doing, Peter?
He'll get the gloves off.
I'm exhausted.
I know if you can hear that, but Peter Hayward asked him how he's doing. He says, I'm exhausted.
Just gives you an idea. You know, those races are harder as a spectator. They're not banging each other's doors and passing every lap, but they are working their butts off, and he earned that one.
Winner's had a little water. Let's head down to Hayward Wagner with our winner.
I can't even hold the bottle still.
This is how still the hands are of a national champion here at the runoffs. Peter, it looked like the guys in the booth called the last lap. It looked like you had a little bit extra to try to stretch the last lap out. Is that true?
I'm not sure. I may have just pushed it a little more towards the edge. I don't know if it was any faster than we had gone in qualifying. The car was getting a little loose towards the end there. Bovis could probably see the ass end stepping out a few times. And God, going down to 2 or 3 laps from the end, a squirrel ran in front of me, and I did a quick.
A wildlife lover, a national champion. This is the last official national championship for GTL. How important was it to you to take this one?
It was definitely important to be here and attend the last championship for GTL. It's even more spectacular to win it.
Will you get one more spectacular lap around this racetrack and enjoy the victory lap?
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Tell them to watch out for squirrels.
Wildlife, indeed, playing a factor here at America's National Park of Speed. Fantastic. Here's your top 10 rundown. Peter Shadowin taking the win. Right behind him was Chris Bovis. Look at that margin of victory, less than a second, 0.3 of a second. Graham Fuller comes home in 3rd. in his new car, new to him last year. Brian Lynn, a distant fourth, but still in the top 5. James Gregorius in the 5th spot. Eric Vickerman comes home in 6th. Chris Copley in 7th. Chris Dudson in 8th. Noel Hayward, a lap down, finishing in 9th position. And Michael Lewis, with a mechanical problem, still gets a top 10 finish, albeit 5 laps down to the leaders at the end of the race. So there's your top 10 rundown. Jonathan Goodale, as we mentioned, dropping out after about 3 laps, as we all head back down to Hayward with our 2nd and 3rd place finishers.
Boy, that thing's loud.
All right, Chris Bovis finishing 2nd. Chris, it looked like that car handled a little bit better on the straights than yours.
Oh, yeah. Actually, that's the story of Peter and I racing against each other. He's got more straight line speed. We've got a little bit better braking and cornering. Unfortunately, we need about 4 more corners on this track to really have the advantage swing our way.
First thing I heard you say when you got out of the car is, I hope we have that on video. That was a lot of fun. Talk about how much fun this race was for you, even being in behind Peter for most of it.
Yeah, no, I mean, actually, look, only one person can win these races, right? But, I feel like I got the most out of the car. We drove basically lap record paces the entire time. We were nose to tail the whole way on the edge. That's what this event's supposed to be, right?
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on the silver, and we got our bronze. Graham, come on up.
Going.
These guys kind of ran off and hid, but you had your hands full most of the race as well, didn't you?
Yeah, at the start of the race, Brian Lynn was right on me, and we traded back and forth down in 5. And he kept me honest there for a while, and then Lewis I was following Lewis for a while, and I felt like we could get something working together, and then he died over in Canada, and I was kind of all by myself back there.
Well, congratulations on the bronze. A great race for you here at the Runoffs.
Thanks.
Thanks, Hayward. Great to hear from Chris Bovis and Graham Fuller. Here's the highlights. At the start, the 2 CRXs in the run, as we might expect. Chris Bovis falling in right behind Peter Shadowin. Michael Lewis going for the lead here in the early laps. Up into 2nd spot. Bovis finally retaking that 2nd spot from Lewis down into turn number 1. Fuller right there in the background to pick up the pieces. As Lewis goes a little wide in that RX-7. And then great job by Noel Hayward pointing the leaders around in the late stages of this race as it turned into a 2-horse battle between these two. But Peter Shadowin had what he needed to make his 6th national championship here at the final running of GT Lite at the National Championship Runoffs. So with that, we'll say our goodbyes. Thanks again to Tom O'Gorman and Hayward Wagner for being on the broadcast with us. We've got plenty of races left to go, as this is only the first day of the National Championship Runoffs here at beautiful Road America. And thanks again to Mazda for making it happen. So until next time, we'll see you down the road.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Welcome to a beautiful sunny fall day here at Road America, America's National Park of Speed, for the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. And thanks again to Mazda for making this possible. But the National Championship Runoffs are presented by Sunoco this season, and we thank Sunoco for their ongoing sponsorship of this event. And again, Mazda makes the broadcast possible, and we thank them as well. A beautiful day here. Cool temperatures, only 59 degrees at the moment here at Road America in the Kettle Moraine area of Wisconsin. A beautiful racetrack, 4 miles long, 14 turns. It's a great one. My name's John Phippen, so glad to have you with us. Alongside me, Larry Lefty McLeod, His Eminence, the 2022 solo driver of eminence, and now a 6-time solo champion. And let's head down to the third member of our broadcast team, and of course, that's Hayward Wagner. Hey, Hayward.
Good morning, gentlemen. The sun is starting to break clear. We had a little bit of rain last night. The surface was pretty chilly this morning, but this is probably going to be our first race that we really see cars running on the same type of conditions that they qualified on. That's going to be important because you have two very different types of cars at the front of this field. Your pole sitter, Andrew Acalante, and his teammate, James Candelera, are both running more of a traditional SCCA touring car build. These cars are on DOT tires, the Hoosier A compound on both cars. But the cars right behind them, Tony Ave and Mark Bowden, these are international road racing, pro racing spec cars. They're allowed a couple of different modifications that aren't typically allowed in this category for a normal touring build. But what's interesting and important about those cars is they have to run to the pro racing spec. That means they're running on the Pirelli P0 tire, which is quite a bit harder than the Hoosiers that the guys up front are running. They're hoping this race goes green to checker and they can really bring those tires in and try to run down these two Phoenix cars up at the front.
Thanks, Hayward, and that's a great comment, because we've got these GT4 spec cars in this field for the first time, and we're going to see if Mark Bowden and Tony Ave can really do anything with the 14-time champion Andrew Acalante. But here's the track map to give you some indication of what it's all about. Lefty, take us around.
Yeah, and those front two are going to try and get away early down this long front straight from the starter stand down into one. One is fast. Two is kind of basically a kink and a crest as they go out of the Arians Bridge there. They'll head down into three. Important to get a good exit there down the long back straight. And then you get to the twisty part of the track. Turn 5, probably the slowest, tightest corner on the track. Turn 6, an off camber, bit of a left-hander. Down the hill to the hurry down, 7 into 8, carousel. And then, of course, the famous kink. Around the kink, all the way down into Canada, where it's probably still shadowy on the track down there. Could be a little bit different than you see in the front straight. Coming out of Canada, though, it's the run up around the bend at Bill Mitchell, and then finally into turn 14, back up the front straight. It's a serious uphill front straight here at Road America.
Indeed. Really a big advantage on horsepower for that run out of turn 14 up to the top of the hill, but it also creates some fantastic finishes. Before we get this race underway, let's take just a moment to thank some of the folks that make this broadcast possible.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Welcome back to the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, and we're in T1 land as these drivers making their way off of the false grid and onto the racetrack. It's a small field, only 8 cars here, but let's introduce them to you as they make their way down behind the safety car and around on the formation lap. Starting on the pole is Andrew Acalante out of Chester Springs, Pennsylvania, in the Philadelphia region, in the Phoenix Performance Hoosier Hawk-sponsored Ford Mustang. He is a 14-time champion and looks to make it 15 here this weekend. He has also 22 pole positions in his runoffs career out of 28 starts, so that's a pretty good hit rate. Starting second, the 134 of James Candelaria from Boca Raton, Florida, the Central Florida region, the Candelaria Racing Products Chevy Corvette. On row number 2, the 2 GT4 spec Mercedes-Benz AMGs. On the inside, the number 44 of veteran Tone Ave out of Maiden, North Carolina, in the Central Carolinas region. A 4-time champion, most recently last year in GT3. Tone is the Iron Man this weekend, competing in 5 classes. This one, GT1, 2, and 3, and Formula Atlantic. So he's going to be a busy guy and a tired guy by the end of the weekend. Again, that's a 2019 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT4. Alongside him is another veteran campaigner, Mark Bowden, in his 41st start, also doing double duty this weekend, as he's also competing in T2. He is a 4-time champion, most recently in 2020 here at Road America in Touring 2. Mark is also one of 2 drivers in the field eligible for the Super Sweep if he can finish on the top step of the podium. In row number 3 on the inside, another driver who is Super Sweep eligible, the number 23 of Hugh Stewart out of Milford, Connecticut, and the New England region. He's sponsored by High Speed Motorsports and Hoosier on his 2003 BMW E46 M3. In row number 3 is the number 42 Apollo Salvatore out of San Antonio, Texas, and the Houston region, UNM and Tory Racing. It's a 2017 Ford Mustang FP 350S. And finally, in row number 4, 2 rookies, drivers making their first runoff start. The 02 is David Marshall from Glen Beulah, Wisconsin, and the Milwaukee region. Marshall Masonry sponsoring his Ford Mustang GT. And on the outside of row 4, another rookie, the 06 of Ronald Lombardo from Tuxedo Park, New York, and the New England region. His is a 2013 Ford Mustang. You know, I misspoke in one of the earlier races, talking about one of the drivers who had a heart transplant, and it was James Candelaria. I apologize for making that mistake earlier on. James Candelaria out of Boca Raton, Florida, finishing on the podium a season ago and at VIR, and then about a month after that had a heart transplant and used as motivation an opportunity to get back into to the race car, and he put this car on the outside of the front row. So James Candelaria looking to complete his journey back to good health, and tip of the hat to him and all the good work he's doing to support UNOS, the people that support organ transplant people, and you know, it's a great job that he's done, and want to give him credit where credit is due. Lefty, it's not a small field, but it's a potent one. I think the big challenge that everybody has got, does anybody have anything for Andrew Aquilante?
Yeah, Andrew is traditionally a very fast starter. When he qualifies, he generally does 1 lap, maybe comes back out for a second, and then he's in. He's super quick off the gate. We'll see if Candelaria and his new heart can have the pace there on the start to keep up with Andrew. But the story seems to be, no matter who I talk to, it's about those AMGs, Ave and Bowden, sitting on that second row. Everyone's kind of saying, what pace did they have in a long race, in a 13-lap race? Where will their tires be at the end, as opposed to the A-compound Hoosier, which essentially is an autocross compound underneath Andrew and James on that front row. So expect to see the front 2 pull away. The other 2 may start to reel them in. And keep an eye on some of the other ones, like Hugh Stewart, a veteran in this field as well. Maybe make some noise here early in the start of this race.
Exactly right. So we'll see how it shakes out as this compact field lined up nicely as they make their way into turn 14 behind the safety car. And we get ready for this 13-lap or 40-minute race, whichever comes first. Right about 50 miles around Road America. See Andrew Aquilante, a little tap on the brakes, making sure those pads are seated because he knows he's going to need them at the end of this straightaway. The 2 GT4 Mercedes AMGs right behind, filling up row 2. As we wait, and there is the green flag. And Andrew Aquilante gets a bit of a jump. James Candelaria in the Corvette. As they work their way down toward turn 1. Aquilante will take the lead. See both of the AMGs doing a little wiggling as they work their way through turn number 1. Hugh Stewart right there to pick up the pieces in that BMW as they head down the hill toward turn number 3.
Yeah, Hugh's going to be on the more traditional Hoosier tire. He's definitely wanting to get around these two Pirelli-clad Mercedes here in the opening lap. Let those guys work on tire heat later. He would love to kind of keep the Phoenix guys up in the front, both Andrew and James. He wants to keep them in his sights if he can. But look at this already. James kind of tucking underneath the back of the Mustang. Let's see if he actually tries anything.
Tony Ave in the first of the 2 Mercedes. But right now, he's going to hang on to the lead. But look at Houston. Prince, as he was shaking down that car in preparation for this weekend. And that battle for third is the best one on the racetrack.
Yeah, watching Hugh really looking for an opportunity. Every time he pops to the inside, so does Bowden, looking for something around Ave. Hugh saying, hey, I want to get by both of these guys. I noted here on the grid here as we're looking for Paolo Salvatore. It doesn't look like Paolo has made the grid today, so we've got 7 on the track. And but I'm looking at Ron Lombardo in that white Mustang. Started the field last. The car is actually prepped by Phoenix. Look, he's already made up 1 spot there, just now ahead of David Marshall.
King single file for the first time. This is the first day of runoffs competition. We had a little overnight rain here, so a couple damp spots. But this is the last part of the racetrack to dry because of the trees overhanging the run down toward Canada Corner.
Still a little bit of slipping and sliding going on there for Bowden in the second of these 2 Mercedes. Hugh's got a good view of the back of them right now as they come down up into 14.
And Hugh Stewart thinking about it, down to the inside. He's going to go side by side with Mark Bowden. Can't quite make that pass stick.
Mark left that door open just a little bit. Hugh a veteran. He looked at it, made the move. He waited for Bowden, and then he backed out a little bit. Obviously, Hugh not here to make contact, but certainly looking if Mark was going to leave it open for him. But look at that lead already for Andrew, which looks like coming out of the carousel, he was able to really lay it down to the kink, and that stretched his lead now over his teammate and buddy there, James.
Just about 1 second and 2/10, and another 3 seconds back to this battle for third with Tony Ave, the Ironman, in front of this Mercedes intramural battle for the final step on the podium. Hugh Stewart in the BMW right behind him, and then the 2 Mustangs. Just as we were bragging on Ronald Lombardo, David Marshall got back around him. So Lombardo in the white Mustang now back into 7th position as these 2 Mustangs, the last 2 cars running.
But that front Mustang is quick. Andrew continues sector by sector, but Candelaria actually starting to reel him back in just a little bit on this lap. About a tenth or so quicker through the through the first sector as they come down into turn 5. So James not wanting to let Andrew get away.
The closest battle, though, is between the 2 Mercedes right now as Tony Ave has got Mark Bowden all over it as they work their way through turn number 7. Right out to the edge of the track they come. This portion of the track they call Hurry Downs, down into turn 8, which of course leads under the Speedville Bridge and into the never-ending right-hander that is the carousel turn.
You know, from the camera shots, you don't always see it, but when you walk out, you realize the elevation change from that Speedville Bridge all the way down to the exit as they go under the walking bridge on the exit division bridge. You can see there, that elevation change has got to be 100 feet down there, all the way around this thing. So it's almost like the world's longest helicoil, just sort of all the way around turn 8. You don't see it, but for something as a driver, if you were to walk out there, you realize that's why you'll see cars get a little squirrely coming down there as the pavement changes camber.
Field beginning to spread out just a little bit. The close racing we saw in the first couple of laps begins to fade away a little bit as the field settles in. Again, as Hayward talked about on the grid walk down at the beginning, different tire combinations for these 3 cars in the shot here than the 2 out in front. So you would expect with those softer compound tires, the Hoosiers on the front 2, yeah, they're going to get away early, but they might fade a bit as the race wears on. We'll see if the GT4 AMG Mercedes can preserve their tires a little better.
Yeah, that longer run compound is definitely going to needs to come in soon during qualifying. So the format for qualifying here at the runoffs is 3 different sessions, one on Tuesday, one on Wednesday, one on Thursday, and the drivers have 3 opportunities to get their fastest lap. With these guys, I noticed, especially Ave, his 8th lap of the session was actually his fastest, which tells me that tire takes a long time to come in, and then it's a good solid compound tire there for fast laps. It takes a long time to come in, and then it's a good solid compound tire there for fast laps deep in. So let's keep our eye on the pace of Ave and Bowden. Can they get to the pace of Aquilane? They're not in a position to force Andrew to drive his tires off. Andrew, a veteran as well, not going to waste his tires, but Ave and Bowden they really want to see heat in those things here around lap 3 or 4.
Aquilane setting fast lap of the race again, a 2:17.2. He qualified at a 2:16.5 on Tuesday, the first day of qualifying. As we get a good shot of the 06 of Ronald Lombardo in that white Ford Mustang.
Yeah, I had a chance to talk to Ron a little bit this week, and first-time runoffs competitor, had done some road racing years and years ago, and then like a lot of us, kids come along and you start doing what your kids want to do, and he's got a couple of daughters that do a lot of soccer. In fact, he's got a daughter, I think it's to be going off to St. John's to play soccer over at the college level, and so life just sort of goes when you've got kids and they got activities. Ron finally decided to get back into it, said a Mustang's the best platform, picks up a car. The car was a struggle. The car he first raced out with it, he really struggled. The car spun around. Picks up the phone, calls up Joe over at Phoenix, and says, hey, I need some help. And so you'll see the Phoenix logo on the car. The team there, Phoenix, has helped him out to get that car straight. You can see on that opening lap how aggressive he was, how comfortable he was in that car. But I tell you what, he's one of the ones that's just super happy to be here. It was a lot of fun down there talking to Ron.
Oh, and there's a spin for Candelaria coming out of the Billy Mitchell bend.
He's going to have to sit and wait because he's got the 2 Mercedes there, and then he's got Hugh Stewart as well.
Right. I'm guessing he probably killed the motor, both pedals in on the spin.
He hasn't fired it back up yet. Here
comes Lombardo. Or that's David Marshall, excuse me, in the black Mustang, and then Ronald Lombardo will be the last one by, so he's clear at this point. Ooh, he should have waited one more car. And Candelaria goes all the way to the back. That promotes Tony Ave up into second spot.
That is huge. We really thought perhaps that James is going to be the one to pressure Andrew throughout this race and have that big spin there. You come up around that left Bill Mitchell bend, and it's a bit of a rise and a crest. The pavement sort of trails away from you. And if you get too wide, there's an access road there. It's a bit bumpy as you come across the access road, and it can cause that kind of a spin. And for James to just have to sit there and watch car after car after car go by. Luckily for Ron Lombardo, he was able to avoid James as he was returning to pace, but right now Andrew has got a pretty good stranglehold. But I'm watching sectors of Ave and Bowden now in second and third. They're now starting to pick up the pace.
Setting personal bests are both of them in the second sector as well. Tony Ave and Mark Bowden both. So right at the moment, Andrew Aquilane, as he is wont to do, beginning to disappear at the front here. Across the line, it was a 6.5 second advantage after just 3 laps.
You talked about Ave being the Ironman this weekend, 5 different classes, which means he's got a lot of seat time here this week. I'm not sure which car is his favorite, but he doesn't seem to hate this one, I can tell you that.
Exactly right. Well, it's a pretty sweet ride. There's no question about it. And Mark Bowden, of course, the major domo of Fall Line Motorsports, they've had great successes. We're going to get a chance to see that spin from Candelaria, which was on a different part of the racetrack, but nonetheless, talk about Mark Bowden and Fall Line as there's the tail end of that spin. Perhaps we'll get another shot at that replay, but
here you go. So here is James coming up here through the Bill Mitchell bend. It's a climbing left-hander, a little bit of curb on the entry, and that may have pushed him wide. You can see he catches that curb on the exit as well, which again is pretty rough.
Yep.
And then spins, ends up right across track there. So it's a very tough corner. All the rise in pavement there could do those kind of things. Going back up here to the front with Andrew Aquilane and watching the pace, his last lap was 18.1. Ave's a 17.2. So Ave taking almost 0.8 out of Andrew's lead, which is now less than 6 seconds. This is what we're kind of hoping for with that A compound tire, giving Andrew the opening laps advantage. Ave and then Bowden perhaps with the long run advantage.
Yeah, and although I doubt it, does Andrew relax a little bit with that, almost 6-second lead, take his mind off the ball just a bit, and Tony Ave keeping the pressure on as he's pulled away from Mark Bowden a bit, so he doesn't have to drive in his mirrors anymore. He can keep his attention forward. Makes you wonder.
Anyone that's ever talked to Andrew knows that he's never taken his focus off of anything. Oh, big slide there for Ave coming around turn 5. But yeah, Andrew, a very focused man. I suspect a lot of this is calculated. He knows the gap he has. He's going to start looking at managing those tires, managing the brakes, and just kind of watch the gap between he and the cars behind. Right. And I'm sure he's got teams on comms telling him those gaps as well. Andrew, again, if you haven't ever met him before, he is as focused on every word out of his mouth, every conversation. There's a lot of focus to it. He doesn't blink.
The word intense comes to mind.
Yes. Yeah, he's an intense individual. But Ave, obviously a veteran of motorsports, has done just about everything there is to do behind the wheel.
And you're going to get a chance to see his car control skills here as he takes it into turn 5.
Yeah, catch a little bit of that curve there. Actually slides even before he gets to the exit curve, which has a lot of that rumble to it. He was already mid-drift as he got there.
Yep. Certainly not hesitant to get on the throttle of that big AMG Mercedes as he runs in second spot. Again, it's about 5.5 seconds a lap ago. We'll keep an eye on the lap times. Ave setting a personal best on lap 4, working lap 5 right now. So we'll see what the status of that lead is.
Well, you had said in the opening lap, we thought perhaps a little cold tires in the Mercedes was causing both of he and Bowden to have a little bit of a squirreliness to them. I'm still seeing that out of the Ave here especially, and I think that maybe that's just the way that car is driving. Maybe it's another technique to continue to build heat in the tires. It's just a little slide on entry. Yeah, come on, car, let's work, let's get there. And maybe he is.
Andrew Aquilani responds with a 2:17.6. Ave's lap with that little slide down at the bottom of the hill at a 2:17.8. So stretching the advantage again just a little bit. Mark Bowden in third in the 2:19. So 2:19.042. So he's almost 4.5 seconds behind Tony Ave in the same car. So Bowden, I'm sure, also in management mode here in the early stages as we're coming up on half distance, working race lap number 6 of the scheduled 13.
Yeah, Bowden, another veteran in this field, 4 gold medals to his credit. He really will be managing that car a bit. I'm sure he's watching that gap to Tony out in front of him. He can still see Andrew out of the corner of his eye as he kind of peeks up around corners. So we'll keep an eye on Bowden, always around the podium whenever it comes to finishes here at the Runoffs.
Very much his home track here, of course. He's had great success here, as we mentioned, sweeping the weekend at the June Sprints, taking both wins that weekend, and picked by Sports Car to finish on the podium, and that's where he runs right now in that third spot.
Yeah, he came into this week with 21 podiums. Does Mark Bowden have coming into this week? That's an impressive resume to come in, always being around the podium, along with the 4 of those gold medals. Here, more than 40 runoff starts for Mark Bowden. As you say, kind of home track. I think his home is actually at Autobahn there at just outside Chicago, but being down Chicago region, he's, I'm sure, up here many, many times of the year.
James Candelaria now, after his spin, closing in on the back of our 5th place runner. That's the 02 of David Marshall, as Ronald Lombardo has already been passed by Candelaria. So Candelaria going to try to work his way back toward the front here after his little miscue that we saw. Marshall. Glen Beulah, Wisconsin. James Candelaria giving chase.
You were talking about Aquilante maybe managing the lead, managing the car. He may have been managing the car enough and decided to go lay one down. Just resets fastest lap at a 16.5, but 1 full second faster than Ave the last time around. That's impressive for Andrew. And we thought maybe the compounded tire, perhaps he just knows that, okay, I can go hard for a lap or 2. I could back off just a little for a lap and then, boom, go at it again. And here we see him doing exactly that.
Candelaria has made that pass stick, so he is up now to 5th position. Some 14 seconds behind Hugh Stewart, as we'll get a chance to review that pass down into Canada Corner. Pretty straightforward stuff. David Marshall didn't protest too hard. Candelaria just laid on the brakes, carried the momentum down into Canada. Pretty much text mark, trademark, or beautiful pass. Nicely done.
James knows how to set that up. David, of course, watching his mirrors there, knows that Candelaria is not his fight.
Yep.
And to kind of let him go by. It'll be interesting to see now is Candelaria behind Hugh Stewart about that 15 seconds. He's running about 3 seconds a lap faster with 6 laps to go. There's a chance you might see James catching Hugh Stewart here late in the race. So, there are races happening all over the place, and we're going to make sure we keep up on all of them.
Yeah, exactly. Candelaria's last lap at 2:18.5. Hugh Stewart 2:21.8. So yeah, definitely catchable.
2:20, 2:21, whatever it takes.
Yep. As we follow Candelaria, there's Hugh Stewart in the BMW.
You can see a little bit of elevation change as they come out of carousel down towards the kink. And look at you can see how deep into the trees this is. It's like this little canyon down to the trees at the lowest point of the circuit here. Maybe a little bit of track temp finally as the sun's high enough to reach the surface.
Just get a little shot of the beautiful fall colors here. We were just remarking, Lefty's been here all week and has really seen the colors sort of, happen over this past week. Nice cool temperatures up here in Wisconsin. It's a beautiful setting.
Yeah. Tomo keeps telling me, why don't you do your time-lapse photo? We've been talking about doing a time-lapse photo every day throughout the week to watch the colors change. Right across from our vantage point here in the main press tower, you can see the tree line just behind Paddock, and it's gorgeous. It was a medium green Monday afternoon. Here we are on Friday, and there's already some yellows and some reds starting to pop through. It's just gorgeous. Really nothing better than this part of Wisconsin the first week of October.
Hugh Stewart making his 7th runoff start. He's got 1 podium to his credit, a 3rd-place finish at VIR in 2019. First time
I talked to him. Yeah, I talked to him this morning. So he was here for the sprints back in June. A few days later, after the sprints, he had a pretty severe car accident on the street.
Yeah.
And this is the first week he's back in a race car since then. I don't want to get into it. It's pretty severe injuries that he's recovered from. He's gone through some physical therapy. Still got some time left. So it's great to see him back in a race car and out here at the runoffs. So happy to see that from that level of accident on the street. A street car accident. He says he gets on the street, he's nervous. He gets in a race car, it's back to normal, like putting on that old pair of tennis shoes.
You're exactly right. And Candelaria is still keeping the pressure on. He set his personal best on the last lap at a 2:17.9. And yeah, he is significantly faster. Hugh Stewart was at a 2:22 and some change. So he's got that gap down to about 10 seconds.
Yeah.
And with half the race still to go, he'll easily catch him, I think.
He can, for sure, yeah.
So 4th place is definitely in the cards for James Candelaria. And who knows? Things could happen up at the front.
I'm sure he's driving angry, or as angry as anybody with a heart transplant can drive. But I'm sure he's driving with a mission, I'll say that, knowing that he had that spin, probably a little frustrated with himself for letting that happen. And sometimes as a driver, you just have to shake that off. You got to go back out again, start running quality laps just over and over again. You can see he's running 2:17.9s. It's exactly what he's doing. It's pretty close to his qualifying pace, which was actually an 18:1. He's actually faster than his qualifying time from Wednesday this week. And sometimes you just hyper focus at this point. And he's had a lot of clear track. He had the one pass he had to make on David Marshall. Other than that, he's been clear track since the spin, and sometimes that helps you a little bit. Just kind of get you back in your own world and not have to be thinking of anybody else. And until all of a sudden he sees the back of that red and white BMW. Hugh here, next time he comes down the front straight, he probably should be able to see it.
Yep, no question. And of course that adds to a little bit of your motivation when you can see the guy you're chasing.
Yeah.
And yeah, you can see him just disappearing over the top of the hill as Candelaria keeps the pressure on. Stewart flashing by our vantage point.
And just a quick update on the front. The Aquilante and Ave separated by about 6 seconds or so, but they are essentially equal laps the last 2-3 times around. Andrew, a great continuous constant pace. He just ran 17.7. Tony Ave did a 17.7. And so Tony not able to chip away at this, just sitting back enough where he can see him, but not enough where he can really make any move at this point. Corvette just looks like fun. A little bit of dance and the brakes coming down the hill. It's a serious downhill with a bend coming from the kink there at 2 down to the braking zone at 3. Really cool to watch. You can see the sliding here for Andrew Aquilante as he goes around the carousel. Super tight line. Look at that. He's even got the tire just hanging over a little bit of the pavement there. So tight and tidy for that, but just about a 1 degree of drift just sliding through there. Andrew's car control skills are second to none. He's just, this Mustang and he are just like a perfect pair.
Yeah, no question. James Candelaria, by the way, the winner of the Hawk Breakthrough Performer for the weekend. Basically, that is awarded to the driver who improves the most positions in their qualifying order from the first day of qualifying on Tuesday to the second day, Wednesday. And James Candelaria taking that win. Paolo Salvatore, who unfortunately did not make the start of the race, won the Sunoco 260 award, which is 15 gallons of Sunoco race fuel for coming close to .260 in your lap times on Tuesday. And Paolo took that award here this weekend as well. And Aquilante relaxing his pace just a little bit, a 2:17.4 the last time by.
And he's going to be a little quicker, I think, than Ave this time as well, as Andrew's super quick, personal best in the second sector. And yeah, he's about another 9/10 clear further of Ave, now that lead up to about 7.5 seconds.
And another 9 seconds back to Mark Bowden, who just now comes across the line. But the battle between Hugh Stewart and James Candelaria, last time by was down to just under 7 seconds, and I'm sure it's going to be less than that now.
And their lap time difference was about 4. So we've been looking at about 2 laps away for the Corvette of Candelaria to catch up to that BMW of Hugh Stewart. So we're going to kind of keep our eyes as Hugh just went by our vantage point, crossing start finish, and yeah, Candelaria is quite a bit closer. Yeah, he's 4 seconds back, and he was 3 seconds faster on that lap. So next time they come by us, we might see the BMW and the Corvette side by side. Look at the great shot there of Bowden coming down the hill into 5 under braking. Just a little bit of movement of that car there. You can see it again on the exit. That car just moving around.
There's Hugh Stewart just exiting turn number 3, heading under the Sargento Bridge, as James Candelaria definitely in the hunt here.
Look at the heat haze coming off of that BMW. You just see that. It's a great shot.
Want to give a shout out, good shot in the background there of some of the corner workers here this weekend. All of the workers who give up their 2 weeks basically every year to come to the runoffs. It's a great cadre of folks, the Angels in White, we like to call them. Greg Kramer's been known to don the whites occasionally and do a little corner working. Didn't this season, but you know, it's certainly a labor of love for these folks, and we could not do the races without them. You know, volunteers everywhere from, you know, manning the corner stations to fire safety and the grid and timing and scoring, all of the specialties that put on a race of this magnitude. And these corner workers come from all over the country every year to make this family reunion happen, and we thank them for all the hard work they do.
Watching these two cars and their different driving styles, Stewart using a lot of curbs in a lot of places. I don't really see James Candelaria, the Corvette, using any curbing at all. You'll watch, let's keep an eye and see if that's consistent or if they make a liar out of me here as they go through Canada. Whereas Stewart and that BMW on the exit probably using a little bit Candelaria. Look at him, really tidy, not getting out to the rumble strips, just painting that white line out there and either perhaps thinking of how the car handled over these curbs where he had his spin earlier in the race.
Yep.
Really trying to avoid any sort of rumbling. But look at that now, as they're going to be about 1 second apart coming off of turn 14 down the long front straightaway with 2 laps to go. A little curve there on the exit for Candelaria, maybe because he sees Hugh Stewart in front of him, wants to get that good straight line speed run.
Across the line to complete race lap number 10. And the interval is now 1.3 seconds as this battle for 4th position. Easily the closest battle on the racetrack. And this is going on about 27 seconds behind third place runner Mark Bowden.
Candelaria has changed his style a little bit. He used all of the pavement exit there at turn 1. There's a rumbly bit for about, 6-8 feet across, and then there's some more flat pavement out beyond that. He was all the way out to the flatter section of pavement beyond the rumble curbs. Let's see if he's got enough of a run to take him into 5. Stewart already setting up for defensive line.
Yep, Stewart's going to guard that inside line in the run. So Candelaria is going to have to go the long way around. Stewart fades just a little bit back onto the racing line. Right out to the edge. Candelaria is going to try to do the over-under here, duck to the inside in the run up the hill under the Corvette bridge. And it was inevitable, but it has happened. James Candelaria takes over that fourth spot.
Pretty exit there for Candelaria at 5. Didn't get out to the curbing, got the power down. That's what he was focusing on. Stewart got out to the curbing, which then kind of makes the car slide just a little bit. James took advantage of it and got him into 6. Look at Hugh going all the way out there, trying to open up those arcs on that BMW to try and get a little bit of a run. A little different lines here going down through the carousel as well.
Get a chance to look at this pass once again. Candelaria just stays in line there, gets a good exit.
You see a little bit of slide for Stewart out there. He got out to those rumble curves. There's kind of strips of pavement with little grooves between them, and all of a sudden the car starts to slide. You have to lift. You can't get the power down. Great opportunity for the Corvette.
Right. And full props to Hugh Stewart. He didn't fight that.
Sure.
I think he knew that it was going to be tough to keep him behind, but
and he's been around. He knows when the other guy's got the advantage and to race for the next corner if you can.
Yeah. This is Candelaria's 6th runoffs, Hugh's 7th. So they've both been here before. As they roll it through turn 14 and begin to climb up the hill.
Yeah.
Hugh's doing his best to hang on to that 5th position.
Yeah, I suspect the Corvette's got pretty good straight line speed. You can see it there as he's pulling away from that BMW. He was thinking, man, if I could just get some draft off of the back of that, I'd be all right.
2 laps to go, a little less. As Andrew Aquilante working race lap number 12.
And I think Ave may have gone into more of management mode here at this stage of the race. His last lap at 2:20. Aquilante continues to run 17s around here like clockwork. Just watch this line of Andrew. The tightest I've seen of anybody come to the carousel. He paints the stripe all the way around. I didn't see anyone else. Everyone else sometimes who tries to do that at the exit, they're on the entry, they're wide. Not Andrew. He is tight the entire way, min distance in this Mustang for a car that's got pretty good straight line speed as well. He can do it all.
Yeah, there's a reason he's got 14 gold medals in his collection and about to have 15 if he can make it through this final lap and a half, or a little less than a lap and a half.
And to me, it's impressive that his hit rate, so to speak, of how often he is essentially a lot of days he either wins or the car has a mechanical failure and he doesn't finish. His on rate is so good. He's not an old man. He's not a kid anymore either, but he's got a lot of years of racing in front of him. At this age, with 14 gold medals so far is so impressive. And his work ethic is very strong. His skills are as sharp as anyone I have seen, and unbelievable the performances that he puts on, demonstrated here today like this, with one more lap to go.
And he was so confident in his car. He did very little racing this year. Knew that he had the car. His plan was always to come and try to defend his win last year at VIR, and did very little racing this season. But he was confident that the car was good enough, and that confidence is well founded. As like you said, the car beautifully prepared. His dad, Joe Aquilante, of course, a legendary driver in his own right. But
here in the paddock this week, of course.
Yep, the Phoenix Prep Shop certainly knows how to put a car together. But let's take nothing away from our second and third place runners, Tony Ave.
Except for one corner for him.
Exactly.
But I tell you what, I'm just so happy to see James out here. He looks great. I know he's happy to be here as well. It's a great story for James. I believe there was an article linked up on SCCA.com this week about James and what he's gone through. A 4th place has got to feel for him like a win.
Exactly right. So congratulations to him and a great recovery drive. And Hugh Stewart gamely hanging in there for a 5th place finish. David Marshall should be next in the order in the black Ford Mustang, the 02. Wisconsin native making his first runoff start. And he's going to get a top 6 finish out of that.
This Mustang sounds so good around here.
Don't they? Yeah, it makes a great noise as it climbs the hill. And making it official. And finally, we should have Ronald Lombardo. There he is, just now coming into Canada Corner in the white Ford Mustang out of Tuxedo Park, New York. Ronald again making his first runoff start. And that Phoenix prepared Mustang. So bookending the field here with Phoenix Mustangs at the front and bringing up the last car running. And again, Paulo Salvatore, the 8th car eligible for this one, but unfortunately not able to take the start for whatever reason. And across the line comes Ronald Lombardo. But there's the man of the hour, Andrew Aquilante, putting on another clinic for the rest of this field.
Yeah, he really has. He's just from the green flag drops, and you watch how he manages that race, and maybe he wanted to make a point there at the end to, some of maybe us broadcasters that say, oh, maybe those 8 compound tires will go away. Andrew's proving on the last lap they have it. He goes and resets fastest sectors the entire track, and then resets course fastest lap to go with that at a 2:16.1. Just really putting on a clinic on how to drive and how to race one of these Mustangs here in T1.
He holds the lap record here, no surprise. The race lap record is a 2:15.2, set back in 2018. The qualifying lap record, a 2:14.6 that he holds, set here in 2013. So
not surprising that he holds those records, and but he gave it a heck of a charge today. Unbelievable run. That whole Phoenix team, they work so hard. And if you don't know, Andrew actually, he does prep his own cars. He's the mechanic as much as he's the driver. So these obviously for him have got to feel rewarding.
Rolling into Parc Fermé as Hayward Wagner helping him get the window netting down. As these two are no strangers to one another. They've made this interview multiple times. Andrew giving a little wink to the camera as he's getting his gloves and his helmet off.
It's always awkward when you're watching me undress.
Do we want to play some music for him?
Yeah. If we had a little saxophone music right now, that would be appropriate after that comment. This whole race weekend is a big deal to these guys, and let's take nothing away from it. But Hayward Wagner down alongside Andrew Aquilante once again, showing the field how it's done.
Yes, indeed. Once again, Andrew Aquilante to the front of the field, to the top of the podium, getting some water. Welcome back to Victory Lane. Andrew, how was your drive?
It was a nice Friday morning on a crisp fall day at America's National Park of Speed.
No place you'd rather be.
Pretty much.
Now, over the years, I've noticed a time or two that you like to prove things here and there. You set the fastest lap of the race on the last lap. Was that a intentional move on your part?
I did. I mean, it was just to see what was still left out there because this was probably the best track conditions we've had all week. And the Hoosier tires are a great piece to work on. And so we said, see what we could do. And there we have it.
Well, congratulations to you. You get one more lap around this beautiful track. Do enjoy it.
Thank you. Thank you to Phoenix Performance, everybody at the shop, Mom and Dad. Hoosier tires, obviously, it's always fun beating up on the other makes of tires, especially when you go into turn one with confidence. Hawk brakes, for all they do for us, a lot of big stops here. Penske Racing shocks, Ron Davis radiators, Mobil One, like I said, everybody at the shop. Pretty good. The old Mustang S197 is still a pretty cool car. We'll just have to see what the future holds for the class.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
No shortage of confidence from Andrew Aquilante.
He's confident and calculated. And he definitely exudes confidence in these types of wins. He has the expectation, but he's got the skills to execute.
Here's the full field rundown. Andrew Aquilante with the win in commanding fashion. Almost a 15.5-second margin of victory over Tony Ave. Mark Bowden will come home in third spot. Fourth to James Candelaria. A great recovery drive after that self-imposed penalty that he had that spin in the early stages of the race. Hugh Stewart, a valiant charge to fifth. A good job for him. David Marshall in the 0-2 finishing in sixth spot in his first runoffs appearance. Ronald Lombardo, also a runoffs rookie, in seventh. Paulo Salvatore, unfortunately, not able to take the start of the race. Let's head back down to Victory Circle as we've got our second and third place finishers. That's Tony Ave.
Tony, the first of 5 is a podium finish for you. How's this feel?
Oh, good. I'm not all that proficient in these things yet, but, Andrew's super good at it, and the cars they build are really good for the class, so I give it my best shot, but about halfway through I started to get pretty loose and almost put it off the road twice. So George Stichos, the car owner's home watching. I figured I better keep it on the road, and second was good enough.
Well, congratulations on the bronze. Another Runoffs Ironman. Mark only running 2 races this year. How was this race for you?
It was pretty good. We didn't make testing because we were racing in another series over the weekend, and the long run we weren't really well. Didn't have the best car, but car ran well. Fall line guys did a great job. The Pirellis were good and used them up. Congratulations to Andrew and Tony on a race well run. Hopefully next year we get more cars in the field, and thanks to SCCA.
So let's test you real quick. Do you know which medal number this is for you?
No.
That's the sign of success.
I know, the gold ones.
Congratulations on a bronze.
Thank you.
The answer to that question would be 22. And that's a bunch.
That is a full shelf of medals, I tell you that. He's had a lot of success.
Here's a chance for the highlights, such as they are, as Andrew Aquilante got a good run to the green flag, and then this was the highest drama in the race, as James Candelaria, running a strong second spot, just caught a little too much curb and looped it. And a great recovery drive, and this is where he retakes his 4th place and final spot, passing Hugh Stewart in the closing stages, but nobody had anything for Andrew Aquilante, who made a point of saying, yeah, I just wanted to see if I had anything left on the final lap, setting the fast lap of the race quicker than he qualified the car. Andrew Aquilante really not challenged in this one, as he notches his 15th gold medal and his 20th medal overall in 28 tries. That's a pretty good strike rate.
That is absolutely, and he's just a master in this Mustang and at this track, at any track. It's really hard to beat anybody. Hard for anybody to beat Andrew Aquilante.
Thanks for being with us. Thanks again to Mazda for making this broadcast possible, and the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, presented by Sunoco here at America's National Park of Speed, beautiful Elkhart Lakes Road, America. We're going to break for lunch for those of you here at the racetrack, but those of you watching on the stream, don't go away, as inside the SCCA halftime show with Brian Belansky and Greg Ginsberg coming up next, and we'll be back with the afternoon card of racing on this first day of the SCCA Runoffs here at Road America. We'll see you down the road.
Your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Oof, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. Way out there. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Welcome back to Inside the SCCA, presented by Goodyear Racing Tires. We are at the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, presented by Sunoco this year. Forgot to mention that in the first show. Thank you to Sunoco for being on board for the whole event.
For this year and for next year as
well.
well.
Next year. And thank you to Goodyear for continuing their support of Inside the SCCA. I'm Brian Belansky. He is Greg Ginsburg. It is lunchtime. We should have a trough of food in front of us.
A charcuterie tray.
A charcuterie tray, some bratwurst. I mean, we're in Wisconsin, and we've got some
cheese curds.
Squeaky cheese curds. You know, this should be what we have. This should be like the drunk hour on the Today Show.
A can of spotted cow, right?
A can of spotted cow would be good.
Yes.
Anyway, we have got 5 races ahead this afternoon. Spec Miata, Touring 2, H Production, STU, and Formula Continental. We're going to talk about all of them in the next 45 minutes. So while you're at home having a little break from the racing, we're gonna serenade you
and talk about more racing.
And talk about more racing. So let's get right to Spec Miata and big field again this year. Some issues in qualifying.
Indeed.
We're going to talk about that. But we lost a couple of really fast cars here.
And really fast drivers,
and
more importantly.
Really fast drivers. We didn't lose the drivers. They're just not going to be here.
I know where they are.
They got into a pretty big wreck during qualifying on Wednesday.
On Wednesday, second day of qualifying.
And 3 drivers. It's Danny Stain and
Jim Drago and Charles
Matudis. They're all going to be fine. And they are recuperating, and we look forward to getting them back back to into the race cars as quickly as.
And see them on a racetrack again very soon.
Very soon. So, but that does shake up the order of operations here, because they would have probably all started in the top 10 today's race.
They were actually qualified third, fourth, and 6th.
Wow.
So a good portion of our top 10. Really big shakeup. Going into today's race.
So let's talk about what we're going to see today. It is going to be probably close to 55 or so cars.
Now we're down to about 47, 48 now.
Still a ton.
Yeah, still a ton. And, of course, I expect to see, and we saw this in qualifying, a lot of nose-to-tail racing, a lot of jockeying for position. To watch these racers during qualifying jockey for position to set themselves up with the best chance to set a fast qualifying time with their drafting partners, and also spacing on track. Really very, very different dynamic than I think any other race class or qualifying group that I saw all week long.
So with all of the shakeups, everything that's happening, who's on our poll?
So that's a good question, Brian.
So let me just say, when we're recording this ahead of time a little bit, the official qualifying order hasn't come out yet. So we're making our best guesstimate here. It probably won't change.
Well,
from this,
yes,
we'll
and the times that we're going to speak of actually came out of the very first day of qualifying Tuesday. So we feel fairly confident that we've got the top 10 racers here for you. So the reason why I said that it's not an easy question to answer. I'll give you a little background.
Okay.
In 2023 at Virginia International Raceway, we named National champions Preston Pardis and Nicholas Bruni, who finished the race in a complete dead heat. Okay?
First time ever.
First time ever. Well, we kind of, sort of, maybe a little bit had a repeat in qualifying here on Tuesday morning, or pardon me, Tuesday afternoon for the Spec Miata qualifying session. And we've already talked a little bit about fathers and sons and racing history. All right. So,
I know where you're going with this.
I hope so. So on Tuesday, father and son combination, they started last year's runoffs on the same road together.
Yep, they did.
One of them is 15. One of them is not 15.
Not
One of them is your 2012 Spec Miata national champion, and also former Formula 500 national champion as well. One of them a little too young for that, and they came across the line with identical lap times. We talked about the dynamic in Spec Miata, teaming up, pairing up, pushing drivers to the lead. Ethan Goulart is the youngest pole sitter ever in SCCA road racing. with a qualifying time of 2 minutes 41.106 seconds. Your outside pole sitter, your second place,
drum roll, please,
is Elvin Goulart.
Yep, Dad.
With a qualifying time of 2 minutes 41.106, identical lap times. And we've talked to Bill Skibby, Jeff Hutzelman from our timing and scoring team here at the Runoffs. And it's not a question of who crossed the line first. There's actually a tie-break procedure. And
the next fastest lap, right?
It's whoever set the next fastest lap. And so Ethan Goulart, 15 years old, will start on pole for the 2024 National Championship race, the 60th anniversary of the National Championship Runoffs. His father will start to his left on the outside of the front row.
Okay.
And
let's keep running down because we got so much to talk about in a 45-minute show.
Yeah, I know.
We got to get going.
And there's so much right here. All right. Scheduled to start on row number 2 were Danny Stain and Chuck McTutis, Charles McTutis. As we discussed, they are not going to be racing. Right. So that is going to move co-national champion Preston Pardis, who had qualified 5th over the course of the week, up to the inside of row number 2.
Cool.
He is going to be joined by Streetside Classic Auto Technic racer Noah Harmon from Orlando, Florida. He will start 4th, originally scheduled to start 7th, because Jim Drago was originally scheduled to start 6th. There. And so that now moves Bob Stretch, long-time road
Bob
racer.
Stretch.
That Bob Stretch.
Yep.
I raced against Bob Stretch years ago in improved touring. I know. Bob Stretch moves up from 8th to 5th, and he's out of Arlington, Texas, representing Wheels America Racing.
Yep.
His son, Logan Stretch, will now start 6th. So row number 3 is a big stretch.
Yeah.
Okay.
I see what you did there.
There you go. Alex Bertignoli.
You've been waiting all week to do that, didn't you?
Almost all week. Alex Bertignoli from Advanced Autosports, he's going to start 7th. Ethan Jacobs, right out of fairly close by, out of Oshkosh, flew in here to Road America, and he is going to start 8th. Todd Burris, who is our 2019 national champion, he is scheduled to start 9th. Chris Haldeman will start in 10th. And just outside the top 10, one of our reigning national co-champions. Of course, we talked about Preston Pardis starting on the inside of row number 2, and Nick Bruni is now going to be starting 11th on the field, so starting on the inside of row 6.
And with only about a minute left in our segment here, any of those drivers you named could win this.
Indeed. I always want to put my money on Preston Pardis. He's won more national championships than anybody else
in this class.
In this class,
right.
Certainly in Spec Miata, when he won his first national championship at Indianapolis in 2017, he came from 8th with 3 laps to go. When he won here right here at Road America in 2020, he was, I believe, 5th when the last lap started. Coming out of turn 3, he went on to win the national championship.
All right, and if you want a really cool podcast to listen to, check out the Father's Day podcast we did with Ethan and Elvin Goulart. Yeah. Really cool stories in that podcast. So, all right, we've got to get moving here because coming up next, we're going to talk about Touring 2. That'll be our second race this afternoon. Moving right along to Touring 2. This is also going to be a good one. I love the cars in Touring 2. There are some really cool cars.
Well, I mean, one's your typical mom and pop cruiser, and then they're the sports cars.
Okay.
Well, all right. Let's say
it's not your grandpa's Cadillac anymore.
No, it definitely is not.
Not my grandpa's Cadillac.
It certainly isn't my parent's '84 Coupe de Ville. That's for sure.
There you go.
V8 6.4s. Well, anyway, small but mighty field with Kurt Resitano, multi-time national champion, on looking for his 6th national championship. Your pole sitter by about 0.2 of a second. We'll talk about the rest of the field in a moment. The car we're referring to, and you spoke to him, I think, on last week's podcast, is John Heinrichs, 16-time national champion, looking for number 17. in something that is anything but a prototypical Touring 2 car. I might call this a prototypical touring car, however. It is the Cadillac CT4 Blackwing.
Very cool.
And it is big and black and beautiful, and it has a ton of horsepower.
It does.
And very interesting the way it has been classed in Touring 3. My understanding, General Motors essentially said, you cannot restrict this motor. It will not run.
Yeah.
And so the SCCA has done things like put the car out there on the stock spring and shock package.
Yep.
I think John talked about receiving bigger sway bars this year to keep it from rolling as much.
There's not a racer out there that doesn't want to do have a faster car with a little bit of help, and we all ask for it.
Yeah, exactly, and it's on more narrow tires. But the thing is that what they've done is they've tried to create a car that evens out the rest of the field because it has such straight line speed.
Right.
And not a lot of great cornering speed now because of how they've handicapped the car. At Road America, with 3 incredibly long straightaways, this may be...
That could be John's year.
Yeah, it could be John's year.
Again.
And it could have been, and it could be the spec that is perfect for this race course.
Sure.
And he's had very good luck. This is the second year that he's been working with this car, and he's been developing it. He's got a number of race wins already this year. And although he was only able to qualify the car 4th fastest, I think there's a good chance under race pace, assuming with what is a fairly heavy car, he can keep the tires underneath him.
Absolutely. And he has a whole year of development under the car.
Right.
And a lot more practice in the car.
Yes.
So, it's not a foregone conclusion by any stretch of the imagination, but if I were a betting man, I don't think I'd bet against Heinrich.
No, I wouldn't, but again, I don't know if I'd bet against Kurt Resitano either in his Mustang, or probably not Mustang, in a Chevy Corvette.
That's right.
Yeah. So we also saw Charlie Peter, who came out in his BMW M2 Club Sport.
Right.
Very, very quick for just the briefest of moments, held provisional pole during yesterday's pole day qualifying session. He had snatched it away from Resitano, who had been fastest all week long. And Resitano, sensing that he'd lost the pole, went out, turned a flyer. As soon as he finished that lap, brought the car down the pit lane, said, "I'm done." And more importantly, I think maybe accepting defeat. Charlie Peter just followed him right up the pit lane and said, I'm not gonna be able to match that.
So we've had some interviews with our pole sitters so far in our shows, and our goal was to get all of them. But when the guy is so good that he runs 2 laps and then chases back to the paddock, it's hard for me to catch him up with him. So we didn't get everybody, and this is one of the classes that we don't have an interview with for that exact reason. So
all right, and and another racer we want to look for, and he's in that top 4. He's going to be starting 3rd, right next to John Heinrichs. It's Jason Ott. Jason took his first national championship 2 years ago at Virginia International Raceway in Touring 3 and in a BMW Z4 Coupe, and he is now moved up to Touring 2, where he is driving in a Porsche 911 Carrera. And again, he was pretty darn quick. Problem is that there's a bit of I think a little bit of a mismatch, not a mismatch, but our top 2 drivers, Resitano and Peter, may be in slightly different league from the rest of our drivers right now. They qualified down in the very low 222s, and Jason Ott, who is qualified 3rd, qualified with a 224.8.
Right.
So we're talking about 2.5 seconds separating the top 2 drivers from everybody else in the rest of the field.
That could be it could play into it, but it's just with this racetrack and all the changes that have come with it, it's hard to tell. Even with that big of a gap in qualifying, people can still make changes between the race day and qualifying.
Indeed.
And it'll be very interesting to see how that whole thing plays out. Why don't you run us through the rest of the top 10, and then we'll thank some people.
All right, well, we've only got 8, so we're going to take a little bit less time. There you go. We've got, right after John Heinrichs, starting 5th today. So on the inside of row number 3, it's going to be four-time national champion Mark Bowden. We're going to see him out in his Porsche 997 car. Of course, we talked about Mark Bowden a little bit earlier in Touring 1, so this is another class that the Fall Line Motorsports driver will be looking for another gold medal. Scotty B. White, another one of our Iron Men in SCCA road racing and at the National Championship Runoffs. He's running his Night Transport Dodge Viper. It was a funny story that we had a combined qualifying session between T2 and T3 earlier in the week, and he's running in both classes. We saw him on the timing sheets as having taken provisional pole in Touring 3 by 2.5 seconds in his Ford Mustang. Turns out it was the T2 Dodge Viper that was out there, so it was incorrect in the timing and scoring, but you know.
Exactly.
It was confusing to everybody, and I'm sure to all the T3 drivers.
Sure.
But Scotty B is going to be starting 6th, and then in our 4th row, we're going to have Robert Wellington. He is in the Racer on Rails machine. He's out of Tacoma, Washington, in a BMW M235 IR. And then Michael Kamalian, who has put in many years in both GT Lite and also production car racing. This year, he brought out a brand new Ford Mustang GT, the Revolution CNC.com Hoosier G-Lock machine, and he is qualified 8th.
All right, so let's take a minute here and thank the folks who helped us get here. Of course, it is Inside the SCCA, presented by Goodyear Racing Tires. They are here with us for the 3rd year in a row. Cannot thank them enough for being part of our operation here, and really good group of folks, and thank you so much. Also, our raceschool.com is the now long-term presenting sponsor of Inside the SCCA for the regular weekly podcast. Thank you so much to them. They've got race schools at Buttonwillow and at Willow Springs, and they do a fantastic job. And since the weather's so good in SoCal, we got a lot of people coming from out of town to these schools, but they do a really good job. You can get your SCCA license if you pass the school. They also have defensive driving and teen driving and a bunch of other really cool things. So check them out, raceschool.com. Solo Performance Specialties, Dave and his band of merry friends and people who come to the Solo National Tour events. Really big thank you to them. You can also buy stuff from them online, so you don't actually have to go to a Solo to take part. Ray Esports, you've raced with Ray.
I not only
You've
raced,
called a lot of races
I
for Ray.
announced their first 10 seasons
there you
for
go.
Ray Esports Racing.
They are the official sim racing league of Inside the SCCA. And then, of course, Racekeeper. They are the official in-car camera of Inside the SCCA. That is going to do it for our Touring 2 coverage. We've got a little bit of fun to come. Still going to talk about H Production, STU, and Formula Continental. H Production is up next. This is always a fun one because of the wide variety of both newer H Production cars and old school H Production cars.
And when you say newer, we're still talking 35 years old.
All right, so what do we got, Greg?
All right, what we do, like you said, we've got old and new.
Yep.
We've got Volkswagen Rabbits and Golfs from the mid-'80s and early '90s. We've got Mazda 2s from 2011, from just this last decade. We've got Spitfires from 1962 and on. I mean, so many different chassis. Honda CRXs. We've got two Fiat X19s in the field. Such beautiful hardware out here. They've been racing for so many years, and the class of the field for the first day of qualifying was somebody who has made the jump from being a many-time E-Production national champion, recent E-Production national champion, made the jump to H-Production, debuted the car last year at, I believe, the June Sprints. It was only out for one event and last year, and then has run the season this year. Jesse Prather in the Jesse Prather Motorsports Mazda 2. But the real story is not Jesse Prather, who was not your pole sitter.
He's not.
Is not your pole sitter. It's Chuck Mathis.
Chuck
Mathis, who built the engine and did the engineering for Chris Schaafsma, our reigning and defending national champion, won the last 2 years, both years at Virginia International Raceway in his Volkswagen Golf.
Right.
And Chris not racing this year. So no third time in a row for him, and it's all wide open. Chuck Mathis, after seeing Jesse Prather set provisional pole on the first day of qualifying, was going out and had a flyer during the second day of qualifying, and he went purple, all-time best in the first sector. In the second sector, he comes down the hurry downs into turn 8, and the front suspension collapses on him. Doesn't make it into the carousel, has to pull the car over. Gives Jesse Prather provisional pole after day 2.
Right.
He goes out today, about midway through the session, he's on a flyer. And interestingly enough, that flyer was right behind Jesse Prather, who assisted Chuck Mathis in setting pole, dragged him all the way around the race course, and turned in a lap time about 0.2 faster than Jesse Prather to take pole. And Chuck Mathis, I believe, former G Production national champion, if I remember correctly, one of the only racers to take a national championship in a Volkswagen that isn't a Formula V.
Right.
But he is on the pole. And really, both Mathis and Prather in a different zip code than the rest of the field. We had Steve Sargis.
Before we get to the rest of the field, I talked with Chuck Mathis.
Okay.
He's very appreciative of Jesse Prather.
I bet he was.
And let's hear from him right now.
All right.
I'm just going to be staying looking at you.
That's right. That's right. All right, we are here with Chuck Mathis. He is the H Production pole sitter here, right? H Production? I've got
Yes, it is.
I asked because I've done like 27 of these already. So
let's get it right.
H Production pole sitter here at the runoffs provisionally. Tell us about how you got that fast lap.
I got to really thank Jesse Prather. Honestly, he gave me a good tow. We were pretty darn even, but I was able to get a good tow, and I'm grateful for that. But it was a hard run, and it's going to be an exciting race.
How has your week been so far?
Been frustrating. The first lap of qualifying on first day, we banged another wheels with another car and bent a control arm. Then yesterday, the same control arm broke.
Oh boy!
On our fast lap, and then we thrashed all night, got it fixed, got it working, and it's working very well.
All right, what are your thoughts? What are you expecting on race day?
It's going to be a busy race. I don't think the top 3 are going to get away from each other, and it's going to be 13 laps of whoever makes it the least mistakes.
Right. Where's the best place to be on the last lap, or going into the last lap?
I'd sure like to get it. Well, I don't know. Me and Jesse, this is the first time, even though we've been racing, this is the first time we've been nose to tail.
Right.
We're pretty even.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm not.
First time for everything, right?
It's going to be a fun one.
All right, that's Chuck Mathis. He's your H Production pole sitter here at the runoffs in 2024. All right, there's a lot of other people to talk about. I know I interrupted you, but I wanted to hear from Chuck. Number 2. No, I'm saying number 3. Who's in third?
Number 3, Steve Sargis.
Okay.
In his that just iconic Triumph Spitfire, black with the red stripes on the down the center of the car, but not in the same zip code here this weekend. We talked about Mathis with his 2:38.4 qualifying time, pole time. Jesse Prather at a 2:38.6. And then we've got the Spitfire, the 1975 Spitfire of Sargis, who qualified with a 2:39.9. So 1.3 seconds back from Jesse Prather. In third, a very distant third. And in these cars that are really their momentum cars, the Spitfire doesn't have the torque of, you don't think of H Production cars having torque, but the Volkswagen motors.
Comparative torque.
Yes, exactly. Much higher displacement.
Exactly.
And more torque there. And you just didn't expect to see that. I don't want to say a big surprise because he's qualified towards the front of the field a number of years running. Chris Albin out of Maryland Heights, Missouri, in the Over the Limit Racing Hoosier Volkswagen Golf. That's an A2, 1985 Volkswagen Golf. He's going to start beside Steve Sargis. And again, that is a motor that has some grunt to it. The disadvantage that the Volkswagen drivers are going to have, and maybe Jesse Prather has, as Prather found out during pole day qualifying yesterday, is that they're big boxy cars. And they're fairly easy if you get behind them. They put a big hole in the air to draft them. Something like Sargis' Spitfire, not so much. Small, open-top car, no windshield to it. Just small and flat and doesn't put a big hole in the air. Next up, starting 5th, so on the inside of the 3rd row. Former national champion. This is his home track. It's Greg Gopper in the Ranamort Racing King Motorsports Honda Civic. That's a 3rd-gen Honda Civic, a 1984 model. Also, again, a bit of a boxy machine. And when Gopper took his national championship here, it was in the wet.
Right.
And it was a masterful drive.
Sure.
I have this race logged in the back of my head. Never mind that I've known Greg for many and his wife for many years. But the problem is that Gopper has seen in races here at Road America is that car is in top speed is definitely outmatched.
A little horsepower limited. Yeah,
exactly. And so he's going to need to be able to get onto the back of another car and use that draft. If he doesn't, there's no chance that he's going to be able to move up from 5th. Matt Brannon, one of our 2 Fiat X19 racers, and we've got Matt and we've got Braden Connolly, a father-son combination. So Matt is starting 6th, Braden starting 10th in cars that are very well built. We've seen a couple of Super Tour wins between the 2 racers this year.
Yep.
And so they've got, they've got good chances. But again, I think the cars, they might be a little bit outmatched by some of the newer equipment out there. Ralph Lindo, we're going to have to see if he can make it out during the final day of qualifying. His car broke in the number 53 Volkswagen Golf. That's a 1987, so first-gen Volkswagen Golf. And it's one of those deals. We'll have to see if he makes the grid. Rob Back starting 8th in a Mini Cooper. I believe this is an ex-B-Spec car that's been moved up to H production specs.
Right.
Handles very well. It's got an independent rear suspension. It's got a great strut suspension. It's got huge brakes for its size. It's just whether or not you can keep this forced induction car on the boil.
All right, that's going to do it for H Production. We've got more to come. Still got to talk about Formula Continental, and we have to talk about STU. That's next. Stay with us. Up next is STU. This is about one of the classes that is close to what you're going to see coming off of the showroom floor.
To an extent.
Right.
You do see a lot of aero with STU. Right. You do see the drivers have the ability, the owners have the ability to replace the drivetrains that are in these cars, as long as they replace them with something that comes from that manufacturer.
Sure.
So a Honda or Acura product, you can put in a much larger motor. You can go forced induction with these cars. For example, a number of years ago, we saw a Honda Civic, garden variety Honda Civic coupe that had the drivetrain from a Honda Civic Type R in it, something that you don't see on the showroom floor. And you also see here, this is the place where the original, the heyday of the World Challenge touring cars live, as we saw with our national championship run last year at VIR.
That's right. So let's get right to it. We've got a couple of quick cars to run through, and we also have an interview with our pole sitter. So what do we know?
All right, Tom Noble. When we went into day one of qualifying, the driver that I think everybody expected to put his car on the pole and have the best chance for a repeat was Chip Herr, who was in the same Audi A4 that he raced almost 20 years ago in Pirelli World Challenge, the car that has also won an SCCA National Championship. Another driver behind the wheel of this car back in 2011 here at Road America. However, Tom Noble out of St. Louis Park, Minnesota, in his Precision Motorsports BMW 330i, he's had the measure chip all week long, except for the first day. He did not bring the car out, did not set a time on Tuesday, but was faster than Chip by 3/100ths of a second on Tuesday.
That ain't much.
And no, not at all. And about 2/10, actually 3/10, pardon me, on Tire Rack Pole Day. And again, just kind of quietly got business done.
Yeah.
And Chip Herr, he's got the number 1 on the side of the car. He told me on the first test day when he came over, he gave me a hug on the grid, and he says, "This number 1 looks great on the side of my car." Well, in order to live up to it, he's going to have to find a way around that BMW.
Let's find out how Tom Noble got it done. Well, I got a chance to speak with him down in Impound after his run for the pole. We're here with Tom Noble, the STU provisional pole sitter here for the runoffs. You got it done on day 3. Tell me about the lap.
Well, it's been a long time coming. I mean, it's been, and I would say this if I was asked again, that the whole summer has been singularly focused on this event. So it's been a lot of hard practice, lap after lap. I have a great team. I've got great coaching. Johan Schwartz, my coach.
Oh, I know Johan.
Well, if you know Johan,
he's a piece of work.
He's a piece of work. We've been together for about 10 years.
Yeah.
We ran World Challenge and SRO together.
Okay.
But he's just a tremendous coach.
Yeah.
And so he's brought me a long way. My team has delivered a car that I couldn't ask any more of. So I consider this kind of a team victory.
Absolutely.
For sure. But that's how it got done. It's just work and sacrifice and hanging on through the kink.
So how was the lap?
The car felt today more than the other days. The car felt fantastic.
Right.
I think it's from 3 or 4 days or a week of setup and working every little thing. But today, everything from the brake, we changed the brake pad compounds a little bit. Tire pressures we took off right from the beginning. The tires gripped, so I used some scrub tires, which was absolutely the right thing to do. So I could go on and on, but it just all came together for me.
You got the car together to make one good lap. How about for 12 or whatever it is, 13 laps?
I think we're good. I think the idea was just to be consistent. So I think what I was told, I haven't seen the data yet, but I was told that my times were fairly consistent today, which is, I think, good. And comparing myself on the track to my fellow competitors, I felt pretty good about the separation that was being created and all that. So I feel pretty good about being able to maintain that for the whole race tomorrow.
There you go.
Knock on wood, right?
There you go. Tom Noble, your STU provisional pole sitter here at the runoffs.
Thank you very much.
All right, that's Tom Noble. He was very, very pleased to be on the pole, and
bet he was.
He's knows there's a lot of good competition coming up from behind.
Yeah, without doubt there is. Besides Chip Herr, we've got Darren Treacle, who's starting on the inside of row 2. Darren was in a fight for the win at VIR last year with Joe Moser. It did not turn out well for either of those racers as they came up towards the Oak Tree turn with a lap to go. Darren looking for, I think, a little bit of redemption this year, driving another former World Challenge touring car here, and he's been behind the wheel of this car for a couple of years, and I think he feels like he's due.
Right. And then going a little deeper into the field, I really think that the winner in this class could come as far back as even 5th or 6th place, maybe even 7th place.
Well, certainly. I think one of the standouts last year at VIR, and again, there was a lot of jumbling. We had 3 racers. We talked about Moser. We talked about Treacle. There's one other racer, Jeff Liller, that did not make it to the checkered flag. And that allowed Jose Osiris Pena in his Honda CRX, who just plugged along to work his way up. And he's had a strong week in qualifying, currently qualified 5th, right behind David Fiorelli in his Ford Mustang. I would suggest that either one of those drivers could work and have a very good chance. I think the CRXs, because they're very strong in the areas, once you get out of turn 5 and you go through 6, 7, down to 8, and especially if you can keep the front tires underneath you in the carousel, I think those CRXs stand a very good chance, and Pena has been very strong this week, as has Jorge Ortiz, who is in another Honda, slightly newer machine than that CRX. Right. It's a Honda Civic hatchback, I believe, a 92 Honda Civic hatchback, I think stands a good chance. Another driver that I would probably look for, Ryan Hazelton, in a Honda S2000. Ryan's been driving this chassis in one form or another now for almost 25 years.
Wow.
And he has had a little bit of coaching. It's his first time at Road America, but he's picked up almost 3.5 seconds over the course of the first 3 days of qualifying. And the question is whether that car, as every Honda S2000 is, a little down on torque. You got to keep it on the boil. But if he can do that, I could see him, if not taking a win, at least getting a podium in his first runoffs appearance here.
So what do we expect to see in this race? Is this a long draft train type race, or is this where a couple guys are going to try to run away with it if they can? Well, you always want to run away,
Right.
but is that typical in this?
In STU, that is, I think that is more the norm.
Right.
We saw last year that was certainly the case the year before as well. Of course, again, last year I think was marked by an incident where the top two drivers got together and opened the door. Chip Herr was your pole sitter last year, ran off course at turn 3 on the very first lap, fell all the way back to 16th position, and by the end of the race, and again, with a little bit of luck happening ahead of him, was able to take the national championship.
So don't do it until 6 o'clock tonight, but go back to last year's STU race, and it is an absolute masterful performance. And then after the race, tune into Inside the SCCA to the episode with Mr. Herr, because we go through how the whole thing happened. It's complete nuts balls.
It was absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, bonkers.
To
That's
watch,
a good term.
yes, to watch him go from first to last back to first.
I guarantee you that his plan this year has nothing to do with going to last and then coming back to first.
No, not at all.
All right, that's going to do it for STU. We've got one more race left this afternoon that we're going to talk about, Formula Continental. That is next. One race to go, Greg. It's almost day one will be over. I'm ready for a nap. At one race left is Formula Continental. These are some of my favorite cars. I've always been an open wheel fan. I love we call them wings and things. And these guys, and this is one of the classic SCCA classes, this Formula Continental class.
Yeah, these, we've got high horsepower, modest aero assistance from wings, front and rear, and decent sized little side pods on them, and just very, very quick. They don't have as much tire underneath them as maybe a Formula Atlantic does. So you do see them moving around a little bit through some corners as they try to carry speed. And as we've seen this week in qualifying, although the temperatures have been nice and cool and really amenable to quick racing, there have at times been some decently quick and blustery winds here at Road America, which always seem to change direction at the most inopportune times.
Interesting. I'm talking to people today down throughout my interviews and stuff. I heard that the one thing they've been pointing in the right direction straightaway wise. There have not been crosswinds. So some people are getting a push up the hill towards start finish, and then the other day they were getting the push down towards turn 5. So and that would also be down towards Canada Corner as well. So you often sometimes get here crosswinds, which in a Formula car, no bueno.
Yeah, no, absolutely. and these fairly light, fairly small Formula Continental chassis, if we see the winds pick up and they do come across the track rather than from one direction to the other on the front straights, it could create some havoc for some of these racers. I think many of these racers, though, old hats at Formula car racing, and I don't mean old hats, although
maybe you do.
although some of these racers have history. Of course, our pole sitter, and I think we're going to talk to him in just a moment here, Tim Miner out of Fredericksburg, Virginia, representing the Blue Ridge region of the SCCA in his Hoosier Ski Motorsports citation, had a spectacular week. Not dominant, but I think a lot of that owes to the quality of the field. We have 10 cars that put in times this week, and we have got, I don't want to say it's a stacked field, but we have such strong Formula car racers in the field. We've got Michael Verisons, 7-time Formula V national champion. We have Robert Aller, sorry. Robert, who was our 2020 national champion, took the championship right here at Road America. Of course, the last 2 years, his son, Nolan, has come away with the Formula Continental Championship. Nolan's not here racing this weekend, so that opens up things and really, gives a big opportunity to some of these people at the front of the field. It might also add Brian Tomasi as well.
And Nolan's not here this weekend because he's now racing Indy NXT or Indy Next, however they say.
An absolutely glorious early October afternoon greets you and us as we continue our coverage of the 60th running, the historic 60th anniversary of SCCA's National Championship Runoff. You'd be hard-pressed to find a better place to celebrate 60 years, 6 decades of competition than America's National Park of Speed. Our coverage will be presented, as always, by Mazda at the remarkable Road America. Hi, everybody. I'm Greg Creamer, joined by Tom O'Gorman, and we're going to have Hayward Wagner down in the pits, as always. We are getting ready to go with one of the biggest and most exciting classes that you can ever see at any runoffs race. It is Spec Miata with more. Let's get down to Hayward.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. The sun is out. We are to beautiful Road America conditions here for the runoffs, and this is the one everyone is watching. This is as full as the grid's going to be all weekend. We've got media here. We've got staff out here. Everybody wants to be a part of Spec Miata rolling off. The two big stories, obviously, your front row, the Gouillards, Elevon and his son here, son on pole, dad behind. Elevon was at Indianapolis this morning qualifying for a pro race. He's back. These guys ran the exact same time to the 1,000th in Tuesday qualifying to put these two cars on the front row. The other story, for those following the event, well aware that we did have a significant incident in qualifying, and the way that things happen in this sport, those times stand. So this gap that we're looking at right behind the Gouillard card, that is where Chuck Patutis and Danny Stain would be if they were on the grid. They are not on the grid. I believe Tom will have more of an update for that in a moment. The big tone down here, though, is really about unity and togetherness. I've seen a lot of drivers hugging, wishing each other a good race, a lot of stay safe, make good decisions. Usually we're talking about strategy, who's working with who, all that. It's a little bit different vibe down here. This is the community really coming together.
Yeah, thanks very much, Hayward. And there you just see the defending co-champ, Preston Pardis, trying to get the heart rate up a little bit. Tomo, the great news is you actually got on the phone and talked to Danny Stain. What's up?
Yeah, it was really great to hear from them, and very much looking forward to the Spec Miata race here. But as Hayward alluded, there was an incident in one of the qualifying sessions that ultimately left 3 of our really core competitors of the Spec Miata family in pretty bad shape. So I got to speak to Danny Stain earlier today. He was in pretty good spirits. He was also speaking with Jim Drago, also involved in that incident. They're in the same ICU down in Milwaukee, both looking forward to watching this race. And they definitely wanted to share that it's just been incredibly special for them to realize how many people are watching and paying attention and love to see what they do, through reaching out afterwards and saying, hey, I hope you're doing okay. I really hope you're doing okay. Whatever it may be, the words and the contacts and the thoughts and the prayers have absolutely reached them, and they're very, very grateful for that. So it was great to hear Danny's voice. We also have Chuck Patutis back at the track already, watching this race. So we're hearing good things. Everybody seems to be, kind of headed in that right direction. And now I think it's a kind of a sign after, some of the worst times, the best unity comes out of that. Hopefully the Spec Miata field is absolutely feeling that. Let's put on a good show, if nothing else, for Jim, Danny, and Chuck watching this race.
Absolutely. And, Spec Miata, fiercely competitive, but off the track, they are as close a family as you could possibly get. Speaking of tracks, here's the one. It's the best, the beauty. 4 miles, Road America, my home track. I love this place, and it's awesome, Tom.
Yeah, let's talk racing. Yeah. We're going to kick things off at the green flag with that run down into Turn 1, into Sector 1, the highest speed sectors as far as top speed goes. Lots of drafting. A reminder that the cars cannot weave to break the draft, so we're going to see a lot of just, hey, I'm getting drafted, can't do anything about it. Down that long straight from 3 to 5. Then we get into the handling section. Things get really, really interesting. This is where the jockeying is really, really important from turns 5 to 8. A couple of big digs, a couple of big braking zones, and then a nearly flat-out run through the carousel at turns 9 and 10, into the kink, also flat out, into 11B, into another great passing and braking zone, but things get stacked up big time down in the Canada corner, uphill through 13, and then that run back to turn 14. So we've ended the previous runoffs on a tie. We're starting this runoffs on a tie. Someone's got to break the pattern there at the checkered flag.
Yeah, it's going to be, on that level, it's going to be tough to beat last year when we had a dead even heat. They just decided, no, we got to award co-champions. And the cool thing was, for Pardis and Bruni, they were working together all weekend. Both of them were absolutely delighted with the outcome. How rare is that? And that goes to the point about just how cool this place and this class is in terms of being family. And we are going to have the run for the gold in Spec Miata. 49 cars taking qualifying times. 45 are going to start, and we'll be back for it in a second.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Ugh, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Welcome back, everybody. There is the field getting ready to set sail here. And really a cool story up front. Father and son of the Goulards, claiming that front row. The other great story is also in lockstep. Our father and son, we saw a shot of the 06 of Bob Stretch, who is a world challenge racer. I mean, he's done a lot of pro racing at a high level. First ever start in the runoffs. But his son qualified right behind him. They're 8th and 9th. And Logan, this is going to be his third runoffs. And he was 16th at VIR last year and picking that pace up. Couple of cool stories with father and son here.
Yeah, and I think there's a third pairing in there with the with Tom and blanking on the name Brown, but we have some family history through the field here for sure. The other part of the week that we should reference before we go too crazy on the green flag racing is the week with those incidents and with other things happening in qualifying was very disjointed for Spec Miata.
Yep.
And what that's happened, what that's led to is a lot of big names. Not that the big names in the top 10 aren't big names, but there's a lot of big names in the top 20 that are going to be working their way forward, or at least trying to.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And another good family story is Jason and Jillian Fichter.
Yeah.
So we've got all kinds of things unfolding here. But I am going to just start off with the starting lineup because this is such a big field. And yeah, this may be a 4-mile track. But, so I'm just going to tear through them here. So, and as we said, up front on the pole, the number 72, the son, Ethan Goulart, in his only his second runoff start. Alongside will be his dad, Elvin Goulart, his 17th runoff start. Then it would have been Denny Stain. So now in the next starting spot, still in fourth, is and that Charles McTitus would have been there as well. So Preston Part defending co-champ, starts in fifth. His ninth start, Jim Drago would have been next. Starting in the seventh spot, his second runoff start, but talk about one of those up-and-comers, the 99 and Noah Harmon. Then it'll be the rookie, hard to believe, the 06 of Bob Stretch will start 8th. Ninth will be Logan Stretch, his son, in his third runoff start. Then another rookie, the 04 of Alex Bertagnoli. Then starting in the 11th spot, his second runoff start, the 199 of Ethan Jacobs. Starting 12th in his 8th start, the points leader in the FARA Pro Spec Miata Championship, the 56 of Todd Burris. Starting in the 13th spot is in his 13th start, the number 28 of Chris Halderman, a gold medalist. Starting in the 14th spot is the number 6 co-champion last year with Preston Partis, Nicholas Bruni. Starting in the 15th spot in his fourth runoff start is the 15 of Brett Kowalski. Starting in the 16th spot, fifth runoff start for the number 48 of Frankie Barroso. He's also one of the front runners in the FARA Pro Spec Miata Championship. Starting 17th in his 19th start, the number 194 of Nick Leveroni. Starting in the 18th spot, the 02 in his third runoff start, Sean Barwig, another of the up-and-comers. Starting in the 19th spot, making his second runoff start, the 144 of Bobby Gossett. Starting 20th, the rookie, the number 78 of Ethan Ayers. Starting in the 21st spot in his third runoff start, the 07 of Tyler Brown. Starting 22nd, fourth runoff start for the 142 of Kyle Greenhill. Starting 23rd, eighth runoff start for the 16 of Jonathan Davis. Starting 24th in his 26th runoff start, the number 4 of Rob Hines. Starting 25th, third runoff start for the 55 of Center Smith. Starting 26th in his fourth runoff start, the 09 of Andrew Devoto. Starting 27th, his third runoff start is the 41 of Miles Gertz. Starting in the 28th spot, his eighth runoff start, the 27 of Tom Brown. starting in the 29th spot. 6th runoff start for the 82 of Tyler Quantz. Starting 30th, a very quick rookie, the 198 of Max Schweid. Starting 31st, another rookie, the 182 of Mark Curley. Starting 32nd, another rookie, the number 7 of Jason Fichter. Starting 33rd, another rookie, the 11 of Michael Novak. Starting 34th, yep, another rookie, the 112 of Vinny Mescalis. Starting 25th, the rookie, the number 10 of Matteo Azzari. Starting 26th, the rookie, the 125 of Connor Thomas. Starting in the 37th spot, making his 9th runoff start, is the 46 of Domenico Lucci. Starting in the 38th spot is the number 88 of Hayden Manis. Starting in the 39th spot, a rookie, the 58 of Austin Pierce. Starting 40th. 3rd runoff start for the 08 of Samantha Silver. Starting 41st. 2nd runoff start for the 13 of Alfredo Zedan. Starting in the 42nd spot, a rookie, the 87 of Brad Childs. Starting 43rd. 7th runoff start for the number 12 of Russell King. Starting 44th, a rookie, the 120 of Jillian Fichter. Starting 45th, the rookie, the 43 of Bruce Allen. Starting 46th, the rookie, the 26 of Chris Tipper. And then moving to page 2, that's how long this field is, how big it is. Starting 47th, the 24, the 98 of Charlie Campbell. Tom's got some great information on him we'll talk to in a minute. Starting in the 48th spot, the number 18 of 84, Dan Harding. And starting 49th, 3rd runoff start for the 01 of Joseph Federo. The breeze picked up in here for a minute, and I needed that.
You made it through. Well done, Greg. Yeah, so Charlie Campbell starting at the back, and that's a little out of the ordinary, right? We know Charlie Campbell from F Production and also in Spec Miata. Charlie's actually chosen to retire from racing at the end of this year. We're going to pass that F Production car along to, it sounded like a brother-in-law, I believe, but he said, for my last Spec Miata runoffs, you know what sounds like fun? Starting from the back. Let's see how many cars I can pass. So that purple number 98 on the front of it, at least is purple, will be on a charge as safely and fun as he wants to be. The other interesting note, you heard that correctly, our co-champion from last year starts 14th
I know.
in that orange and powder blue Miata. So keep an eye out for that car exiting your frame just about now. But a bunch of cars around him are also very, very quick and possible contenders if this thing gets a little bit turned around as far as passing and drafting works.
Well, you look back in the field like you were talking about, there's a lot of drivers who are truly out of position where you'd normally see them, which should make this really fascinating, obviously. And for Charlie, that's so cool. I have announced him in so many runoffs, in so many categories, and kudos to him. What a great career he's had here in runoffs competition. Honored. Honestly, I've called him for so many years to be calling his last one. That is really, really cool. Also want to make mention here, Frankie Moroso won that Hawk Breakthrough Award here with having the biggest improvement at the time, breaking through and qualifying, if you will, from day 1 to day 2. He got a really nice set of brake pads, and so see what he's going to be able to do here. But it's going to be an interesting story to see again. And I really think guy to keep an eye on here. I've watched him. I announced that Fara Pro Spec Miata series. It's intense racing. And Noah Harmon, the kid is for real. And he is going to be somebody to watch in this one. But that's gorgeous, isn't it? The two Goulars, the silver cars, one yellow, one green striped. This is going to be fantastic. 13 laps or 40 minutes. Largest field here by far. It is going to be awesome. Spec Miata never disappoints, and we are about to start the run for the goal. Look at how steep that hill is, and you've got to deal with that hill coming out of 14, and we're green! And away we go, and already the pushing starts. You can see that inside line. That looked like a NASCAR start when they started wiggling from the push from behind. Here we go, heading down into turn 1. Goulart's doing everything. Oh, contact! Contact, car spinning! And that wall on the inside, and I cannot believe that nobody else got really collected in that. That was amazing. Again, some great awareness from some of these drivers here, Tom.
Yeah, that was fabulous to stay out of the way for Jonathan Davis. Ended up driver's right, and then it looks like the number 07 ended up driver's left of Tyler Brown. But at the front, that is still okay. We had that NASCAR start, probably because Preston Pardis has some NASCAR experience. He's side by side with Elvan Goulart. I think as Ethan has started to pull away in the 72, that's the car with the yellow headlights.
Absolutely, and now Pardis going to come up alongside, getting a little bit of a push here. Ethan's got position on the inside as we head down now. The Moraine sweep. Look at this move by Pardis. He wanted the front. He wanted it early. He is, big lockup on the brakes down to the inside. Ethan is going to swing wide. Here comes Dad on the inside. Pardis is going to get swallowed up. What a move by the Goulards.
And the 99 of Harmon is going to go around the outside with them. That's the orange and white and black car that's now off the track, 2 off in the dirt. And there's another car, I think the 06 of Bob Stretch is going to get a little advantage with that. No, they're still side by side.
This is exactly what we would expect here. Let's go back real quick, Tomo, and take a look at that start.
Yeah, it looks like a couple of cars maybe bump drafting, got onto the curve part of the bumper, started door slamming, and this number 07 just spinning across, luckily avoiding everybody, and then keeps it turned right into the wall. Same thing on the other side for Jonathan Davis. It's a much better start for the Goulards, who had some incidents at the beginning of last year's race. They get through cleanly, but it has been a very chaotic start. Let's get back to the action.
Yeah, Davis, brilliant job to save that once he hit that inside wall. But caution is out, understandably, so everything's going to calm down just a little bit here. But Spec Miata off. Oh, and that is Todd Burris.
It is.
This is a huge development. Todd was definitely considered one of the favorite sports car magazine. Picked him to finish second. He's the runaway leader in the FARA Pro Spec Miata Championship in terms of the points. And this is just amazing. And folks, this is the first time you see underneath his number there was a series of numbers and descriptions there. And it was interesting that all these are all built as close to spec as you can, but that's for different years and different displacements. There's all kinds of different little modifiers. Makes them remarkably close.
It is. So you see 2,415 pounds, 38 millimeters, 38 millimeter restrictor. That means you chose to run that spec line. If they want to run a little heavier, a little lighter, they change restrictors, etc. So there's about 4 or 5 options here in Spec Miata. Just taking a quick look back, I don't think we have an instant replay of it, but it looks like Burris was just shuffled off driver's left in that braking zone down in turn 3. I don't know that he even had contact really. So maybe this car will clear. And we went full course yellow so early, he may not even lose a lap with this.
Yeah, that's the good thing for him. And if there's no damage to the car, he is capable of coming through this field very quickly as well. What a shame, but he's having a heck of a year in that FARA Pro Spec Miata. And FARA, if you're not familiar with it, it's a Florida-based series, but it is looking to expand next year, and they decided to create this year Pro Spec Miata, and it's spectacular. And there you see Jonathan Davis, and that left front broken, that was from that contact with the other car, obviously, because he also bit the wall on the right side.
He did, yeah. This is heartbreaking because Jonathan Davis is one of the better racers that we have here, always moves forward in the races and a lot of fun to watch out of the Ohio area. But, with this Spec Miata, the way that they tend to start the races is nose to tail touching, and the rounded bumpers there, they don't have the best contact patch, and it's very easy for those serpentines to start working their way down through the field 7th, 8th, 9th rows in, and it looks like a couple of cars just didn't quite have as much control on that forward direction as they needed. It's a generous way to say that, huh?
Yeah,
at the start
exactly.
of this race.
And Burris now trying to you can see him doing that constant wiggle. He's just trying to clear out, because when they pull you out backwards, all kinds of gravel packs in there. And he did what he could before he got on the track. But as you pointed out, he apparently feels the car is okay. And so, you don't want to be driving on the track dropping gravel. But when you got a shot to get back into the race, yeah, you will.
yeah, for sure.
You just trust the corner workers to let all the drivers know. But he wants to be in play here for sure. He could come around here and those tires could be nice and clean and warm.
It's very true.
With this pace he's putting on here.
A little bit more warm-up. So up in the front of the field, Ethan Goulart did hold down the lead the first time across the line in timing and scoring, ahead of Elevon Goulart, so it's still the front two father and son team. Noah Harmon worked his way to third. Then we saw Logan Stretch was the car that was side by side with Harmon for a majority of that lap. He came into fourth, Pardis back to fifth, but obviously don't count him out. We know Pardis is a master at coming from 7th, 8th, 9th on that white flag lap back to the win. He's done it before.
That he has, and with great success. Logan Stretch, nice start up into that fourth spot as well. So lots of guys. And a guy that, we talked about Nicholas Bruni. He's already up to 9th.
Yeah.
And the guy in front of him, Chris Halderman, Haldeman can get it done. He is really fast as well. Frankie Barossa, Nick Leverone, they're all really quick drivers, and it should be fun to see. And there's been a couple of people who have said that the 02 of Sean Varwig is somebody who's got a real future here.
Yeah, that car starting in 18th position. I got to talk with him and a couple of the other drivers in that camp, and they were among the drivers that were kind of thinking in that qualifying session, we just need to get away from this. And then they didn't get a chance to really go for it on day 3. A lot of the drivers standing on day 1 qualifying times. It's worth noting the top 7 cars were under the track record as well in that qualifying session. So we were flying on that day 1. Just taking a look back again, yeah, see the orange and powder blue weaving there. That's Bruni, defending champion, along with Preston Pardis. And then the car just in front, that'll be the pink and black car of Chris Haldeman. Those two have both picked up about 5 positions since the green flag, sitting in 8th and 9th, and then Brett Kowalski right behind in the yellow car is 10th.
And it's beautiful. It's sunny out. It's absolutely lovely here. However, it's not particularly warm even yet, is it? So that, that certainly plays a little bit of a role here.
You see the drivers weaving the tires partially to warm them, most likely to warm them, but a little bit of cleanup as well, as the drivers are allowed to weave around on the yellow flag laps. But these tires don't need to be worked too hard to get heat. You usually see they're on pace by lap 2. They maintain pace through about lap 5, then they maybe fall off just a little bit on that spec Hoosier tire. So it's not uncommon to see them warming just slightly, but they should be pretty good to go at this point in the day.
All right, so field being led around here by our beautiful Mazda pace car. And again, our broadcast being presented by Mazda. Mazda has been such an amazing supporter and friend of Sports Car Club of America for so many years, also sponsoring our track map. And they bring out these absolutely beautiful machines here. And I don't see lights flashing, Tom, but we're going green. And there you see, and I love on those 2 cars of the Goulars, on both of them, just to mess with everybody, it says E. Goulart.
They're going to mess with us, too. So Ethan is yellow, Elevon is green. We're going to lock that in now. We're not going to mess it up the rest of the call. Here's Rob Hines still trying to catch up to the back of the field, but they're already up on the front straight. We're going to be going green this time by.
Yeah, man, he is flying right now. It's too bad for him. But he won't lose that lap. So, all right, pace car has eased away, and Ethan Goulart bringing the field up here. And keep an eye on that 3rd place car, Noah Harmon. I've watched him in the Faro Pro Spec Miata, and he is awesome at starts and restarts. I've watched him make up lots of ground. Let's see what happens here. Coming up, looking for it, and we're green! There they go. And the minute it goes green, you can pop out. The track is green. And back in the order a little bit. That's Bruni right in the middle of that mix, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a poor start for Bruni. He's got 3 wide now with at least Kowalski, and I think Barroso got a run up there as well. Leveroni also going 3 wide. Ooh, big protection for the Goulars down on the inside of turn 1 is Harmon trying to make something happen.
Yeah, Logan stretched right in there as well. And interesting to me sometimes, way out wide, but bringing it back in, he's going to lose. That was Bruni. Even more ground he dropped. So anyway, contact there. That was Harmon and Elevon Goulart. Little touch coming out of 3. That's going to really, I think, slow both of them down a little bit. But you're going to have them both side by side on the track, so it may not have a whole lot of effect here. They're racing hard early.
They're racing hard early, and this is very intense. We need a lap to just let things cool off because we have these big braking zones, heavy draft. It's going to be Goulart, goes for the stretch. What happened to Goulart? He's all the way in the back. That's Elevon down in 7th, 8th.
I think that he was the one of them that got that touch. I think it just completely annulled his momentum here. He's got work to do, and the problem is, of course, now Ethan, he doesn't have his dad as a wingman, and then off in the back. Is that Haldeman?
It is. Haldeman goes for a ride, and it looks like also Pardis was shoving his way through on Bob's stretch. We have a lot of contact, a lot of argy-bargy going along right now at the beginning of this Spec Miata race. It looks like Haldeman's just going to back out of it and keep it nice and controlled. But look at that. Logan Stretch just trying to get to the bumper of Noah Harmon to shove him along.
Yeah, Noah in that gold-white car, and right behind them is Logan Stretch in that white, red, and blue machine here. Look at the gap they have as a result of that here. And now Pardis sitting back there in that 5th spot. He has got to find some pace here, and he needs to find somebody to run with him to be able to close these guys down.
Yeah, these top 3 have a unique opportunity to try to pull away, but they really have to get it together quickly and And by get it together, I mean get closer to each other and work with each other. The cars behind are masters of that. We've got Pardis, we've got Haldeman. Bruni is already in there. We've got Elevon Goulart in there already. But they're all side by side. Look at this mess. They're not going to make any progress this way.
No, not at all. And, two cars, one of them almost going over. That's the 55 of Center Smith catching some air. The other car involved, I think the 180, is that the 142? No, the 182. Having an issue as well, but fortunately, it looked like both of them were able to continue. But here we go. Now these cars up front, you can see Logan Stretch with Harmon. He's shoving them forward. Now they get that little bit of a pull. Harmon smartly at this stage elects to let's just build this gap.
And look at young Ethan Goulart in the window going, push me, push me, push me. The problem is these cars can't go forever without fresh air. They're going to have to do a little bit of swapping or popping out down these long straightaways just a bit. And look at this, behind Elevon Goulart, they still can't get it together. They are still battling side by side. 48, Frankie Grosso around the outside of airs everybody all the way to the grass and fights it right back on the track.
Yeah, Elevon Goulart in that fifth place he sits right now, and then Preston Pardis fighting, trying to get up to this group. But sometimes when these guys make a break, they're gone. Let's watch this one now.
Oh, looks like the 182 just got in a little bit deep, and you have so much trust for the other drivers that the car right behind was so committed, the 55, so committed to that corner, just got into the left rear. They went up on top of each other and spun around. I think the cars are resilient enough to handle that, though.
Yeah, that was Mark Curley in that 182. And look at this now. Harmon, along with Ethan Goulart, eased away just a little bit from Logan Stretch. And then here comes the rest of the group here. Bob Stretch with Preston Pardis. And boy, talk about two experienced racers. But for Bob, I don't know how much time he has in Spec Miatas. He's driven lots of other things over many years. So hopefully he's listening or watching Preston Pardis' hand signals into how do we run these guys down.
Yeah, he's got one of the most experienced and in his favor right now with Preston Pardis, going to be wanting to use him as a teammate to work forward. But right now it's looking very under control, very well controlled for Ethan Goulart, Noah Harmon, Logan Stretch. They've definitely put in the most mature performance to start this race. And these other drivers are kind of on the back foot as they just now get in single file. Alex Bertignoli and Brett Kowalski were side by side in the blue and black and the yellow MX-5s at the stretch at the beginning of that for the first half of this lap.
Yeah, and Bruni has plummeted down to 13th. And again, he started 14th, made up a fair amount of ground, and then has there he is, dropped back down the order there in that orange. I like that powder blue. That's exactly what it looks like. And right now, Goulart and Harmon eking away a little bit from Logan Stretch. And look at this mess here. Pardis is going, yeah, I got to get after these guys. It goes right around the outside of Bob Stretch in Canada corner with Ethan Goulart right on his six. That was a gorgeous move.
It was perfect. And actually, Elevon Goulart is going to go with him easily. Bob Stretch dropping to the back of this train. I almost wonder if they think it's best to have the fastest car at the front and try to run them down as Pardis is looking very commanding. We know he knows how to pick his times. Still side by side for Alex Bertignoli. He's got to be exhausted in this at this point. And then it's going to be Bruni next falling into his clutches. Bruni missing a side mirror, so that car's definitely been through it already with that left turn signal.
The old Spec Miata wars are upon us here for sure. Yeah, this is going to be fascinating now with Pardis and Goulart sitting in that fourth and fifth spot here. And boy, talk about two masters of working this out. Stretch has the speed to stay with him. Ooh, really tight quarters to try that move.
Sean Barwick, we talked about him, trying to show the nose on Bruni. They barely hold it on the track this time through. I guess they're going to do that every lap.
I guess, yeah. We probably just quit getting excited about it, right? Until something goes massively wrong with it. But here we go, and Bertignoli, he's doing a really outstanding job, isn't he?
Yeah, and he's also battling now with Bobby Gossett, who's been up a couple positions, I think from 11th to 9th just in this lap. And towards the front, just watching Goulart and Harmon, again, very, very much in lockstep. It doesn't look like Logan Stretch quite has the pace in his car. Maybe some contact and rubbing early in the race knocked something just slightly out, but he doesn't have the raw pace, even with the double draft, to keep up with those top two who are starting to break away.
And kind of the same thing there in turn 5. Here's that battle side by side, and Element dives to the inside. And you have to wonder, these guys are experienced. They know that running side by side through these corners is going to let those 3 up front just get farther away. I'm a little bit surprised by this.
I am too, but best I can guess is they know it's still early enough that if they decide to take the next 5 laps to catch up, they still do have that time. So they're all being a little impatient. Bob Stretch and a little contact on the back of Elkhart Lake, trying to tuck in line. He's not going to get there, and that's going to allow the 15 to Brett Kowalski, the yellow car, up the inside. Stretch is still going the wrong way, and he's not going to be able to close the door on the 48 of Barroso either.
Brett up from 15th on the grid, the driver from Las Cruces, New Mexico, in one of the E Street guys. And if you've got E Street as part of your entry and sponsor, you're a driver. They don't employ just anybody. Hit into the wall in the kink. You can see some of the rear bodywork come off the car. It was a sideways blow into it, and he's still steering and driving.
Again, doing a fantastic job to stay as an isolated incident. Fantastic job to that driver. I think it may have been Tyler Quantz in the 82, hanging on to it. The left rear barely hanging onto that car.
Yeah, he's got some. It was Tyler. That's a shame. Ooh, he's got a lot of rotation with right-hander.
That's reminiscent of how we ended up with the incident earlier. It's very easy to get some aero wash or sightline loss in these cars and just end up a bit wide in that kink area. It should be easily flat out in these cars, but not when you're in these long trains. And he does a fantastic job, again, not to ping pong back onto the track, stay out of the way, even with the suspension failure.
But he was wide well before the track out point.
He was,
so that I'm thinking you're right. I think there's a little maybe target fixation thing where he just was unsighted on something. That's a surprise. There we go. Looking at the 6 of Bruni, who's working his way up into the top 10. And that time he got so wide, he was sideways over that curb, and he came back on. And one of the things is if you want to run wide like that, it's okay, but you can't just come back on if somebody's filled that spot. And right there you can see he came back on, and the guy that was right next to him didn't appreciate it too much and gave him a little bit of a rub to say, hey, let's be paying attention here. Now Bruni is down a mirror.
He is. That's very true. I see how the stewards say about that. But what I'm watching is actually the top 2 cars, Goulart, Harmon, they're not flying off the track like that, and that means they're not wasting distance.
Yes.
Those other drivers that are flying all the way to the track limits and way beyond the track limits, let's say, it's just so much extra distance wasted that I don't know that it's productive. They just don't have any other choice because all of them are doing it. You have to do it if everyone's doing it, right?
Right, but the thing is, too, is that Goulart and Harmon, by not doing all of that on these curbs and all, they're not taking anything near as bad out of their tires.
Yep.
So they're going to be all they're going to do, I think, relative to the rest of the field is get stronger. And now Logan Stretch has Pardis, Elevent Goulart, and Kowalski right on his 6. And so I think these guys start battling. These 2 up front are just going to check out here. This is going to be fascinating to see who ends up in that 3rd podium spot. I think the battle up front for the top 2, unless, and it's not out of the range of imagination at all, if they get into a good scrap in the last couple of laps, things can happen. But wow, what a clinic we're seeing up front by Ethan Goulart. 2 very young guys are right now putting a clinic on a field of incredibly experienced Spec Miata racers.
Yeah, and I'll say again, it's just a mature drive. These are both college kids, and they've pulled out a 2.5-second lead, if you look in that upper left-hand corner, over the rest of the field. The question will be, does Pardis get patient with Stretch or try to push him, or just go by again like he did? Because he's going to run out of cars to draft if he goes by Stretch.
And here's the 48 of Frankie Barroso, who is having a really, really good race right now as well. Frankie started in 16th, worked his way up into 7th. And Frankie has been really impressive in every outing that I've seen him this year.
The other car that charged big time this lap is the solid blue number 4 of Rob Hines, who's tucked up right underneath Nick Bruni. That means he's picked up at least 4 positions this lap and is with a friendly face now on the track. They should pop up just there on the crest, and you're going to see them kind of fan out as they come down toward turns 1. Pardis going for the move.
And he's through. He's got it. Goulart wanted to protect both those guys. Every time they go through there, they're getting closer and closer to that absolute outside edge of the track. And for a second, Kowalski almost thought about just going right down the inside here. I'm waiting for somebody to go into one and square it up a little bit. When those guys run way wide, just drive up underneath them. but they are carrying so much speed, even though they're running a lot of distance.
Yeah, in order to not fly off the exit, you have to slow down just a little bit more on entry, and that means you're basically opening up the opportunity to get past or run into. So I can see why they're not really doing it now. Esteban Goulart going to the inside of Stretch. Unfortunately, Logan Stretch not showing the pace these guys want him to show. They're going to leave him be and go by on the turn 5 braking zone. The fastest car on the track last lap, though, the yellow number 15, Brett Kowalski.
Yeah, he had that great double toe all the way up that front straight. Here is the 42 of Pardis, and he has now claimed that 3rd spot, the podium spot, if you will. And where's Bruni at this point? He's dropped again. Every time he moves up, he gets up to 6th, 7th, or 8th or so, and now he's back into 12th. Gives you an idea of just how fierce the battling is in that pack. Right here, it's Pardis, then Goulart, then Barroso, then Stretch, then Barwig. And how about the run by Ethan Ayers? We've been talking about him a little bit. 10th.
Yeah, it's a great move, and that long battle, or that long line of cars is the battle for about 10th. I think it's Burton Yoli at the front of it now. This thing's kind of settling down just a little bit. Esteban Goulart getting some fresh air in that black and green Miata behind Preston Pardis. They turn in flat out for the king. And this is that battle of contenders we're talking about, but they're in the wrong battle. Barwig at the front of it, and then it's Ayers, Burton Yoli, Bruni, Hines, Gossett, and more.
And they are racing as furious as anybody up front at this moment. It's just fat, and Bruni will attest to that. He goes to the front of that group. Suddenly, he's back there, 5th in that group, losing, or 4th in that group at this part. And then the all-blue car of Hines, as you said. This is some absolutely intense racing back in this pack, and that's one of the things you got to love about Spec Miata. Even if you're racing for 15th. You find 5 cars that you are running with, and it's furious.
And it's not like 15th is slow. I mean, everybody in this field is separated by tenths and thousands and hundreds, not seconds, like some of the other categories you may see if you get towards the back in the middle of the field. So these guys are working just as hard to fight for 12th as they do when they fight for the win. It's just a matter of circumstance, how you put yourself there and how you set yourself up for success.
So you're saying in terms of speed and talent, Spec Miata is deep.
It's deep, yes.
Very deep. But right now, what a race Goulart and Harmon have put on. They've got that margin from the 2 of them back to Preston Pardis up to almost 3 seconds right now. And in Spec Miata, folks, if you're not familiar with it, that's a lifetime.
It is a lot, but that's the first lap that Preston Pardis and Esteban Goulart closed the gap just slightly. Yep. They only caught out by about 0.4 of a second. But they have 5 laps left. We're working lap 8 of 13. I think that math checks out, and that means that if they can chip away maybe a couple more tenths every single lap, that draft is going to start to play at a factor, and they're going to catch up a lot quicker.
Yeah, and then
Pardis dropping back.
He had a little issue there. He just went back 3 spots. I wonder if he missed a shift or something. You don't see him usually just get freight trained like that. Meanwhile, that's the 78 of Ayers and Bertioli having a little scrap there. Yeah, Pardis is now went from 3rd all the way back to 6th place.
And what I can't tell is if Goulart just pulled out and the other cars agreed to go with him and they just motored past Pardis, or if Pardis may have had an issue. He doesn't look all that quick right now. He's also dropped back off the back of the 15 of Kowalski. And he's I'll be curious if anything pans out with this or if he's able to get back to speed.
Look at Kowalski doing that wide entry into the carousel, and now as it drops downhill, if you are able to get it back toward that apex as you're dropping down the hill, you can actually pick the throttle up a little bit more sooner and unwind the wheel almost is more important. But look at this as Logan Stretch absolutely on the rear bumper of Esteban Goulart, and it looked like all the way through the kink. Man, that's brave.
Very brave, especially if they have that aero wash that we've heard a couple drivers talk about. Looks like Pardis is back to pace. So whatever it was an anomaly. They still have a little bit of while to go, but now Logan Stretch is the teammate plopped in the lap for Esteban Goulart, trying to run down his son in the lead.
And behind Pardis, though, this is going to be interesting here because Barroso and Stretch are starting to come right back into that pack again. They dropped off into their own little battle, and then here's Barwig and the next, 8-10 cars in their own fabulous race. What's that margin going to be up front now? With Pardis having that problem, I'm going to say it's going to be well over 3 seconds at this stage as they come through. Oh, look at this. New leader, Noah Harmon, comes through, takes the lead as we have 4 laps to go, and Harmon went to the front. And I wonder if that may have been, Harmon had been so close and pushing the back of Goulart, if he was basically saying, I need some clean air, I'm overheating, even in this cool air. And obviously, I think Goulart would rather have somebody in front of him that he can work with than be all alone out there.
Yeah, it's very possible that was an intentional swap, either with hand signals or just with body language of the cars. But they do continue to run in order, and it was smart of Ethan Goulart in the silver and yellow to back out, not go side by side through turn 1, not waste time.
Yes.
They have very little time left in this race functionally, and it's going to take a little bit longer for them to secure this top 2 spot. Look, it pulls out pretty easily. Goulart easy early on the brakes. You see the nose dive. He turns in just to clear the back bumper. That was coordinated.
Yep, that was exactly that. And using a little bit more track than we've seen him. And then behind him came that pack. And actually, to my surprise here, that exchange actually maybe shortened it up. That lead's only 2 seconds now. So Goulart, Stretch et al. Are coming back. Yeah,
I think Elevon's got some serious pace in that number 70 car. The other car that's really, really quick is the number 15 of Kowalski. We've mentioned a couple times he continues to turn in personal and race best laps, and he's all over the back of Logan Stretch. You see the yellow car just fill in the mirrors. He's not quite taking his chance, but he's demonstrating to Logan, I mean it. When I make a move, I'm going to mean it.
Yeah, and they do signal stuff, don't they? Letting people know here. The impressive thing to me, I just watched Goulart and Stretch as they came out of the carousel. They were a good 3 feet off of that exit curb. They're getting through there so well, they're not even using up all the track. Lock up from Goulart.
Yeah, it runs a little bit wide. Stretch is going to take the position. All 3 of them are, I think. They're going to go side by side. Pardis and Goulart up into 13.
Oh, watch with this now. It's going to be really close, and Pardis just a little bit too much momentum. And goes around the outside, and Goulart right now, best thing he can do is just tuck in. He's going to hate that because he was flying out there. But now, it's a young gun, Logan Stretch, leading this pack of, 5 cars now?
Yeah, leading for his first race lap,
6.
leading lap number 10. See the paint flickering off the concrete wall as they push each other up. There's a perception that the right side of the straight is actually shallower than the right, than the left. So you're going to see all the drivers go to that right side just because someone said that once and now they all believe it.
Shallower, what do you mean?
Less elevation.
Ah, really?
Whether it's true or not, I don't know, but I do the same thing.
All right. I thought it was to, block wind.
Both.
Coming in. Okay, that too, huh? All right. All right, here we go. Turn 3 as we have 3 to go. And that margin up front as from the top 2 to third, 1.5. So this is not done yet, is it?
No, and I have to wonder if those top 2 just used up the equipment a little bit more, that proverbial tire bank that Andy Hollis likes to talk about. They've been running in clean air, but maybe they just don't quite have the pace left. The other thing is they may just be getting a little tired. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's Ethan taking a look now and delivering the message to Noah Harmon. I want the front again here. And Noah plays the game. Ooh, Goulart, though, gets a little squirrely. And Noah could have attacked there, but opted not to. These 2 young drivers are really showing some great racecraft, Tom.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Both of them are very clear on the idea that we can't go double wide through the corners yet. You see both times they've pulled out, made the move. They let it be easy for each other. That's going to go away pretty soon. It's just a question of how long we've got.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go back, take another look at that pass because it was about as perfectly executed as you could make it here.
Check that out. Just a knife to the left, all the way deep on the brakes, but we're going to see the brakes lights pretty early, maybe even rolled out of the throttle early, did Noah Harmon in that orange and black to let Goulart through, but unfortunately Goulart loses the back end through the apex, skates just a little bit wide, and I'm sure Noah Harmon in the car is going, come on, man, I let you go.
Exactly. Yeah, doing him the favor, but that's just the name of the game. And I'll tell you, Logan Stretch, this pack, and I was just noticing that body work there, and as I'm looking at it, a big move there by Kowalski, who has been absolutely flying, and he's jumped to the front of the pack and brought Pardis with him.
He did. They really needed to get by Stretch, and we know Kowalski's basically the fastest car on the track for a bunch of laps running. Now they have him at the front. Can they use him to run down the top 2, the young drivers of Noah Harmon and Ethan Goulart?
And we will be coming around to start our 11th of 13 laps here. At what point do these two guys go, all right, gloves are off?
With how close the cars are behind, I wouldn't be surprised if it's not until the last lap. It's just a matter of how with it they are in the car. So far, they've demonstrated only that they are completely under control, cool, calm, collected, and have been delivering, again, a very mature race performance for both of these drivers.
There you can see the gap, and there is that bright yellow car of Kowalski as he is chasing down into the corner here.
Also just noticed towards the
wide run there by Kowalski. Pardis, if he gets an opportunity, he's going to jump on it and recognizes maybe not the moment, tucks right back in again. And all that exchange by these guys on that last lap, that margin went from 1.5 seconds to 2.2.
Yeah.
It happens that quick, Tom.
It's really wild how quickly those gaps can ebb and flow. I was just going to point out, I noticed that the train of cars started with Sean Farwick, Ethan Ayres, and Alex Bertagnoli have pulled away from Bruni, so that pack is separated quite a bit. What's going on here? Defensive move from Kowalski. Pardis to the outside, pushing into the braking zone. Stretch is going for it.
Yeah, Stretch deep, locks up that inside front, and big wide move, but Stretch overshoots, and right up the inside goes Elevin Goulart. Stretch locking up, Kowalski giving him a lot of room, but this is 3 wide into 6, Tomo. You can't do this.
Power play from the 48, the red number, the red Frankie Barroso car got about 5 positions, I think, in that pass. Bob Stretch tried to go with him, but Pardis was having none of it.
Yeah, what a move by Barroso. Now Stretch going to try it on the brakes down into turn 8. He got a nice run, and Pardis is going to just stay put, go around the outside. Logan Stretch way wide, comes over and darn near collects Kowalski as he comes back on. Well, I think they have now conceded to win the top 2 spots of the podium. This is a battle for third.
It is. It's going to take a lot for it to be anything more than that. I also really like what Preston just did, and you notice he didn't turn in on Bob Stretch down into turn 8 trying to defend.
Yep.
He said, okay, go there. I'm going to take the momentum. He maintained the position. Ooh, big hairy moment for Elevin Goulart with a big bump draft from Frankie Barroso there. They're trying.
They are giving it everything they can, and look at that. It's the first time we've seen Ethan Goulart with about a car length margin down in the Canada corner, and this is going to be a play here as the son on the inside of Dad down into Canada corner and making the move here. And that's got to be kind of an awkward deal. It's going to be a weird Thanksgiving, but you're proud of your kid.
But how cool, right? There's 2 of those in the top 10 here.
Yeah, it's what a great story. All right, here we go. Coming up, should be getting the white flag this time. That margin up front, yeah, something big's got to happen for those 2 guys here. And let's see. You can see Ethan is easing away just a little bit.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, so white flag next time.
Yeah, next time.
Lap
Sorry about
number
that,
12
folks.
now. But yeah, Goulart, you're correct. Ethan in the yellow headlight car has more of a buffer. Whether that's to allow the car to breathe a little bit from Noah Harmon or whatever else, we kind of put that conspiracy on everything. They may just not be fast enough to keep up on that lap.
Whoa. Ethan really out there again. And you can roll the speed, but in a 1 bump wrong, when you're just so loaded at that point, everything can go wrong here. But I'll tell you, Frankie Barroso is one young, aggressive driver. And then, just the talent in this queue here is unbelievable. And that margin up front now, 3.6 seconds for Ethan and Noah over that pack behind. And they're at it again, fighting on their way down the Moraine sweep, heading down into turn 5. Here we go, and a big cover move there by Elevin Goulart because Logan Stretch was thinking about it. Elevin and Pardis, a little bit of touch there, Tomo, at the exit of 5.
Yeah, Frankie Barroso, by the way, 16th on the grid. He just passed for 3rd, and that was because Preston Pardis shoved him by on Goulart. Goulart really did not want to lose 2 positions, but couldn't quite maintain the point. Had a little bit of touch there on the back of Pardis, but had to fall in line.
What are you thinking here about Ethan up front? He keeps just edging away a little bit now. He's up to about 3-4 car lengths. You can see that margin. It might actually be about 5 car lengths now.
If he has the raw pace to pull away like he's doing right now, that will just be impressive.
Yeah.
What I was suspecting is just kind of some patience from Noah Harmon, but you're correct. It doesn't look like he's got the pace. He's losing 2 to 4 tenths every sector.
Yeah, and with lap and a half to go, essentially, you really want to be right there. Eyes here on this battle. Barroso, you talked about it. What a great charge through the pack here. Doing an absolutely incredible job and has worked his way into potential podium position here. Another guy who's put on an amazing drive is Ethan Ayers. He started 20th. He's 9th.
Wow.
So another young guy doing a great job out here.
Just something to be thrilled about when you come off track. And it is kind of interesting as you look back at the history of Spec Miata. The last 3 years have basically been the Preston Pardus and Nick Bruni show. They've won or tied for the championship 3 years in a row. I think it's safe to say at this point we will probably not be seeing both of those drivers on the podium this year.
Yeah, and just a Charlie Campbell alert. Dead last, he's up to 26.
Well done, sir.
So he's passing a number of cars in his swan song here at the runoffs, doing a really nice job. Okay, this time we should have the white flag. Indeed we do. Last lap, and Goulart is definitely stretching it out here. But there are those who would say in this battle for the podium, it's going to be checkers or wreckers, I have a feeling here. This is getting fierce.
Oh, I sure hope not, but this race is definitely not done for third. Look at the flick on the way into turn 1 for the 48. Deep on the brakes, almost too much of a flick, but he's going to maintain the spot. That's Frankie Barroso up from 16th to 3rd.
Yeah, but how much extra track are you running when you go out there like that? Is it really, in the end, faster? And Pardus has an answer to that going, yeah, no, I ran a wide line, but nowhere near like that, and he really got right to Barroso's bumper here. This should be fascinating. Up front, that margin almost, it's a quarter of a second as they came by, and it looks to be a little bit bigger than that right now. And here we go. Pardus on the defense. Goulart trying to find a way through, and Pardus, he put his car in the perfect spot after he made the pass, and he runs way wide. Goulart has to move over as Pardus comes slicing through, almost contact there, and now Barroso tucked right in behind again. 2x2 here almost as we head through the very tricky turn 6.
Pardus fighting for his life to get back on the track. He knows they don't have to let him on, so he was just going to force his way on. Goulart takes the point for the bronze medal right now, but Barroso still has something to say about it. Maybe stretching Kowalski as well. More lockups for Goulart. He goes wide now.
Yeah, pushing super hard here. And where does Barroso go? Does he go outside with Pardus? Does he go underneath with Goulart? He opts for the latter, but Pardus, he's going to try and park it right around the outside here, but I don't think, well, maybe he's making it sort of work here, and he's going to be able to just draft right off of Goulart. Now, side by side through the kink, Barroso, smart move there by Kowalski to just open it up, but oh man, maybe too much as Logan Stretch shoots through.
Yeah, side by side into the kink is just so difficult to pull off, and honestly, not sure it was worth it. I think he realized just straighten it up and turn in late, as now we have a big lunge on the outside for Pardus.
And watch, that's going to squeeze. Goulart doesn't lock up this time, but he still runs a little wide, bounces as he comes back on, and Pardus gave him just enough room. And then Barroso still in the scrap behind him. Kowalski up and out of Billy Mitchell, turn 13. That blind turn in. Here we go, last time through 14. Gotta be mistake-free. Up the run we go. Goulart's got it covered. Harmon should have a solid second spot. The battle is for the podium. He's going to win it. Ethan Goulart, the gold in Spec Miata. Harmon, the silver. Here's our battle. Look at this, to the line. Barely. But I think Pardus just got it by literally a nose. What a finish in the battle for the podium here. And they're scrapping even farther back in the pack. That is the 112 of Vinny Mascalis going after Tom Brown and Devoto. And he got him. Vinny got around Brown and came through. Everywhere we're looking, it's just fabulous racing here.
How cool for Ethan Goulart.
What a story.
I know he would love to be on the podium with his dad, but just a phenomenal performance for the driver of the number 72. Led nearly flag to flag. When he didn't lead, it was because he was making smart choices and brings home his first gold medal. Just a fantastic performance for both, really. Noah Harmon, also a tip of the hat for a fantastic drive. The rest of them, you put on a heck of a show. We enjoyed that.
Yeah, and cars still are going to be streaming through here, getting after it. But I'll tell you what, in his second runoff start, for Ethan Goulart to put on that, as you said, that mature of a drive, it not only is he quick, but the kid's got amazing racecraft.
Must have a good trainer.
I wonder who that would be.
So that purple car across the line, that was Charlie Campbell we saw a moment ago. He came through from last place all the way up into the 25th spot, split the field near in half.
It got a pass on the last lap.
Yeah, nice job for Charlie there. Still still checkered flags out for cars trickling across the line here at the finish.
Wow. Spec Miata just doesn't disappoint. Even though those top two broke away, and then eventually Ethan was able to ease away from Noah. That battle for third was as intense and enjoyable as it can get. And I'm not sure Preston has ever had to work that hard for a podium.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think just the whole format of the week put a couple of our major contenders that we're used to just kind of assuming are going to be at the front, put them just behind the 8-ball enough and just far enough away from the people they're used to being around. We just changed the entire shape of this race with a bunch of new faces and a bunch of new races that were really a good time to watch. The 84 car bringing that number, that Spec Miata home, down towards the bottom of the listing.
This and just to give you an idea of just how special this is here, Ethan is 15 years old and 174 days. That's the youngest ever to win.
Wow.
In the runoffs. How about that? Harmon, that's his first ever podium. Pardis, well, that's his 6th podium. So that is pretty impressive stuff here. So what a race. Talk about something to be chatting about. I'll tell you what, Elvin Goulart would talk about up on the wheel.
Yeah, he had the difficult version of the race that Ethan got. He had to really, really, really scrap it out. I'm sure they're going to have that replay from the in-car just playing on loop in the trailer.
I would think.
I think he was probably trying to catch up to Ethan for a flying in-lap, but it looks like Ethan hustled it up to get back for that interview.
Yeah. So he's media savvy too. I can't keep TV waiting. Come on, Dad. That is phenomenal. Yeah, what a run. And Noah Harmon, same story. Young guy. I've enjoyed watching him in the Far Pro Spec Miata series. He has just been there up against guys like Burris and some top level talent come over for that. Barroso runs that quite a bit too, and Noah Harmon right there. And I just had a feeling that Noah could be a story here. Already was sort of qualifying in that 7th spot, and this is only his 2nd start as well. Youth movement, buddy.
Yeah,
it's awesome stuff. Pardis in 3rd, Goulart 4th, Barroso in 5th, and there you can see that top 5 as they're making their way in, and there you can see top 3 cars, as commanded, make their way into the pit stalls.
I was wrong. He didn't hurry up. He slowed down.
Yeah, exactly.
They're going to have to wait for him, so we can talk to Dad first, too, I'm sure. We should mention Logan Stretch, Bob Stretch rounding out the top 10 there, 7th, 8th, and then Ethan Ayres, Alex Bertagnoli, who had quite an exciting race for most of it, held on to the top 10.
Yeah, pretty cool story, isn't it, here? And, wow, what a race. Fabulous, fabulous stuff here. And I'm kind of curious here where the Fictors, how they did, because that's another fun story here. Jillian, oh, nice run. She started 44th, finished 30th. Listen to that. Absolutely awesome. And well earned, man. That was just stellar racecraft right there. And you had told me that obviously Elvin Goulart is very involved with a very special club of sorts that he oversees and works with, and that's where Ethan has done a lot of his driving, and he apparently listens.
Yeah.
All right. Hat's on. Gold medal is on. The Hoosier necklace is on, and that means Hayward is ready.
Wow. Ethan, how did it feel 2 laps to go to look in the mirror and see a gap?
It was definitely nerve-wracking, but Noah Harmon put on a clinic as well, pushing me down the whole race. That was an awesome race. We pulled away, and then those last 2 laps, I was able to put down a couple flyers and just check out. But I can't thank this Crew Speed Racing team enough. Thank you, nice job, man. Can't thank this Crew Speed Racing enough, Mazda Motorsports, Kessel Engineering for the great power plant all weekend. Vincent Auto Body Shop for keeping this car squeaky clean at CDA track days, DLTC equipment, my whole family, everyone that's helped, Naya, Tim, my dad. We did it!
Good job, buddy. Good job, good job.
Elvin, I have to ask you, you're battling for the podium, but you can see your kid leading the runoffs. How hard was it to focus on your race?
I could see it all unfolding in front of me, and I'm like, I hope he sticks with it. I hope he sticks with it, and I'm trying to get myself to the podium. Couldn't be more proud of him. Yeah, awesome job.
all the guys, everyone that put so much effort into this. I really appreciate them all. Thank you.
You got anything else for your dad?
I beat you.
Look, you guys are going to get to take a victory lap. Congratulations, Ethan.
Thank you. Thank you.
Like I said, Thanksgiving dinner going to be interesting.
Oh, that's good. That kid's going to be a nightmare this year.
Oh, isn't it? I beat you. All right, there's Noah's car. We'll be hearing from him in just a minute. Let's get through our top 10 here. Ethan Goulart, what a drive to the win. Noah Harmon, as Ethan said, couldn't have done it without Noah's really savvy racecraft as well. He gets second. Preston Pardus, one of the hardest fights I'm sure he's ever had to the podium. Elvin Goulart just missing being on the podium with his son in fourth. Frankie Barroso, great performance up into fifth. Brett Kowalski, who often was the fastest car on the track, sits in that sixth spot. Logan Stretch in seventh, just in front of Bob Stretch. Ethan Ayers in ninth, up from 20th, folks. And Alex Bertagnoli up from his starting position into 10th. Let's go right back down to Hayward.
Noah, you got out of the car, and the first thing you did was hug the winner.
Yep. I mean, it was close. It was an awesome race. I saw the chance to go with Ethan, and I just tried to push him away from the whole field, and it looked like they were going to catch us, and then we kind of sorted things out and started to pull away again. So really big congrats to him. He drove a great race. I was giving it everything to keep up, but awesome race from him. It was just can't thank everybody enough for Autotechnic. Corey, Chris, Jonathan, they just gave me a great car.
Obviously, it's been a big week. A lot of things going on. How does it feel to end the week on the podium?
I'm really happy. I'm super happy to end the week on the podium. Obviously, thoughts and prayers with Danny and Jim in the hospital right now. They've been awesome mentors for me throughout my Spec Miata career, so we're just really wishing them the best. It was really tough to see.
Well, congratulations to you. We're going to get Preston to step up here. Preston, it looked like you were everywhere in this race. You were the front pack, you were the middle pack, you caught back up. What was this race for you?
It was just all heart. I mean, we were kind of racing all week with Jim on our minds, so I'm just glad we got a podium for him. Like I said, I wanted to win for him, but a podium's pretty good.
Well, you guys put on a heck of a show for Danny and Jim. We know they're watching. We know they're very proud of you guys. You drove a heck of a race. Congratulations.
I just want to say a big thanks to all the East Street guys. Like I said, they put through a lot this week, and even Tom's guys. And with Danny and Chuck, I mean, it was just a really hard week for this class, I think. And really glad we put on a really good, clean race to show really what SCCA and Spec Miata is about. They had a really good battle for the lead. I don't know if it was as good as a battle for third there for a while. And I was just trying to, in a way, separate Ethan and Elevon. I figured if they got together, they're going to check out, and made a really big mistake on the first lap, locking up like that. And I think if I got to the lead there and didn't kind of get door banged around a little bit, we might have had a shot at it. But I don't know, it was a really good effort, like I said, for the East Street guys. And the whole class really put on a great event. And like I said, I just really think about Jim right now and Danny, and hopefully they get well soon.
Well, congratulations on a bronze, another podium for you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You could definitely hear the emotion there in his voice as he's talking about that, Tomo. This was important for him on a lot of different levels. Interestingly, Noah is 18, and Pardus, the old man of the group, at 27. I mean, wow. The youth movement, we're talking about it.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Take a look at some highlights here, and you can see the family Goulart up front here. And there's Noah on the outside with Pardus on that inside line as they come into the first turn. And then this moment, Tomo.
Yeah, they get just a little bit of ping-ponging after that bump drafting start. Both drivers doing absolutely everything in their power to stay off the racing surface. Everybody else doing the best they can to avoid. We were lucky to restart and then take it back to the action, where now it looks like Noah Harmon has started to kind of light the wick a little bit, start to challenge for the lead on about lap 10, but he wasn't able to keep it. Coming back, Ethan Goulart up underneath into turn 5.
And at this point, as they got into a couple more laps, Ethan was eventually able to just drive away a little bit. He clearly just had this field covered today and just did a brilliant job. You can see the margin coming across the line officially, 1.13 seconds for the margin of victory as Ethan Goulart takes that gold medal. But that's how close it was for the bronze for Pardus over Goulart. And, I'm looking at it here. It's something like 31 thousandths or something in that margin here that he missed being on the podium with his son. But that'll just give him a little extra mojo to do it in the future. And he's getting a ride.
He's getting a victory lap anyway.
That he is. So, wow, what a story has unfolded here. And again, just an incredible run. Ethan Goulart, your gold medalist in only his second ever runoffs. It has been awesome to be able to bring it to you. And again, a big thanks to Mazda for presenting our broadcast here. For Tom O'Gorman and Hayward Wagner, I am Greg Creamer. It has been a treat. The run for the gold in Spec Miata is done, and it goes to Ethan Goulart.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
A beautiful afternoon at America's National Park of Speed. And what are we doing here, of course? It is time for SCCA's National Championship Runoffs, celebrating 60 years of competition, a broadcast presented by Mazda. Welcome, everybody. I'm Greg Creamer, joined by Tom O'Gorman, and we're going to have Hayward Wagner down in the pits covering all the action here. And we are getting ready to go with the T2 category, Touring 2. For more on that, let's check in with Hayward.
Guys, the sun is out. It is warming up here at Road America. The track is definitely going to be warmer now than it has been all morning for Touring 2. And we have four very different cars on the front of this grid. Up front, Kurt Resitano. Kurt registered in a Mustang. They ran both the Mustang and the Corvette in testing. They liked the Corvette better. He's been in it for the rest of the week. We have BMW behind that, Porsche behind that, and the second winningest runoff driver of all time, John Heinrichsey, the old man in a Cadillac. He's got his golf clubs in the trunk. If the race doesn't go well, he's going to get a couple of holes in. So we have a very wide variety of cars here. Tomo asked me to stick my head in the OT car and confirm the transmission choice. He is running the PDK transmission in the Porsche, and he's the only car in the field on the Hoosier R7. Everybody else is on the A.
You got your answer.
There we go.
Yeah, exactly. And, we just, it's going to be interesting here because this is a 4-mile track and it's not a huge field here, 8 cars, but an immense amount of talent behind the wheel here. And it's, Kurt Resitano has been absolutely undefeated since 2020 here. He has just had a string and coming back on a track that he is very fast on. And so he will start on the front. And here's a look at the track that these guys are going to have to deal with here, and it is special.
These are quick cars for this track, too. You notice not a lot of aero, very much stock bodies. They're going to range somewhere between 3,300 and 3,800 pounds. So that's a lot of weight for these mostly stock production cars to sling around this track. They're going to do great in Sector 1. Look at all those straight lines. lines down into turn 1, dig down to turn 3, and then really long run over 160 miles an hour for a couple of or 50, excuse me, for a couple of these cars down into turn 5. Then the section that they're going to have to be a little bit more careful in, 5, 6, 7, 8, going to be easy to overwork the tires into turn 9. By the end of this race, the left fronts are going to be asking for mercy. Then a definitely not flat out kink into 11B, heavy braking zone down into 12. Then you have to get the power down 2 more times before you get to the checkered flag out of 12 and 14.
You're talking about the weight of these cars, 3,300 pounds, ton and a half essentially.
Yeah.
You've got to corner that, which beats up tires, as you said, but also these cars pound brakes.
Yeah, there's a lot of momentum behind the mass of these cars. But we've talked about the diversity. There's also wild parity. We have really close qualifying times between the top 2 of Kurt Resitano, Charlie Peter. Then when you lump in Jason Ott, John Heinrichs, Mark Bowden, those 3 are also right there. And let's lump in Scotty B. White. Actually, all 3 of those cars qualified within 1/10. Sorry, 4 of those cars qualified within 1/10. So yes, small field. Yes, we're going to have a great race.
Yeah, it's going to be really close. And speaking of brakes, it was Mark Bowden who got the Hawk Breakthrough Award, which is a set of brakes for its car. Most gained from qualifying 1 to qualifying 2. Not a surprise, Bowden here at the June Sprints swept both of the races that he was running here, including this one. Resitano on the pole, and he's had 8 medals in his career running here, and not a surprise to see him up front. Charlie Peter, who I believe the last 4 years when Resitano has won everything, has been staring at his taillights. So he's tired of that. Charlie in the 66. The 26, Jason Ott, up from T3. He won the gold in T3 at VIR 2 years ago. He's got 7 medals in his career. And then, as Hayward said, in terms of active drivers, the winningest ever. 16 golds, 27 medals totals. He's running 9 classes. And that, of course, is John Heinrichs in that Cadillac CT4V Blackwing. Then 46, Mark Bowden, 4-time gold medalist, 21 medals he's won in his career. And then Scotty B. White in the 0. That is the Dodge Viper SRT 10. 42 starts 7th. That's Robert Wellington in the BMW 2016 BMW M235IR. And completing our field, the 99 of Michael Kamalian out of Marietta, Georgia in his 2018 Ford Mustang. Just to give you a couple more stats for Heinrichs. 12 poles, 14 fast laps.
Wow.
Over his career, along with 16 gold medals. Not too shabby.
No, and he wasn't running in soft classes most of those times either.
No, he wasn't. And he, Andy McDermott, Tom Slow, and Ace and Andy had some of the greatest battles ever. And one of the things about John is he's a fierce competitor. He's one of the nicest people I've ever met. And one of the reasons he races a lot of GM stuff is he was an engineer for GM and did a lot of work on the Corvette. I think he was an official test driver for them as well in that capacity. So he's got a lot of skills in and out of the car.
Yeah, I believe John had a pretty big engineering role in the C5 Z06 that's sitting on pole with Kurt Resitano at the wheel. So if Kurt takes the win, I think John can take a little bit of credit for that. But it is those top 2 cars, the Corvette, the BMW, separated by 2/10 in qualifying. Then the next 4 cars you see, both Porsches, the Cadillac, and the Viper, separated by less than 1/10 in qualifying. So the biggest thing that I think we have to look out for is maybe Jason Ott on a learning curve of that Porsche. He's saying it's a lot more of a handful than you'd think, and I'm getting used to it after that Z4M in T3. He's going faster. He's got a different driveline, a different car, and a lot different things to deal with there in that number 26.
These cars aren't heavily modified, are they? There's some, but the thing is they start as pretty high performance right out of the box as stock.
They do. Everything you see on the grid right now, other than the 2 BMWs, was built in a garage to a spec line. Those 2 BMWs, though, built by BMW, homologated, meaning all the parts are labeled and marked and they have to be what they are, and they're allowed in this class as well.
All right, 13 laps, 40 minutes. This one should go by relatively quickly if we don't have any incidents, because these things move. And making that slow climb up the hill, getting ready to start the run for the gold in T2. And you'll know when they go green. There it is. We're green. Green flag flies. And look like Charlie Peter maybe got a nice start looked like he was making some ground up on Resitano, and he's going to see if he can work the outside here. Resitano, how hard is he going to fight at the start? It's Peter. Nice run. Gave Resitano room. He's going to run a little bit wide as a result. Comes right back over cleanly. Resitano realizing it's really early here and just settles in. And Heinrichs slots into that 4th spot behind Jason Ott.
He does, but he's busy. Look at Scotty B. White with the headlights ablaze on the Viper SRT 10. He's already past Mark Bowden and trying to get up underneath the back of that Cadillac. He probably can't see where he's going anymore, but he knows where they're headed, down into turn 5. Now he takes a peek to the outside. Can't quite get there. That Viper might be the only car that can't outdrag the Cadillac. Sorry, the only car that can't be outdrugged by the Cadillac.
Yeah, exactly. That Viper, that's a big humming V10 in that bad boy, and it moves in a straight line. You can see him square up coming out of the bottom there. There is Peters leading, and Scotty B. White thinking about there's contact. He gets into the side of Heinrichs. Both of them go off. Scotty B. White spins. Heinrichs is going to be able to continue on, and Scotty B. White's got a broken right rear.
Yeah, heavy damage to the right rear of that car. He was pushing deep, and I think we have to see if we got the shot coming up the hill of how long they were alongside or if that was more of a dive bomb. But really unfortunate with such a small field to see multiple cars, multiple factors out of this race so early on.
It's a shame, obviously. It's a long way coming from Washington out on the West Coast, or the West Coast. I was right the first time. That's a long haul. And he's got a lot of experience here at the runoffs. This was his 42nd start. It just didn't last too long. And that has created a massive gap at the front for Charlie Peter and Kurt Resitano. It's going to be a big gap back to Jason Ott. At that point, and Heinrichs has lost a lot of ground as well. Let's take another look at it, Tomo, and see how it started.
Yeah, we'll see if there's a run up the hill. No, we really only have this shot. It looks like Scotty B. White did have a little bit of overlap, but I just don't know if it was created in a braking zone or not. So it's hard to say from here if there's any fault to be blamed or just one of those racing incidents. I also can't tell if maybe the left rear of the Cadillac was knocked out a bit, but he's still at pace, and that's actually promoted this number 99 of Michael Kamalian out of GT Lite and some of the production classes, now in this Mustang GT up to 6th.
Then that's a leap in performance, isn't it? For to go from GT Lite and the prod classes to this level here. And Resitano looks kind of patient right now, not worrying too much. Now shows his nose, comes up around the outside, and it sure looks to me on the long straights here of Road America that vet is a little more slippery.
Yeah, it's definitely got a better aero package as far as just coefficient of drag, et cetera, et cetera. Corvettes always do, but it does look like the BMW's got some serious legs on it too. Automatic in that car, so he doesn't have to worry about shifting. Tighter gear ratios, where that Corvette's just got long torque.
So in that Bimmer, he can stay in the rev band and really make it scream. And there's few things that sound better than a BMW at full song. That's
true.
For sure.
And they're so good on the brakes. Look at it dancing down into turn 5. I think we remember seeing this balance one year at VIR as well, where Resitano had to kind of work on the back of Charlie Peter. It was always these two cars together as we see that local yellow into turn 6 for Scotty B. White over on far driver's right at this point on the track. We'll expect to see that go back to local green in a lap or 2.
Absolutely. He did a nice job with that broken rear end to get it up and tuck it as far as he could. And I think he's in a pretty safe area here. Here's that 3rd spot battle. You're talking about Jason Ott in that black Porsche. And that is a 911 Carrera S. And then Mark Bowden in a 911 here. And we're not talking necessarily new equipment in this category. Jason Ott's car is a 2011. Bowden's is a 2004. But they are plenty quick.
They're very quick. And the thing you don't realize about these Porsches, when you don't have the aero as maybe those GT3 trim or GT4 Cayman cars have, they're actually a lot of car on track. They don't have a lot of stability. And Jason Ott was sharing with me that this car's just been a lot more of a handful than I expected. Look at this. Ooh, almost thought about it. Did Resitano and maybe even brake lock up for a moment.
Yeah, was that Kurt or was that Charlie? I thought I saw the nose of Charlie's car bouncing a little bit, and that might be what Resitano was thinking. Just see if he can get Charlie going a little bit too hot. And one of them was chirping on the brakes, that's for sure, and they slide through. But right now, I mean, they're just gone. So it's a mano-a-mano battle right now for the gold. And the interesting thing is, we've talked about it before, it just doesn't look like Resitano has to use as much track as Charlie to go as fast as Charlie.
No, and you see Charlie pull a little bit of the BMW, in the BMW, pull out just a little bit at the beginning of the straights, but right here towards the end, Resitano gets a breath of fresh air, and he keeps looking to the outside here in turn 1, just making himself a bit of a nuisance, having to pinch the entry for Charlie Peter every time. This time goes for the over-under.
Yep.
Oh, very close quarters.
Well, I think that's exactly what he wanted, and Charlie took that bait just a little bit. And as Kurt moved to the outside, Charlie stayed inside to protect, and it just tightened that radius up. But he got a really nice drive out of 3. He is coming right back after Resitano here. Battle for the lead, side by side, down the Moraine sweep. And this is going to tell us who has just more front end, and it looks like it's pretty similar. Wow.
Very similar. Side by side through the apex of turn 5. You saw Charlie Peter really square up the exit of turn 3 and get that hell of a run.
Yep.
But now it's side by side drag race yet again up to turn 6. This didn't go well for other drivers. Can they make it work? Or are they even still local yellow? No, we're back to local green.
Yeah, and what a move by Charlie. He stayed there, but now Kurt uses that more open line through 7. And folks, I really can't impress upon you enough how difficult 7 is, because it's fast and it falls away. It's totally off camber downhill, and it takes a lot to do what Kurt did there and just run the outside of that corner.
It really does. In any car that it's flat out, it's the easiest corner on the track. If it's not flat out, it's one of the hardest. It's just one of those corners that you have to adjust maybe 5-10 miles an hour. It's such a small thing to get just right. Charlie Peter now has to focus on the offense as he dirt drops just a little bit coming out of the carousel in through the kink, just to breathe on the brake pedal and back on it through turn in. They've broken away by about 7 seconds.
Let's take another look at this pass here, and you can see just how wide, and it all started with the entry into 1 where Charlie turned in early.
And this is so savvy from Resitano. You always want the inside of turn 3, but watch what Peter does. He slows it down, turns in late, gets on the throttle really, really early, and what looks like 2 car lengths right now turns into nothing in about 100 feet.
Yeah, look at that acceleration. And you can see Resitano dancing on the brakes too, so he was right on the limit. Charlie, I'm sure, saw that and said, I can do something with this. Now, can he stay with Resitano? Here's that climb. And I've mentioned this before, we talk often about how turn 14, you got to get it right, because it plays a huge role in the lap you're finishing and the one you start.
Yeah, it's kind of a 2-for-1 corner, because it starts the next lap. Of course, these cars have plenty of power, so they'll get up out of a mistake not too poorly, but you still want to nail that exit of turn 14 to start the next lap and finish the previous one. Also, just taking a quick look at the spec lines of these cars, they're more similar than you may realize. Very similar wheel widths, tire widths, only 100 pounds apart of minimum weight, so it's kind of down to setup and driving between these 2 cars, along with a little bit of style differences in a BMW versus a Corvette.
Yeah, absolutely. And BMW a little bit higher greenhouse, as you can see. So, folks, if I am seeing this right, we had a little flicker on our timing screen here, and I'm glad we didn't say anything, because we are fine. And this battle continues here. What's the margin? It's up over 7 seconds right now. These 2 are just gone. Ott and Bowden, though, still covered by nothing. Heinrichs is in a really lonely 5th right now, but he's running some quick laps, as you would expect. Whatever the problem is, if there is damage, he's figured a little bit of a drive around.
Yeah, he just set his personal best, a little bit slower than his qualifying time by about 3 seconds, so there may be a little bit of either damage or degradation in that, but we've had a swap it for 3rd position. Mark Bowden has actually gotten by Jason Ott. Look at those cars just sliding off. You would expect those things to plant and dig, and they just don't.
Yeah, I mean, that, and how pretty is that? And, one of the things that, for Ott, that you got to learn when you make a step into a Porsche is with the lump that far back in the car. This isn't mid-engine. This is literally rear engine. That's a huge pendulum swing of momentum at the back of the car, that mass when you come through a corner.
It's a pendulum on entry, but then when you go to power, the front sort of stops doing stuff. So you you have to plan for where you're going to end up, because you spend a lot more time doing big, fine corrections at the steering wheel rather than pointing the car where you want to go. But this is where they're strong, through the entry and then carrying speed up and out of the corner. Jason Ott looks like he's still got plenty of pace in that number 26 car.
Yep, yeah, they're awesome on the brakes, and man, with that engine right over the rear drive wheels, when they go to throttle and you get that squat, they just stick. That's why they tend to be absolutely phenomenal in the wet. We're not having any of that here this weekend, but this is going to be a great scrap with these two guys up front. Resitano, about a couple of car lengths maybe at this stage.
It's the biggest it's been, 7/10 at the line. And a personal and session best lap, fastest lap for Kurt Resitano that time through at a 2:23.2. Put 4/10 on Charlie Peter. But remember, they qualified so close. The BMW just a little bit heavier, maybe will not run as long at that pace. So Charlie maybe just taking it easy for a moment.
And you've got to manage things a little bit with cars that are this heavy. We talked about the tires a little bit, and you certainly need to just be mindful of the brakes, because when the brakes go on this track, it's usually, look at this, Charlie taking a look here. Ooh, Kurt way wide. You can hear him. That was chirping all the way around that corner, and Charlie, as a result, able to take advantage of it, takes that 66 Bimmer up into the lead here in T2.
And that's just a result of the fastest sector one for Charlie Peter. He put in a really strong first sector to get up on the back of Kurt Resitano, and then use the brakes of that newer BMW to his advantage down into turn 5. I heard of that giant tire squawk down from, I think that was Resitano's right rear tire actually as he turned in. Here's how it happened.
Let's watch it here. You can see Charlie is right there, and then just classic, dives to the inside. Resitano doesn't fight too hard, but Charlie got in deep.
Keeps it really nicely on the apex. There's that little flat slide from the Corvette, and he's able to keep it on the pavement. Charlie Peter predicting that Kurt Resitano would need a little bit of room, and gives him plenty as they come back on the track and then up into turn 6. They're already through the kink and down in towards Canada corner. Still with Charlie Peter at the point.
Yeah, he's hanging on there. And a 40.2, as you pointed out, in that first sector, that's just stonking quick.
Yeah, it was half second faster than Resitano in the exact same sector.
Now up through Billy Mitchell here. And they may not have that bridge there anymore, Tom, but I got to tell you, it's still, when you drive up into that, it is completely blind, unsighted. You cannot see the apex, let alone the exit. And your natural instinct is to square it up, drive it like a corner. And if you do that, you come out of it, you've got 5-6 feet to the edge of the track. You're like, oh, that's pathetic.
Yep.
So the next time you go, I'm going to go in turn in a lot earlier, and now you're off.
Right? Yeah, that off ramp or that on ramp that you do on your commute, you can't really see it. And every time you're like, I could have gone a little quicker. Yep. That's turn 13. There's the gap all the way back to third place. Bowden and Ott still having this fantastic battle. Only 0.3 apart at the line.
Yeah, and Bowden, if he hangs on for the 22 medals he's won in runoff competition.
I'll tell you though, Bowden is fighting that car on entry. Look at the
is.
hips just swinging every time he turns in. He turns in with the DABA opposite lock just there, has to float it all the way in.
Yep.
These cars running a smaller 255 tire in the front and a big old 315 in the back to deal with that weight.
I like that. The hips are swinging.
You're a dancer. You get it.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. He's got a little Latin going on there is what you're saying as we're heading up the hill once again. And so what do you think here for Resitano? Did the fact that Charlie ran that quick a lap and got through on Resitano, what's his mindset now?
The body language of Resitano's Corvette is that he's pushing 10/10 and just doesn't have much more. I'm seeing dirt drops at apex, dirt drops at exit. He's really driving the car hard down into the corner. You see him turning in pretty early, flat slide through the apex. Peter looks a little bit more composed, although I believe that BMW requires that driving style. You're not going to see it sling around quite as much. So both drivers doing a very good job, but you can just tell from the body language of Resitano's car that he's trying everything that he's got for at least right now, and he needs to keep the pressure on Peter to see if anything will change in the last half of this race.
The interesting, I am seeing for Peter little slides up through the exit of 6, in particular, a couple other spots where that back end is swinging around a little bit, but it looks like he is just, that's part of just getting some rotation, and he's driving it well. But holy moly, look at this now as you're starting to see Bowden for the first time ease away a little bit from Jason Ott. Bowden just set a really good second sector as well. And now there's 2-3 car lengths that have built up between them.
Look at that wiggle again for Bowden. I'm having a blast just watching that one car on this race as he's continuing to do everything he possibly can to keep the slightly newer Porsche behind of Jason Ott.
Bowden has a huge amount of experience in his Porsche, been driving it for a long time, and knows that every little wiggle in there. He knows what he can get away with, and will just continue to push here. And down the front straight they come once again, and that margin, it's about a car length. Oh, Resitano really wide that time, and that cost him about a car length there. So I think, yeah, it's clear he is giving it everything he has.
And that's not necessarily a bad thing. Again, if he knows that he can just kind of put in laps like that and really just keep the pressure on Charlie Peter, that's the best hope he's got at this point. If he's not any quicker, he just needs to stay within striking distance so that Charlie can't get too comfortable and focus forward. On the flip side, Charlie Peter's job is to do so. Just focus forward, put in your laps. Do the best job that you can with the clear air that you've got. And you can tell right now that he's feeling a little bit better about it. There's those little wiggles, though, that you're talking about with the back end of that BMW.
Yeah, and if he feels it's not hurting those tires, he usually gets a little one there. Resitano way off. And that's an indication of how hard he is working here. And, we do have to make note, Resitano, that's a 2004 Corvette, and as you talked about, Charlie, you said it's a 2020 BMW M2 CS Cup car, so that's a pretty good car. But let's go back and take a look at Resitano.
So we were noticing that the rear end of that car is very unstable on entry. It looks like he loses it just through the middle of the corner there, has to give up and straighten it back up. That's a very similar moment to the flat slide that he had when Charlie Peter made the pass. It's just it happened to him by himself, pushing a little bit too hard. The last part is that newer car, you notice it does have a little bit of aero on it. It's not going to be like life-changing amounts of aero, but that little wing and the couple little dive plane-looking features on the bumper of that BMW are going to be a little bit more effective just out of 15 years newer engineering.
That's exactly right, and it works. And he goes to throttle, and that thing rotates beautifully. It does, and really driving the wheels off it here. And with Resitano, when you're on that edge and then you have that slide and you correct, it's naturally just going to walk you a few feet to the side that you're sliding in. And in this case, he didn't have any track left.
Yeah, those newer BMWs have a very interesting driving style. I almost picture if you're in the grocery store and you were to pick up the back of your cart and just move it over just a little bit. That's kind of what happens with these BMWs when you pick up the power. So you see that those little wiggles are probably actually really well in line for what that car needs. It's just that little bit of extra rotation. When you pick up the power, the thing goes through the driveline, goes to the diff, and through the ground. There's that little moment, and the car is happy.
Yeah, seems to be liking it, and he seems to be enjoying it right now. And his best lap, he's just ran a 224, best lap at 223.2 by Resitano, but that came a number of laps ago. And I think Kurt may have just used up those tires a little bit here because the grip seems to be ebbing away.
Yeah, I wonder if there was if they could have predicted that balance, or if that's just a byproduct of running for a long time with a car they kind of made that last-minute choice on. They may not have had the data to know that the rear of that car was going to go away, but I'm watching Kurt just try to get the car cleanly down to the apexes and just fight the rear end of that thing all the way to the apex and just deal with that entry momentum. You can tell he's turning in just a little bit early, trying to make sure that things stay composed, and at this point I think he's just going to try to salvage a silver medal as he's got about 15 seconds back to Mark Bowden for third.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, he'd need to have something happen up front to Charlie in some way. But while we have this little bit of a margin, I just want to remind everybody about Resitano. To me, is one of my favorite stories in racing, period. Because he's been working with Phoenix Performance for a long time, and he was one of the truck drivers and a mechanic, did some work on the cars. And they, after a really good season, they rented a track, took the team out, and let the mechanics drive. And Resitano, within a few laps, was really close to Andrew Aquilani's best laps. And they went, whoa, we're seeing something here. So they said, maybe we give you a shot here, and the rest is history. And what he's done, as we said, 5 golds coming in here. Just a remarkable story. And Resitano may not get that 6th gold, but he's certainly going to add to his medal count, it appears. And the battle for the 3rd spot on the podium is on between the two Porsches. We're going to take a quick moment. We will be right back with you here in the run for the gold in T2.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Ugh, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
There is your leader in T2 here in the run for the gold at America's National Park of Speed, Road America. Again, our coverage being brought to you by Mazda. And after 4 straight years of staring at Resitano's taillights and earning silver medals, Charlie Peter may well be on his way to breaking that and ending up with his first gold. Resitano in second, but the battle for third is continuing to be really impressive. These guys right now, it's only about a second separating them, and it's going to be interesting to see whether Bowden is just going to be able to keep eking away here, or whether Jason, and really for Jason, I mean, talk about a learning curve. He's every lap he's learning more about how to drive this Porsche. And Bowden, that was a big wiggle once again on the brakes in 8.
Yeah, big wiggle. I think Bowden's just willing to take those risks because he has the confidence in the relationship with this car after a couple of years. Now, a number of years ago, they did do away with the factory aero essentially being allowed on these cars. So they took the wings off the Porsches, and they've been kind of in this trend for a couple of years. So Bowden will have had experience. Ott is learning it still. Yeah, so you just see those risks that Bowden's taking, and I think it's mostly paying off. Every time he has a little bit of a mistake start, he catches it. So it's a very good performance for the 46.
And, conversely, for the 26 too of Ott, considering, that he came from T3, and this is a whole different level of performance. And again, driving a Porsche is a very unique driving style. And I mean, even with that mistake, look at this. He closed right up to within a car length. So Ott, I think he's doing a superb job.
He had a really strong final sector there to be a little bit closer to Bowden. I don't know what the spec line differences between the 2004 and the 2011 may be specifically. Obviously, the cars look to the untrained eyes, even the mostly trained eye of us, they're basically the same, but they may be a little bit different, as you can actually see Bowden pulling away on the longer straights. What I suspect may be the case is Bowden's car may be a manual, and the PDK automatic that's in that black car that Hayward alluded to requires that Jason Ott run another 100 pounds in the car. That's the only thing I can think that may be at factor here with the two.
Well, just, on outright acceleration. I mean, that's 100 pounds more than your competitor has to accelerate slow and corner, right?
Exactly.
So it does make a difference. Watching this beautiful run here all the way down the moraine sweep, as they call it. And there in the background, you can see Heinrichs.
He's catching.
He's coming.
Yeah, that Cadillac CT4 Blackwing, 3,800 honking pounds after the contact with Scotty B. White in the first lap. Has slowly but surely pulled in about 4 or 5 seconds on the back of Jason Ott over these last couple laps, I believe. Looks like Ott is starting to lose a bit of touch with Bowden. Bowden hasn't had any moments recently, so if he keeps pushing clean like he is, he might run away.
That's a good point. And for Heinrichs, if anybody can figure out a drive around of some little problem on the car, he's done, endurance racing with Corvette races. Racing. Guy's got a tremendous amount of experience, has done World Challenge, GT competition, and he certainly can get the job done. And this car, it makes some serious speed in a straight line. There's no question.
It does. So powerful, in fact, they can't make it make any less for the class. That's why it's so heavy. And not only that, it has to run stock suspension. They're not even allowed to change anything but the sway bars on this car. That's how closely monitored the touring classes are for what you're allowed to do, but also how difficult it's been for them to get this car within Touring 2 spec, as you see him use every inch of road through the kink to keep it on the road.
Sorry, I just like that sound.
I love it too. I'm glad you did that, because Jason Ott sideways up over the curbs with a little rev limiter in there. Ooh.
Yeah, nothing like a Porsche Boxer Flat 6 at up on the cam, that's for sure. Here they come out of 14. Isn't that harmonic? It's ear splitting when you're right on top of them, but man, is it glorious to listen to here. As we are working a lap 11 of 13. And up front, Charlie Peter, he's really pulled away a significant amount now. Resitano running 226s to Peter's 224s. So that's sort of the tail of the tape right there. But here is Heinrichs. And most medals, most golds, most everything, really, of active drivers. Andrew Aquilani's close. And, of course, the all-time leader in most categories remains Jerry Hansen. But Heinrichs is closing in on some of those numbers. It's impressive.
Last lap through, he was quicker than Jason Ott by about 0.7 of a second again. So it's still a 10-second gap between the two cars. That's what the distance looks like there as Ott flashes at the bottom of the screen. And towards the front, looks like Resitano has just sort of accepted the fate and told basically stop taking those big risks. He's settled down a couple of seconds per lap, just running 226s at this point, has dropped 10 seconds back of the lead, and that's just a savvy choice. You don't want to drive a diabolical car at Road America, especially if it doesn't mean a win can be salvaged.
Yeah, exactly. When we were just watching Heinrichs there, anything you noticed in the attitude of the car that would indicate he's having to drive around something?
No, it just looks big. I mean, that's what so we get a lot of, as we work with, SCCA Track Night in America and track programs, et cetera, like that. You get a lot of these more stock production vehicles out of the showroom, maybe some better tires and brakes on them, and that looks like what John Heinrichs is dealing with. You just kind of have a car that's very competent out of the showroom floor, but it is what it is. It's still a big Cadillac.
Yeah, that it is. Here it comes out of the
that
carousel.
Looks a little absurd, let's say.
On cue. Look at that. And watch him use every bit of the exit curb here, and almost more.
Well done.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. This, the amount of experience in that brain is absolutely phenomenal here with his success. And he's driven. I mean, one of the things that I was looking at here, and he happens to be the point leader in the Super Tour for the T2 category. He's had 7 starts, 7 wins, 7 poles. Not bad.
No, bad 100.
But the number of classes that he has amassed is 27 medals, 9 different classes. I mean, it doesn't matter including B-Spec.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
So.
You think oh, he's got these powerful cars down. No, he's got T4 in a Scion FRS. He's got B-Spec in a Chevy Sonic. He's got it all.
Yep.
You see, is he any closer this time? Where is the Cadillac in the background? Pops up just there. A little bit quicker in the traps, but those Porsches are slippery. It was about 10 seconds last time by. This time he takes another 4/10 out of it, slowly but surely. I think he's just going to run out of time as we work lap 12.
Yeah, he just doesn't have the time here. And those, what a battle these 2 Porsches of Bowden and Ott have put on. And Bowden's getting a little bit the better of that. And watching John roll through turn 3. And you light the fuse on this thing, and it gets moving here. It's one heck of a piece. Yeah, he's definitely a little closer. Every time we see him heading into 5, he just appears that much sooner in the picture here.
Well, you got to wonder, not to harp on it, but if that contact had not happened early on, would John Heinrichs be somewhere in the battle between Bowden, even Resitano? If Resitano would have been struggling this race and a clean run for John Heinrichs, that car could be in contention for a medal in an alternate version of the 2024 runoffs. I guess he's just going to have to come back next year.
An alternate version of the runoffs. I like that.
I learned that from Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, somewhere there's a parallel universe where Heinrichs is winning this thing. Gotcha. Here we go through the carousel here. And what a corner. Look at how hard Bowden's working through the carousel. You think you just drive through there smooth, and it's correction after correction after correction.
Yeah, those are those broad corrections I'm talking about with the Porsche. You can see his knuckles up and down on the wheel. But since the weight's all back already, it's not doing a whole lot. It's just fine adjustments on the road, but big corrections on the wheel.
Well, one of the things with that carousel, because it goes on so long, is if you listen, the car will tell you with a little bit of push that it's too much right now, so you just ease out of it, make your little correction, and it's a fascinating corner to get right. And when you do, you just kind of grin coming out of it. And the problem is you're thinking you're really good, and then you screw up in the paint. It's all right there. That shot, white flag. And Charlie Peter, is he going to get the monkey off his back here? And that monkey is named Resitano. And Kurt has driven mean, he did everything he possibly could for as long as he could, but Charlie in that much newer BMW just looked to have the measure of the remarkable Kurt Resitano here. And Kurt still going to add to that medal. This will be his 9th, assuming that he hangs on for the silver here at the end of this. But for Charlie, tell you what, I cannot wait to hear what his interview is with Hayward down there, because so close for 4 straight years, and to maybe finally get that gold. And believe me, folks, these, if you're a member of SCCA, this is your Olympics. And no matter what you do, you can do really well in the Super Tour, and you can do great in the majors. And if you're a regional racer, you can do all that. But the runoffs, that's the biggie. And racing isn't just an addiction. It isn't just a sport. It's a lifestyle.
Sure is.
And when you're hooked in it, you live it. And for these guys in the Sports Car Club of America, gold at the runoffs is the pinnacle.
It is, and this is also have some family history. Charlie Peter is the son of Hans Peter, a 3-time gold medalist, more in the open cockpit cars, C Sports racer back in the day, Formula Atlantic in 06 and 07. So he's got a reason to, even beyond, want to win for having lost by so little for multiple years in a row. Dad did this too, so he's going to want, obviously it's going to mean a lot if he can get through 2 more corners for that gold medal.
And here he comes through Canada Corner, through Billy Mitchell, up and over, use every bit of road on the exit, and for one last time, get it right in 14. Just kind of nick that turn in, that entry curb, apex it, use that exit curb, and hammer it up the hill. And 5th time's a charm. Charlie Peter up the hill, lights are flashing. He gets the gold in T2 at the runoffs in its 60th running. That's kind of special in and of its own right. Here comes Kurt Resitano earning his 9th medal, and after 5 golds, 4 in a row, he ends up getting a silver here. And Mark Bowden, listen to this, folks. He's got 21 medals in his career, 4 of them gold, but he adds a 22nd. That is a remarkable streak of medals earned at the runoffs. And Jason Ott stepping up from T3 and into a very different car in terms of chassis and balance, brings it home with a great drive in 4th. And John Heinrichsey, even after the contact early with Scotty White, brings it home in 5th. And he closed that down in those last few laps. He was only 6 seconds back. So Heinrichsey showing. And that's one of the things that, John's still very connected with GM, and he said, okay, I may have had a problem. It's racing. Things happen. But I'm going to show you what this car can do. And he got seriously after it out there and did a brilliant job. And still out there and running, obviously a little bit farther back in the pack, the number 42 here of Robert Wellington. And long tow for him all the way from Tacoma, Washington in that BMW M235 IR. And great for him, and also Michael Kamalian out there in that 99 Mustang, that Mustang GT, sitting in the 6th spot. And one of the things you could sit there and go, well, okay, well, yeah, he finished half a lap back or whatever. Yeah, but he's at the runoffs.
Sure,
he qualified for the runoffs, and that's pretty important. I got to tell you, that Mustang GT with all black with just the yellow numbers, that's pretty sharp.
It's a good-looking car. Sounds good, too. Running a pretty base-level trim of that Mustang GT, one of the newer cars, obviously. But a good run for Michael Kamalian. We'll see if he continues on with this path of muscle cars after years in Miatas.
Yeah.
Brings home a 6th position.
Yeah, that's a big change as well as he comes through and grabs the double checkers here. And here comes our final runner, the 42 of Wellington. Eases out through turn 14, taking it kind of easy, understanding what's going on here, and up the hill he will come. And completes a run in the National Championships for T2 and here at Road America. Lots of different references for this track. I've always called it America's Nürburgring, because to me, having watched a few races at that when I was very young, and that's where I got the bug, it's just something about this place, especially back in that, the Moraine sweep and from the kink back there. It just has a feel that just seems familiar to me. And it's just fabulous to watch racing here of any type. It's such an amazing facility. And I'll tell you what, the track is just glorious, but what they continue to do to this facility, it keeps improving and getting better, and it's already absolutely top level. And here they come, and they will be heading toward Hayward Wagner here, and this should be absolutely delightful to listen to what Charlie Peters says as they work their way up. And Kurt, too. I mean, he's one of the more gracious guys, and it'll be interesting to see what he says. And I have a feeling Kurt will be genuinely happy for Charlie, even though he beat him 4 years in a row. Charlie always raced him clean. It was always great competition, and I think that's going to be a cool deal. And of course, for Mark Bowden, this is home. When he better podium here is the way he looks at it.
I thought you meant the podium was his home.
Well, that too, yeah.
He's
with
up
all
there
those
a lot.
Numbers, absolutely. Here he comes. Oh, look at that smile. You can see it.
I almost forgot how to turn the car off.
What's that?
Almost forgot how to turn the car off. Get a moment to relax, and I don't even know how to turn the car off.
Oh. So Charlie's getting the helmet. We're going to take your helmet off. Talk to you for a second. This is the first championship for you, but the fourth for the family. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
How cool is that?
Oh man, I've been dreaming about this since the day I stood on the podium with him at Topeka, and he held me in his arms. And I always thought maybe one day I'd be able to do it, and I'm so grateful that today's the day.
Go ahead and pull that helmet off. We're going to let you get the helmet, the hat, and you can stay in the car. We're just going to pull the helmet off of you.
Yeah, he gets to go back out for a very special lap here in just a minute. So,
all right, we're going to get the medal and the hat and the Hoosier band.
All right, congratulations. There's some late for you. Oh, you don't get to go anywhere yet.
Okay.
There's that.
Thank you. I'll go with you, buddy. All right, it's not very comfortable over there. Right. Short change.
Turn your water now.
Thank you.
All right, Charlie, 4 tries, the first championship, the fourth for the family. How does this feel?
Man, it's doesn't quite feel real yet. So many times I've come second to either Kurt or Mark, and to be honest with you, the only reason why I'm standing here is because those drivers made me better. I mean, they just made me push and push and push, and now I'm here, and it's a pretty surreal feeling.
Is this your dad in the passenger seat?
Yep, that's him.
So when he was taking his helmet off, he said he's wanted to do this since you held him on the podium at Heartland Park. How does it feel to see him stand on the podium now?
I'm so proud of him. He's a way better driver than I ever was. I mean, he's won in everything he's been driving, so I'm just so proud of him. And he's got one more on Sunday, so I'm excited for him.
Well, congratulations to you both. You get to drive this track one more time. I just have to ask you, do you have any tires left to do it?
Probably not. Most likely not.
Well, congratulations, a great win, a championship for Charlie. Head out on a victory lap.
all right, and as he heads out on that very special lap of honor here as a national champion and a gold medalist, we'll just run you quickly through the field here. And again, Charlie Peter getting that win in his fifth try, if you will, in that beautiful number 66 BMW. Kurt Rezzitano gave it his all early, Tomo, and just didn't have enough to be able to deliver, and ends up with another medal, certainly, but a second spot in a silver. Mark Bowden here at home out of Winnetka, Illinois, finishes on the podium once again, his 22nd podium. Jason Ott in fourth, John Heinrichs a comeback drive into fifth, Michael Kamali in sixth, Robert Wellington in seventh, and Scotty B. White out on the opening lap. Let's get right back down to Hayward and hear from Kurt and Mark.
Yeah, guys, we're taking a look at Kurt's wheel. You can see it through the tire. Kurt, you did not have a lot of rubber left on this car when you came in. Talk about this race.
I didn't have a lot of anything left. I was out of brakes in about 4 laps compared to Charlie in the Beamer. He was just running me into the ground on the brakes, and then the tires were going. It was just a mess. So yeah, he did a great job at just pressuring me. We went back by each other a couple times, but I kind of knew I was going to run out of car.
So he said in his interview that the only reason that he was able to do this was how hard the guys in this class have pushed him, how deep the talent is. How does it feel? I know you wanted to win, but how does it feel to see him get his?
Yeah. I mean, it's actually kind of incredible because I've been running T2 since he started, and from where he's at now, you can tell he's been driving. I mean, he's wheeling that car for everything it's got. Now we're seeing truly what that thing can do, and he's wheeling the hell out of it.
Are you trying to say it needs more weight?
don't have to. Congratulations on the silver.
Car. We need more car.
All right, and Mark, you're back up again, a bronze. Congratulations. They said in the booth 22, but they forgot you got 22 this morning. This is 23. How's 23 feel?
Oh, it's great. It was a great battle with Jason. It's the car I actually finished second in at VIR some years ago, so I know the car well. He drove great. Was just good, clean, hard racing. We got a couple positions the real easy way. Sorry to see two competitors go out. But, once I got by Jason, he was pressuring me. And finally, I started to inch away from him a little bit and have a little bit of a comfort zone. But I didn't have much left in the way of tires. The Hoosiers were great. I think he might have been on ours and I might have been on A's. So we were kind of seeing the difference there. Great race. Done for the runoffs for the year. Another year in the books, and
got a couple of medals to take home. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And thank you for that correction, Hayward. I did forget about that. That's a 23rd medal, Tomo. That's absolutely incredible. No question about it. He's been doing this a long time and just still loves it and is good at it.
Well, I love what Charlie Peter said. I'm this good because these guys made me be this good. That's what this is about. It's the competition. At the end of the day, when you get that green flag, what are you going to do with it?
Yeah, well, Scotty White thought he could make it 3 wide into 6 and found out that didn't work, and unfortunately Heinrichs kind of caught up in that, and Heinrichs able to get going again and was able to put in a really good drive. Here was when Peter ran a little bit wide, and Resitano was able to get back around him, but watch Peter make the adjustment here. What a launch.
Just squares it up and gets this nice big drag. I think this is the first hint that Resitano knew he wasn't going to have car for this entire race, but he drove a very, very smart race, realizing when it was going to be, the writing's on the wall. Let's just give this thing up. This is that final hint that he needed, and at this point he slows down a couple of seconds per lap, and earns himself the silver the calm way.
Yeah, well, sometimes that's the smart move. Peter comes through, gets his first gold medal, and Resitano second, Bowden third. That is your medal run. And that is our coverage, once again, presented by Mazda, as we watch Charlie Peter on that very special lap of honor as a national champion here at Road America. Again, a big thanks to Mazda for presenting our broadcast and coverage of T2 in the run for the gold. For Tom O'Gorman and for Hayward Wagner, I'm Greg Kramer. Thanks so much for joining us, and we'll see you next time.
Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. Way out there. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Choose joy. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
It is a beautiful fall afternoon at America's National Park of Speed. That's Road America. Good afternoon. It's time for H Production as the part of the 66th running, or the 60th running, should we say, of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, and thanks to Mazda for presenting our broadcast. I'm John Phippen alongside Lefty McLeod, and the third member of our broadcast team down on pit lane is Hayward Wagner. Hey, Hayward.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. We have a great field of cars here for H Production. I want to talk about these front three real quick before we kick back up. If you have a favorite radio station, they might talk about the best of 80s, 90s, and today, and that's kind of what we've got going on here. We've got Steve Sargis, who's the mainstay of the class, back in third in the Spitfire. On pole, you've got Chuck Mathis, and in the middle, the newest car in the class, the Mazda 2, driven by Jesse Prather. Jesse has been the pace of the class all week until the very last lap of qualifying, when Chuck was able to get on his back bumper and get a tow all the way around and pulled a faster qualifying time on the very last lap of qualifying. So what we know is that Chuck can sit on Jesse's bumper. We know that Jesse can run. The question is going to be, can Sargis hang with these guys? And then what is Albin and Gopper and the rest of the field going to do if those guys get into each other?
Thanks, Hayward. Great insight, and that's exactly the case. I think a lot of people are wondering just what the story is going to be with this brand new car for Jesse Prather, but let's talk a little bit about this beautiful 14-turn 4-mile facility. Lefty, take us around a lap.
Yeah, this place is absolutely gorgeous here in the fall. They are going to come screaming down that long front straight down into turn 1, which is a very fast, but relative to the straightaway, you got to take some speed off. Down turn 1, down the hill, down the chute into 3. Most critical exit probably on the track at 3, because now it's a bit of a light uphill to get all the way down into 4, and then we start the twisty parts. Probably going to be a lot of passing opportunities into 5 at the end of that back straight, up into 6 under the Corvette Bridge. We're going to go around through 7 and down the hill into 8, down those hurry downs. Then we can get down to that carousel, and these cars are going to be taking all kinds of crazy different lines, sliding around the carousel. That'll get them down the hill to the kink, and then finally the long run down the Marine sweep down to Canada down at 12. That's another great passing opportunity at 12. They'll come out at 12, around the shadows of the trees, up Bill Mitchell Bend at 13, and then the other critical exit corner 14. A bit of an awkward braking zone, but if you get the exit right, so rewarding.
Indeed it is, and it always presents for some photo finishes for these closely marked classes, and looking forward to H Production coming up. But before we roll the cars away, let's just take a moment and thank some of the folks that make this broadcast possible.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
We're back here at Road America waiting for the cars to roll away for this Ace Production final. This race will be 13 laps or 40 minutes, as they all are here this weekend. And this is a class with a lot of former champions in it, 17 national championships, but all of those are compressed in the top 5 drivers in the field. The pole sitter Chuck Mathis winning this race in G Production back in 2006. Jesse Prather, a 6-time national champion, most recently in 2022 in his E Production BMW. Steve Sargis, the man with the most championships, 9 of them most recently in this class in 2021. This is his 40th runoff start, is Steve Sargis, the veteran in the Blackhawk Valley region from Hartford, Wisconsin, in his Triumph Spitfire. So those are the top 3. Greg Galper qualified 5th in the number 15 Honda Civic SI. He is the 2011 champion of the class. As the 1 minute board being given to the field, as our grid workers keeping everybody up to speed on the plan. And you heard that comment earlier on about Jesse Prather and Chuck Mathis going around in formation on the final day of qualifying, and Jesse giving Chuck a nice tow and enabled him to set the pole position by just about 0.2 of a second, 0.184, the difference between the two on that final day of qualifying.
When I talked to Jesse after that, he wasn't thrilled that he towed Chuck around for that lap. He thought that's not something he meant to do, but he let it all happen, and he knows how this game is played. Jesse's been around a long time in this game. When I talked to Chuck, he reminded me that happened on the Thursday qualifying in the 3-day format that we have. Chuck reminded me of the Wednesday qualifying. Chuck was on purple sectors 1 and 2 on an absolute smoker of a lap when the right front suspension failed the car down in turn 8. He knows what that lap time was on pace for, so he's pretty confident. Both these front two, both Chuck and Jesse, very confident in their cars and their abilities in this race.
Let's run the starting grid for you. 20 cars in this field, and on the pole. His second pole position is Chuck Mathis in that number 54 from the Southern Illinois region in his Volkswagen Rabbit. Alongside him, the 6-time champion Jesse Prather in the number 34 Mazda 2 from the Kansas region. Starting third is the 9-time champion Steve Sargis in car number 18 from the Blackhawk Valley region in his Triumph Spitfire. Outside of him is car number 3, Chris Albin from the Southern Illinois region as well in his Volkswagen Golf. In row 3 on the inside, car number 15, Greg Galper, the 2011 champion, home driver here from the Milwaukee region in his Honda Civic SI. Next to him, from my home region, Matt Brannon in the number 22 from the Ohio Valley region in his Fiat X19. He's a part of a father-son duo in this field. The number 53 of Ralph Lindo just behind him from the Nebraska region in his Volkswagen Golf. Car 33, Robert Bax from the Cincinnati region in his Mini Cooper. Then we have car 7, William Trainer out of the Chicago region in a Volkswagen Scirocco. That's what I meant to say. Duh. All right, outside of row 5. Outside of row 5, Matt Brannon's son, Braden Connolly in the number 12, also from the Ohio Valley region, also in a Fiat X19. Starting 11th, the 142 of Angus Chrome from the Southern Illinois region in his Volkswagen Golf. Car 81 is Jerry Olson out of the Colorado region in his Austin Healey Sprite. Car number 80 is Kendall Jones from the Detroit region in an MG Midget. Car 07, Andrew Wright from the Tennessee region in another Triumph Spitfire. Right behind him is the 84 of Vince LaManna from the Finger Lakes region in his Volkswagen Rabbit, and the 05 of Leanna Wright from the Tennessee region. She's also in a Mini Cooper. Starting 17th, the 06 of Joe Camilleri from the Northeast Ohio region, or the Ohio region, as I'm frequently corrected, in his Volkswagen Scirocco. Then the 98 of Michael Miller from the Central Carolinas region in an Austin Healey Sprite. Starting shotgun on the field, car number 27, R. Paul Evans from Wolf City, Texas, in the Texas region in his Nissan PL510. This is his second runoff start. He's doing double duty this weekend. He's also competing in GT2.
What I love about this class, the variety of cars.
Yes, absolutely.
We were talking at the start up front. You've got 3 pretty different cars between the Mazda, the Volkswagen, and of course that Spitfire of Sargis. But you look down the order between Hondas and Fiats and Minis. You've got just such a variety, and even within the Volkswagens, Rabbits and Golfs, Scirocco's or Chicago's. It's a whole lot of variety in this class, and I absolutely just love seeing that. And because then it leads to they make speed a little bit different. They might have different gearing off of one corner. Maybe one's got an advantage, the other's got it somewhere else. And I just love the way that plays out in a class like this.
Yeah, and a Datsun 510 right at the tail end of the field. I mean, it's just great to see this variety. And I mean, this class was always full of good British sports cars back in the day. And it's great to see the variety and the Japanese and the European manufacturers coming in. The 2 Fiat X19s, Matt Brannon and his son Braden operating a company called Midwest Bayless, which is an Italian tuning shop in Columbus, and They've always raced these X19s and have a great time and have had great success with it at my home region, the Ohio Valley region. So looking forward to them having a good weekend as well.
Yeah, I was they're up at the paddock here down closer to the south end, and walked through there about an hour ago, and it was seriously the calm before the storm. Nobody wrenching.
Yep.
Nobody really talking. Drivers sitting in driver suits, sitting in folding chairs, just kind of waiting for things to come. And I just had this sort of calm before the storm. Everybody's sort of just prepping for the big heavyweight fight here, and I think that's what we're going to see here is a lot of heavyweight thrown out. The real question is, can Chuck and Jesse pull away from Steve, and can any of the top three pull away from the Albin, Gopper, and the group there behind them?
Yeah, and historically, attrition is a factor in this class. These H production cars are wound pretty tight, as they might say. We used to joke that this is a 13-lap race, that the drivers would put a 14-lap hand grenade underneath the hood to try to extract every ounce of performance they can. But these guys are going to line up 2 by 2 as they begin the climb up the hill to get this party started. As we mentioned, 13 laps or 40 minutes for all of our races this weekend, and you could not ask for better weather. 66 degrees, bright sunshine. The leaves are just about at peak color. It is a great weekend to go racing. Jesse Prather on the outside. Inside of Chuck Mathis, we wait. There's the green. Mathis gets a little bit of a jump. Let's see how Prather in that Mazda 2 that he's done the tuning work in, as they are going to have a little bit of a horsepower duel down here. And right behind them is Steve Sargis, as he's going to try to stuff it down to the inside. Albin going around the outside in that yellow Volkswagen. Everybody minding their P's and Q's, gets through turn number 1 safely. Jesse Prather in the lead. Chuck Mathis right behind him. Steve Sargis in third, just as they qualified.
It took them to get through turn 1 before they finally broke their formation of the 2x2 all the way down and in with Sargis and Albin and the others behind. But now they've gone single file at least through the first 5 or 6. It looks like the rest are starting to do the same. But let's see if it stays that way, as these cars can pick up a little draft, especially with the bigger Mazda 2 and the bigger Volkswagen in front of the little Spitfire there in the middle of this, or even the smaller Fiat sitting in 5th.
Matt Brannon's picked up a spot as well, as he moves up into 4th right behind Chris Albin, as they go single file down into turn number 5, with one very notable exception. There's the 15 of Greg Galper diving down to the inside, retaking that spot that he lost on that first turn. Jesse Prather trying to stretch his legs just a little bit on that Mazda 2. He said in the interview leading up to this that he's undefeated in that car so far this year, including both races here during the June sprints. So he's pretty confident. But Chuck Mathis, like I say, with that qualifying performance, with a tow or without, was right there with him. And Chuck has had, like I said, had a national championship in, I'm guessing, this very car back when it was in G production.
It may have been, yeah, but you watch him now. He's just going to try and hold that gap at that point. But he's got to watch Steve Sargis. Maybe at the beginning, stayed side by side with Chris Albin to the first corner. He straightened that out, and now we look at him. He's tucked up underneath. You even said, can he catch a draft behind these much larger, boxier cars, or as Chuck Mathis calls it, the aerodynamics of the barn door. He's definitely giving a draft to Sargis at this point. I'm wondering if Sargis is going to play it cool here and stick in behind rather than trying to pop out.
You don't start 40 runoffs without a little racecraft, and Steve Sargis certainly has his share. He's got 9 gold medals and 22 medals in that 39 race history, so you never count him out.
And that's exactly what he did. He stayed in behind Mathis. Mathis was able to use a little draft there down the marine sweep to be able to pull up to the back of Jesse Prather, and that beautiful chrome blue Sunoco livery. That thing just looks awesome.
Yeah, it's a great car. Just a little puff of smoke out of Sargis' car on the upshift. It is British after all.
It is a triumph.
Yeah, don't be too concerned about that. That's normal. But here comes Mathis, is getting that Volkswagen up on the cam, and he is right on the back door of Jesse Prather, taking advantage of the draft. Jesse riding right in the middle of the straightaways. Mathis thinking about going around the outside. Is he going to throw the dummy? Nope, he's going to stay there in single file as they take it through. Prather's Mazda 2 with that inside rear wheel off the ground as he turns in at turn number 1. Over the Aaron's Tunnel down into turn number 3. These 3 beginning to pull away. Sports car, of course, claiming these are going to be our podium finishers. Their money's on Jesse Prather to take the win, but I don't think, based on what we're seeing in the early stages here, there's nothing in it between these three drivers.
Yeah, there's no given between these three, and I was even tipped off when I got here on site that we're going to see a three-way fight between them. And right now, we might just be seeing the fight, or maybe Sargis is just sort of getting his line, wants to see maybe a little cool air up underneath the bit of that bonnet to try and cool the old Triumph Spitfire on the straightaways. Sitting behind another car for a long period of time limits that air. He was just thinking, yeah, let me take this opportunity. I want to see these little bits to see if Jesse's as fast here this lap as he was on the previous, because that's where he had opened that gap before they got past the kink, and then they were reeled back in.
You know, the question was asked of Jesse, you know, why did you abandon that all-conquering BMW that you raced for a number of years? He says, you know, it's great to be back in a Mazda, and I was looking for a new challenge. He's never run in H production before, so this is a new opportunity for him. He's got a tuning shop, of course. He's a second-generation racer. His dad, Kent, a multiple national champion in his own right. You know, Jesse's looking for a new challenge. And same story with everybody in the field. Every runoffs is a new challenge. Every runoffs a new opportunity to go for that gold medal. Sargis diving to the inside. Are they going to go too wide through the kink? Not quite.
Making Chuck think about it is what he's doing.
Exactly
He's showing
right.
Chuck, hey, I'm faster through here. Maybe we ought to switch if we're going to have this issue, because Jesse clearly quicker than Chuck coming out of turn 5 all the way down through the kink. Jesse's got an advantage there, and I think maybe Steve is signaling to Chuck saying, hey, you know, maybe we need to think about swapping so we can stick with Jesse through this other stuff.
Chris Albin and Matt Brandon having a good battle just behind them for 4th and 5th as well. But Prather with a little bit of breathing room as we see that battle. Chris Albin in the yellow Volkswagen, the number 3, and then the Fiat X19 of Matt Brandon just behind him. Good battle for 4th spot.
Racing that car for a very long time. Deeply involved with SCCA. His family's part of SCCA.
Andy's right here in the press room.
So Andy's, well, she's probably down there on the pit lane, I would guess, perhaps, at this point. But, you know, and Chris, was it last year he was up on the podium at VIR? So he's had success. He sticks around races. He knows how to stay in it. He knows how to keep the car running. And right now, sitting in the 4th spot, just ahead of Brandon in that Fiat. Now, those Fiats are still under development. They're a little underpowered compared to the rest of the field, but he's sitting behind the big, giant yellow brick of the Volkswagen Golf of Albin, so that may be helping him a little bit.
Brandon's got 2 medals, a 2nd and a 3rd in his 11 runoff starts, so he's no stranger to the podium as well. Greg Galper in the number 15, a former winner in this class, winning in 2011. And then right behind him, the 33 of Robert Bax from the Cincinnati region.
All these Midwesterners here. I mean, Jesse's like the quote-unquote Westerner all the way out in Topeka. But look at this. You got Illinois, Wisconsin. You got a couple of Ohio's in there, some Illinois, some Michigans, all here in this group. So the Midwest is a hotbed for H Prod, which is why they've got the H Production Invitational every year at Mid-Ohio. Clearly, your home track. You know that event. You know how that goes.
Exactly.
And it's been a fantastic event for this class. It's like a midsummer party for all the H Prods to come on out. They have great competition there, great parties, barbecues, the whole deal. And Jason Stein, a big part of that. I'm sure he's sitting there listening in and watching this, probably not listening to us, probably get the volume down. He's just watching the action, focused in on what this class is doing.
Yeah, exactly right. It's turning into a 2-way battle here. This is the part of the race course where Jesse's car is just so dominant. He really has it handling well. And no surprise. I mean, he's a pretty good wrench. And he's got that car tweaked to handle very nicely. And there may be a horsepower differential between the top 3 cars, but Jesse's really got that car dialed in. And he's a pretty good nut behind the wheel, too. So.
I'm going to keep an eye on Sargis because we saw the last lap. He was tucked underneath the back of Mathis, and he kept kind of popping out like either he was showing him something or he was maybe looking for a braking zone. I'm wondering still if he's looking for some cooling underneath there. Just sitting behind that car for so long, dropping back 2 seconds, gives him some cleaner air. As well as Chuck looks like he may have picked up the pace through that sector a little bit. He's closed up to the back of Jesse on this lap, but Steve may be managing temperature.
Yeah. So by the time they get down to turn 14 here, Mathis is right back on Jesse's rear bumpers. So it's the ebb and flow as they work their way around. Once again, a little puff of smoke out of the back of Sargis' car. But look at these two. I mean, they are locked together. There is absolutely nothing in it. Terminal velocity-wise, I would think Jesse's car might be a little quicker, but here goes Mathis. He's going to try to flex his muscles just a little bit. Jesse's going to make him go the long way around at turn 1 if he's going to make this pass. They're going to stay side by side, right out to the edge. Jesse gives him racing room.
And Jesse holds the line.
Holds the line, able to keep that keep that Mazda 2 in front as they head down into turn 3.
And it's quality, respectful racing there. Both drivers leaving each other just enough room there. And then Chuck knowing that, okay, gets to the outside, didn't have the momentum, he backs out of it. Smart move by both of those drivers in that. And maybe thinking the longer we battle, the longer we keep Steve Sargis in this, because I'm wondering if they're both checking those mirrors and saying if we can go a little longer in line, perhaps we pull away from Steve.
Yeah, and Sargis is doing just the opposite. He's saying, you guys keep doing that, get side by side, start banging on each
If I'm one of these two, I don't know that I want to leave a 9-time gold medalist in my mirrors for too long.
Exactly right. Up the hill they come under the Corvette Bridge into the very tricky turn number 6. It's been the scene of a lot of action here this weekend already. This is the first day of the competition for the 60th running of the National Championship Runoffs, presented by Sunoco. And it's how fitting that Sunoco boldly emblazoned on the side of Jesse Prather's car.
For Chuck Mathis, he was able to get that run off of 14 to start this lap, to go all the way through start-finish, but he really didn't get a nose ahead of Jesse until they were long past the start-finish line. I think that's telling for Chuck. That may have been an opportunity to see, can he pass from 14 to the start-finish line? I don't know that he can, unless he still thinks he's a better, thinks he can get a better run off of the final corner.
Yeah, exactly right. So I think his role is going to be, as we get into the closing stages of this race, to try to get in front of Prather and get the lead on him before they get down to turn 14, like right here.
Yeah, right here. And don't be surprised if maybe this lap, perhaps next lap, if Chuck tries it to see, can he make that move, and does it then stick all the way to start-finish? Because you want to test those things in the first half of the race. You can start to then play out the chess moves for the late section of the race, but you got to have more data. Sargis is still hanging around. He's matching them sector for sector now, so he's not dropping off, which makes me think he really is just managing temperature, letting these guys maybe try and drive their cars off, while Sargis just plays the slow game here.
Here's another dress rehearsal for Mathis to see just how close he can stay between the exit of 14 and the start-finish line. And it looks like, his momentum peaks just about here, right about pit out.
No move this time, though.
Yep. He's going to stay single file. Again, I think your point is well taken. I think they realize, we're only on working race lap number 5 of the scheduled 13. So maybe take a little time, put a little bigger cushion between themselves and the 9-time champion, Steve Sargis.
Yeah, a little bit of cushion always helps. You don't want to leave somebody around that clearly is able to win a lot of races. Look at Sargis' history. He's essentially either a DNF or a podium. That's pretty much his history in this car. And here in his 40th runoff start, he's got a pretty good record coming in of 22 podiums in those 40 starts. It's kind of either the car doesn't finish or he's on the podium right now in a podium position. Just 2 seconds back from these front runners, as we've got a shot there of Andrew Wright.
In the 07 from the Tennessee region in his Triumph Spitfire. And corner workers are noting that they're seeing a little more smoke out of his car than they're comfortable with. They want to make sure he's not putting anything down on the racetrack.
Yeah. Well, he's out there in this race. His wife is in this race, Leanna Wright. She's in that blue Mini Cooper.
Right.
Had a chance to talk to them before this thing got started. And I'm talking to Andrew. He's at the car out there by the lane there in the paddock. His wife's under the canopy about 30 feet from us, and they just kind of kept their distance, kind of that, fun rivalry going on between them. It was pretty good to watch and be a part of. And they're just a happy group that loves to be racing in this field.
We talked about Chuck Mathis and his success in the 2006 G production race. So he's been with this car, or one very much like it. It was a Volkswagen that he won in back then as well. Whether or not it's this car, I'm not sure, but Jesse's car, much newer to him as a new development. So Mathis is certainly much more comfortable probably with the little tweaks that he has to do in his driving style to keep this car under him and maintain his competitiveness. Jesse, like I say, no stranger, a 6-time national champion, but he is certainly...
Yeah, our little stats birdie just told me that Jesse, a 6-time champion, got his first gold medal in 2006 in his F production car. Chuck Mathis got his championship in 2006 in his G production. So those two have been linked together for a while, going back to that point. And it's great to see them here now rivals after 18 years, still doing it.
Jesse won the Donahue Award that year, as a matter of fact, presented by the RRDC for outstanding performance in SCCA road racing. And then he backed it up in 2022, winning the President's Cup when he won one of his E-Production championships. Pretty good battle here between Galper in the 15 and Robert Bax in the 33 Mini Cooper.
Yeah, Bax has been catching Galper slowly, a little under a second per lap, and you can see him right here now. Bax is right there under the rear hatch of that Civic.
It's a Civic SI, and Greg Galper, again, native to Wisconsin. Hubertus is his home. 2011
Mini looks
H-Prod
huge
champion.
compared to that mid-'80s Civic.
Yeah. As they go nose to tail under the Sargento Bridge. Heading down the Moraine Sweep.
So I'd gone past these guys a couple of days ago after qualifying. Started looking there at Greg Galper. He had the laptop connected. He's on the phone with his builders, having a bit of an issue there. Wasn't quite putting out the power that he wanted. I'm thinking maybe he's got that fixed. He's in a great battle here, running up in the top 6. It's a good run for somebody who a couple of days ago was going, I don't know how this car is going to run at all.
Yeah.
It's great to see him get that tuned and get it fixed.
And this battle for 6th and 7th between Galper and Bax. Exiting turn 7 in hurry downs, down toward turn number 8. Behind astern as they exit turn 8. Just behind them is William Traynor in his Scirocco, and he's been passed actually by.
I think it was Braden Connolly, I think maybe coming through there in that.
You're right.
Neon.
You're absolutely right. Braden Connolly up into that position as he's picked both of them off, Traynor and Angus Chrome, now dropping back to 9th and 10th as Braden Connolly in the X19.
You can see those different lines that these drivers take. You saw the Scirocco, a Traynor, very tight, and then you can see the Golf of Angus a little bit wider and sweeping. He's trying to just clip that late apex coming down at the exit of the carousel. Then you can see the lines there tracking out. There's the Golf of Chrome, but Traynor not quite tracking out all the way coming out of the kink. So everybody a little bit different driving styles here in H-Prod.
Yeah, the X19, as you mentioned, not a whole lot of horsepower, but it's mid-engine, so it ought to handle particularly well. And you can see Braden leaving a lot of margin on the exit of the kink. He had plenty of track left over, and he was able to maintain his momentum through there.
Look at lap times, and right now, obviously, our front two are the two quickest on the track. The next quickest right now is Matt Brannon, actually, in the faster of the two Fiats in the field. Matt running a strong 5th place right now as we're watching Braden Connolly in the second of those, but Brannon in the 239s right now. That bodes well for him at this stage of the race.
Robert Bax making the move on Galper down to the inside of turn 1. He's able to make it stick. We'll see if Galper can answer back in the run down to turn 3, but does not look so. So Robert Bax moving up into 6th spot now.
We had seen Bax closing in on Galper, but it took almost a whole lap to finally make that pass going into 1. Good move there. Good respectful racing between both Galper and Bax.
Yeah. It's always great to see these drivers giving each other racing room, and you know, there's a lot of talk in some classes about rubbing his racing and bump drafting and all those sorts of things that happen in road racing. And, you know, I get that. It's fun to watch that as well, but it's also fun to watch you know, drivers giving each other racing room and just trying to do it as cleanly as possible. And speaking of Matt Connolly, he's still right on the back of Matt Brandon, excuse me, right on the back of Chris Albin.
He is, and I think that he's looking like he wants Chris to drive the front tires off of that Volkswagen. The mid-engine, maybe a little balanced on the handling there. It's going to manage his tires better. Albin's got to watch the front drive Volkswagen. Look at it protecting here as they come off of the carousel down towards the kink. Chris having to watch a little bit, manage those tires. He could get pushy late in the race if he's not careful. The other thing that happens on these front drive cars sometimes is the fuel load goes down, and then you get the opposite effect because the back end gets too light. But take a look at this, though, as Brandon now is making Albin think about it going into Canada.
I think he's going to pop, and he does. Down to the inside is Matt Brandon. He makes that pass pretty cleanly even before they got to the turn-in point. it left his braking a little later than he probably would have liked, but he was able to make the pass stick. So Albin now, a very experienced driver in his own right. Let's see if he's got anything to pay the favor back here now that he's behind Matt Brannon.
He showed good power coming out of Canada right there. He was right up on the back of that Fiat, really with no trouble at all. Let's see if that power helps him here down the front straight, up this huge, huge hill for these H-Prod cars. Speaking of down the front straight.
Battle for the lead. Jesse Prather on the inside in that blue Mazda. The orange Volkswagen of Chuck Mathis on the outside. But once again, Prather able to hold strong. At the line, they were separated by just about a quarter of a second. As we're into the second half of this one, working race lap number 8, Mathis has reset fast lap of the race at a 2:37.8.
That's quick.
That's faster than they qualified. The qualifying time was a 2:38.4, so 3/4 of a second quicker than they qualified. Running in formation just as they did in qualifying. Sargis gradually falling off the back of this battle, so it doesn't look like he has the pace to run with these guys.
I think that's the signal there that Chuck's going to start pressuring Jesse a little bit, maybe try and force Jesse to drive his tires off, although what we saw out of Jesse is he could run all the way through the session and still turn fastest laps during qualifying, 7-8 laps. Now we're in the 8th lap, working towards 13. We'll see how that car holds up. I can tell you about Chuck's car. That car the chassis is so light. They've got, I think it was 150 pounds of lead in that car.
Just
Giant bricks.
Yeah.
It's all in the back. They've got this thing balanced so well. And that's Broering.
Yep, that's the trouble for Tom Broering in the number 90, as he is stopping in a cloud of dust, cloud of smoke in his 77 Spitfire. Doing a little good job on the mosquitoes here in that area. So we talked about attrition being a factor here as we're into the second half of this one.
He's
Tom
down,
Broering.
I think, near 14, if I've got that right. Maybe somewhere at the crossover, perhaps, behind Bill Mitchell Bend down 13.
Here's another battle a little deeper in the field. The 06 of Joe Camilleri from the Ohio region. He's back in 13th position. Right behind him, Leanna Wright in her Mini Cooper.
So again, Leanna, of course, Andrew Wright and Leanna, husband and wife out there. Leanna having her own great battle here with Camilleri.
Camilleri in one of the Scirocco's down into turn 5. There was an apex there somewhere.
Leanna found it.
Yeah, she found it. As he makes his way up under the Corvette bridge. And here we go, back to the battle between Albin and Brandon. Brandon's still with the advantage. You can see the smoking number 90 of Tom Broering. There's the exit of Thunder Valley.
Yeah, it looks like Broering at least was able to get the car way off track right there at that crossover road. So it looks like it's totally out of play. That's really good. We'll continue to play on under green flag conditions. This battle, I mean, there's 2 battles on the track. Clearly, Prather and Mathis at the front. This is the other great battle as Albin's got the horsepower down the straight, trying to make a pass for 4th.
Brandon running right down the middle of the racetrack, trying to maintain his advantage. Albin not able to carry the same corner speed that little Fiat did, and so he's able to eke out just a little bit more of an advantage as Matt Brandon. Down through turn 3, same story. And here we go. Mathis and Prather continue their battle. Chuck Mathis is just looking for any way to unsettle Jesse, looking for some way to force him into a mistake, perhaps.
He's trying. He's tried that now a couple times. Get on the outside at 5 and force Jesse into a bad exit. Maybe trying to set up a pass to 6. The thing is, Jesse is so smooth on the brakes that he can stay on that inside and carve that arc just perfectly. Chuck has to do the same on the outside. Otherwise, you can't hold that outside line. You've got to really be so precise on the brakes and turn it. Jesse's showing he can do that.
Exactly right. Mathis just a little bit wide at the exit of turn 8, but not so much to cost him too much time. But like I say, this is the portion of the racetrack where Jesse's car really shows its strength.
Look how tight that line is for Prather. Just painting that white line down the inside beautifully, mid-distance, all the way around the carousel. But going back to Chuck and the move that he tried there at 5 and didn't do successfully, if I'm Chuck, I may be thinking about trying that move a couple of times and practicing it to get it right, only because if he can get a nose in front of Jesse at some point, this is Jesse's strength on the track, I think, is down here from 5 down through the carousel. I think you limit that if you're Chuck, if you can get a nose in front of him. You can see here, no opportunities here to pass if you're Chuck. He's pretty good through Canada, but I think he's got to work on making the move going into 5.
Yeah. He's got to shave that advantage that he gives away as much as he can through that section of the racetrack. So he's got a little something going on in this section of the racetrack where he needs to be in front or at least right on the bumper as they begin to climb up the hill.
The other spot for Chuck is he's been on the front straight. He's been getting to the left to the outside of Jesse going into 1, and it hasn't quite worked out. I'm wondering if maybe he should think of trying. Camilleri there. Oh, look at it. Take a look at Chuck Matheson now. So he did not make the move into 1, but look at it. He's going to try and get a good exit of 3 this time. He may be trying that to get the run down this back straight and have a better move into 5. I think he's got to get the nose ahead when they hit the brakes. He can't do it from behind, try to outbrake Jesse Prather. That's just not going to work. He's going to have to get the nose ahead and have an advantage, even if he does an up and under. I don't know that Jesse's going to leave the door open on the inside, but that would be the better line if he could get there. He's going to keep that door shut. Middle of the track for Prather. Good car placement.
Yep. He's not able to challenge him at this point, but still some racing left to go. We're working race lap number 10, so there'll be 3 to go next time across the line. As they've got a little traffic in front of them.
That could help Mathis a little bit.
Michael Miller, I believe, in his blue and white Austin Healey Sprite, about to go a lap down.
Traffic could definitely help if it slows up Jesse at all through this part of the track. Although, good job there for that driver to go ahead and stay out of the way.
Stay off the racing line and point him past.
Good job, Michael.
Yes, sir. Well done. Good sportsmanship. Good situational awareness.
Yes.
There we have it.
Absolutely. But again, look how fast Jesse is through that carousel, down through the kink. That car's got all kinds of grip. Chuck a little better this time through the kink, though. Maybe, just maybe, he's going to be close enough to at least fake a move, if not make a move.
Yeah. Prather's going to guard that inside line. Chuck's going to try to go the long way around. As they come into Canada, he should have better exit speed. Jesse had to compromise his run through Canada because he was not all the way over to driver's left.
Yeah, look how good Jesse is, though, that brake release. Control the car to the apex and just maximize your load all the way to track out. Chuck just had nowhere to go. He didn't quite nail it as well as Jesse does. He's so good at that, Jesse is.
Yeah. Get that inside rear wheel hiked up about a foot off the ground coming through turn 14 as they climb the hill. And this is another dress rehearsal for Mathis. If he can get that close, can he pop before they get to the line? And it doesn't look like he can, but again, as they get closer to terminal velocity, Chuck's car seems to be a little faster. But
that was interesting that Chuck got up right up on the back. In fact, the shadows disappeared between the cars. It shows me that there was no daylight between Mathis and Prather. Mathis seemed to back off a little bit, like he knows he wasn't going to make the move, so he just gave up a little bit. And I wonder if in the next lap, or even on white flag lap, are we going to see Chuck stay in that? If he can get that same run off of 14 that he did, I think he's got a shot of leading going into 1 on the final lap.
Yeah, we talk about the chess match between these drivers, and that may be a lot of what's going on.
Their pace is strong right now.
Oh, yeah. Mathis just reset fast lap of the race, a 37.7, as they are approaching a second faster than they qualified. Into turn number 5, once again, just about identical lines on the exit as they climb the hill under the bridge to turn 6. Prather with about a 3-car length advantage.
He does, and that car just looks so smooth through some of these slower corners. I just wonder what's going through Chuck Mathis's mind right now. What is he thinking about which move? Because both of these are very calculated drivers. These guys, they've got plan A, B, C, plan A1, A2, and A3 all the way down. So let's see which plan Chuck pulls out here and which counter plan Jesse can lay down.
Into the Mission Foods Bridge, into the kink once again. As we're working race lap 11, so 2 to go as they cross the line next time.
A little further back this time for Mathis, coming down from the kink to Canada. Like he's just not attempting a move. Maybe he's thinking just kind of bring the car down a little bit, give the tires a rest. The last lap, fastest lap of the race, he may have got the tires a little bit overwarmed. This is the chance to kind of bring that down a little bit, knowing there's 2 to go.
Exactly right. Playing the long game.
It's smart car management and race strategy, race management.
You betcha. Sweeping down into turn 14. Beginning to climb up the hill. This time Mathis got a great exit out of 14. Maybe a little more momentum for the climb.
Not enough to get him at the stripe though. So again, I think he's got to do a little better than that if he wants to get him from 14 up on the final lap. But I don't think he's even attempting a move here at all. This is just staying there. He even showed Jesse, I'm not going to go by you. I'm just going to sit here.
Yeah.
It tells me that there may be a move coming right there on the final lap if this time he's deliberately not making a move.
Yep. White flag next time by. As he stays right with him through turn 3 this time. This is probably one of his strongest sections, meaning Mathis, one of his strongest sections of the racetrack here. At the exit of all the way through 3 and the exit of 3 down the hill into turn 5. More traffic ahead as the Datsun 510 of R. Paul Evans.
Jesse not as much protecting this time. Chuck not showing that he's even going to attempt to move yet. I really do think Chuck may be looking at this last lap front straight or last lap back straight are his 2 best chances.
See Jesse double tap on the brakes on the run up the hill. Wonder if his pedal's getting a little long or if he just wants to make sure he's got brakes for that turn number 6.
Jesse did say that car is set up where the fuel load goes down. It does start to move real well. It doesn't just wear the front tires free to push. The car actually maybe comes into a better balance late in the race. It's Chuck running wide.
Yeah, that could be, you talked about the fuel burning off on Chuck's car affecting the balance. Maybe Jesse's car is coming to him here in the closing moments. Again, great job by R. Paul Evans to let them by without getting mixed up in this battle for the lead.
I don't think that wide run at 8 was part of Chuck Mathis's plan there. I think he was hoping to be a car length or 2 closer. He's really got to nail the kink run here down to Canada. I think he's done it. I think he's going to use this draft to get close. We're going to see if he doesn't make the pass on the front straight. I think we're going to see an aggressive move on the back straight into 5 on that last lap.
Yeah, next time into this corner will be the key, I think, if Mathis has a chance for victory. But, look at these two. 13 laps, and they have been this way all the way. I mean, there is just nothing in it.
Nothing has changed a bit.
But we're coming to the white flag this time by.
All right, Chuck is set up well. Look at that.
Yep, great exit.
He almost needs to go early. I'm wondering if he wanted to get up the hill before he popped, and he had to pop because he had gotten such a good run off of 14. They're going to be side by side, but look at the motor in the Mazda.
Yeah, I think that was a dress rehearsal for Chuck to see if he had any prayer of catching him to the line on that last lap. If he's not in front, I think he's realized he's got to be ahead of that Mazda if he's got any chance to take the win.
The other thought with these two, they're both so strategic and they can play the games, is to pop out, look like you're going to go, knowing you're going to make the back straight move anyway, which for Chuck might be the better option. It gives fewer chances for Jesse to repass under another draft straight.
Exactly. Chuck's as close as he's been here at the exit of 3, really coming into his strength here. Thinks about it, then he falls back in. Let's take advantage of as much draft as I can as he tries to tuck in behind.
How much protection does Jesse do? How far left does Jesse have to go? Chuck's got to make a move up into here. I don't know if he's close enough.
Jesse's going to stay over to driver's left. That's going to compromise his exit here. Mathis going to try to do the over-under, but he just can't get it. That Mazda does have a great... You wouldn't believe that a little Mazda 2 would have enough torque to be able to pull away like that, but he's able to get it done.
And I think that's Jesse, like I said, on the brakes, the weight transfer, to get the weight over and hold it there and make a beautiful transfer to keep the weight on the side and then lay the power in. The car doesn't dance, the car doesn't twitch, and Jesse really has strong control.
the early stages, we had a lot of talk about, is Steve Sargent's going to be a factor in this battle? He's 21 seconds behind these two. So I think the answer to that is an emphatic no.
These guys are in their 13th qualifying lap in this race, essentially
Exactly.
the pace they've been running.
Yeah, they're running faster than they qualified all race long. Yeah. This is just nuts.
Let's see if Chuck can get a run. If he can't, but Jesse's looking strong.
Both of them right out to the gator's teeth. Last best chance, I think, for Chuck Mathis coming up here in about 100 yards. As they come down into turn 12. Canada corner. Mathis goes for it. Figured that'd be it. He says, why not? Oh, they're going to touch. Mathis gets sideways. Prather goes wide, but kept his foot in it and took the lead back. That could have ended in tears, and Steve Sargis could have another gold medal.
Yeah, but both drivers able to recover. Front drive, put your foot in it, pull out of it, and they do. But you had to figure Chuck was going to try, and he did.
Yep.
Surprised actually to see the contact. Figured these guys leave enough room. Chuck, I don't know if he's got enough up the hill though.
Let's see. He hasn't had up to this point, but there's something extra on this final lap. He's going to pull alongside. They make the run to the line, and it's Jesse Prather taking his 7th national championship. But I'll tell you what, probably one of our best races at the front of the runoffs so far. Great job between those two. Steve Sargis, the 9-time national champion, making his way up the hill as well. And he'll take yet another medal. This will be his 23rd out of 40 starts.
Yeah, we saw Mark Bowden get a 23rd earlier today. Now Steve Sargis going to be 23 medals. That is a full trophy cabinet.
And tip of the hat to Matt Brandon. Great job. Holds off the veteran, Chris Albin, for 4th position.
That was a good race, too. The front race, we couldn't take our eyes off of. I tell you, Matt Brandon, Chris Albin, they're going to probably have a big hug and maybe go grab a beer after this one.
Yep. Galper all by himself now in that number 15 as Robert Bax falling off the back of that battle. If you'll remember, those two were nose to tail for much of this race. Has Bax not come by?
I don't think he is. He may be on the back straight somewhere. I don't see sector signs for him, so Bax may have had an issue on the final lap.
Galper across the line to take 6th.
Yeah, this is the battle for 7th between Trainer and Chrome.
Yeah, so Bax is in trouble. So Trainer and Crone are going to take 7th and 8th, and they're going to battle that between the two of them. That's Angus Chrome in the 142 to the inside. Trainer trying to hold him off in the run to the line, and it'll be Trainer as he will take 7th place honors. And then here comes Braden Connolly just behind them. He had gotten around this duo. No, Braden's a lap down. He's clear down at the back here. So he is a lapped car at this point.
We'll see what timing scoring shows for him when he comes across the stripe.
Yeah. He's being shown a lap down to the leaders in 16th position. Here's the 07 of Andrew Wright, so he should be the next car in line. Kendall Jones just behind him in that green MG midget.
And then a good battle between Camilleri and Leanne Wright should be happening just behind these guys.
Yeah.
Leanna and the Mini trying to catch a Scirocco.
And again, Robert Bax with trouble on the final lap. Yeah, and here comes that battle between Camilleri and Leanna. Camilleri in the orange Scirocco. Leanna going to try to get the job done as they make the run to the stripe. It's going to be close. It's going to be close.
I think the Scirocco, maybe?
According to timing and scoring, it's the Scirocco by 7 1/1000ths of a second. Oh, man, you couldn't be any closer.
I'd say they're going to celebrate after a nice battle, too, but I think Leanna and Andrew Wright are actually hopping on a plane tonight. They got a wedding to get to this week, and otherwise they'd be celebrating with the rest of the class tonight. She was in a hurry to go and hop on that flight.
Okay. All right. Hey, great stuff at the front. Jesse Prather and Chuck Mathis, 2 veteran campaigners putting on a show. And, 2 very different cars, very different vintages. Mathis's car is a 1984 Rabbit. Prather's Mazda 2 is a 2011. So a lot of years of learning. But it just shows.
I'm looking forward to the comments from these guys because it was a really good race. It did look like Jesse was able to control it through out-braking and to be able to carve the exits, the corners, and keep Chuck at bay.
Yep.
Chuck at times maybe had some straight line speed, but not enough. And then that move on the last lap, it looked tight, looked like maybe there was going to be enough room in there, but a little bit of ding. We'll see. Hopefully, it didn't scratch the chrome on the Mazda too much, but
there's a little donut in the middle of the Sunoco logo on that right hand side.
That was a lot of fun to watch. These guys are two very strong racers. It's a couple of great cars. Their whole teams help put these things together, and that was a ton of fun to watch.
No question. Our top three there with the Nissan 510 of Paul Evans coming to the line. So, yeah, I'll be real curious to see Mathis with 4 podiums, his first since 2007, so that's great for him. Jesse now with 7 wins and has at least 1 win in E, F, and now H production.
That's actually very impressive.
Yeah.
To kind of run through the current level of production classes to get wins in all of them. Shows you the talent this guy has for building and driving.
Exactly right. And he's already got his helmet off.
That's a pro right there.
You
He
betcha.
knows what he's doing.
Gold medal goes on. And the hat. And I think it's time for Hayward Wagner. Hayward, you've got Jesse Prather, a 7-time champ in front of you.
Jesse, Chuck was in your mirrors until you guys managed to take one off.
So, I mean, it was a great race, man. I mean, I haven't had that good of a back and forth race like that at the runoff since feels like the last time I raced Steve Sargis or Brian Lynn in 06 and 07. I mean, that was a race. So, I mean, what a balance of 2 cars that do things better in different ways. I mean, I had him on the backside, and then he was catching me in places that were just boggling my mind. And so I had to play a lot of protection in that race. But, man, really good racecraft. I mean, that is why I race, is a race just like that.
Well, congratulations to you on the championship. I believe it's the 6th. Did I hear that correctly?
7.
Yep.
7. Yeah.
Well, congratulations on number 7. You get to take one more lap here. Enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
Jesse Prather taking his 7th championship, and again, cars that he has built himself as he will take the win. Here's our top 10 rundown. Chuck Mathis finishing 2nd. Margin of victory just over 0.2 of a second. Steve Sargis was in the hunt early, but it faded to 3rd spot, down about 20 seconds. Matt Brannon, a great run in 4th, up 2 from where he qualified. Chris Albin and Greg Galper had a battle all race long. The 2 of them finally coming home 5th and 6th. William Traynor on the last lap, moving up into 7th spot. Angus Crome coming with him. Andrew Wright holding off Kendall Jones for the final spot in the top 10.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun to watch. That battle was great. Good craftsmanship, as Jesse was saying.
Exactly right. Let's head down and hear from Chuck Mathis.
Chuck, it looked like you tried every way you could get around him and just came together right there at the end. Talk about the race.
I pushed as hard as I could. We do different. He's got better corners. I've got better corners. I just I had to make the last attempt, and that's all there was to it. But Jesse was an awesome guy to race with. It's a bummer we got together, but it was just hard racing. It wasn't being stupid.
Well, it was a heck of a race. He said probably the best battle he's had the runoff since 06. Of course, that was an important year to you as well, so congratulations here on the silver.
Yeah, thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Very welcome. Steve, come on up. A bronze for you. I heard some ridiculous number like 23rd or 24th medal overall. How does this one feel?
Yeah, they keep count for me. I just watch the wins, I guess. It feels pretty good. I mean, we had a horrible week last week, so I'm just glad to be here, and I'm glad the car stayed together. And I really didn't have to work on it that much. And I'm going to concentrate now on my son's race tomorrow, so it's all good. I get to be here with my boy. In a couple of years, I'll be here with both of them, and then I'll retire.
Well, anytime you get to spend a week at Road America with a little British car and you don't wrench a lot, that's a pretty good week.
Yeah, that is fair. That is really true. And the car actually ran probably better today than it did all week, so that's good too.
Well, congratulations to you on the bronze.
Thank you very much.
And we believe it is 23, the correct number for Steve Sargis, to go along with 9 wins in his 40 starts. And you're right, it's another father-son runoffs. Let's cover the highlights of this one. As those front two, Chuck Mathis leading across the line from the pole.
That was about as far apart as they would get all day, all 13 laps. This was just a constant view. Jesse, these were good opportunities here for Chuck, but look how good Jesse is at that carving through the corner. He leaves room, but he's got the exit speed too. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, exactly right. And then we had the explosion of the number 90 of Tom Roaring. Just about 3/4 distance, and then here comes the bonsai move on the last lap. He had to do it. They touch, but they both were able to maintain control. And I don't think Jesse lifted at all as he just kept his foot in it and made it to the line. As Chuck gave one last gasp in the hope that he could draft by him, but it just was not to be. But a great race. It's one where you kind of wish you could split that gold medal in half and give it to the two of them.
Yeah, it was a ton of fun. Great race, great driving for both of them. And I love this class. This is the kind of racing you get in H-Prod.
Absolutely right. H-Prod is in the history books for the 2024 runoffs. Thanks again to Mazda for presenting our broadcast. And we've got plenty more racing yet to come this weekend, so don't go anywhere. And on behalf of Lefty McLeod and Haywood Wagner, I'm John Phippen. Thanks so much for being with us as we've crowned the gold medal winner in H production.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. Way out there. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Choose joy. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
It's the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco, and this broadcast presented by our friends at Mazda. Welcome to a beautiful fall day here at America's National Park of Speed, Road America, for the 7th time hosting the runoffs. And we are glad to be with you. My name's John Phippen. Sitting alongside me is Tom O'Gorman, and down on the pit lane is Hayward Wagner. Hey, Hayward.
Hey guys, it's getting a little late in the day. The sun's getting a little bit low, but it's still pretty warm. The surface is still pretty warm, and we're ready for STU to take the track. We've got some very interesting cars in this class. The front row is going to be a BMW, an all-wheel drive Audi, but I want to take a look at this Mustang right here. This is one of the most interesting things I've seen at the runoffs in quite some time. The wings in STU are spec'd. They can only be so big, and if you look at how much wing there is compared to profile of the cars ahead of this, a lot of this wing gets hidden, aero gets hidden by the car. So what do? They cheated it, moved it, shouldn't say that, they moved it all the way over to the passenger side. So when this car's coming through the carousel, the air is coming across here, driving that inside tire back into the ground. I've never seen an offset wing in a road course before, but when you're looking at the size of this car, this Mustang, and where this all lines up, it makes perfect sense. And they say that they have the data to support the claim that the driver likes it this way, and so does the clock.
I have to agree with you, Hayward. I don't think I've ever seen that in something other than a winged sprint car. I mean, an offset wing like that. Wow, that's Fiorelli's car. He's going to start 4th in that number 190 Mustang. But before we get started, let's take just a moment for a break, and then we'll be back with you as the cars roll away for some of the folks that make this racing possible for us.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Oof, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
We're back with you as the car is just about ready to roll off for the start of the STU race. One of the big stories here is one of the drivers expected to be in contention for the win, Joe Mosier. His CRX did not survive qualifying, and so he had to step into his F production Acura, and it's just not quick enough in this class.
No, it's just kind of a salvage, and if nothing else, more extra practice in that F production car before they race later this weekend. But STU is just one of the coolest classes we have in current club racing here in SCCA. The diversity and the variety that you get in this class is basically unrivaled, short of maybe GT2. We have front engine, front wheel drive, front engine, rear wheel drive, mid-engine, rear wheel drive. We've got massive different displacements, transmission styles, a big history of cars, some former pro cars, and then cars like this that you're seeing right in front, the number 139, basically a garage-built Civic with an engine swap on the same manufacturer line. So you can be really, really creative here in STU. You see not a lot of repeat silhouettes. Yes, that's a Honda Accord you see back there, but the car that came out on top was Tom Noble, who's been putting in the work, both at in this to be able to dethrone the driver that was expected to be right at the top, Chip Herr. Those guys are going to start on the front row together.
Yeah, this is Tom Noble's first runoffs appearance, so as a rookie to put it on the pole, I mean a rookie to the runoffs, not a rookie as a driver, of course, but as a rookie to the runoffs to put it on the pole, so pretty stout performance as these cars just about ready to roll away. We've got 18 of them on the starting grid, and let's introduce them to you. As we mentioned, our pole sitter, the number 72 of Thomas Noble, making his first runoff start out of St. Louis Park, Minnesota, the Land O'Lakes region, in a BMW 330i. He is one of Sports Cars' picks to finish on the podium. The man who won a year ago in dramatic fashion is car number 1. That's Chip Herr out of Lititz, Pennsylvania, in the Susquehanna region. He's the defending champion, as we mentioned, in his Audi A4, and he's Sports Cars' pick to repeat as champion, and I wouldn't put a whole lot of money against him. Darren Treacle, though, is going to be one to watch in the number 70 out of Marshall, Virginia, in the Washington, D.C. region, in his BMW 325. He's right in the hunt as well. David Fiorelli in that number 190 Mustang out of Coppell, Texas, in the Texas region. That's the Mustang with the offset rear wing. Right behind him, the number 199 of the first of, I think, 5 drivers from the Puerto Rico region. That's Jose Osiris Pena from Miami, Florida, in his Honda CRX. Right behind him, the 139 of Jorge Ortiz from San Juan, Puerto Rico, the Puerto Rico region, in his Honda Civic. A rookie, another rookie starter is the number 37 of Sean Lovett from Santa Rosa, California, in the San Francisco region, in his BMW E46. Starting 8th, the 165 of Jorge Nazario, also from San Juan and the San Juan region, in his Mazda MX-5. Starting 9th, the 49 of Ryan Hazelton from the San Francisco region, in his Honda S2000. And then John Schmidt in the number 62 from the Ohio Valley region. He's the 2015 champion of the class in his 25th runoff start. That's a Honda Accord. Eric Feist, another rookie, in the number 4 out of Bristolville, Ohio, in the Ohio region, a Honda CRX SI. And then Joe Mosier, all the way back in 12th position in that number 64 out of Dallas and the Detroit region, in his Acura Integra GSR. He's picked by Sports Car, or was picked by Sports Car, to be on the podium. But again, this car probably not up to the task in this class, at least. He is a 5-time champion, including last year in Super Touring Lite. Starting 13th, the number 75 of James Schlechter out of Moab, Utah, in the Colorado region, in his Nissan 300SX. Right behind him, the 99 of Cameron Wagner from Vancouver, Washington, and the Oregon region, in his Porsche Boxster. Our final rookie in the field is car 7. That's Tazio Otis from Berkeley, California, the San Francisco region, in his Honda Civic SI. Just behind him, the 74 of Michael Kuna from Wells, Maine, in the New England region, in a BMW M3. Car 68, the last of our Puerto Rican region drivers, Edwin Soto Quinones out of Orlando, Florida, in a Porsche Boxster S. And starting at the back in 18th position, number 51 of Raymond Filbert from Pompano Beach, Florida, in the Florida region, in a Mazda Miata. So like you said, Tombo, a wide variety of cars, wide variety of configurations, rear engine, front engine, mid-engine, front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, just a little bit of everything.
Yeah, I'm not sure we have any other all-wheel drive cars in the entire paddock, actually. So that Chip Herr vehicle is very unique and also has a lot of pedigree behind it, as does the car Darren Treacle is driving. This class was more or less designed to catch those former pro cars, but it also has a pretty open rule set that you can just build what you want. You can see that the variety is absolutely there. Let's keep an eye on the way that this race unfolds. Obviously, last year, if you haven't seen it, go back and watch on the SCCA YouTube archives. The STU race was one of the billboards of all time, with Chip Herr losing the control of the car at the beginning of the race, coming back through a pattern, through a series of wild instances that got him back to the win within 40 minutes or even 30 minutes or so. But now he's not the quickest car. He actually has to deal with Tom Noble qualifying about 4/10 quicker or 3/10 quicker than did Chip Herr. Also keep an eye out, like we mentioned, for Fiorelli, and then that Darren Treacle car has also been very, very quick, but they were also a couple of tenths slower there in qualifying. So we have, with that variety, a lot of different cars, styles that are going to come and go as the race goes on.
Exactly. The Mazda pace car brings the field around to the start here. And thanks to Mazda for providing the pace cars for us here in the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. As the field formed up nicely, 2 by 2, as they begin the long climb up the hill. 13 laps or 40 minutes, the scheduled length. Chip Herr and Thomas Noble side by side. Chip Herr, this is only his 4th runoff start, but he's got a win and a pair of seconds in those 4 starts. waiting for the flag. There's the green, and we are away. And it's a dead heat at the front as Herr and Noble side by side. Noble on the inside in the BMW, Herr in the Audi on the outside. Some shuffling going on behind as the 70 of Darren Treacle is going to slot into third spot. And then that Mustang with the offset wing of Fiorelli goes around the outside.
Very close stuff between him and David Fiorelli. They almost got into each other as Pena came through in that little CRX. They barely cleared, and now Fiorelli's kind of hung out to the outside as Sean Lovett goes up the inside in that no-aero BMW. Chip Herr, though, keeping our leader, Tom Noble, honest through those first couple of corners.
Treacle in that third spot. Just behind him is Pena, as we mentioned. As they work their way through the long shadows here, the trees alongside the racetrack, casting shadows on the moraine sweep down into turn 5, the best passing opportunity on the racetrack.
Now look at that all-wheel drive sling all the way up to the curb, dirt dropping, and then he gets it just all scrabbling forward and he pulls it up the hill. A little bit of a two-car breakaway. And I also noticed towards the back of the pack, it looked like a number of the drivers trying to anticipate that green flag. Two. The other thing I'm noticing, Chip Herr's right side of the front of that hood is not strapped down fully, either not pinned or maybe just knocked out of alignment just a little bit. There hasn't been contact, so that's been that way ever since the formation lap. It's not going to help his aero. Tom Noble just beautifully up on the exit of that inside curb. He's not working the car too hard. You can see Chip Herr using just a little bit more of the track as he's got to work that Audi just a little bit more. Really, really high commitment through the kink. Herr's got to run. Is he going to go to the left? Yes, look at this massive move by Chip Herr.
Yeah, absolutely, as he got a great run through the carousel, drifting that car through the carousel, and then same thing through the kink. He's not going to press the issue just yet on this first lap, but he has definitely got some corner speed in that Audi.
Well, we know the Audi not running ABS for whatever reason. I don't remember if that's a design choice or if that's just the way the car is. He's absolutely up underneath Tom Noble, maybe even a bump draft there at the exit of turn 13. But no ABS in that Audi means that he can't quite attack the brake zones as confidently as we believe Tom Noble's car does have that anti-lock brake system to keep him confident.
At the end of lap 1, those two putting a little daylight between themselves in the third place battle as Treacle hanging on to that spot right now as they come across the line. Interval just about 0.6 of a second between Noble and Herr. Noble's car definitely with the horsepower advantage as they were nose to tail coming into turn 14. And as he was able to just draw away from Chip Herr, but Chip's car definitely going to make up some ground in the twisty bits.
And that's what we saw last year and the previous 2 years really at VIR, is that Audi's not necessarily spectacular down straightaways, but its overall momentum and handling as well as the driver package has kept it very, very strong. He was always dealing with straight line deficits to the 944 of Johann Schwartz, the SRT4 of Mark Liller. Both of those drivers moving on to other forms of motorsports are taking a little break. But we do know that Johann Schwartz still has an influence on this class, as Tom Noble's been coached by Johann Schwartz for the last 8 years. That's where that driver development has come from. Johann said he's gotten really fast. Look out for him.
Exactly. You can see Herr throwing that car around with abandon. And again, that's just his driving style and what that all-wheel drive allows him to do. Darren Treacle in the third spot. Osiris Pena right behind him in fourth. David Fiorelli in the Mustang in fifth.
Oh, look at her just chase the back of that Audi all the way to the edge of the track. And I mentioned that kind of spread out because of the stack at the start. That means Jose Pena has a couple of car lengths on David Fiorelli. Then it's a pretty big gap, 2 seconds almost, all the way back to Jorge Nazario in his MX-5, who's chasing down Sean Lovett. Those cars are already starting to lose touch, closer to 10 seconds of deficit there to the leaders as they sweep out of the carousel.
So Treacle, then Pena, then Fiorelli, and then a little bit of a gap back to Sean Lovett and Jorge Nazario as they work their way out of the kink through Kettle Bottoms toward the Canada corner, the northernmost point of this racetrack. That's the name.
It does look. I was thinking Jim Hall needs a call about that one. That's a good one. But they say they have the data, and especially with dealing with spec parts, you have to get creative every once in a while.
He said it sticks better through the carousel, and that makes sense. Yes?
Well, what happens with aerodynamics, obviously, it's coming over the top of the car, and it makes the center of the wing the least efficient, the outside of the wing the most efficient.
Correct.
As I've been taught by my aerodynamic engineering friends, I don't just know that. But that means that if the car has a big width and the wing is fixed to a small width, then you have to get it out to the outside of the edge of the car where it's going to get some air. Here's a good battle. Jorge Nazario, power mover on the outside of Sean Lovett down into turn 1.
Yeah, big time power move. He came from way back. So Jorge's car looking good, that Mazda MX-5. But Lovett's going to fight right back in the red, white, and blue Liqui-Moly liveried BMW.
See him driving a very similar looking car in the Touring 3 race as well. And these two are not too far up the road from John Schmidt out of Ohio there in that yellow Honda Accord. Always one of the fast power cars here in the class. Obviously, maybe not the most fundamentally best handling cars, being both front wheel drive and a bit of a family sedan, but he makes it work absolutely in the 8th position there.
John, a Honda engineer by trade, so he's raced Honda vehicles all of his career.
I don't think we were expecting this big of a spread. You know, the qualifying times were not all that far off each other, but between the start and maybe just a little bit of the jockeying or maybe the ways the cars make speed, this thing has really fanned out in the top 10 by a lot after one of the hotly contested races last year.
Yeah, Lovett back in front of Nazario. As that battle continues for 6th and 7th, maybe the best battle on the racetrack right now.
Certainly the closest proximity. Looking back, these guys are just ahead of, again, John Schmidt and Eric Feist. This is his first runoffs in that white CRX. It's actually a B-22 engine. If you're a Honda boy, you like to know what that is. Just because when he said, I picked this build 10 years ago, I finally have it done, K-Series wasn't a thing. So he's doing his best with the B-22, or sorry, H22 in that CRX. And look at the straight line speed of that MX-5. Just pulls alongside the BMW every straight. Power straight by him.
Yeah. I saw the same thing when he made the original pass on the front straightaway. That car has got some grunt, no question. But the Bimmer looks to be a little handier. It carries a little better speed through the corners. Notice the MX-5 exhaust pipe strategically pointed toward the infield, away from the sound measuring device, as they work their way up the hill under the NTT data bridge, soon to be replaced, by the way. Across the line, Nazario's MX-5 stretches the advantage.
Yeah, you hear the rev limiter as we go by, just past our sound stand here. Getting every last R out of that engine in the number 165. So at the front, last time by, Chip Herr was a little quicker than Darren Treacle, but he was also much slower than Tom Noble. Tom Noble coming through with the fast lap of the race at a 2:25.8. It's a 2:27.9 for Chip Herr. It's 2 seconds of deficit on one lap alone. That BMW is absolutely flying.
Yeah, he's built up a lead of 3.5 seconds over Chip Herr, and then it's another 3.5 back to Darren Treacle, who's kind of by himself. Jose Pena not that far behind him, but then we go back to this battle between Nazario and Lovett for 6th and 7th.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on that battle with the CRX of Jose Pena coming up on the back of Darren Treacle. They were only 7/10 apart at the line last time through, and it was Pena that was quicker by about 3/10, call it, at the line. So the CRX is coming in, and we know that the CRX chassis is just generally a little bit nervous, especially with rear tire temperature issues. So whatever's going on there in Pena's car, whether he's gaining confidence or is just settling into the race, he's absolutely got the pressure on Darren Treacle. I have to wonder, though, is the hood of Chip Herr's Audi causing some of that deficit, because he just wasn't this much slower than Tom Noble in qualifying.
Yeah, and there's the battle between Treacle and Pena that we were talking about. Treacle in the BMW 325, Pena in the CRX. Pretty evenly matched. Their lap times very similar. A 28.4 for Treacle, a 28.1 for Pena, who's actually a little quicker on that last lap. But they were only about 3/4 of a second apart. It looks like they're that or a little closer as they work their way through Thunder Valley out of the Billy Mitchell Bend and heading toward the final turn on the racetrack.
two very different experiences at the runoffs last year. Darren Treacle ended up getting caught in a battle and then ultimately an incident with Joe Moser towards the end of that race, and Jorge Nazario was actually the beneficiary of those incidents, was able to end up on the podium. Didn't quite realize that he was on the podium until much later. He said it got on the radio, "You can get this, you can get this," so he's driving his wheels off towards the end of that race. Now look at the stretched legs on that CRX, just pulls to the outside. Can he get the job done?
Going to try. He's side by side as they come down into the braking zone, but Treacle later on the brakes, able to maintain the position. He goes a little wide. Let's see if Pena can pounce on the way down to turn 3. Shows him the nose, but then falls back in single file. I would say the run down to turn 5 might be in Pena's favor, as he appears to have a little more straight line speed.
Yeah, I would say so. In fact, last time by, Pena was quicker than Chip Herr. Look at that. So that's the second place car driving towards us, the Audi of Chip Herr, second place. Pena now looking for third on the back of Darren Treacle in the blue BMW, currently holds that spot. We could end up with a 3-way battle for that silver medal by the end of this thing if Chip Herr continues to not find any extra pace in that car. He's currently circulating at about a 2:28.5. Last time by, Jose Pena was a 2:28.2, a couple tenths quicker.
Yeah, and you know, Herr's qualifying time was a 26.5, so he's about 2 seconds off his qualifying pace, whereas Thomas Noble, lapping in the 2:26s, is right about where he qualified. So clearly Herr's car not quite doing what he wants it to, as these guys are catching him. Treacle and Pena making their way through the carousel turn.
Oh, you hear that gear shift in the middle of the carousel for the CRX. That's so difficult to get done. There's already plenty going on. If you have to shift in the middle of the carousel, it's very difficult. On the flip side of that, we know Darren Treacle's car is a sequential. He can just reach down and just grab a gear. It's a lot easier. Still not easy to pull your hand off the wheel in the carousel, but a little bit of an easier job. Tom Noble, though, speaking of easy jobs, has one right now. Just bring this thing home with a 5.5-second lead already, only working lap 5.
Yeah, exactly right. He has got nobody to challenge him.
It's a driver with pro-level experience, raced in the B-Spec category, TCB, if you will, back in the SRO, formerly Pirelli World Challenge days. So it's a driver that's been around for a long time, but again, we mentioned he's been working with Johann Schwartz, been working with this car, and has absolutely come a long way to end up in this dominant position in class. Extends the lead just a little bit more this time by the looks of it, but the question is Herr falling further back into the clutches of Pena, who's already popped to the outside on Darren Treacle?
Indeed, and as long as they battle side by side, that'll give Herr a little more breathing room. Let's see if Pena can keep it there on the run through turn 1. Not quite, but he should get a good run out of turn 1 now. Let's see if he pops here down into 3. Treacle's going to make that BMW as wide as possible down into turn number 3. Once again, Pena's strong here in the run down the hill toward turn 5. Treacle guarding the inside. He's going to make him go around the long way if it's going to happen.
He may not have an option, though. They're drag racing at this point. No, Pena is going to back out of it once again. So it looks like the top speed on the BMW, I can't tell if it's different per straightaway or if it's different per amount of time they're on that straightaway. There's a little bit of a difference. It looks like Pena able to get a really good run up the hill from turn 14 to 1, but then for some reason it flips, and Darren Treacle pulls away just towards the end of the straightaway at turn 5. Whether that's a gearing ratio thing or whatever else, kind of a different strength and weakness there. Yeah.
I don't know if that makes a difference. Right out to the edge at the exit of turn 7. Treacle in the blue BMW in the front, Pena in the multicolored Honda.
Yep. And again, these drivers allowed to do engine swaps within the manufacturer. So if you see a Honda out there, STU limits the engine displacement for non-turbo cars to 2.5 liters, I believe. And that is, or maybe 3 liters, I forget. But it's either way, likely going to be a K-Series engine if it's not the H22 that's in the engine, 2.2 liter in one of the further back CRXs of Eric Feist. So that's how you're able to end up with BMWs, Civics, and Lotuses and Audis all in the same class here. It's more or less power-to-weight ratio racing without a power-to-weight ratio math involved.
Yeah. It looks like that hood on Herr's car, at least to me, is even a little further up than it was in the early stages of the race. So that's acting a bit like an aerodynamic air brake, I'm sure, and that is bound to be a bit of an issue. maybe why he's not able to stay with Thomas Noble. His lap time on the last lap was a 28.4. Treacle was a 28.6. Pena was a 28.5, and they were racing side by side for much of that lap.
We mentioned the lap times for Tom Noble being 25s, 26s. The last 2 times by, he's actually been in the 27.9. So he's slowed quite a bit down. Chip Herr was actually able to basically stabilize the gap last time through and run the same lap times as Pena and Treacle. They're battling here for third. Ooh, and here's a big off. It looks like a potential mechanical issue for John Schmidt.
Yeah, it's gone kablamo. So Schmidt retiring from 8th position, it appears.
I'm trying to identify that spot on track. I think that's driver's left exiting the carousel, which means that car's facing the wrong direction. And sure enough, John Schmidt looks to have possibly gone for a ride in addition to
Chili?
So we're seeing this is coming up on the section that's going to be local yellow, if not a little bit more, with a full course yellow potentially imminent. Tom Noble continuing to lead this race, coming up on that local scene. They have the car off driver's left, exiting turn 10 at the carousel. And this is the last thing that Tom Noble would want to see, is a full course caution to bring this thing back together. Here's where that incident is. As soon as you see the camera angle change, we'll see him pass on driver's right. Give plenty of space for the incident response. And I have to wonder if maybe the engine let go or something on that car and sent him for a ride, because that's a very bizarre spot to end up, especially in a front-wheel drive car.
Yeah, exactly right. Oh, we're going to get a chance to see it. Here comes Schmidt. Yeah, something went awry.
Yep, already losing fluid and smoke before he goes off. Does he keep it off the wall, though? Yes.
Yeah.
Great news for John Schmidt there.
Exactly. But yeah, I think the engine let go, probably locked up the front, or either that or fluid got on the front wheels, and he was a passenger at that point.
Yep. That car's also in a fantastic spot to extract easily. They can just pull it basically around the back side of the wall there into the motorcycle bend that they use for other races here at Road America. So we're likely going to stay green. We'll fingers crossed and knock on wood. Tom Noble's going to continue to lead this thing by about 7 seconds over Chip Herr, although his dominant pace has gone away. Whether he's just settled into it or whether the tires go off on that likely heavier BMW, not sure. But that time by a 28.0. He's just continuing to go a little bit slower, but the rest of the field is too by a similar margin.
Yeah. Treacle just set his personal best in 3rd position with a 28.3. Jose Pena at a 29 flat on that last lap.
David Fiorelli also had a great lap going. He wasn't able to complete it because of that yellow flag, but his first 2 sectors and his trap speed were pretty strong for the Turbo Mustang sitting there in 5th.
So Herr in his 4th runoff start. If things stay the way they are, it would be his 4th medal. So he's got a perfect record with a win in 2 seconds so far. But if these two continue to run him down, he could find himself at 4th before this is all over. This time Treacle with a little more breathing room as Pena falling off that battle just a bit. So Treacle may be the one to watch. Like I said, he just set his fastest lap at a 28.3. And that was about 7/10 quicker than Chip Herr.
Yeah, it's quicker than anybody on the track. It's looking like Jose Pena is struggling with entry a little bit, maybe some braking issues or some entry characteristics that he doesn't like in that CRX. You notice every time we get to braking zones like turns 1 and 5, he's losing just a little bit of distance, and that's bringing David Fiorelli here in that offset winged Mustang a little bit closer, but we're still very spread out here in STU unexpectedly.
Yeah, normally this class a little more cut and thrust.
Take a look at how well this wing works through there. Can you see the right side leaning in? Not quite.
Yeah, I'm guessing it helps.
Sure, why not? Yeah, let's
why
say,
not?
Let's say. Still local yellow down there.
He gives a wave to the safety workers as they're towing John Schmidt's car, just as you suspected, under the bridge and into the motorcycle cutout. Fiorelli's doing something right. He's in a top 5 position right now and well in front of Nazario now. Nazario and Lovett's battle also has fallen off just a little bit as they were nose to tail. Now they're about 3 seconds apart.
David Fiorelli did have his best runoffs performance a couple of years ago here at the runoffs. It was actually in a supercharged Scion FRS, or one of those twins. He made the switch over to the Mustang after that car and has been running it ever since, but has yet to realize the same success as that year in the FRS. So he's going to be looking at keeping this pace up, and now we're looking at Jorge Nazario. The 165 was able to run away pretty quickly from the cars he was near. Sean Lovett in that BMW is now falling back a couple of seconds now that Jorge Nazario's hit his stride.
Yeah, just about 3 seconds last time by, as they're coming across to complete race lap number 8. So we're into the second half of this one.
And that time by, all the leaders basically the same lap time, 2:28.3, 2:28.3, 2:28.8 for the top 3. Pena drops off just a little bit further, 2:29.3. But all drivers still running very close to the same pace. Wow, look at how loose that back end of the BMW is. Opposite lock through the apex, and then carry in the inside front out of turn 1. He may be in 7th, but he looks great.
Out of turn 3 again. Tail getting a little happy coming off of turn 3. As he's driving it hard, trying to stay with Nazario in front of him in that MX-5.
There's a look at that CRX of our
Eric Feist.
Eric Feist, first time at the runoffs. 3 years racing this car. He's been building it up for 10. Was thrilled to be out here. Talked to him last night and just said, I'm just happy to be out in this car finally.
yeah, exactly. Well, we've seen him a lot. He's an Ohio guy as well, and seen him a lot in the regional races, but making the step up to national racing. His first trip to the runoffs, so good for him. Deeper in the pack, we've got some good racing going on here, as we're seeing a little puff of smoke out of that car at the tail end of this battle.
Yeah, I think that's Ray Philibert in his MX-5. That's going to be an NB car, I believe. Following a pair of Porsche Boxsters, check out that white number 99 Cameron Wagner. That car just looks spectacular in my opinion. Also pretty good looking. Edwin Quinones right behind in his Boxster. A couple of mid-engine cars with a little bit of smoke.
Yeah,
that was an odd spot.
Yeah, that's out of the back of Philbert's Miata. Makes me wonder if he's got problems brewing. Either that or he's got a rotary motor in that. Did you see the big
it's very
blast
possible.
of flame coming out of the back?
Yeah, the cars are allowed to run up to a 13B rotary.
Yeah.
For our Mazda friends, who am I citing all these engines? What is going on? But
aerodynamics engines? What, what have you done with Tom O'Gorman?
I don't know. But yeah, likely a rotary if he's spitting fire like that.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, a big radiator in the front. I'm guessing that's probably exactly the case. But this battle between the two Porsches is a dandy. It's for 12th and 13th position. Wagner started in 14th position. Quinones in 17th, so they've made up a little ground.
Wagner running just a little bit wide, giving Quinones the hint up the inside. He's going to keep the car pointed there. This is going to be really, really difficult to pull off as an actual pass, but he's looking like he means business if he gets the opportunity. Not quite enough momentum through the kink to do anything down towards Canada Corner just yet, as now that potentially rotary-powered number 51 Ray Philibert's car is all up in this battle. 3 ways here for 12th in class.
Joe Mosier's picked up a spot as he moved around Tatsuo Otis for 9th position. So, despite the fact that his F-production car may be a little outclassed for this race, Mosier showing he's got the racecraft to make it happen. As Wagner being a little defensive here, a lockup. He's feeling the pressure from Quinones behind him.
Yeah, big time.
A little puff of smoke out of the Philibert Miata. You would expect the Boxsters pretty evenly matched on the straightaway, but this time Quinones thinking about going down to the inside. Can he be later on the brakes? Perhaps he saw that lockup from Wagner's car. Thought maybe I'm better on the brakes than he is. Turns out not to be the case anyway, at least not in that case. But here comes Philibert. Soto Quinones got his hands full of that All this going on for 12th position. Let's see if Philibert's going to make a move here. He's almost close enough to pop to the inside.
Yeah, came down the inside lane there at turn 1 and didn't quite give himself the opportunity for an angle on the corner. Balked his momentum just a little bit, so now he's finally gotten back to the back bumper of the number 99. I think it's clear the 68's a quicker car right now, but he just can't find somewhere to get by, just as Cameron Wagner in the 99 car has been doing a fantastic job of just putting himself in the way, whether he's driving his own line or not. Now getting knifey under the edge, under the inside. This is 68. Still not quite willing to throw the car down in there. He's pinching his entrances off quite a bit with every look that he takes.
Yeah, and Wagner's giving him room. It's not like Wagner's closing the door on him.
Yeah.
He's leaving him racing room, and he's just not choosing to dive down inside there just yet. And as they battle side by side, of course, that keeps Philibert in the battle. Straight lining the kink is Quinones. Trying to get a little extra momentum in the run down to Canada corner. As we're getting into the closing stages here, working race lap number 11, so there'll be 2 to go as they cross the line next time.
Still up at the front, Tom Noble continues to lead and lap at a very consistent, yet a little bit off his own best pace. That's all he needs to do, though. He's continuing to lead by 9 seconds over Chip Herr, but Darren Treacle and Jose Pena are coming closer and closer, putting in now personal best lap times as well. So the battle for third is absolutely on. I also think it looks like there's a cool battle happening for ninth. Tatsuo Otis and Joe Moser have been swapping positions back and forth with the new Civic Si Turbo and then that old Integra GSR F production car, kind of exchanging blows lap by lap.
As we turn our attention back to the leader, Thomas Noble, who is almost 9 seconds in front of Chip Herr. I don't think anybody would have guessed that that would be the case in the closing stages of this one.
Yeah, definitely not the...
That's why they run the races, you know?
Exactly. Not the race we expected, but it's the race we're getting, and Tom Noble's got to be loving it, as he's got 2 laps left before he would claim his first gold medal at the runoffs, if he's able to make it. Once again, knocking on wood at my desk here. Chip Herr comes through a little bit slower, a little bit faster last time than Noble, but it was those first 4 or 5 laps where Noble just cracked off qualifying lap after qualifying lap to build this gap. That kind of sealed the deal, it looks like.
Oh yeah, yeah. Herr's just not been able to answer it. Treacle and Pena, though, behind them. Behind her, having a great battle.
Yeah, it's down to half a second. We want to take a look at that third place battle between the CRX and the BMW.
They've been swapping personal best the last several laps. As Noble will see the white flag next time by, as he smoothly takes it out to the edge of the track at turn 5.
Noble opening up the inside of that, or the outside of the carousel. We flash back to that third place battle. Here's what it looks like, and it's actually very close to Chip Herr as well. Pena and Treacle pushing each other productively forward and forward and forward, but right now it's a battle for the bronze medal, and Jose Pena has found some confidence in that CRX. He's been the fastest car on the track 2 laps in a row, but he's still kind of mired and stuck behind that slightly wider and slightly quicker in certain sections of the track BMW 325. That's a former World Challenge car, got some pedigree with James Safronis at the wheel, and then a lot of time now with Darren Treacle driving it here in STU.
They've got about a lap and 2 turns to get this pass done. If Treacle and or Pena has got any designs on a second place finish, as Chip Herr just trying to get the car home.
Just turned in a personal best sector 2, actually did Herr. So he's got some pace left in that car. Maybe the consistency is getting a little bit difficult on those older tires here towards the end of the race.
White flag is in the air for Thomas Noble, as he's looking to take home a gold medal on the first time of offing. And about 10 seconds back is Chip Herr, and here comes the battle for third right behind him. Pena's going to go to the inside. Treacle's going to guard the inside, should we say. Pena's going to try to go around the outside, realizing this is his last opportunity.
Oh, he goes for the over-under.
Great momentum for the over-under. He's got the inside line down into turn 3.
Just needs some confidence on the brakes. He finds it this lap. He keeps it there right at the apex. Treacle pinches him down and is now going to get the slingshot around the outside. We'll find out for real this time which one's got the legs.
If Pena can stay there, he'll have to go around the long way when they get down to the bottom of the hill. And Herr could act like a pick here if they catch him. Absolutely side by side. Pena, the Bimmer on the inside of Treacle. Later on the brakes, Pena should be able to do the over-under, but he just doesn't have the torque to climb the hill.
Yeah, just wasn't in the power band. Maybe needed one more downshift to make that work, but that would have been a change in his rhythm, and he just couldn't quite get it done. The sequential, meanwhile, easier in the BMW, plus the torquier engine. Treacle's going to easily pull ahead. And these guys are, I think, just maintaining the gap to Herr, meaning Herr maintaining the gap back to them.
Yep.
Unlikely that we'll see a battle for all 3 cars for second, but this is not over yet. Working the white flag lap. Can Jose Pena find a way to earn a second in a row bronze medal, or can Darren Treacle come back from a bit of heartbreak late in last year's race to earn a medal finally?
Exiting the carousel turn as they come under the Mission Foods bridge into the King for the final time at speed. Treacle with the position, Pena right on his bumper. As they weave their way through Kettle Bottoms on the way to Canada. This will be Pena's last best chance as they come down into Canada. Late on the brakes is Pena. He's going to toss it in there, but just can't quite close the deal.
No, and that was beautiful from Treacle. He left him the space if he really needed it, but he saw that it wasn't going to quite work out, carried the momentum from the outside on that late turn in, and then I think he pretty much just solidified that bronze medal for himself. Pena's going to try to sling it through 14, but I think that's just enough buffer for Treacle to maintain this drag race.
Meanwhile, Noble takes the win on first time of offing. Chip Herr, last year's champion. Here comes Pena. He's going to try to make a run at the line. Comes up about a foot short as Darren Treacle will take third spot by 48 thousandths of a second.
Wow, I agree. I think just a bumper ahead was Darren Treacle, and I said just enough to maintain that. If he didn't get just the exit that he had on that turn 14, it would not have worked. The offset wing on the Mustang survives the race and brings home a 5th place finish for David Fiorelli out of Texas in that turbo Mustang. And then here's a great finish for Jorge Nazario, another one of the drivers from the Puerto Rico region in his MX-5. Screams up underneath our timing booth here.
Sean Lovett just behind him in 7th position in the BMW E46 as he takes it across the line. Eric Feist should be next in the order. There he is again on first time of offing. A top 10 finish. He'll finish in 8th spot in that number 4 CRX SI. And then behind them, Tazio Otis in the 7.
And then behind there's another popular car, James Schlechte's Nissan 300 SX. Taking a look at that Civic Si of Tazio Otis, who had the back and forth with Joe Moser. We saw Moser hit the pit lane about a lap and a half ago, just calling it an early quits out of that F production car for whatever reason. And then a couple of seconds back from this white number 7 from Tazio Otis is a beautifully replicated livery from those old IMSA GT cars, James Schlechte.
Schlechte started back in 13th position, going to bring it home in 10th, so he picked up a couple spots as that 300ZX crosses the line to make it official as our final car in the top 10.
Well, here we go. This one's not over yet. The Boxsters still battling it out, but they've both lost the position last lap to Raymond Philibert.
Philibert in that Miata with, we think, rotary power, as the two Boxsters are going to duke it out to the end. Wagner in the white, number 99. Soto Quinones in the number 68. This is the battle for 13th and 14th as they climb the hill.
Quinones tried to set up for the over-under, but I think once again the 99 of Wagner just put himself in the right spot, waves to the flaggers and waves to his competitors, and brings home that 12th position.
And that's the end. The last car running. Joe Mosier retiring near the end of the race. John Schmidt in a smoky retirement a little while back, about 8 laps back. But here's the number 72 of Thomas Noble from the pole, and really was not challenged in the whole race. I mean, he put in a couple qualifying laps, as you said, Tomo, and just, wasn't challenged. Nobody had anything for him.
No, and a relatively local driver too, out of Minnesota, so he's got to be thrilled to just have the races come to home turf, and then able to both have the car and the driver to win this thing. Tom Noble, again, putting in the work, and it's paying off. He's going to pull up to Hayward Wagner to be able to celebrate.
Not far behind. Chipper getting directions from the grid marshal, so he knows where to go. He looks to be a happy camper, clapping his hands as Hayward giving him a hand with that window netting.
You want. You got one more lap to do.
He's got his name on his helmet there. That's nice.
So he doesn't get lost.
Yeah, exactly.
It's always a challenge to get the helmet unstrapped with shaky fingers.
In fact, do you want to do me a favor?
Yeah.
Can you shove this in the window?
Sure can.
Hayward's got our winner, Tom Noble, on first time of offing.
Get in the hat, get in the medal, and we're going to get a little neckband from Hoosier.
My first runoffs.
You know you're new to this when you have to introduce yourself to the Hoosier guy. First time.
Exactly, that was it. I didn't know, but
Well, Tom, congratulations, a national championship. Folks who tuned in at the end might have thought that was a bit of a dull race, but you really had to work those first couple of laps.
Oh, no question. I mean, Chip, he's the reigning national champion, and he was right on me, and I had to keep it in myself and just keep trying to work the next corner and try to go where I'm strong, and it worked out. But yeah, Chip, and he's the real deal.
I'm watching your hands. Your hands are shaking. You can't even really hold the water still right now. How nerve-wracking were those last couple of laps? What did it feel like coming to the checkered flag, counting down laps to win a national championship?
Well, so I think the first thing to your earlier comment, working with Chip was where it was, a little nerve-wracking. But once I got some separation, I started talking to my higher power about just get me there, man. Just get me there, no mistakes. My coach was radioing me through my tech team here, and they telling me what to do, kind of ease up. I don't have to go 100%, and that's what happened. So here we are.
Well, congratulations to you. You get to enjoy one more lap around this beautiful track.
Awesome. Can I also I know this is cliche, but Dan Martin, my tech guy, Kent Jones, my mastermind, I would not be here without my team. So this is a team victory 100% for me.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Nothing cliche about it. To thank your team, absolutely. Nobody does this all by themselves. And that's great for Tom Noble to take the win. Here's our top 10 with Thomas Noble winning by almost 6.5 seconds over Chip Herr. Last year's champion, Darren Treacle, had a race-long battle with Jose Osiris Pena for 3rd and 4th. David Fiorelli taking the 5th spot in the Mustang. Jorge Nazario comes home in 6th in front of Sean Lovett. Eric Feist, first time of offing, taking an 8th place finish. Tazio Otis and James Slechta rounding out the top 10. Raymond Filbert, Cameron Wagner, and Edward Soto Quinones, the last cars running. Let's send it back down as we've got our 2nd place finisher, Chip Herr.
Chip, a 2nd this year. Compared to last year, just an almost boring race for you, wasn't it?
Oh, no boring races don't happen in the runoffs, but I hope it was good for the first lap. Man, that BMW's got legs. Shane here has been helping me out since we were kids and run a Stasis car, and it made this car handle really well, and maybe didn't have the straight line today, but 2nd place is awesome, and this one here, so I'm really supportive all the time. And I want to thank Hoosier and Carbertech and Motion Control. It's a team effort, and we love coming here, and I love to drive this car. So I know it's a little boring, but I didn't want to be part of a highlight reel hitting a wall this year.
Coming down pit lane, you were flashing the headlights, waving your arms, just like you had won the race. What does it mean to you to be on the podium here?
It was actually the people, the fans, and the corner workers. It was pretty cool. I pointed at a guy in a motorhome sitting there, and I pointed at him. And I hope he goes, what was that? It's about the volunteers and the people, and also all the guys who race. Like Darren, this is, I think, his first podium, and it's really awesome. So I'm just thankful to be here.
So let's bring Darren up. Darren, Chip just outed you. Was this your first podium?
First podium.
How does it feel to be on the podium here at the runoffs?
Great. I've been close. Been very close, but never made it to the podium. Yeah, it feels awesome.
Well, congratulations to you. I'm sure you got a few people you need to thank real quick.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to thank Angry Sheep Motorsports, Chris and Nick. They put my car back together. I had an oil line pop off on Wednesday. I had to go get one made, come back. They got the car going, so thanks to them. Carbotech, Hoosier, Pegasus for making the oil line for me. My family at home, hello to everyone. Yeah, my CrossFit buddies, they're probably watching. Yeah, I think that's about it.
Well, congratulations to you. Enjoy the podium.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Hayward. Great to see all these drivers thanking their teams as we have the highlights. And at the start, side-by-side racing at the front. It looked like we were going to have that all race long between Tom Noble and Chip Herr. But eventually, this battle is the one that we watched right to the end between Treacle and Jose Pena, BMW and the Honda. Very evenly matched. As Thomas Noble able to stretch his advantage at the front, but this battle for third was a dandy all race long. Chip Herr bringing it home as he comes across the line. John Schmidt, unfortunately, looked like an engine failure as he spun off in his own fluid, but fortunately kept it off the wall. So tough break for John, but glad that he's safe. And that was all she wrote. Thomas Noble did the job and takes home the checkered flag for the gold medal on the first time of offering. And he's a happy camper with his crew on the cool down lap. So that'll be it for STU for 2024. Thanks again to Mazda for presenting our broadcast. And thanks to Sunoco as the presenting sponsor of the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. We'll see you down the road.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Choose joy. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. Way out there. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Ugh, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
An absolutely beautiful afternoon here at America's National Park of Speed. Not a cloud in the sky, cool temperatures, and it is time for the run to the gold in Formula Continental here at the glorious Road America. Hi, everybody. I'm Greg Creamer. Have Larry Lefty McLeod alongside for this one, and down in pit lane, of course, Hayward Wagner, and we are getting ready to go racing, and this should be a really good race. Not as deep a field as we'd like to see, but a lot of talent on board these cars, and pretty good conditions for them right now, I would think, Larry.
Oh, this is going to be spectacular, except the visibility coming out of any corner that faces west. That sun is low in the sky. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, it's brutal for us. I can only imagine what it's like for guys behind the wheel at serious speed here. Good look at one of the important runs here. It's that short shoot from 1 through what they call 2 of sorts and into turn 3. But before we get any farther into this, let's check in with Hayward Wagner.
Guys, you nailed it. We are in a beautiful Road America afternoon. It's been a bit of a day. Obviously, this is our last race here on Friday. These guys have been waiting all day to get out. Finally, their turn, and you are absolutely right. The low sun is going to be a factor. Formula Continental, 2-liter Formula cars. Very simple wing package, all things considered, but some variation in the wings. You'll notice Tim Miner, our pole sitter, has a very flat front wing on the car as we move back a little bit more complexity on the wing on Michael Verison's car. And, of course, Rob Auer back there employing a Formula One team to get the aero bits on his car. One name that's missing here today is Rob's son, Nolan Howard. He is at VIR this weekend, and Rob just informed me that he has reset or set a new overall track record there, driving an Indy car at a vintage event. So that gives you an idea of the kind of talent you see here at the runoffs, folks that can go get things done. Speaking of talent, I do want to note one driver here on the grid, Michael Verison's. He made the move from Formula V to Continental maybe 3, 4, or 5 years ago, went from an absolutely dominant driver in Vs and worked his way through this field, now qualified second. He is hungry to get a win here at the runoffs. It's been a while since he stood atop the podium, and I think this year it has the best shot he's had yet.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen some real pace from him in qualifying. We'll be talking about that in just a minute here. As you can see, these beautiful, sleek Formula cars with some aero, and they get around a track like Road America in a big hurry. We'll bring you the starting lineup and the green flag when we come back.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Ugh, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
And there you see the very crowded paddock here at Road America. This is the historic 60th anniversary running of the Sports Car Club of America's National Amateur Championships, called the Runoff. And I can't think of a more fitting place with the history of this place and the history of SCCA to be here and being ready to get this run for the gold in.
It's a spectacular facility. It's been here a number of times. I think the second most of any venue. Maybe third most, but it's held the runoffs quite a few times, and it really is a great place for motorsports here in the fall. The sun setting over the west with the trees changing colors. It doesn't get any better than this.
No, it's absolutely stunning. It's just a fabulous facility. I mean, the track is, one of the greatest, I think, perhaps even in the world. There's no question about that. But
best food anywhere.
Track food is extraordinary, especially if you don't mind a little bit of starch. It's as good as it gets here. And I'll tell you, the other part of it though is management here. Every time you come here, they've made something better. They just keep improving this facility, and you can see these beautiful machines making their way out on track here. So not a huge field, but I'm just going to get through the starting lineup here so we can chat a little bit as they come up to the flag. Starting on pole is the tire rack pole for that, a gold medalist in 2019, Timothy Miner in the number 88. Starting second, who Haywood was talking about, has been absolutely flying here in the number 65, 7-time gold medalist in a variety of classes, mostly Formula V, Michael Verichens, and he's our Sunoco 360 award winner. Starting in the third spot, a 2-time gold medalist, the number 52 of Rabbit Aller. He's out of Grosse Pointe Woods, Michigan. Starting in the fourth spot, the 96, another 2-time gold medalist, making his 12th start, Brian Tomasi. Starting in the fifth spot, the 42 of Bill Johnson. 8th start here in the runoff. Starting 6th in the number 45 is Dean Kurluck. That's his third runoff start he'll be making. A rookie in Rockford Beauchamp, number 23. He's our Hawk Breakthrough Award winner, and he's driving a Van Diemen. Starting in the 8th spot, the number 50, another rookie, Hayden Eade. Starting in the 9th spot, making his 11th runoff start, the number 4 of Douglas Rocco. And rounding out our field in 10th, third runoff start for the 27 of Hartley McDonald. Now, you said you had observed Mr. Beauchamp having potentially some issues.
Yeah, that little tension there in the Beauchamp pits. I do see him on track. That's great. A little trouble getting the car started. They were doing a lot of work. The engine cover was still off this thing about a half an hour ago. So they really, at the last minute, able to get it buttoned up. Looks like it's on track. That'll be good for him.
Yeah, that's nerve-wracking when you're going out for a national championship race and that close to the start. You're suddenly scrambling to solve something. You know, you'd like to have that nice, easy run-up, do whatever your normal routine is, and suddenly that's not going to happen, especially for a rookie at this event.
Yeah, it could certainly increase that stress level very quickly. Now you get in the car. Sometimes, though, as a driver, it can help you a little bit because you're so stressed. You get in the car, you don't actually think about the race. You're just thinking about, you know what? Is the car together? Did my team do everything? Am I going to go out and do what I need to do for the team? And sometimes it just changes your focus a little bit. Let's see how he does on the opening laps here, starting there in that fourth row.
Yeah, you were talking a little bit about it here. I mean, you think about the corners that this low sun is going to start to hit people. Exit 1.
Yep.
5 up into 6.
Oh, coming up into 6 is just brutal right now with that sun just over that Corvette bridge.
And that's such a tricky corner, 6 just to start with. And then, obviously, as you're running around the carousel, you're going to be dealing with it.
And you can see it right here as these cars are coming around there. Look at the shadows right in the driver's eyes as they come through the second 2/3 of this carousel. That's going to be a challenge for them.
Remember, folks, if you're not really familiar with this, these drivers' eyes are maybe, 3 feet, 4 feet off the ground. They are sitting low, so you get blinded, and lots of blind elevation entries here. It gets really tricky when you get the sun this low.
It really does, and when they start getting into a group and you're having to make a judgment call on the car in front of you that you can't see because the sun's in your eyes, can be very difficult for some of the drivers to be able to judge it. In that case, sometimes it's better to be the guy in front unless somebody in behind is trying to make move-in mirrors. You can't see your mirrors because they're in them and the sun's in your eyes. So all that definitely comes into play. Choosing your visors, very wise choices here to make sure you get the right tint on those. Some of the drivers will use extra tape to cover up the top third of their visor to try and give them like we're sitting here with ball caps. They're doing the same thing with their visors, trying to block that sun down.
Anything they can do, obviously. And a guy I think to maybe keep an eye on here is Robert Aller. In that third qualifying session, they don't have an award for like the breakthrough award for your most advancement from first to second, but he made a huge gain in third qualifying, picked up over a second, 1.3 seconds he gained. And I had talked to him a little bit earlier, and he said he's been focusing so much on Nolan's racing that he hasn't done much. And he said, it's amazing how quick the rust sets in. And he said, I've just got to get back into the swing of things. It looked like he really did that in that third qualifying session. So I'll tell you what, there is some serious talent in these top 2 rows here. This should be spectacular.
Yeah, I'm expecting a long and very close race among the top 4 or 5, maybe even 6.
All right, pace car is in, and we are getting ready to get this run for the gold here, the last of our first day here at the runoffs. This is going to be amazing. Continental's coming up, we're green. Green flag flies, and we are racing, and it is, look at that, everybody absolutely dead even. Now a big pop from, I think that's
Aller.
That's Aller making a big move. He got a great double draft. That rust has fallen off, but he just quickly says, okay, those two guys look like they're really intent on staying out front. Too early to have a big risk move like that, but Aller hangs on to that third spot here as they head now down toward turn 3, and Minor absolutely flying already.
Yeah, Tomasi did a good job there, seeing Aller drop back and gave him some room to come down the inside as well so they can stay in line going down the hill towards 3. Let's just see how this draft works. These cars do give a little bit of draft to those behind. With those wings, they're not the most downforce, but they certainly do punch a hole.
They do indeed, and again, Aller taking a look here. He wants to move up a little bit, and this time he's going to get it done. That's going to slot him into third, and you can see now a big loose moment by Veresins as he was feeling the pressure there. Aller, and did that let? I think it did. Yeah, it let the 96 of Tomasi through, and so game is on.
Yeah, good opportunity there for Tomasi here. The opening laps, cold tires. These things give you a little bit of time to warm up. Most of these guys are on fresh stickers. Some might actually be on tires they scrubbed in on Thursday because they only get 2 sets for the
here.
week.
Oh, dancing on the brakes. Veresins dives back down and makes it work, slots himself back into third. Boy, they're wasting no time.
A lot more fighting than I expected to see early in this race. I would have figured there'd be more chess match later on, but some of these guys are just, it's go time.
And the thing is that right now, Aller has to hope that Veresins will just get to him and they can just work to try and run down a quickly fleeing Timothy Minor. He's already opening up. What is that? That's almost a 10-car length lead.
It's a huge lead in a class like this because the guys behind him have been fighting all the way from Aller and Veresins to Veresins and Tomasi behind him.
A wonderful through Canada corner here. I've done a lot of, I love corner working a lot. That's how I really got started in all of this. And corner working Canada corner on a day like today is about as close to happening not being behind the wheel. And it is just beautiful down there. And you talked about it with the color changing and everything. And right now, these guys are laser focused on anything but scenery. They are looking at the gearbox of the guy in front. And I really think here that Aller would like to see Veresins just a little bit closer, but not racing him so that they can try and work together here a little bit. And you can see Veresins closing it up again.
So I'm starting to wonder if Aller's got a good streamlined car today. He really trimmed the wings out. You can almost see it, that it looks like Veresins running more wing than Aller, which explains why there was no pass there from Veresins on Aller. Also why Aller was faster on the back straight on the first lap. In this order of the running here, this may help them sort of catch up to Minor out in front and close that gap a little bit. We'll keep our eye on trap speeds here this time by.
Yeah, and Minor, of course, like I said, won the gold at VIR in 2019. Really accomplished here, but these two guys, Veresins there in that draft was able to get a little bit of a run on Aller. Didn't have enough to get by. And it's interesting to me, at what point, say, is Veresins going to say, we can't get to Minor, I'm racing now for second, and that can really mess things up. It's still early in this race. If they really work together, I think they can make something happen here.
Yeah, well, let's remember who we're talking about here. You got Rob Aller, who's got 2 gold medals in this class. You got Michael Veresins, who's got 7 gold medals in Formula Vs, and those guys know how to draft and work together. So I think between these guys, they know that the race is long. It's 13 laps. We're not going to try and win this thing. We're not going to hand it to Tim Minor 2 laps in. But I'm watching behind them, Tomasi and Kiriluk doing a good job of sticking with Veresins and Aller.
Yeah, they have, although it looks like it's starting to, they're dropping off just a little bit. And I've seen Kiriluk take a look or two. Nothing definitive, not really an attack, just trying to check things out a little bit. And wow, did Veresins get late on the brakes into Canada. Makes it work. He made up a little ground there on Aller. So Michael Veresins starting to feel it here. And a V is a very different machine from this. But he's been driving this for a couple of years now. I think he's really starting to figure it out. And he's got amazing car control.
He totally does. He's got certainly he's got the ability to manage the racecraft as well. And right now I think he's recognizing that it's better to stick in behind Aller because Aller right now is quickest on the track. He was a 10th quicker in the first sector, 3/10 quicker in the second sector against Minor, and he was 3/10 quicker on the lap that they just came by from Minor and Aller. So Aller is starting to close up a little bit. Verrison's recognizing maybe it's best to stay in the draft and just wait.
Yeah, see if we can get up to Minor, make this a 3-car battle. Same plan, of course. Tomasi would like to see that happen.
Yeah.
And something happened with Kiriluk because he was all over the back of Tomasi on the backside of the track. He comes by now, and he's over a second adrift. There you see him just coming in that red car. So he had a little bit of an issue, and Bill Johnson's maybe thinking, I got a sniff of this right now, and is going to come after it. Up front, the official margin, about a second and a half. And Verrison's is on Aller. He's diving to the inside, and I think Rob is going to be savvy enough to not fight him to the apex, lets him through. Verrison's big wiggle on exit, and now Aller is going to try and find a way back through again. It's really interesting in a way how Verrison's is kind of yo-yoing a little bit. He'll drop way back, and then he closes in a huge hurry.
So what I'm saying is interesting is if Aller is running less wing than Verrison's, that actually might work out well for them to let the 2 straightaways have Aller lead. When you get to turn 5, the leapfrog happens, and as we're going to see the replay here, watch is great under braking, but it's completely under control. Watch, he pops out. It's a little late, but look at the control of Verrison's. Is he not a lockup, not a twitch? Gets to the apex, gets to the exit, tracks out, and those guys didn't lose any time.
Little twitch on the exit when he went to throttle her, but yeah, you're absolutely right. Previously, when we saw him try that move down into 5, he was really twitchy under braking. I think that's just tire temp. The tires have finally come up, and now he's ready to go. But he is running down Minor here.
Yep.
He is absolutely flying. He is setting fastest sectors. First, second. He is hooked up right now, folks. Verrison's, he's flip the switch for boost or something. He's coming.
He really is. And again, I go back to, I think he's got more downforce, so the twisty part of the track, he's got an advantage. Now we get to the straightaways, he'll be okay in the draft. Popping out, he may struggle. Watch Aller, though, close him in. Aller had a little bit of a struggle in that sector that time through as they come down the front straight, but Aller should close up here by the time they get down to 1, if not when they get to 5.
Yeah, look at Verrison's, a 2:11.7. That is absolutely rocketing around this track right now. That is fast lap of the race by a ton, and he is coming after Minor. And I wonder if Verrison's had a setup on the car that it just took him a little bit longer for those tires to come in, and which is a good thing because obviously if you set up for the tires to come in quickly, they can go off as the race unfolds. So Verrison's on the march.
Yeah, what else I've seen is you notice the entire field, with the exception of Minor, are they're in a Van Diemen. Minor in the only citation in the field, and I've heard that these Hoosier tires they run on are a little bit better for the citation than the Van Diemen, which means Verrison's probably had to be careful of how he got his up to temp and got them ready, and now that he's got it, he's going to chase down Minor. Let's see how that plays for the rest of the long run. Is the citation, does it continue to be better on their tires, or can a Van Diemen run them down?
It's interesting how, okay, they're Formula Continentals. Why would a tire be better for one? It's just how the car works, how the suspension is designed, all the little things in there. Look at this battle we have going on in the back here. This is a pretty stout race that's unfolding as they head down into turn 8. That is the number 42 of Bill Johnson, and I think that's Rockford Beauchamp. Or is that Kiriluk?
I think it's Kiriluk, and I think Johnson got around Kiriluk on this lap in the all red for Johnson, the black with the red for Kiriluk.
Yep, so Kiriluk, he dropped back a bit. He was all over Tomasi, then he's dropped back. Now he's coming after him again. And you see this kind of seesaw just a little bit, but that battle up front, that lap by Veras, look at him. He is there. Yeah. He's within a couple of car lengths now into Canada corner. Now the question is,
why run there for Minor?
I was just going to say, is Minor taking a little bit of easy, trying to save tire? No. He just ran wide, so he's feeling the heat.
Yeah, and I think he notices in that area, Verrison's is clearly faster in that part of the track, but I haven't seen Verrison's close up to anybody on the long straightaways. If he gets close enough, he'll be clearly in that draft, and maybe this will be his opportunity. He's got a good run off of 14.
Yeah, he's close enough, I think. He'll pick up a little bit of a toe here. And, obviously, we're just eyeballing things on those wings. And here he comes. He's got a little bit of a toe. Is it going to be enough for him to really be able to do anything into one? And I think he opted to not take that attempt right now. But it looks like they might have sort of similar aero on the cars, on the rear wings. And you can clearly see when you look at Aller's, much more trim.
Yeah, look at the front wings if we get another shot leading the car. cars is look at how large the front wing is on Verison's Van Diemen, even compared to Miner's car.
Oh,
Maybe
okay.
that's something advantage of the Citation is he can run a little less wing, whereas Verison's has to run more front wing to get the right balance in that car. But take a look at how big the wing is there in the blue for Verison's.
Boy, that's substantially. It's got a double level on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cranking a lot more aero, which is certainly giving him some great front end stick, and explains why he's the back end's been rotating a little bit for him. But he seems pretty comfortable with it and is right there. Meanwhile, Aller has slipped back behind these guys to the tune of about 2 seconds. There's the margin. Aller's sitting in third, and he had a great lap early, but since then, Tomasi's just a tick quicker right now. But this battle is on at the front, Larry.
Yeah, I think Aller may either be managing the car or may have just sort of hit its peak and he can't go, whereas Miner and Verison's aren't peaked yet. These guys continue to get a little more performance out of this car with every lap as we're working on lap 5 now.
Yep. And, you were talking about, the car, the Citation, and how it's working. Well, a guy named Dave Weitzenoff did a lot of development on the early Citations in the Continental category, and he did an absolutely a superb job in helping really develop these cars. And there you can see Miner doing an absolutely superb job. But, Verison's just drifting it through Canada Corner. He is getting after it.
Yeah, and I do wonder how long the tires can take that.
Exactly.
A little bit of drifting he's been doing, a little bit of sliding. Can they continue to hold their heat? It is getting cooler out there. The air temps have calmed down a little bit. I'm sure the track temp has, especially down near Canada because of the shadows now.
Well, the interesting thing is with that wing on the front, obviously the fronts are sticking, but you start drifting those rears and on throttle, and it just spins them up, and it kind of turns the track into a cheese grater on those tires, and Verison's gets rid of a tear-off. So maybe that's his signal. All right, I'm getting serious now.
It could be just a little bit. Tear-offs are great. This again, we talked early on about the visibility. Any little bit of dirt and debris that gets in your visor makes it even 10 times worse. You got this dead bug in your face. You just can't see. It makes everything difficult. So, yeah, notice he pulls it up before going down into one. Aller there went personal best in the second sector last lap, so maybe he's getting a little bit back on pace here. Still 3 seconds back from the front two, but I wouldn't say he's out of this yet.
No, and Aller's got a lot of experience, and he probably should have 2 more golds than he does. There were a couple of things that happened when it was just blatantly sort of taken away from him, but he's got a lot of experience. He's been doing this for a while, and one thing he's got is a feel for tires. And if he thinks this pace is too hard on him, he'll back off a little bit. So
much experience in these cars. We talked a little bit about how his son Nolan, defending champ, is offsetting lap records at VIR and Indy cars and whatever at some vintage race. But he's a bit of a wheelman. He gets that a lot from Rob, his dad. Those two were 1-2 in this class a year ago. We talked about the championship. So Rob's been out here doing it over and over again. And you talk about the other chances. He had an engine go on him at VIR in 19.
Yep.
He still blames me for that one, as I may have given the commentator's curse on that. But, we still have a good laugh on that one. But, yeah, so he's got a lot of experience. He'll let the tires come back in if that's what it takes.
You bet. And, one of the great moments for me in runoffs history was Aller got, he's an avid boater. He's from Michigan, and he got in a really bad boat accident, and he wasn't sure he'd ever be able to race again. Yeah. And he went and ran a go-kart somewhere and did it one-handed and was doing okay. And he said, maybe I could do this. He shows up at Road Atlanta, starts at the back, was third after like 3 or 4 laps, looked like, wow, maybe he could do it, and then looped it coming out of turn 5. And, we got somebody off
Johnson?
here. That might be Bill Johnson.
I think it is.
Yeah, that's
it's down there at the exit of 8. You can see
sure
the Speedville
is.
Bridge.
That's too close to the edge of the track here, and Verison's is coming. Boy, if his crew's talking to him, they might be saying, Pat, get the pass done. Get it done if you can. Because where that car is sitting, I'm not sure that it'll be a quick removal if we do have to go yellow.
We're at least local down there, but so far just local.
All right.
But he's pretty far track left. They might be able to get away with him being there. We're only about halfway through the race, though.
Yeah, that's the thing. And, if you're way, way off somewhere and you've driven over there, that's one thing. But, when you're at a spot where the car has just stopped, the old adage is if one car can get there, another one can.
Yeah.
And so you're always going to be paying attention to that. Look at that. Verison's lowered that fast lap by 0.2. He just turned to 2:11.5.
That's faster than they're qualifying. As Miner on the pole had qualified at a 0.6. Now Verison's a 0.534. They are moving right now. And again, Verison seems to be fast with the draft. This part of the track, as they come through the hurry downs into 8, which is where the yellow flag is, he won't be able to go by. But he seems very quick through here. The problem is this place has so many straightaways. What are you going to do?
Yeah.
You've got to get by at some point. But yeah, you can see right there that the recovery is happening there for Johnson. It's really tough for Johnson. He was having a good battle with Kirilluk for a while.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good battle for the top 5. And the other thing to me is for Verison's, with that big wing on the front, does he want to lead? Because that will give a great tow to Minor because he'll just be slower in a straight line because of the drag. Does he want to wait until the very last lap to really do something?
If you think you've got pace somewhere on track and you're relatively confident that if you can be at the lead from Canada to the finish, you may not want to show that hand early because you don't want to give Tim Minor a chance to practice behind you. So maybe, just maybe, he's thinking he could do that. We've seen how quick he is from 5 through the kink, so possibly he could make the move going into Canada. If he tries it, it may just be a test to see if it works, or he may just be banking that it has to work.
Yeah, really good point. And to me, when you're running a little bit more downforce here than somebody else, you want to make the pass in 5. Here comes the full course caution. So, hey, brings Robert Aller right back into it. Brings Tomasi back into it.
And I'm sure Tim and Michael Verisons are thinking that's not what we wanted. We did not want the 2-time champ Aller or Tomasi getting in there.
You betcha.
But it's about to happen.
Yeah, and this is going to be a quick removal too, I think. So we shouldn't be yellow for a very long time. And one thing, if you've been watching the Formula Continental at the runoffs here over the years, you know that normally, as we're having a look here at the cleanup, that normally Robert Aller's car has Martini support on it. Well, because Nolan had an opportunity to go to Indy Lights, or Indy Next, as they call it now, Nolan and the other guy who runs Martini all went to Martini and said, take our money and give it to Nolan and help him get out of Indy Next. And so Rob went out, and now he's sponsored by National Chili out of Michigan.
National Coney Island. Yeah, very familiar being from Michigan for that. And there may be a few other Michigan-based companies also that are supporting Nolan's efforts. And Nolan's a great kid. He's, again, another one of those second-generation SCCA family kids. I call him a kid, but he's about 6'2", and he's a great guy. You know, his 2 wins last year were just amazing, and he's getting opportunities, and it's been well-deserved. All of it from his experience running in the Formula Ford UK Series for the last 2 seasons, and now getting to run Indy Next for last year. Perhaps he'll get the opportunity next year. I think this has just been great. I'd love to see our SCCA, as we call amateurs, or the club racers, getting opportunities at that level.
Yeah, and it really shows that just because you're doing what's called amateur racing doesn't mean you're as fast as the pros. You can be absolutely as good. You're out there racing for the love of it. You're not worried about trying to make money in a big name. But you look at some of the drivers and virtually the front end of any class here. I'd stack them up against most anybody.
Yeah, and someone like Rob Aller, who's fantastic behind the wheel of this thing, probably not going to get a call from Formula One anytime soon.
Right.
Maybe a little past his prime, but he's a heck of a driver. Great wheel man, managing the car, which tells me that in this situation where the front 2 had this 3 or 4 second gap on him, maybe he was managing the tires. This could come back to him. Now the yellow comes out and he gets to pull right up behind them.
Well, that's what I was thinking here, is that he might just have been taking care of those and waiting for a charge, and that's sad to see. He had such a good run going. He and Kirilluk really were putting on a show trying to decide who was going to, at that point, end up in 5th. That's all changed now because the field's going to be packed up. And, and the thing you want to watch for, this field isn't big enough where it generally becomes an issue, but, there's the old saying, too, that yellows beget yellows. So we're going to be stacked up when we go back to green. Everybody just get through the first few corners and let's race here. And I'm sure these guys all have enough experience to know that's got to be the game plan.
Yeah, and I'm watching for the lights. They are still on the safety cars. I'm waiting to see if they go off. And if we're going to be able to go green this next time by, we'll wait and see. But, yeah, I think with this field, there's a lot of veterans. We talked about Minor, Verisons, and Aller, and Tomasi. They're all veterans of SCCA.
Yes.
They're all they've all won championships in these classes, most of them even in this class. So there's a lot of experience combined there that I think it'll be smart, but it could be some aggression back there playing into something to talk about.
Yeah, I think so, too. And the good news for Rockford Beauchamp is even though he's a little bit off the pace, he's a rookie here. Not only did they get it working, but he's sitting in the 6th spot. So And I think we're going to see here if Douglas Rocco is going to be able to. He dropped down a bit early. All right, lights are out. They got that cleaned up quickly, and we still have plenty of racing to go here. So they'll be starting lap 9 of 13. So plenty of time here to see this come to fruition here.
Yeah, let's see if they have to build heat back in the tires again, or if they're able to maintain that temperature here with just about, we'll call it 5 laps to go.
Yeah, it wasn't a real long yellow, but it doesn't take long for these tires to bleed off a little bit of that temperature, does it? 65 degrees outside right now. Really don't know what track temp is, but here we go. Pace car is in, and watching the start stand, we're back to green. And Barrison's getting a really good run. He's looking to the inside. That's a double draft for Aller and Tomasi. Aller diving down to the inside, and again, just not willing to stick the nose in there. But Tomasi, thinking about rounding him up on the outside, almost squared up and went down underneath. Now Tomasi again tucks back in.
I'm starting to wonder perhaps if Minor almost went too early, because he went pretty early coming up the hill. There is a start zone.
Big bobble there. That was Aller running wide. And again, that may cost that gap to Minor and Barrison's. He couldn't afford to do that.
Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe Aller's tires got a little bit too cold.
Yeah,
he's been a little bit late,
be.
a little bit touchy on the brakes here. But looking at Barrison's, good opportunity. Let's see if he's got pace through these next couple of corners over Minor.
And look at Aller again trying. He tried to make the move, then went to the outside. Oh, big move to the inside here. And Minor saying, yeah, I'm still playing quick. Oh, big wiggle there. And that was going to cost him momentum. And for a second, I thought Barrison's was going to try and go around the outside. He still got speed, but that brought these guys, that certainly brought Brian Tomasi right back into the game here, as he got through an Aller when Aller had that off.
Smart move for Minor to take that position and that opportunity going into 6th there, because if Barrison's has pace, this is going to limit that ability to use it. If there's any extra downforce or this twisty part of the track, Minor able to pull into that lead. But look at Tomasi now, just a bit ahead of Aller.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what Minor was thinking, was I don't want him with that downforce leading into the twisty part of the track, where that downforce is really going to come into play here. And now he's just trying to drive away from. And remember, at the start of the race, Minor's car just hooked up immediately and took off. And I'm sure he's hoping to replicate that. It seemed like Barrison's car just took a little longer to come in. And we're going to see what happens now. And I'll tell you what, Brian Kiriluk is all over the back of Aller right now for 4th.
Yeah, he definitely is. Aller seems to be struggling right now. We saw him brake early going into 1. We saw the slide to the exit of 3. And now you can see Kiriluk pressuring the back of that 2-time champ. Maybe here, if there's a chance for Kiriluk to pass, try to get that 4th place spot. Let's watch Barrison's now, as he looks like he's got a pretty good draft going to the front straight.
And this time he moves over, and he might have enough here. He's got the inside, and of course Minor at a certain point is just going to have to tuck in behind and let him go. Does exactly that, and behind Tomasi has that little bit of a margin back to Aller right now. And this is where we saw, Barrison's was able to get through earlier. Let's see if Minor is going to be able to draft back by him here. Let's take a look. Here's that pass. He got it done pretty early.
Yeah, he had a really good run off of 14, was able to get on the inside, left Minor no opportunity except to back off and just play for the next corner, which right now I think they're planning into 5. It looks like Minor got him back.
Got him back. Well, I'll tell you, Minor is determined to not let Barrison's lead up into 6 and perhaps get away here. And it's a great strategy play, and Barrison's has to figure out a way to null out that little bit of an advantage here.
Yeah, I wonder if Barrison's has thought now at this point, try to get the run off at 3 and pass into 5 as opposed to having.
Look at this late move down to the inside in turn 8 by Aller, and he's made that work. And it's really tough to counterpunch too much here in the carousel. And Aller now has reclaimed that 3rd spot. But you can see the gap up front now to Minor and Barrison's. Anytime you're side by each through a corner, it's slowing you both down. But Aller's, I think, just felt, I've got a more pace here. I need to try.
Yeah, I talked to Brian a little bit a couple days ago about what's it like with aero of these cars. Is there an aero wash? Does it make the cars push when you're right behind? Because these cars really don't have enough aero to make too much of a difference. You can race pretty close in these FCs.
Yeah, it's not like the turning vanes and everything on an F1 car, where if you sneeze, it disturbs the aero. So now we're going to have to see what can Aller. And remember, at one point, earlier in the race, Allard had the fast lap by a bit. And then Verison started to just dial it up here. But these two, once again, starting to check out just a bit here. And I think for Verison's, what would be good for him is if he can get out of 3 well, get the draft on Minor, pass him, and hold him off into 5. And here we go. Tomas is saying, yeah, I'm going to come back at you. And Allard ready to duel now. Holds him off around the outside.
Yeah, that door closed quick.
Yes, it did. You can hear the slam from up here. All right, here we go down the Moraine sweep. This is a good battle, but up front, let's see if Verison's is able to be close enough. Down in.
Where's Minor?
Yeah. Is he already through? And he's off. Minor is missing.
He is.
So Verison's,
I think we may be seeing a full course yellow here in a second.
Leads. Yep. Full course caution has come out. And there he is, exit 1. And that just looks like a pull-off.
Oh, that it does.
Oh.
And that tells me something mechanical on the car, and that is heartbreaking for Tim Minor, who had just been controlling this race.
He'd been driving brilliantly.
Oh.
That is, boy, talk about a gut punch. You know, I remember a driver that I've had the pleasure of announcing for a few years now in a series called Grid Life, James Houghton from Canada. I asked him once, and he had been fast all weekend, right? Ooh, he may have lost a wheel we're hearing here. We'll see about that.
All right, so we've got the group here behind the safety car. Again, we're working lap 11.
Yeah.
So depending on how quickly they can get Minor moved from that position, maybe a one-lap sprint to green.
It would be fun to
finish.
see. I mean, it should be if he just pulled over and was able to stop. You know, hopefully they can just hook up and pull him.
The wheel.
So that's not going to happen.
Oh.
What a shame. But just quick about James Houghton, he'd been fast, and then he had just one of those mechanical problems while leading. And I talked to him afterwards. I said, "You okay?" And he goes, "I'm a broken man, Greg. The sport has broken me, and I keep coming back for more." And sometimes, like in this instance, you've driven brilliantly, you've controlled the race, and then a mechanical thing, just takes it out. But that's the sport, isn't it?
It kind of is, and that's what makes the joy even more special when you do win, is because you're able to overcome all of that. Well, the good news is the track team, they're able to grab that wheel. I didn't see the car sitting there, so perhaps the car has already been moved. I believe safety car lights are still on, so we'll at least come by. But this will be the start of 12. Maybe, just maybe, we'll see.
And the nice thing is, I mean, this is, right now, we've essentially got 6 cars, and it's a 4-mile track. It's not like you're going to have 50 cars piling into the first turn on a restart. So maybe they'll let this happen here, and we'll see how this plays out. But just gutted for Tim Minor.
Tim Minor just had a really special week going and a special race. He's got to just be beside himself, and our hearts break for him. I mean, it's tough to see when a mechanical like that happens. But here we are now with 2 laps to go, and you've got Allard in second, Tomasi in third, each 2-time champs, and the 7-time V-champ Verisons, whose name's on a street sign right in front of his paddock spot. I mean, that's you got to understand how important Verisons is to the history of the runoffs, the history of Formula V.
Great point.
And here he is after 6+ years, maybe 7 years now, running in Formula Continental, and every year a little closer. Now he can almost taste it. He's almost wishing those lights might stay on. He doesn't want to see them come off, but he's really getting anxious down there as you've got Minor's out of the car. Looks like the car is on the hook.
All right. Well, if they can get this going here, Minor's going to hop in. And you could just go down to 3, take a right, and tuck behind that barrier down there.
Yeah. Let's see how quick they can do it. The services team doing a fantastic job all week.
Oh, yeah. Road America's EV crew are just the best in the business.
Well, you had said it earlier. This may be the best track in the country, and I would agree. The facilities are just second to none.
Yep.
The track itself, to me, is a special place. It really is America's National Park of Speed for a reason.
Yep.
you step in here and you feel like you're just in a forest. There's just trees everywhere. It's gorgeous. The place is meticulously maintained. The facilities are just, if you want to come here to camp for a weekend, I do it. Come here for vintage races. Come here for the big stuff. Come here for the club races. Come here for the June sprints.
Yep.
You can camp on site. The showers are the best I've ever seen at any racetrack or anything.
Yeah, if you camp over in the carousel there, the showers are absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
And now they have a paved cart path that goes all the way down for the inside of the kink and back through there. So you can go back and watch cars whistle through the kink, where it's really tough to get there previously.
Yeah.
That's pretty special.
The view from just above the kink where that new landing is, you can see the beach volleyball that happens just on the west side there, beyond the downhill after the carousel, and then you can overlook the kink, and then you got the path all over the kink to Canada, so you can sit down at Canada and watch cars come in there.
Sorry, look at the pace car with the sun visors down. That's how bright it is. As they head right into this stuff. But yeah, it's a special place at every level. It really is.
And it seems like every time I come back, there's another improvement made. You wouldn't think they could do it, but they continue to develop and make this place special, and it really is.
And they have two things for breakfast that set this place apart. The brat egger and the brat omelet.
Yeah, I haven't had the brat omelet before. I got to try that.
Yeah, it's really tasty. So, yeah, great track food here. With that Wisconsin twist.
Of course. So brats.
Yeah.
Lots of brats, but not all brats. There's
Yeah.
things. There's good. The pulled pork here has been great.
Yep.
The cheese curds are as good as billed. They are fantastic.
They are. And there is Douglas Rocco in that bright green number 4. He had lost a lot of ground early, and but the last few laps he ran at speed, he was a few seconds quicker than Rockford Beauchamp, who will be right in front of him. So Rocco might have an opportunity to steal away a top 5 if we get back to green here.
Still see the lights on, though. We'll see. The last time we had seen them come off, they came off as they came through Canada.
Yeah.
Fingers are crossed.
Let's hope. These guys are acting like they're going back to green. The
They're
way
keeping
that
the
they are
tires
bobbing
warm.
and weaving and scrubbing and
if you're if you're Rob Aller, I think you have to, because of what his restart was the last time was really not good. The car looked like it was cold. He needs to probably work that, but right now he may be saying this race may be over.
Yeah, well, let's see. Fingers crossed here. Canada corner. Lights are still on.
They are. The only one, I mean, we're all rooting for a good finish and a fun finish. Verrison's is probably thinking, I'd be okay with this.
Yeah. Although, he is, the way his car's been running, he'd like to win this.
Oh, yeah.
With a green, with a battle here.
No one's going to be more heartbroken for Tim Miner than Michael Verrison's. He may win this thing, but I'm telling you, trust me, the first words out of his mouth are going to be heartbreaking for Miner.
You bet. That's just the way this field, every competitor here, fierce on the track, comrades off, no question. And up the hill we go, and white flag and the double yellows. So this is how this one's going to end. We're going to trundle around here under the full course caution, but for Verrison's, an 8th.
Amazing.
Gold medal. And what a mind game it must be for him to see that sign right by his paddock space.
Yeah.
Says a lot.
He owns it. He's a very humble guy. I've talked to him a couple of times the last number of years, and he just works hard to get there. He's a family guy. He's always got his family around him, and I'm sure this is going to be pretty special for him to say, look, I'm not a one-trick pony. I'm not just V's. I can do something else. And he's been showing the pace continues to get better every year, and this year you saw the qualifying, the whole group of them right up there. He was on that front row, and this race today was exactly what you'd expect from a veteran like that. Just managed the race, pressured where he could, just precise. Any side-by-side, whether it was him with Miner or him with Aller, really beautiful stuff for Michael Verrison's, and this is completely deserved on the way he's driven this race.
Without a doubt. It really is. And, one thing he's got is, you don't win that many championships in Formula V. And, one thing about Formula V, we've talked earlier about the races, the pure racing, where there's no aero. It's mechanical grip and the driver's ability. In Formula V with skinny tires and not a lot of motor, and watching those guys, it's all car control. And to win over the fields that he's best in V, that tells you he's a special talent. And it was an adjustment for him. obviously, after all those years in V.
Yeah, you watch the moves he made today to take the lead in a couple spots. For example, going into 1, perfectly controlled moves. And then when he didn't have the corner, and Minor did, for example, coming up into 6, you saw the respectful leaving, a little bit more than a car room to be able to, if the move is made, the move is done, we go fight to the next corner. Verrison's did that just to a T, and just awesome control.
Yeah, it really, really was. And Aller, except, for that one off on that restart.
Yeah.
Well, he was showing some really good speed early. There's a good look at him. And then Tomasi, a multiple-time champion as well. 5 medals total for Brian Tomasi. Yeah. So he'll add another one here. And just a lot of skill and for these guys here. And let's take a look. Verrison's last win was 2018 Sonoma. So it's been a while coming, but, man, it will be great. And at this point, Aller, this will be his 7th medal, and Tomasi, as I said, will be getting 6. So it's fabulous. And I think for Aller, obviously he'll be rueing that mistake.
Yeah.
But like I said, when I talked to him a bit earlier, he said I've been focusing so much on Nolan stuff. He said I kind of forgot how to drive a little bit. He said it just was taking me a little bit of time.
If you want any indication of where his concentration's been, I've talked to Rob a few times in the last few years. I happened to run into him passing him in paddock finally yesterday sometime. For about 30 seconds, he talked about his own performance. And for the next 25 minutes, he talked about Nolan and what's been going on there.
Oh,
and that's where the proud dad, racer, sure, but proud dad of a racer as well. And so to be able to come out here and to finish second, get another medal here at the runoffs is going to be important for him, but I'm sure the first phone call is going to be to or from Nolan, I'm sure.
Yeah, without a doubt, without a doubt. And just in case you're curious, folks, Rob is a top-level TV producer for hockey. That's his specialty. And used to be the in-house producer for the Lightning down in Tampa, and now is back in Michigan and working for TNT. And there were some times when the guy who was producing for us used to actually go drive.
Yeah.
And Rob would come in and produce those couple of races, and it was just exceptional. So he's a good close friend of the TV family here for Apex Productions, to be sure. But this moment is all Michael Verrison's, as even under caution, he comes through and will pick up the checker, and that means an 8th gold medal for Verrison's. Here comes Aller and Tomasi, 2nd and 3rd, silver and bronze respectively. And unfortunately for Douglas Rocco, because of the caution, he didn't get a shot at that top 5 either. But look at that.
Look at Rob giving him the big thumbs up over to Michael Verrison's. I also like what Aller did there. Just see how he backed the field up a little bit. Get the photo op for Verrison's without the rest of us in his way.
And that's Rob. That is the kind of guy Rob is. He understands what that moment means for sure. Yeah, that's a really good point. So now they're on a cool down lap.
The cool down.
Super cool down lap here.
Well, it's the last race of the day, so we're going to kind of soak this in. You can see the shadows stretching across the track here as they go down through turn 3. Just absolutely gorgeous. The workers know this, the flaggers know this is the last time they're going to see cars come by, except for one more. There'll be one more car that will get one more lap. It's going to be Michael Verrison's. He'll get his lap of honor in a little bit.
You bet. And he will have earned that, to be sure. I'm going to take this moment, since this is the last race of this day, this first of 3 here at the 60th running of SCCA's National Championship Runoff, to, say a huge thank you to the unsung heroes of this sport, even at the amateur level, the crews. Because they will put in the late hours, and a lot of times at amateur racing that includes the driver, but they do just an unbelievable job. But also to all the volunteers, the obvious ones we always talk about, the workers out around the track in harm's way, providing information to the drivers, to race control and the like. But there's so many other specialties. I mean, for SCCA, this is a club, the Sports Car Club of America, and for all the specialties that are part of this club, this is their national championship too, whether it be corner working, grid, pit, scoring, tech, any of that. It's just so important to everybody, and very, very special bunch.
Yeah. You know what else? Championship level are the parties this week.
Oh, yeah.
The block party, or last
Top
night's
tier,
the worker party. Everything's been great. The band last night was rocking good.
That's what I hear. I had to miss it.
The band was good, and that was a lot of fun. It's been a great week.
Yeah, it really has. It's just a special event wherever it's held, but there's just something awfully special about Road America, to be sure, and it's just magic, and everybody works so hard to get here, and for every person here. And I love the stories. So many people, they have every ounce of passion that these drivers do. They don't have the budget.
Yeah.
They just can't do it, but they love it, so they find a specialty with within SCCA. You want the best seat in the house? Flagging and communications. You're a tech geek. Used to be that would just be timing and scoring. Now it's tech because of all the electronics on the cars. There's so many things, but the coolest thing to me, and I found this out to my great joy, when I joined the club, you basically suddenly expand your close family by about 50,000 people.
Absolutely.
Because the first time a couple of friends, we wanted to go out and just do a little trip out to Buttonwillow in California. And I was asking the local flag chief and everything there, where are the hotels? Where should we go? And they said, well, we can point them out for you, but you've got a spare bedroom and a fold-out sofa.
Yep.
I mean, it's just that you're part of our family. Come and stay. SCCA is a special thing.
It really is. It is a giant family. Drivers, workers. You and I get to be a part of it. It's been spectacular, and this event has just been a highlight of my year every year.
Oh, I agree. One of my absolute favorite events. And we have watched literally a legend in Formula V in this one make that big step up to being a national champion in Formula Continental as well. And that's a pretty nice closing of a circle there. There's no question about that. In this 60th anniversary year, that's something that Michael will be talking about. There's no question about that, as the top three will work their way over to, of course, Hayward. We'll be sending it down there in just a moment. But Dean Kiriluk, he and Bill Johnson had an absolutely fabulous battle for 4th and 5th for a long part of this till Johnson had his problem. Dean, great run. Rockford Beauchamp, as a rookie, comes up and picks up a whoops. It's been so long since Verison won a gold, he turned right into the paddock and went to victory circle. So we might be getting our second place finisher here. Yeah, they'll send him back, I'm sure. You can see, I can see workers scrambling over there. But Hayward will, I'm sure, grab our second place finisher, and we'll get a fun interview with Robert Aller, chili powered for this event. Here he is. Man, I tell you, when he told me the same story that he told you about Nolan breaking the outright track record at VIR in a historic Indy car, and just the beam in his eyes, it was just ridiculous. And one heck of a gentleman and a mighty fine pilot.
He's pretty darn good.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Well, Rob, you're the only one we've got, so we're going to talk to you.
Good, I might get a little extra airtime.
Yeah, Michael went on to victory circle. He's ready to get this thing over with, and third place finisher didn't make it around. So tell us about this race from your perspective.
Well, I'm not the first person to finish behind Mike Verison's. I know that. Incredible. I'm so happy for him. He's worked so hard since 2019 in this class. He's a great competitor, just a first-class guy. He lent his motor to my teammate Dean so that Dean could race. I mean, who does that? He's the best. Very happy. I'd like to take a second, if I could, to say there's a couple people missing from this runoffs that we need to talk about. Greg Rice passed away a couple months ago, and Rice Race Prep and LTD are fierce competitors on the track. But, off the track, great man, great guy. He helped a lot of kids get better, and we miss him here at the runoffs. And I forgot to say this in 2020. Sorry taking this time, but Jim Victor passed away in 2017 here at the Cat National in the Kink. And he was a staple in our class. We miss him. And with everything that went on in qualifying with the Spec Miatas, Road America and the SCCA need to do something about the kink before we race here again, because we're not going to wait for someone to die.
Yep. Definitely a conversation. Thank you very much for coming to Victory Circle. We're happy to have you here. Hopefully we'll have Michael here in just a second. We're going to throw guys back to the booth.
Thanks, Hayward.
Wow, yeah, some real emotion there, obviously, from Rob Aller. He's been doing this a while, and he feels things very strongly. There's no question about that. But he does love racing here, and obviously, you know, he's got his concerns, and he
He
wants
loves
it to
racing.
be
He
as
loves
safe
the
as
people
possible.
around racing.
Yeah,
You can see that coming through.
You bet. That's the big thing.
He never
is-
talked about his own race. Never talked
No.
about anything going on in here. Everything
Yep.
was outside of what goes on in the car.
Yep. And I mean, you literally, you know, you saw, you know, as he came down the front straight where he just backed off to give Michael his moment and all that. Pretty cool. So Verisons gets his 8th medal and his first in Continental. Aller adds another medal to his collection with a 2nd place finish. Tomasi adds another medal to his collection, finishing in 3rd. Kierluck in 4th. Rockford Beauchamp, I think he'd be pretty pleased as a rookie coming in here in 5th in a tough class. Doug Rocco, Timothy Minor, man, such a drive he put in. That's a heart punch right there. Hayden Eade, you can see had a problem early, dropped down a few laps. We saw Johnson's off, and I don't think Hartley McDonald ever made it out to take the green. So let's get back down to Hayward, see who he's found.
Michael, we assume that you just drove it straight into the trailer, loaded up, ready to head home. Tell me about your race.
Yeah, I've had enough of this. I figured it's time to go home. So, no, that was that was awesome. You know, I knew it was going to be a tough race with Tim and I if we kind of got away, and that's sort of the way it played out. So, I'm not sure what happened. It looked like on the radio I heard they lost a wheel or something going into 1, which was kind of unfortunate. I think we would have had a pretty good battle to the end there. The only thing I wasn't sure what was going to happen was, you know, if we were going to get a white flag, green flag, or what. So when I came around the first time on the full course yellow, we hadn't gotten the white yet. I was like, oh, great, because I didn't think I could hold these guys off on the restart. The draft in these cars is still actually pretty strong. It feels like a Formula V almost, more than you would think. So I was just praying that when we came by the next time that the white flag came out and the pace car didn't come in the pit lane, and they didn't. So we got a little lucky there. We didn't have to do a last lap shootout. But I'll take it any way we can get it. So this is fantastic.
You were pretty much the undisputed king of Formula V for quite some time, 7 championships here. How does it feel to climb this hill?
Oh, you got no idea how bad I wanted this. It was a lot of work. I feel like there's just a huge weight off my shoulders now because I don't think I was gonna be happy the rest of my life unless I got one in another class. So I was good until I saw my daughter. I picked my daughter up and I just lost it. So this is awesome.
Well, congratulations to you, a major achievement. 8 runoffs national championships. That puts you up there with the big boys. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm not going to sleep for a week, I don't think. Thank you. All right.
You know, we were setting up and talking about the emotion, what it means for these SCCA club members to compete, let alone win at the runoffs. This is a 7-time champion. But you could still hear, he almost lost it again talking to us there. It means so much.
It absolutely does. It becomes the focus of your life. And now with his kids getting older, they're now a part of it, where perhaps 7-8 years ago they weren't. But what a great performance. Love to see that emotion.
Yep, and here we go. Take a look at some of the highlights. There's the start and a couple of these great battles here. Here's Verisons coming back down the inside of Aller to grab that 2nd spot. And this is where we saw his speed because he quickly ran down. And you can see him as he came up alongside there on Minor, giving him some hand signals to, okay, let's see if we can break this pack and get going here. And here you see a couple of guys, Aller included, getting a little crossed up. But here maybe was the moment in the early part of the race when Minor said, I am not giving you the lead into the twisty bits here. And then we had the off and the left front tire coming off from Minor's car. Wow.
Unfortunate way to finish what was a fantastic race, but for Verisons, it is special anyway.
Oh, yeah, win's a win. And so they came through and ended up, didn't get back to green on the last lap. And so it was Verisons getting in. There you see Aller just backing way off and letting his friend Michael get the glory he deserves here. And that's where everybody eventually heads here after a race, to the absolutely stunning victory circle here at Road America. Thanks again to Mazda for being the presenter of this incredible broadcast once again. And that is going to wrap up not only the run to the gold in Formula Continental, but also day 1 of the 60th running of SCCA's National Championship Runoffs at America's National Park of Speed, Road America. It has been awesome. Larry, a pleasure as always. Hayward doing a great job down in the pit lane. I'm Greg Creamer. Have a great evening, everybody, and we can't wait to get back at it for day 2.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Ugh, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose joy. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. Way out there. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.